Super Devouring System Chapter 686 to Chapter 771. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Wind Thunder Inheritance Wind Inheritance, Lightning Inheritance. Yi Xian widened his eyes in shock. Anyone who saw this would instantly understand that the two inheritances were separate. After all, the twin fruit was a legendary item. The wind and lightning attributes were also rare. With the two combined, it would be hard to find one even in 10,000 years. Yi Xian quickly walked up and opened the green treasure chest with his wind attribute. What entered his eyes were 2 to 3 bloodline seeds and an interspatial ring. 3? Yi Xian was shocked as he glanced at the note in the treasure chest. Upper grade empty god martial art, wind cleave. Commodity empty god martial art, wind cloud cleave. Wind attribute ultimacy seed. He was shocked. An ordinary person could only condense 1 bloodline seed at most. However, the Wind Thunder Emperor could condense 3 bloodline seeds. No, he might even have the lightning inheritance, the martial art seed was still acceptable. However, this was the first time that Yi Xian had heard of an ultimacy seed. Ultimacy seed? Guan Yulan could not help but exclaim when she saw the note. The Wind Thunder Emperor was able to condense his own ultimacy into a bloodline seed. The aptitude of the Wind Thunder Emperor had greatly exceeded their expectations. Immediately, she opened the blue treasure chest. There were 3 bloodline seeds and an interspatial ring lying inside. 6 bloodline seeds, there were a total of 6 bloodline seeds. How did the Wind Thunder Emperor do it? At this moment, a deep and powerful voice suddenly resounded in the hall. Those who have obtained my inheritance, please remember my name, Feng Yi. I hope that you can break through the shackles of the empty god realm and become a sovereign in your lifetime. There were only 2 sentences and they were very short. However, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan knew that this was the voice that the Wind Thunder Emperor left behind before he passed away. Feng Yi was the name of the Wind Thunder Emperor. Ascending to the sovereign realm, is this the meaning of becoming the strongest? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Guan Yulan did not answer but put on the interspatial ring. There was only one thing in her interspatial ring. It was a sword. She immediately took it out. The Thunder Rush Sword of the Wind Thunder Grand Monarch? Guan Yulan exclaimed. Rushing Thunder Sword? Yi Xian glanced at the dark blue sword, then turned to look at the statue. Wasn't the statue holding the Thunder Sword in its left hand? He quickly put on his own Cosmos ring and took a look. Sure enough, there was also a light green longsword. Wind Dragon Slash? Yi Xian read out its name. The Wind Thunder Grand Emperor has the Rushing Thunder Sword in his left hand and the Wind Dragon Slash in his right. No one in the chaotic astral ocean is his match, Guan Yulan explained. Although Yi Xian already had the Bahuang Sword, this Wind Dragon Slash was also an upper-grade Void God weapon. Moreover, it was of the Wind attribute. If this Wind Dragon Slash was used as a Wind attribute martial art, its power would be even stronger. The emotional Yi Xian immediately took the 3 bloodline seeds and swallowed them. Ding! Host has learned Wind Cleaver. Current proficiency level is 100%. Ding! Host has learned Wind Cloud Slash. Current proficiency level is 100%. Ding! Host has comprehended Deathstorm Ultimacy. Ding! Host has comprehended Wind Binding Ultimacy. Ding! Host has comprehended Wind Space Ultimacy. 4 notifications sounded out in a row, shocking Yi Xian's mind. Wind Cleaver was a movement martial art, while Wind Cloud Slash was an attack martial art. These 2 upper-grade Void God martial arts had been cultivated to 100%. That was not the main point. The main point was that he had comprehended the remaining 3 ultimacies of the Wind attribute. Even if he had not comprehended a single ultimacy, he would have comprehended all the ultimacies after swallowing the Wind attribute ultimacy seed. Wasn't this Wind Thunder Grand Emperor a little too strong? How terrifying. My strength is at least 3 times stronger than before. Yi Xian was shocked. Wind Cleaver's martial art was much more advanced than the meteor movement skill. His speed of flight was much faster. However, what surprised Yi Xian the most was that he had comprehended Wind Space Ultimacy. Now that he could combine Gravity Space Ultimacy with Wind Space Ultimacy, he was probably qualified to challenge a level 9 king, or even kill one. Yulan, hurry up and refine the bloodline seeds. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded her. Guan Yulan also had 3 bloodline seeds. The first 2 seeds were martial arts, while the third seed was a lightning attribute ultimacy seed. Guan Yulan did not waste time. She walked to a corner and started refining the 3 bloodline seeds. For martial arts, ultimacy was more important. Therefore, she prioritized refining the lightning attribute ultimacy seed. I've struck gold. I've really struck gold. With my current strength, I can do whatever I want in the chaotic astral ocean. Yi Xian's heart was exploding. Wind space ultimacy and gravity space ultimacy. These 2 monstrous moves could easily kill a level 8 king. Against a level 9 king, Yi Xian did not even need to use the 8 desolate sword. Just the wind dragon slash and ultimacy would be enough. Perhaps he did not even need to use his moves. He could just use the dual space ultimacy and then use the death storm. It was not impossible to kill a level 9 king with just the domain. Guan Yulan dispelled her suspicion of Yi Xian and closed her eyes to refine the seeds. As for Yi Xian, he stood by her side and protected her. Although this was the Zephyr Thunder Palace and there would not be any danger, he still had to be careful. Guan Yulan did not have the devouring system. Therefore, she had to refine the seeds herself. This process was a little slow. It took her a whole week to refine the seeds. There were only 4 lightning attribute ultimacies: lightning acceleration, lightning dragon armor, heavenly punishment, and the second level of heavenly punishment, 10,000 waves heavenly thunder. Originally, Guan Yulan had only comprehended 2. Now, with the addition of the lightning dragon armor and 10,000 waves heavenly thunder, her battle strength had greatly increased. Then, she started to refine the other 2 seeds. Refining martial arts seeds would often be accompanied by some strange phenomena. If a martial artist succeeded in refining them, their realm would sometimes suddenly increase. Because Yi Xian did not cultivate them himself, this phenomenon would not occur. However, the same thing happened to Guan Yulan. After Guan Yulan spent another week to refine the 2 martial arts seeds, she suddenly broke through to the 8th grade king level. Moreover, she had improved a lot. If she cultivated for a while longer, she might be able to break through to the 9th grade king level. Yi Xian had the devouring system. It was different. He was able to refine 3 bloodline seeds in an instant, but Guan Yulan took half a month to do so. Congratulations. Yi Xian said with a smile when he saw Guan Yulan open her eyes. Thank you. Guan Yulan nodded slightly. During this half a month, Yi Xian turned the Zephyr Thunder Palace upside down. However, he did not find anything else. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Invincible King Yi Xian was disappointed. If the Wind Thunder Emperor had left behind some treasures, he would have been able to level up again. However, it was better to give him a fish than to give him a fish. Now that Yi Xian had fully comprehended the wind attribute ultimacy, would he still be afraid of not being able to level up? Since there was nothing else here, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan left. Yi Xian first went to the ground and found that it was calm. Hence, they chose to leave. There was indeed an illusion array in the Sky Thunder Forbidden Land, but without the disturbance of the riot astral lightning, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan quickly found the exit and left the Sky Thunder Island. Outside the Sky Thunder Island. You can leave now. The next time I see you, I won't go easy on you. After leaving, Guan Yulan said to Yi Xian. Even if you don't go easy on me, you won't be able to do anything to me. Why don't we give it a try? Yi Xian looked at the mature Guan Yulan. Let's give it a try. Guan Yulan's eyes flashed and she took out the thunder sword that she had just obtained. She had already broken through to become a grade 8 king and had fully comprehended the ultimacy. Her current combat strength was at least a few times stronger than before. She wanted to try it out. Come on. Yi Xian also took out the Wind Dragon Slash. Swoosh. Boom. Guan Yulan took the initiative to attack. She used Sky Punishment and Thunder Slash at full power. However, the current Yi Xian was no longer the same as before. The full power of the upper grade Void God martial art, Wind Slash, Wind Space, Gravity Space, and Wind Acceleration made Yi Xian speed extremely fast. He easily dodged Guan Yulan's attack. At the same time, he also used the wind space and gravity space on Guan Yulan. In an instant, two forces restrained Guan Yulan. Even though she was a grade 8 king, she couldn't break free and couldn't move at all. This scene was like the arrival of a great emperor. Under the combination of the wind space and gravity space, it was like the will of a great emperor. How is that possible? Guan Yulan was shocked. If she cultivated normally, she was confident that she could break through to the 9th grade king level within a year. If she had the help of a large amount of natural treasures, she would be even faster. However, in front of a 7th grade king like Xianxia, she was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This dealt a huge blow to her self-confidence. It's useless. I reckon that even a 9th grade king wouldn't be able to break free so easily. With my current strength, I am probably invincible under the empty God Realm Emperor realm. Xianxia said with a smile, his face full of satisfaction. This, Guan Yulan had a solemn expression on her face. Originally, she and Xianxia were considered equals. However, after both of them received their respective inheritances, the gap between her and Xianxia had widened to such an extent. Furthermore, she had seen the Empress in action before. However, she believed that if Xianxia and the Empress were to fight, the Empress would most likely be trapped in this dual space. Even without the dual space, Xianxia's speed had already surpassed the Empress's. He was undoubtedly the strongest person under the Great Emperor realm. Then what do you want? Guan Yulan asked with a frown. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly removed the dual space and Guan Yulan regained her mobility. I want to go to the Empress's pirates and have a look. They erased your memory without your permission. This is justice, of course I want to get back at them. Xianxia said indifferently. No. Guan Yulan rejected immediately. Even if what Xianxia said was true, the Empress still cared for her. She didn't want to see Xianxia and the Empress fight. Most importantly, she was the Empress's adopted daughter. The Empress brought you to the chaotic astral ocean to inherit her foundation. She wanted you to break through to the empty God Realm Emperor realm. Now that you've inherited the Wind Thunder Emperor realm, with your talent, it won't be difficult for you to break through to the empty God Realm Emperor realm. There's no need for you to practice the Heartless Path. Xianxia paused and continued, I'm going to find her to ask if there's a way to restore my memory. Guan Yulan fell silent. Considering what Xianxia said and her own suspicions over the years, to be honest, she already believed Xianxia. You really won't do it? Guan Yulan asked again. It'll be best if she's willing to restore your memory. If she refuses, then I'll have to do it by force. However, I swear that I won't harm her life or kill anyone else. What do you think? Xianxia stated his conditions. Guan Yulan fell silent for a while and nodded in silence. She only had the memories of the past few years. She felt very empty, so she was very eager to know what she was like 7 years ago. Oh woo, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. It was the silver-winged sky-howling wolf. Now that everyone is here, let's go. There was still a long way to go from the Forbidden Thunderland to the Empress Pirates. However, with Xianxia's double space, their speed was very fast and they arrived at the Empress Pirates in just one day. The Empress Pirates were the same as the Mad King Pirates. The Mad King Pirates were on a giant deep-sea turtle, while the Empress Pirates were on a giant snake. However, when Guan Yulan brought Xianxia in, they found that the Empress wasn't there. The 3 pirate groups are gathering? Xianxia was stunned. The location of the gathering was at the intersection of the 3 territories. He just didn't know what they were going to do. The chaotic astral ocean is divided into 3 parts, so the 3 pirate groups gather once a year to discuss some matters, Guan Yulan explained. Is that so? Let's go and have a look. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and hurried on his way. If he could capture the 3 pirate groups at once, he would at least be able to become a level 9 king, right? However, he had promised Guan Yulan that he wouldn't hurt the Empress Pirates. But he didn't say that he wouldn't attack the Battle Emperor and the Mad King. The War Monarch Hall needs to go through the War Emperor's territory. If we kill the War Emperor, then the route will be open without any hindrance. Xianxia's eyes lit up. His target this time was the Battle Emperor Pirates. This time, it took them 3 days to reach the intersection of the 3 territories. This was an ordinary island, but there were dozens of warships gathered here, including the Battle Emperor, the Empress, and the Mad King. However, when Yi Xian and Guan Yulan arrived, things weren't as simple as they thought. There were hundreds of people in the air above the island, all of them experts. The Empress, the Battle Emperor, and the Mad King were at the front of their respective camps. However, the situation didn't look good for the Empress because the Battle Emperor and the Mad King had joined forces. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Kill Yourself. Have the two of you forgotten the original three-party agreement? A beautiful middle-aged woman yelled. She was the Empress, a level 9 king. Mad Sovereign was a red-haired old man, while the last of the three overlords, War Emperor, was a white-haired old man. Zhan Huang and Kuang Zun's teams had surrounded the Empress. Empress, we've been fighting for more than a decade now. You've always been neutral, but you've done a lot of shady things, haven't you? Mad Sovereign said. What do you mean? The Empress narrowed her eyes. I thought it was War Emperor who sent the assassins in my territory. I didn't expect it to be you, Mad Sovereign said coldly. Humph, you don't suspect War Emperor, but you suspect me? The Empress's expression darkened. At this moment, the Battle Emperor added, Empress, I, the Battle Emperor, am a man of my word. At the same time, I never hide anything. I'll admit it if it was me. I've been fighting with Mad Sovereign for more than a decade, so he knows what kind of person I am. But this time, you sent people to kill Mad Sovereign's grandson. Are you trying to pin the blame on me? What? The Empress's expression froze. Mad Sovereign's son was dead, she hadn't heard about this. Impossible, I didn't give such an order. The Empress shouted. She knew there was no point in hiding it now. The assassins she sent to Mad Sovereign's territory were indeed her people. Not only that, she had also sent people to War Emperor's territory. But she had never given the order to kill Mad Sovereign's grandson. You were neutral, so we didn't care. But now that your people killed my grandson, I have to avenge him. Mad Sovereign looked at the Empress coldly. I never gave such an order. The Empress quibbled. She really hadn't. Her people must have bumped into Mad Sovereign's grandson and killed him. Humph, I remember you have a housekeeper called by Xianxia, right? War Emperor's eyes flashed. That's her. She killed Mad Sovereign's grandson. At the same time, she was killed by Mad Sovereign. Boom, this news was a heavy blow to the Empress. Bai Xianxia was one of the people she trusted the most. Although she was her housekeeper, she was raised by Bai Xianxia. In the Empress's heart, Bai Xianxia was her mother. Who would have thought that she would die at the hands of Sovereign Kuang? She killed my grandson and even pretended to be a level 7 king to destroy many of the islands under my control. If I hadn't coincidentally bumped into her, I wouldn't have been able to capture her. Kuang Zun glanced at Zhan Huang and said, Empress, I'll tell you another secret. Zhan Huang is my older brother. My grandson calls him Grandpa. We've been fighting each other for decades because we don't like each other. We've never killed our own family. Boom, the Empress's head buzzed again. The Battle Emperor was Kuang Zun's brother, this was something she had never known before. Not only that, but even the experts under Mad Sovereign and Battle Emperor didn't know either. Not to mention them, even their grandchildren might not be fully aware of this secret. If you were just neutral, we would have turned a blind eye. But since you're looking for trouble, don't blame us for being merciless. Zhan Huang looked at the Empress and said coldly, Empress, kill yourself. Kill herself, asking a superior to commit suicide was not an easy thing to do, unless the superior had already been utterly defeated. The Empress had asked her subordinates to disguise themselves and sneak into Zhan Huang and Kuang Zun's territory to increase their hatred. However, he had accidentally killed the grandson of the Mad Sovereign and even lost one of his closest relatives. Left with no choice, Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang could only break their agreement and target the Empress. Disheartened, the Empress looked around. This time, both Zhan Huang and Kuang Zun had brought more people than her. If they joined forces, she had no chance of winning. If she killed herself, she wouldn't have to fight, and her subordinates wouldn't have died. But she couldn't accept it. Her wish was to unite the chaotic astral ocean like the Wind Thunder Emperor had 1,000 years ago. Unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to see that happen. I understand. The Empress unsheathed her weapon. "Captain!" The experts behind the Empress hurriedly shouted. The Empress's pirates were the weakest of the three overlords. She was the only one who was a level 9 king. Guangxun's pirates had 2 other level 9 kings. Zhan Huang was slightly weaker, so there were only 2 of them. As long as the Empress died, the situation in the chaotic astral ocean would change. It could be divided, or it could be united. After all, Zhan Huang and Guangxun were brothers. It wasn't impossible for them to unite the chaotic astral ocean. Kill yourself. It's time for the chaotic astral ocean to be peaceful. Zhan Huang looked at the Empress. However, at this moment, 2 figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. "Empress!" Guan Yulan rushed to the Empress's side. The Empress looked at her and shook her head. "Yulan, I'm sorry." The Empress's pirates, "I'm afraid, the winner takes all." "Don't worry. As long as you die, we won't make things difficult for your people," Zhan Huang added. The Empress nodded. She was ready. However, right at this moment, Yi Xian, who was not far away, knew he was about to come out. Although this had nothing to do with him, the Empress had taken care of Guan Yulan for 7 years. Guan Yulan had no parents since she was young, so Yi Xian didn't want her to die. Since the Empress wanted to unite the chaotic astral ocean, Yi Xian would lend her a hand. After all, Guan Yulan would be the Empress in the future. "Guangxun!" Yi Xian shouted and rushed over. Guangxun was stunned. When he saw Yi Xian's face, he was even more surprised. "It's you? Why are you here?" Guangxun asked in shock. Yi Xian's appearance made the Empress's hand freeze. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Guangxun, Zhan Huang, I'm giving you a chance. If you retreat now, you can save your lives. Otherwise, your pirates will be removed from the chaotic astral ocean in the future." Guangxun was shocked when he heard this. "What did you say?" An image suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the image of Mysterious Mountain making a move. When Yi Xian left the Guangxun pirates, he was only a level 4 king. Now that 2 months had passed, he was at most a level 5 king. Guangxun thought that Yi Xian had asked Mysterious Mountain to make a move. Translator, Transin editor, Transin challenging an overlord. Of course, Yi Xian didn't want them to leave. He wanted to kill them all, so he said regretfully, "Don't worry, my teacher won't do anything. Now, I challenge you. Mad Sovereign, War Emperor, do you accept?" This sentence frightened the surrounding people. A young man dared to challenge Mad Sovereign and War Emperor at the same time. Challenging 2 kings at the same time? Was he looking for death? "Second brother, who is his teacher?" War Emperor asked in surprise. He could see that Mad Sovereign knew Yi Xian. "Mysterious Mountain Man." Mad Sovereign said gloomily. News of a Void God Realm Great Emperor appearing in Mad Sovereign's territory quickly reached War Emperor's ears. When the Battle Emperor heard the truth, his face turned pale. The Nihility God Realm Great Emperor was a powerful expert that could easily kill all of them. As for Yi Xian, he was actually the disciple of that Nihility God Realm Great Emperor. "Don't worry, I'm just an in-name disciple. My teacher won't ask if I live or die." This time, Yi Xian directly revealed that he was an in-name disciple. That day in the Guangxun Pirates, he said that he was Mountain Master Xianzhong's disciple, but he didn't say that he was an in-name disciple. After Guangxun saw the gravity space, he naturally thought that Yi Xian was Mountain Master Xianzhong's personal disciple. But today, Yi Xian was 100 times stronger than before. There was no need to hide it. "In-name disciple?" Mad Sovereign's expression changed again. If he knew Yi Xian was only an in-name disciple, why would he refuse? So he's just an in-name disciple. How dare he challenge me and second brother? "Zhang Yanyue, go and fight him." War Emperor snorted. After hearing about Mysterious Mountain Man, War Emperor didn't dare underestimate Yi Xian. Although he was only an in-name disciple, wasn't he yen stronger than Mad Sovereign? Therefore, one couldn't judge a book by its cover, nor could one judge a book by its cover. Hearing this, the muscular man behind the Battle Emperor stepped forward. He was an 8th grade king, and his strength was not to be underestimated. In any case, today's matter had already been decided. Yi Xian's appearance was just a small interlude. Very quickly, Yi Xian stepped into the air and walked out, brandishing a green longsword in his hand. Wind Dragon Slash. The name of this green longsword was the same as a martial art he had learned before. To deal with a level 8 king, he didn't need to use the Bahuang sword at all. He didn't even need to raise his hand. The reason why he took out the Wind Dragon Slash was to show off. This weapon. All the experts present raised their eyebrows, including Quangzun, Battle Emperor, and the Empress. The Wind Dragon Slash of the Wind Thunder Grand Emperor? Someone exclaimed. The Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor was an all-powerful figure 1,000 years ago. At that time, he unified the chaotic astral ocean. However, because his lifespan was nearing its end, after he disappeared, the chaotic astral ocean was once again divided. However, there were still many statues of him in the chaotic astral ocean. As his main weapon, the Wind Dragon Slash was naturally familiar to the world. Humph, it's just a replica. It's only a middle-grade ethereal god weapon. Someone immediately snorted disdainfully. Everyone had seen many replica weapons like this, so it didn't mean anything. However, how would they know that the Wind Dragon Slash in Yi Xian's hand was the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's main weapon, the template of all the replicas? Go to hell, kid. The snort just now was from the muscular man. He directly slashed a flaming sword chi at Yi Xian. Haha. With the Wind Dragon Slash in his hand, Yi Xian casually slashed out an attack. Wind Cloud Slash, whoosh, this slash easily broke through the flaming sword chi and cut the muscular man in half. It was so fast that only a few people present could react. When the muscular man's body fell from the sky and his interspatial ring flew toward Yi Xian, the people present finally reacted. This is the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's Wind Cloud Slash. Gosh, the Wind Dragon Slash can be replicated, but I've never heard of anyone who could create a martial arts technique similar to the Wind Cloud Slash. Could it be that he found the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's inheritance? The people around were shocked. The War Emperor, Quangzun, and the Empress also widened their eyes. They felt that this slash was so terrifying that even they might not be able to withstand it. Just as everyone was wondering, Yi Xian laughed loudly. That's right, I've already obtained the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's inheritance. The Wind Dragon Slash and the Wind Cloud Slash were also obtained from the Wind Thunder Palace. When his words fell into everyone's ears, everyone's body trembled violently. The Wind Thunder Palace really existed. The world had been searching for thousands of years, but they couldn't find the legendary Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor. Therefore, many people guessed that the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor might have left behind a lie. There was no Wind Thunder Palace, nor was there any Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor. The Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor was a selfish person who wouldn't pass on what he had learned in his life. They didn't expect it to be true. War Emperor, Quangzun, come out and fight me. Yi Xian shouted. He had completely comprehended the Wind profound meaning. Even though he was only a level 7 king, he could easily kill a level 8 king. In the battle just now, he didn't even use his domain. He killed a level 8 king with a casual slash. If he used his domain, Quangzun and War Emperor would be nothing. War Emperor and Quangzun looked gloomy. Before they could say anything, Yi Xian said, "Oh, the level 9 kings of your 2 pirate groups should come out as well." This time, apart from Crazy Sovereign and Battle Emperor, there were a total of 3 9th level kings from both sides, which meant that all of them had come. Now, Yi Xian didn't only want to challenge Quangzun and War Emperor, but also the 3 level 9 kings. Wasn't this a little too crazy? Only a Void God Realm Emperor could challenge 5 level 9 kings at the same time. Wasn't Yi Xian courting death? Hearing this, even Guan Yulan was shocked. She wanted to stop Yi Xian, but when she saw the confident smile on his face, she held herself back. She had seen Yi Xian's strength before. She didn't have any ability to resist Yi Xian. One had to know that her strength was already comparable to a level 9 king. Yi Xian had Wind Xianxia, Wind Acceleration, and 2 space profound meanings. His speed was unmatched. Thinking of this, Guan Yulan had great confidence in Yi Xian. You don't know your place. War Emperor was furious. Challenging him was one thing, but now, the Mad Sovereign had to be added into the mix. Now, the Mad Sovereign wanted to challenge all 5 level 9 kings, including him. This was an absolute humiliation. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. The War Emperor was dead. Alright, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. The Battle Emperor flew out, accompanied by another level 9 king. Quang Zun frowned as well. Then, he walked out, followed by the 2 kings. 5 level 9 kings had gathered. Among the 5 of them, Crazy Sovereign and the War Emperor were the strongest. Although the other 3 were just level 9 kings, only an empty God Realm Emperor would be able to kill them. They did not believe that Xian was an empty God Realm Emperor. Very good. Xian nodded in satisfaction when he saw the 5 of them. There were a total of 6 level 9 kings in the chaotic astral ocean. Excluding the Empress, there were only 5 of them left. In order to unify the chaotic astral ocean, Crazy Sovereign and the War Emperor had to die. Otherwise, how could the Empress keep the chaotic astral ocean in check? Therefore, these 5 people became people that Xian had to kill, and also became his stepping stones. Xian had already made a plan. After unifying the chaotic astral ocean and assisting Guan Yulan in becoming the overlord, he would open up a route for the warlord palace and kill his way back to the eastern mainland to take revenge on Jiang Tianjin and Jiang Wenyue. Xian flew into the distance. Crazy Sovereign and the others felt that it was unnecessary. After all, if the 5 of them worked together, they would be able to kill Xian in an instant. Xian suddenly switched the Wind Dragon Slash to his left hand and took out the Bahuang sword. This was his first time facing 5 level 9 kings. He did not dare to be reckless and had to be cautious. Kid, hand over the Wind Thunder Emperor's inheritance and I will spare your life. The War Emperor said to Xian. The Wind Thunder Emperor's inheritance would definitely be of the wind and lightning attributes. The War Emperor's son was of the wind attribute and could use it. Hehe, if you want the Wind Thunder Emperor's inheritance, come and get it yourself. Xian smiled. He knew that he would not rest until he was dead. Even if he had the backing of Mysterious Mountain Man, the War Emperor and the others would not show him mercy if he was not strong enough. Very good, you have a backbone. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. The War Emperor yelled and immediately expanded his territory. At the same time, he threw out dozens of virtual god weapons and attacked Xian. The 2 of them were 10,000 meters apart, and their domains had already enveloped Xian. On the other hand, Xian's domain also enveloped the 5 of them. Battle Emperor was of the metal element, Mad Sovereign was of the fire element, and the other 3 were of the metal, fire, and water elements respectively. Although there were 2 elements that countered him, Xian had more than just the earth element. Swish! Xian swiftly flew over. The pair of green wings on his back were extremely dazzling. The 100% completion high-grade void god martial art, Wind Cleaver, contained the wind acceleration profound meaning, the gravity space's repulsive force acceleration, and the wind space's wind acceleration. This allowed Xian, who was only a level 7 king, to surpass even the Battle Emperor and the Mad Supremacy. What? Seeing Xian go all out, the Battle Emperor and the others finally understood what kind of person they had provoked. A level 7 king's speed actually surpassed them, who were level 9 kings. He was a genius, no, a monster. The wealth of a level 9 king was very tempting to Xian, but he also knew that an elite like the Battle Emperor wouldn't put everything in his Yin and Yang ring. They would find a place to hide most of their belongings. However, as long as he killed the 5 of them, he would at least be able to break through to become a level 8 king. Xian's main target was the Battle Emperor. The distance of 1,000 meters was covered in a flash. Xian took advantage of the fact that the 5 of them were stunned to appear in front of the Battle Emperor. Wind space, gravity space. In the next instant, Xian used the dual space to restrict the Battle Emperor. The Battle Emperor was already a pinnacle king, but the dual space had a huge restriction on him. Although he could move, his speed was only 60% of what it was before. Die. Star-shattering sword. This battle was very important. Xian arrived in front of the Battle Emperor before thrusting out his star-shattering sword. The Battle Emperor really wanted to dodge, but his speed was only 60% of what it was before. Moreover, Xian was so fast that he couldn't react. He couldn't dodge this attack. Metal defense. The Battle Emperor was covered in a layer of golden armor. However, the cold light still entered his body. Kacha, the Battle Emperor's golden armor began to shatter as blood poured out. The Battle Emperor, one of the 3 overlords of the chaotic astral ocean, was dead. Yi Xian had instantly killed him. Wild Sovereign and the others were stunned. They stared blankly at the Battle Emperor's body, which had been shattered into countless pieces, falling from the sky. At this moment, the Yin and Yang ring had already fallen into Yi Xian's hands. F***ck, the Battle Emperor is so stingy? Yi Xian was helpless. Indeed, the stronger one was, the more cautious one was. The amount of treasures in the Battle Emperor's Yin and Yang ring was pitifully small. However, it was still a lot more than a level 8 king. I just need to kill 1 or 2 more and I'll break through. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He had recovered some of his qi, enough for him to use the Windfall Cleaver. The star-shattering sword had used up all of his qi. He had to be more cautious while his qi recovered. He had to retreat first. Big brother. When Yi Xian retreated 1,000 meters away, Kuang Zun finally reacted. The Battle Emperor who had just died was Wild Sovereign's big brother. Kill him. Wild Sovereign roared and charged at Yi Xian. The other 3 quickly followed, determined to cut Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. At this time, the people of the 3 pirate groups were already dumbfounded. The Battle Emperor was the strongest of the 3 overlords. He had reached the peak and was only 1 step away from becoming a Void God Great Emperor. How could someone like that be killed by Yi Xian? Most importantly, the Battle Emperor was of the metal attribute. Even Wild Sovereign wouldn't have been able to break through his defense so easily. However, he had indeed died just like that. Moreover, his death was extremely tragic. Who is he? The Empress murmured. Guan Yulan didn't answer. She silently watched Yi Xian being chased by Wild Sovereign and the other 3. She finally understood why Yi Xian had challenged 5 level 9 kings at the same time. Could it be that he was telling the truth? Yi Xian, who was being chased by Kuang Zun's group of 4, dodged while recovering his true energy. At this moment, he had already recovered 1/3 of his true qi. This was enough for him to use the sword-shattering stars again and kill a 9th-grade king. However, the star-shattering sword was his strongest attack, and no one could withstand it. If he only used this move, wouldn't the other profound meanings he had comprehended become mere decorations? Ha 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 ha, you 5, enjoy this move. Yi Xian laughed. Suddenly, he ingeniously dodged the attacks and gathered the 4 together. Then, he trapped them in a dual space. The 4's speed dropped drastically, and their expressions changed. In the next moment, the dual space was filled with howling winds. Wind element profound, death storm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as countless wind blades appeared. Not only that, but the Bahuang sword had also been shattered. With all sorts of enhancements, it flew in. Death storm, 10,000 lightning, and raging flames incinerate the heavens. These 3 profound were extremely powerful. Although Yi Xian was only a level 7 king, using Death Storm in the dual space was much more threatening. Wild Reverend and the other 3's faces sank. They used all their abilities to block, but their speed was greatly reduced. They could only defend. However, one shouldn't forget that the wind blades weren't the only ones attacking. There were also 8 other blades. Throbbing pulse of the earth, 32 layers. Pung. 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 Pung, the blades continuously broke through the defenses of the 4. By the time the death storm stopped, 2 figures had already fallen from the sky. Their interspatial rings flew towards Yi Xian. Of the 4, only Wild Reverend and the other metal-attributed level 9 king had survived. It's still not powerful enough, Yi Xian grinned as he caught the 2 interspatial rings. It was indeed not powerful enough before, but now, it was enough. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a level 8 king. Now, Yi Xian could be considered a true unrivaled king. As a level 7 king, he was able to challenge 5 level 9 kings by himself and even kill 3 of them. Now that he was a level 8 king, could Wild Reverend and the other level 9 kings still survive? Wild Reverend felt Yi Xian's domain suddenly expand. His face was ashen as he stood there motionless. Winner takes all. Wild Sovereign calmly spat out these words. Good, you're a formidable character. I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as a wind blade flew towards Wild Reverend, cutting his head off. 4 of the 5 level 9 kings were already dead. The last metal-attributed level 9 king suddenly cowered. He hurriedly said, "Spare me." The stronger one was, the more one feared death. He'd worked so hard to become a level 9 king. He wasn't willing to die like this. Compared to his life, what was dignity? "I'm sorry. If you don't die, I won't be at ease." Yi Xian finished speaking calmly. In the next instant, this level 9 king tier was killed by his sword shattering the stars. The destructive power of a 9th grade king was enormous. He couldn't leave such a star in the chaotic astral ocean. Therefore, this person had to die. All 5 9th grade kings had fallen. The battle was over. Huff, huff, as expected, he didn't manage to break through to the 9th grade. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He was quite satisfied with his strength. After all, this was not his full combat strength. He felt like he could deal with dozens of battle emperors and mad sovereigns at the same time. 5 9th grade kings were really nothing much. Seeing the 5 kings fall one after another at the hands of Yi Xian, the 3 pirate groups were so shocked that they were prostrating themselves on the ground. At this time, the 3 camps were completely silent. Yi Xian glanced into the distance and quickly flew over. Now that the Battle Emperor and the Mad Celestial are dead, those who submit will be spared. Yi Xian shouted to the experts of the War Emperor pirates and the Guangzhou pirates. After a second of silence, they shouted in unison, "We submit." Such a loud and clear voice made Yi Xian feel relieved, as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. He was now the strongest person in the chaotic astral ocean. If he wanted to, he could definitely unify the chaotic astral ocean. Of course, this didn't include Mysterious Mountain Man. However, he didn't want to be a pirate leader. His goal wasn't as simple as becoming a Void God Realm king. After that, his gaze landed on the Empress. His gaze caused the Empress to tremble all over. "Don't worry, I won't attack you," Yi Xian said. If he wanted to, none of the people present would be able to escape his pursuit. However, Yi Xian wouldn't attack the Empress because she was related to Guan Yulan. Moreover, Guan Yulan still needed to ask if she could recover her memories. "Now, I want to make a deal with you." Yi Xian suddenly glanced at Guan Yulan and said, "Yulan and I are friends. I knew her before you brought her to the chaotic astral ocean. As long as you recover her memories, you will be the only overlord of the chaotic astral ocean." The Empress was stunned. Yi Xian was also from the Tianshui continent. How was this possible? "You." The Empress was so shocked that she couldn't speak. "You must want to unify the chaotic astral ocean, right? Didn't you find Yulan because you want to train her to become a Void God Realm Great Emperor and unify the chaotic astral ocean?" Yi Xian asked. Indeed, that was what the Empress wanted. As long as she could train a Void God Realm Great Emperor, she could unify the chaotic astral ocean. However, there was no need to wait until then. "Okay." The Empress immediately agreed. The best way to cultivate the Heartless Tao was to erase one's memories and start from scratch. In fact, there were many girls like Guan Yulan, but their talents were much worse than Guan Yulan's. That was why the Empress wanted to train Guan Yulan as her successor. Now, with this relationship with Yi Xian, the Empress could unify the chaotic astral ocean and fulfill her wish. Then, Guan Yulan wouldn't need to cultivate the Heartless Tao anymore. As soon as the Empress finished speaking, she put her hand on Guan Yulan's head. Guan Yulan groaned in pain and blinked. When she opened her eyes again, there was a change in her eyes. "Yi Xian," Guan Yulan looked at the white figure in front of her and whispered softly. "Finally recovered." Yi Xian was overjoyed. As expected, his memories were not erased. Instead, they were sealed. Now, it was finally unlocked. Yi Xian. After recovering her memories, Guan Yulan threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. 7 years. 7 years had passed since that day. Yi Xian hugged Guan Yulan tightly and patted her back. These 7 years, he had been thinking about Guan Yulan, but he couldn't do anything about it. Although he already had a fiancée, in this world, even an ordinary warrior could have several wives. Zhan Huang and Kuang Zun both had 5 or 6 wives. They all wanted their families to be strong, so 2 wives was nothing. At this time, the Empress and the others finally understood why Yi Xian wanted to help. The Empress felt very lucky. 7 years ago, she took Guan Yulan away from Yi Xian, but Yi Xian didn't take her life. He was already very kind. Yulan, from now on, you are the Empress, the beautiful woman said to Guan Yulan's back. Guan Yulan trembled and turned around. Mother, you. Then, she glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was only a grade 7 king before, but he was able to kill 3 grade 9 kings. Now that he was a grade 8 king, he was invincible under the great emperor level. With such talent, he could definitely break through to the void spirit realm. If he married Guan Yulan, wouldn't she be Yi Xian's mother-in-law? Having a son-in-law in the void spirit realm was even more impressive than unifying the chaotic astral ocean. Hearing her words, the experts of the 3 pirate groups all knelt down and said in unison, "Greetings, Empress." Empress, Guan Yulan. After the fall of Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang, the Empress became the only overlord of the chaotic astral ocean. However, the current Empress was a different person from before. Guan Yulan inherited the position of Empress and became the Empress of the chaotic astral ocean. The territories of Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang were merged with the Empress's territory. Yi Xian didn't expect that the chaotic astral ocean, which had been in chaos for thousands of years, would be unified one day. Moreover, it was through his hands. Now that Guan Yulan was the Empress, there were no more obstacles to the Battle King Palace's route. At that moment, Yi Xian prepared to tell Song Suijing and the others about this. When they first came to the Blood Rock continent, Song Suijing said that she agreed that Yi Xian could have other women, but not too many. Therefore, she didn't have any objections. After all, there were 2 brothers in the Great Song dynasty and 1 in the Deep Sea Dragon Palace. Now, Lan Yu was also taken by him. There were 4 in total. Yi Xian, including her, only had 2. Where could they find such a loyal man? However, when Yi Xian brought Guan Yulan to Shuntian Island, Lan Yu told him a piece of news. The heart of the great emperor had appeared. No, it should be said that it had disappeared. Shuntian City. What happened? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Previously, the 3 king palaces combined the 3 maps of the heart of the great emperor and guessed the location of the great emperor's death. This location originally belonged to the eastern continent, but now it belonged to the great wilderness. The 3 king palaces have already come to an agreement to find the great emperor's corpse and study it together, Lan Yu replied. And then? Yi Xian frowned. Then, the great emperor's corpse was taken away by a mysterious expert. Palace Master Situ immediately chased after him, but there has been no news, the great elder, Shi Yonghao, replied. A mysterious expert, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and said, could this mysterious expert be from the Yao clan? I was there at that time. That mysterious expert was very powerful. He was at least a level 6 king. Most importantly, there was still a trace of the great emperor's will left behind in the great emperor's corpse. Sigh, we were too careless. Shi Yonghao sighed. The will of the great emperor? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow in confusion. Lan Yu, who was at the side, hurriedly said, the demonic beast race emperor's corpse still contains the remnant will of the demonic beast race emperor. If an ordinary king were to obtain it, he would be able to comprehend it quickly. He might even be able to break through to the void god realm emperor realm. What? He directly broke through to the void god realm great emperor? Yi Xian was shocked. If that mysterious expert was from the Yao clan, then wouldn't the Yao clan have another void god realm great emperor? We just don't know who that mysterious expert is. Palace Master Situ has gone out to investigate, but there has been no news, Shi Yonghao added. Then I'll go too. I've already broken through to level 8 king realm. My strength isn't any weaker than Palace Master Situ's. Yi Xian took the initiative to resign. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. In just a few months, Yi Xian had broken through to level 8 king realm. Yi Xian pulled Guan Yulan over and said, now that I've killed Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang, she's the new great empress. The chaotic astral ocean can be considered unified. Great Elder, you can go and choose a route. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Huang Zun and Zhan Huang, 2 level 9 kings, were killed by Xian. This young lady, who was only 25 years old, was the new Great Empress. Everyone's minds went blank. They couldn't figure out what had happened in the past few months. After Xian finished speaking, he pulled Song Suijing over and whispered a few words to her. Song Suijing had also broken through to level 4 king realm, but she was still far from Guan Yulan. Xian's current goal was to nurture Song Suijing into a great empress and rule the chaotic astral ocean together with Guan Yulan. Song Suijing was stunned when she heard Xian's whisper. She nodded silently. She had heard about Guan Yulan from Xian a long time ago. She didn't expect the great empress in front of her to be Guan Yulan. Yulan, take care of things here. I'll go back to the eastern continent to take a look. Xian said to Guan Yulan. Okay. Guan Yulan nodded. She was quite capable. When Xian came to the chaotic astral ocean again, she would be able to take care of everything and open up a path. After that, Xian directly left Shuntian Island and flew towards the eastern continent. It had been a few months since he came to the chaotic astral ocean. When he came, he was only a level 3 king. When he left, he was already a level 8 king. However, his strength was invincible among the Void God Realm kings. Mysterious expert, Great Emperor's will. I'm already a level 8 king. If I break through again, I'll be a level 9 king. When that time comes, I don't know what I'll need to become a great emperor. Maybe it'll be this great emperor's will, Xian thought to himself as he hurried on his way. He sped up to the extreme and arrived at the eastern continent in just a day. Then, he quickly returned to the warlord palace and found Lan Yao. Although he only spent a day to rush back, it had been more than half a month since the great emperor's heart was taken away by the mysterious expert. Palace Master, what's the situation now? Xian asked anxiously. Xian, you're back? Lan Yao was shocked when he saw Xian. He knew that Xian was no longer afraid of the Jiang family since he dared to come back from the chaotic astral ocean. Deputy Palace Master, I've heard about what happened. Is there any news about the monster race Great Emperor's corpse? Xian asked quickly. The Great Emperor's will was very important to him. After all, his father Yichong was stuck at the level 9 king realm. If he could obtain the monster race Great Emperor's corpse, he might be able to break through to the Void God realm. Yes, the Sword God Palace just sent a message. Lan Yao nodded and took out a portrait. This is the portrait of the mysterious expert. It said that he escaped into the wilderness. Xian took the portrait and was shocked. He knew this person. Xian, have you seen him before? Lan Yao asked hastily when he saw Xian's strange expression. Yes, he is the great elder of the 9th branch. He colluded with the Beast clan and stole the heart of the heavenly dragon from us. Xian nodded. Lan Yao was shocked when he heard this. How could it be him? The great elder of the 9th branch was only at the empty god realm. Even if he stole the heart of the heavenly dragon, it was impossible for him to become so powerful in such a short period of time. Hold on. Jiang Tianjin and I were fighting over the Void God Realm Heavenly Dragon corpse. The Palace Master had seen it before. This corpse's level is very high. It's at least a level 6 king, Lan Yao suddenly said. Level 6 king? Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the elder of the 9th branch was very lucky to have seen such a powerful corpse. Then, the heart of the heavenly dragon, we humans don't know much about the Beast clan. Although he couldn't comprehend the ultimacy after taking the heart of the heavenly dragon, his physique could be greatly improved. The news from the Sword God Palace also said that he had an extremely strong physique. It seems that he used a special method to become so powerful. Lan Yao said in realization. A level 6 king was not worth mentioning to Xian. However, after the great elder of the 9th branch obtained the empty God Realm Emperor's corpse, it was unknown. Now that he has obtained the empty God Realm Emperor's corpse, his strength will definitely increase tremendously. Deputy Palace Master, is the heavenly dragon corpse from the Beast clan or an ordinary empty God Realm beast? Xian asked again. It is from the Beast clan. Lan Yao replied. If it is the Beast clan's heart, it can't be refined into the heart of the heavenly dragon. He must have used other methods to become powerful. Xian narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. He exclaimed, "Oh no, now that he has obtained the Beast Clan Emperor's corpse, his strength." After Xian's reminder, Lan Yao came to a realization. The great elder of the 9th branch had become so powerful after obtaining the Beast Clan's heart. Now that he had obtained the monster race Great Emperor's corpse, how powerful would he become? Most importantly, the monster race Great Emperors will still remain within the corpse. Xian, it's better if you don't go. The Sword God's palace already knows about this matter. They will deal with it, reminded Lan Yao. Deputy Hall Master, don't worry. My current strength is no weaker than Hall Master Situ's, Xian said hurriedly. He said this in a more tactful manner. If he were to fight with Situ Aotian, then he would definitely win. This, Lan Yao's heart trembled again. After a moment of hesitation, he said, the Sword God Palace has already sent a team into the depths of the wasteland. How many experts are there in the wasteland? Xian asked curiously. The monster tribe of the Great Wilderness is stronger than the 3 halls combined. The agreement between the Sword God Palace and the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness states that the monster kings of the Great Wilderness are not allowed to leave the Great Wilderness. The Sword God Palace also does not allow great emperors to enter the Great Wilderness, Lan Yao explained. Are there any great emperors of the monster tribe in the Great Wilderness? Xian asked again. I'm not sure about this, but I'm sure there is an expert who is more powerful than the Empty God Realm Great Emperor. Back then, the Sword God Palace made an agreement with him, Lan Yao said solemnly. Hiss. Xian couldn't help but gasp after hearing this. He asked in shock, is there really an expert who has surpassed the Empty God Realm? Isn't that a legend? The world thinks it's a legend, but it's not. The seniors of the Sword God Palace have seen him with their own eyes. Otherwise, the Sword God Palace would have gone in and exterminated the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness. Lan Yao shook his head. Xian was stunned. An expert who has surpassed the Empty God Realm Great Emperor? What realm is he in? Xian asked curiously. I'm not sure, but he's very powerful. Moreover, he seems to be a human, not a monster tribe. Lan Yao revealed another secret. A human, not a monster tribe? Xian raised his eyebrows. Since he was a human, why was he helping the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness? This kind of thing was not something he could know about. Alright, Deputy Palace Master, I'll head to the depths of the Great Wilderness immediately. Xian nodded and left the Warlord Hall immediately. If possible, he wanted to obtain the monster tribe Great Emperor's corpse. If he could use it, he would become a Great Emperor himself. If the devouring system didn't need it, he would give it to Yichong. After leaving the Warlord Hall, Xian headed straight for the Great Wilderness. In less than a day, he arrived at the Great Wilderness. He passed through the outer and inner regions of the Great Wilderness and arrived at the depths of the Great Wilderness. Even the Sword God Palace has not explored the depths of the Great Wilderness. The monster tribe of the Great Wilderness is intimidated by the Sword God Palace. There might be an Empty God Realm Great Emperor, so I can't let my guard down. Xian thought to himself as he entered the depths of the Great Wilderness. The depths of the Great Wilderness was an unknown place. Xian began to wander around the depths of the Great Wilderness. His speed was very fast. Occasionally, he would encounter some void god beasts, but they were all killed by him. However, the vastness of the Great Wilderness had exceeded his expectations. He traveled in a straight line for 3 days, but he still couldn't find the end. It took him less than half a day to go from the outer regions to the depths of the Great Wilderness. Could it be that the size of this great wasteland is even larger than the chaotic astral sea? Xian thought for a moment before continuing his search. His only clue was the depths of the Great Wilderness. However, he had already arrived at the depths of the Great Wilderness, but he didn't see any monster tribe or humans. However, on the 4th day after he entered the Great Wilderness, he finally saw some people. Rumble. The commotion in the distance attracted Xian's attention. It's quite a commotion. It seems like a large-scale group battle. Xian's eyes lit up and he quickly flew over. When he arrived, he saw dozens of figures besieging a few people. Dozens of high-level monster tribe kings besieging 6 people? Yi Xian glanced around and found that Situ Outyan was among the 6 monster tribe kings. He quickly sized them up. Among the dozens of monster tribe kings, there were 9 level 9 monster tribe kings, more than 10 level 8 monster tribe kings, and the rest were all level 7 monster tribe kings. F***CK. Is this the full combat strength of the monster tribe? Yi Xian was shocked. The chaotic astral ocean seemed to have only this much combat strength. He didn't expect the great wilderness to be so powerful. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly glanced around and found a figure 10,000 meters away from the battlefield. It was the Grand Elder of the 9th Hall of the Warlord Hall, Qin Huaizhong. Qin Huaizhong was dressed in black and looked the same as before. At this moment, he also noticed Yi Xian. "We've got another guest," Li Yao said. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and turned around. When he saw that Situ Outyan and the other 5 couldn't hold on any longer, he quickly rushed over. As for Qin Huaizhong, he looked at Yi Xian and didn't make a move. "You are merely from the monster tribe. Die." Yi Xian's eyes widened. If he were to kill these demons, then his cultivation would naturally soar to the 9th level of the king realm. Gravity space, wind space. Yi Xian quickly trapped the weaker kings of the monster tribe. In the next instant, a strong wind blew in the dual space. Huff huff, death storm. Although these kings of the monster tribe had strong physiques, they were nothing compared to Yi Xian when even Quang Zun and the War Emperor had died. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 kings of the monster tribe were killed. Their interspatial rings flew toward Yi Xian. What? Situ Outyan and the other 5 kings, the kings of the monster tribe, and Qin Huaizhong were all shocked. How high was Yi Xian's cultivation realm to be able to kill so many kings in one hit? How dare you kill our monster tribe members? You are courting death. The Grand Elder's eyes flashed as he rushed toward Yi Xian. From the moment he saw Qin Huaizhong, Yi Xian had already guessed that Qin Huaizhong was the only one watching from the side. Since so many monster tribe members had surrounded Situ Outyan and the other 5 kings, they had probably submitted to Qin Huaizhong. Only strength could make the kings of the 9 major monster tribes submit to him. Therefore, Qin Huaizhong had most likely become a great emperor. Devour. Yi Xian quickly devoured the interspatial rings. Unfortunately, he didn't become a grade 9 king because of this. At this moment, Qin Huaizhong had already rushed over. In the next instant, Yi Xian felt a strong force that shook his mind and made him want to retreat. This feeling was very similar to when Wu Shang had appeared outside the King of Weapons Hall. Great Emperor intent. Oh no, Qin Huaizhong has really broken through to the empty god realm. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He quickly used the dual space on Qin Huaizhong. He could move, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. It seemed that he would not be like an ant in front of a void god realm great emperor. Qin Huaizhong, who was flying towards Yi Xian, was startled. His speed had been restricted, which surprised him. But in the next moment, he was enveloped by a strange energy, and the effect of the double space on him was instantly reduced. A cold light flashed by. Qin Huaizhong's eyes widened. A surge of energy instantly dispersed Yi Xian's sword-shattering stars. Great Emperor's will, is this the Great Emperor's will? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. However, he felt that Qin Huaizhong's Great Emperor will was much weaker than Wu Shang's. Perhaps Qin Huaizhong had yet to truly break through to the empty god realm. Since that was the case, he had a chance of winning. He was using the upper-grade virtual god martial art, Wind Cleaver, at the same time, using profound meaning to increase his speed. If one were to compare, his speed was even faster than Qin Huaizhong's. Good boy, I haven't seen you for a year and you've grown to this extent. You can be considered a heaven-defying monster. But today, I am the sovereign of the beast race. How dare you kill my people? You're courting death. Qin Huaizhong was furious, and he chased after Yi Xian. He had already merged with the Great Emperor's heart, and his physique was extremely strong. However, the beast race Great Emperor's will had collapsed until only a trace was left. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have been shocked to death. The Great Emperor's will couldn't increase Qin Huaizhong's speed. Moreover, he mainly relied on his physique, which was why he couldn't fly fast. As expected, his great emperor's will is very weak. It's worlds apart from Wushang's. As long as I go around him and deal with the other beast kings, I'll be able to break through to the 9th grade beast king realm and fight him. Yi Xian thought in his heart. His sword-shattering stars had been directly shattered by Qin Huaizhong's great emperor's will. However, he continued to attack because he guessed that the great emperor's will would be consumed like true qi. 36 overlapping shadows. 32 layers of earth pulse. Tempest cleave. He attacked and retreated at the same time. Although his attacks were shattered by Qin Huaizhong's great emperor's will, his true qi recovered faster than it was consumed. Damn it, I should have just killed those 6 people. Qin Huaizhong regretted not being able to catch up to Yi Xian. He had merged with the great emperor's will and become the emperor of the beast race. The 9 beast kings obeyed him. Therefore, he didn't interfere in the battle just now. Instead, he let the beast race subordinates fight. If he had taken action just now, Situoutian and the others would have died hundreds of times. Humph, kid, don't think you can escape. I'll show you my true face. Qin Huaizhong suddenly shouted. In the next moment, he transformed into a red sky dragon. His transformation was completed in an instant, unlike the other beast race members who took a long time to transform. So fast. He doesn't have the beast race's curse. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. After transforming, Qin Huaizhong's speed increased greatly. He was much faster than Yi Xian. Yi Xian cursed in his heart and hurriedly landed on the ground. Profound meaning of earth, ground shrink. Qin Huaizhong didn't expect Yi Xian to have comprehended shrink. He immediately gathered the great emperor's will and bombarded the ground. Boom. 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 The great emperor's will was a very special technique. It had many uses. For example, it could be used to suppress, defend, or even attack. If the profound meaning and domain were merged with the great emperor's will, the power would increase greatly. Wherever Qin Huaizhong's eyes looked, it was like an explosion. The power was several times stronger than raging flames incinerate the heavens. He bombarded the ground more than 10 times and blasted more than 10,000 meters into the ground. He realized that Yi Xian's aura was gone. Is he dead? Qin Huaizhong narrowed his eyes. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. Oh no! He immediately turned around. He felt that Yi Xian shouldn't be dead. He must have gone back. Rumble. As expected, when he rushed back, he realized that Yi Xian had already arrived. At this moment, there were already more than 10 figures in the air. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a level 9 king. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He looked at the red figure and smiled. While the other party was in a daze, he quickly used shrink to rush back. Then, he killed several beast kings and many level 7 and level 8 kings. The pressure on Situoutian and the other 5 instantly decreased. The 6 of them were all elites of the Sword God's palace. Each of them was a genius who could fight against 2 or 3 people at once. That was why they could hold on until now. Just now, Yi Xian had helped them reduce the pressure, but now that he'd done it again, their opponents were only 5 level 9 demon kings and 10 level 7 or 8 demon kings. 36 overlapping images. 32 layered earth pulse. Tempest cleave. Yi Xian attacked the red sky dragon that was rushing over. Although it was better to use the dragon's judgment and the 8 desolation slaying sword to deal with the sky dragon, the dragon's judgment was too weak. If it couldn't hurt Qin Huaizhong, it wouldn't increase its strength at all. Therefore, Yi Xian continued to use his normal attacks. Boom. 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 His attacks were dispersed by Qin Huaizhong's emperor intent. After transforming, Qin Huaizhong's strength increased greatly. However, Yi Xian's strength also increased greatly after his breakthrough. Therefore, neither of them had the upper hand. Qin Huaizhong used his emperor intent to intimidate Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's speed was too fast. After his breakthrough, the emperor intent's effect on him decreased significantly. He used his speed to dodge frantically. Demonic beasts couldn't use their ultimacies after transforming into their true forms. However, the emperor intent could. The two of them were still at a stalemate. Demonic Beast Emperor, don't worry about us. Hurry up and leave. We demonic beasts can't be exterminated. A grade 9 demonic beast emperor shouted. Qin Huaizhong was originally a human. However, he used a special method to fuse with the heart of a demonic beast. Therefore, he directly surpassed the half-demonic beast level and became a true demonic beast. Now that he had fused with the heart and emperor intent, he had become the demonic beast emperor. He didn't have the curse of the demonic beast on him. This meant that his descendants wouldn't either. The demonic beasts had put in a lot of effort to remove the curse. Although Qin Huaizhong, a human, had obtained it, he was now a demonic beast. How can I, the demonic beast emperor, retreat? Qin Huaizhong didn't listen at all. However, his great emperor's will was stolen after all. It was much weaker than his own great emperor's will. Moreover, the demonic beast emperor had fallen for so long that his emperor intent had mostly dissipated. Therefore, he couldn't do anything to Yixian. On the other hand, Yixian's strength was constantly increasing. Ding! Throbbing of the Earth 32-layered Earth has transformed into Throbbing of the Earth 64-layered Earth. The throbbing of the Earth had transformed at this moment. Its power had increased by several times. All right. Yixian's eyes widened as he unleashed a 36 overlapping shadows at the red sky dragon. Countless sword lights swept towards Qin Huaizhong. Qin Huaizhong's dragon eyes widened, and his great emperor's will pressed down. But this time, he wasn't able to destroy the 36 overlapping shadows in one go. What? Qin Huaizhong was shocked. He hurriedly extended his claws and dispersed the attack. However, his claws were slightly injured. Good, my attack won't be defeated in one hit. Yixian's eyes lit up. Under such circumstances, he did not dare to use up all the true qi in his body to use the sword-shattering stars. The reason why Qin Huaizhong was able to stab him with his sword was because Qin Huaizhong had not transformed, and the distance between them was rather far. At such a close distance, if he didn't have enough true energy, he could very well be killed by the will of the great emperor. Therefore, Yixian had been waiting for a chance to kill him in one strike. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the world, 64 layered waves. Time passed little by little, but Yixian's strength continued to increase. At this point, the 36 overlapping shadows could already fuse the 64 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth 5 times. His attack power was getting stronger and stronger. And Qin Huaizhong's great emperor's will was getting weaker and weaker. The situation was beginning to tilt in Yixian's favor. Qin Huaizhong's heart was getting heavier and heavier. He had no confidence in killing Yixian, so he was already thinking of retreating. Although he had the great emperor's will, it was too weak. It wouldn't be too late to seek revenge after he had refined the great emperor's will. After making up his mind, Qin Huaizhong turned around and left, abandoning the experts of the Yao race. Although the Yao race had already made up their minds, they still felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Qin Huaizhong retreat. Once Qin Huaizhong left, they would definitely die. Not only that, but the entire Yao race would be wiped out. However, Qin Huaizhong didn't have the Yao race's curse, and his descendants wouldn't either. When the time came, there would be a new Yao race, a stronger one. You still want to leave? Yixian's eyes flickered. Qin Huaizhong had already become a Yao race enemy of the humans. If he escaped, the eastern continent would be in danger. Therefore, he had to stay. 36 overlapping shadows, 64 layered earth pulse. The 64 layered earth pulse combined 7 times flew towards Qin Huaizhong. Qin Huaizhong still used the great emperor's will to defend, but Yixian's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. The great emperor's will couldn't defeat Yixian's attack in one go, and Yixian's attacks were getting stronger. As he was retreating, he was finally injured by Yixian. 10 times, 11 times, 12 times. Yixian's strength continued to grow, while Qin Huaizhong's injuries were getting worse. Roar. At this moment, Qin Huaizhong suddenly roared to the sky, turned around, and charged. He was going all out. Yixian furrowed his brows and attacked with all his might. Ding. Host has comprehended the profound meaning of lifting light as heavy. At this moment, another notification sounded from the system. Lifting light as heavy, this was the three-layered profound meaning of strength. Haha, you're dead meat. Yi Xian suddenly laughed loudly. 36 overlapping shadows, 64 layered earth pulse. Boom. A sword ray slammed into Qin Huaizhong's body. Although this attack was weakened by Qin Huaizhong's great emperor's will, Yi Xian's attack power had at least doubled after he comprehended lifting light as heavy. At this moment, Qin Huaizhong would need to use at least 3 great emperor's will to defeat Yi Xian's attack. Roar. Qin Huaizhong roared in pain. This is my chance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed with his right hand holding the 8 desolate sword. 8 desolate swordplay, sword shatters the stars. Pfft. The cold light sank into Qin Huaizhong's body. After a painful roar, he withered inch by inch. Looking at the rain of blood in front of him, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally killed Qin Huaizhong. If Qin Huaizhong did not die, the eastern continent would not be peaceful. However, Yi Xian felt that Qin Huaizhong was still a long way from becoming an empty god realm great emperor. He could only be considered a half-step great emperor. His great emperor's will was too far away. At this moment, a wave of spiritual energy floated over. Yi Xian hurriedly took Qin Huaizhong's interspatial ring. This interspatial ring contained a large amount of treasures. At the same time, there was an unusual corpse. It was the corpse of a great emperor of the demonic beast race. However, it was missing a heart. Without another word, Yi Xian devoured the heavenly and earthly treasures inside, causing his cultivation to improve a little. After breaking through to level 9 sovereign, the system did not give any notification. It seems like there are no shackles for me to break through to empty god realm great emperor. Yi Xian, your strength has increased to such a level. That's terrifying. Situaoyan praised and asked, did the monster king escape? He's dead. I killed him. Yi Xian replied faintly. Situaoyan and the other 5 were stunned when they heard the reply. They gasped. They knew that Qin Huaizhong was not an empty god realm great emperor, but he had the will of a great emperor. However, Yi Xian was able to kill him. He was extremely powerful. Now that the Monster King and the 9 great kings of monsters are dead, let's go and find the base camp of the monster tribe and eliminate them. Situaoyan shouted. All right. Yi Xian nodded. As long as they killed all the monster tribe in the wilderness, the eastern mainland would be connected to the main mainland. However, at that moment, everyone. Suddenly, an old voice was heard. Everyone trembled and turned around. They saw an old man in a white robe standing 100 meters away from them. What? Even I didn't notice? Yi Xian was shocked. He was a grade 9 overlord and his strength was stronger than Situaoyan and the other 5 combined. However, he did not notice how the old man in a white robe got close to him. Powerful, the old man in a white robe was most likely an empty god realm great emperor. May I ask who you are? Situaoyan cupped his fist and asked. He was the disciple of Sword God Palace's Luyang Sword God and had met all the palace masters. However, he had never seen the old man in a white robe before. I am Tianju Elder. The old man in a white robe replied. The name was unfamiliar to Yi Xian. However, Situaoyan and the other 3 had heard of it before. Senior, you are. Situaoyan stammered. Situao Tian said with a trembling voice. When Yi Xian saw him like this, he immediately reacted. Could the old man in a white robe be an expert who had surpassed the empty god realm great emperor in the wilderness? Yes, this old man has some connections with the demon clan. The reason why I'm here is because I don't want you to kill them all. From now on, I will restrict the demon clan. They will not be able to leave the depths of the Great Wasteland. You humans can also connect to the main continent from the Great Wasteland. Old Immortal Tianju said indifferently. This, Situaoyan and the other 5 exchanged glances. However, Yi Xian heard something strange. You humans, this meant that Old Immortal Tianju was not human. Old Immortal Tianju was related to the Yao clan, but he was not a human. Then what was he? Alright, we agree. Situaoyan nodded. Since that's the case, let's use this place as the boundary. As old immortal Tianju spoke, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open. A crack so long that one could not see the end of it slowly opened up to form a canyon. What kind of technique is this? Yi Xian was shocked. With just a thought, the ground cracked open to form an endless canyon. Even Yi Xian, who had the earth attribute void spirit, could not do that. From here onwards, it will be the boundary of you humans. I will also set up a formation here. No demon clan will be able to leave. Old immortal Tianju pointed at the canyon below and said. Yes, senior. Yi Xian and the others nodded. When their voices rang out, a formation rose up in the middle of the canyon, separating the two sides. Yi Xian and the others did not see how old immortal Tianju set up the formation. When they regained their senses, they realized that old immortal Tianju had disappeared without a trace. So powerful. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Old immortal Tianju came and went without a trace. They did not know what realm he was at. This is too terrifying. He is at least an advanced great emperor. He might even be a prime who has surpassed the empty god realm. Situoutian swallowed his saliva. Prime? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the second time he had heard of this term. The first time he had heard of it was in the Zephyr Thunder Palace. At that time, the Zephyr Thunder Emperor had left a message saying that he hoped that his successor could become a prime. It turned out that after the empty god realm great emperor was the prime. Alright, this matter has come to an end. We have to bring the news back. Situoutian said as he turned to Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, are you coming with us? Going to the Sword God Palace? Yi Xian asked. Yes. You are already a grade 9 king. If you can reach the Sword God Tower, you will be accepted as a disciple by a palace master. However, I reckon that even if you don't reach the tower, a palace master will accept you as a disciple. Situoutian said with a smile. Yi Xian understood what he meant. The main hall master of the Warlord Hall, Duan Muyun, had already broken through to the empty god realm great emperor. As long as the other palace masters agreed, he could accept a disciple. Jiang Wenyue was the same. That was why he had accepted his son, Jiang Tianjin, as a disciple. However, in terms of aptitude, Yi Xian had already surpassed Jiang Tianjin and even the palace master. Who could become a peak empty god realm king at the age of 22? All right. Yi Xian nodded. He felt that it was time to meet his father. The Sword God Palace was located in another corner of the wilderness. However, with Yi Xian around, it only took them 7 days to reach the Sword God Palace from the depths of the wilderness. The Sword God Palace was built on top of the Sword God Tower. If one was not a member of the Sword God Palace, one would have to climb to the top of the tower. There were many cave dwellings built by experts near the Sword God Tower. At that moment, Situoutian and the other 5 arrived in front of a cliff. There was a huge golden door there. This is the cave dwelling of the palace master of the 7 Knights Palace. Yi Xian, you can wait here for a while. When I return to the Sword God Palace, I will. Before Situoutian could finish his sentence, the huge golden door opened with a loud bang and a man's voice drifted out. I am in the cave dwelling. Come in. The voice belonged to Duan Muyun. So Palace Master Duanmu is here. In that case, we will take our leave first. Situoutian cupped his fists at Yi Xian and left immediately. Yi Xian watched them leave before he turned around and stepped into the huge door. Boom! The huge golden door closed again. After Yi Xian entered the cave dwelling, he walked straight until he finally arrived at a magnificent palace surrounded by flowers. At that moment, there were 2 figures standing at the entrance of the palace. One of them was Duan Muyun, and the man beside her was Yi Xian, who had not seen him for more than 10 years, Yi Chong. Although they had not seen each other for more than 10 years, Yi Xian recognized Yi Chong at a glance. Father. Yi Xian strode forward. Yi Chong had left when Yi Xian was young, so he was unfamiliar with Yi Xian's appearance. However, the same blood flowed in their bones, so Yi Chong did not suspect anything. Xianer, Yi Chong watched as Yi Xian ran in front of him and sized him up carefully. Father, I am here. Yi Xian knelt on one knee and cupped his fists at Yi Chong. Good, good. Yi Chong was overjoyed, but he suddenly felt guilty. He had left Yi Xian when he was still young. It had been more than 10 years since then. He did not know how Yi Xian had spent the past 10 years. Father and son are reunited. There must be a lot to talk about. Come in. Duan Muyan smiled at the two of them and led them into the palace. Indeed, they had not seen each other for more than 10 years. They must have endless things to talk about. Yi Xian was very excited when he saw Yi Chong. He began to talk about his experiences and the current situation of the Yi family. They chatted for a few hours. Duan Muyan sat quietly at the side and listened to the two of them talk. He did not seem impatient at all. Yi Chong was his good friend. He was very happy that Yi Xian had come to find him. Yi Xian, what is your current realm? Yi Chong could not help but ask. He felt that Yi Xian's aura was very strong and was not much weaker than his. Father, I am already a grade 9 king. Yi Xian answered honestly. Yi Chong nodded satisfactorily. Not bad. I can feel that your aura is very strong. It is not weaker than mine. Yi Xian looked at Yi Chong's pale face and asked, Father, how are your injuries? There are no serious injuries, but there are many hidden injuries. I am afraid there is no hope for me to break through to the empty god realm. Yi Chong shook his head helplessly. Father, won't it be fine as long as we get the Great Emperor's will? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Duan Muyun suddenly said, It is not that easy to get the Great Emperor's will. Under normal circumstances, when an empty god realm Great Emperor dies, the Great Emperor's will dissipate immediately. The Great Emperor of the monster race in the wilderness used a special method to preserve his will. However, after so many years, it has mostly dissipated. This situation is very rare. Don't worry. I will definitely get it. Yi Xian was very confident. After all, there were no shackles on his breakthrough this time. As long as he had enough experience, he could become a great emperor. All right, I believe you. Yi Chong patted Yi Xian's shoulder excitedly. Yi Xian looked away and asked, Senior Duan Muyun, are there any conditions for me to challenge the Sword God Pagoda? No, just go straight ahead. Duan Muyun shook his head. But. Nihility God Realm Emperor, doesn't that mean no one will be able to pass? Yi Xian frowned. With a Void God Realm Great Emperor as the gatekeeper, it was too difficult. No one would be able to pass. Duan Muyun still shook his head. No, those who pass the Sword God Pagoda will indeed enter the Sword God Palace. However, there will occasionally be palace masters watching. If they think you are not bad, they will directly accept you into the Sword God Palace. I see. Yi Xian nodded and said, However, I hope to defeat Jiang Wenyue and enter the Sword God Pagoda. That's a good idea. Duan Muyun said faintly, but Jiang Wenyue has broken through to the Void God Realm and condensed Great Emperor intent. His strength is at least 10 times stronger than the monster emperor you encountered. It will be difficult for you to defeat him with your current strength. Monster Emperor Qin Huaizhong's Great Emperor intent was very weak. However, Jiang Wenyue had broken through to the Void God Realm on his own. His Great Emperor intent was 10 times stronger than Qin Huaizhong's. If Yi Xian fought against him, he would be killed instantly. Don't worry, I can challenge the first 9 levels. Yi Xian said. He was already a grade 9 king. One more breakthrough and he would become a Void God Realm Great Emperor. Before he broke through, he would not be able to defeat Jiang Wenyue. However, after breaking through, Yi Xian was not afraid of Jiang Wenyue. Yes, you can try first. Even if you can't increase your strength, you can quickly comprehend the profound at the 5th and 8th levels. Duan Muyun nodded. The 5th level of the Sword God Pagoda was the Earth level. The Guardian was an Earth attribute peak Void God Realm King. Yi Xian could increase his strength if he fought against him. However, Yi Xian wanted to increase his strength the most. Father, is Mother doing well? Yi Xian suddenly asked. She has been in the Sword God Pagoda. She also has a heart demon, so she has not broken through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor. Yi Chong shook his head. Seeing Yi Chong's gloomy expression, Yi Xian was motivated. He had to rush up the Sword God Pagoda and defeat Jiang Wenyue to reunite Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan. Let's not talk about this for now. Can you refine the sword essence? Duan Muyun suddenly changed the topic. Not yet. Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't have enough devour crystals, so he couldn't refine the sword essence. Otherwise, he would have rushed up the sword god pagoda. After all, Duan Muyun said that if he refined the sword essence, he could kill and void God Realm Great Emperor even if he was only a grade 3 king. Then continue to work hard. Duan Muyun nodded. She didn't tell Yi Xian what the sword essence was. Father, Senior, I want to take a look at the sword god pagoda. Yi Xian suddenly stood up. It's north of the cave dwelling. Let me take you there. Yi Chong nodded. Since you want to go, let's go together. Duan Muyun also stood up. Immediately, the three of them flew toward the towering sword god pagoda under Duan Muyun's lead. The sword god pagoda was built by the first palace master of the sword god pagoda. Only those who are recognized by the sword god pagoda can fly up the pagoda. If anyone flies up without permission, they will be killed on the spot by the guards of the sword god pagoda, Duan Muyun explained while flying. Senior, are there many people in the sword god pagoda? Yi Xian asked with a frown. There are a total of 9 palaces in the sword god pagoda. I am the palace master of the 7-night palace. Situ Outyen is the disciple of the 6-sun palace master. Jiang Wenyue is the palace master of the 9th heaven palace. As for your mother, Jiang Xinyan, she is in the 4-moon palace. The sword god pagoda has been established for many years and there are many disciples in each palace. However, the sword god pagoda accepts these disciples but not their children. Their children have to rely on their strength to ascend the pagoda. Duan Muyun turned to look in another direction and said, there is a city of 10,000 swords over there. The relatives of the disciples of the sword god pagoda usually live there. I see. Yi Xian nodded. No wonder Jiang Wenyue wanted to accept his son as his disciple. It was because of this. However, the sword god pagoda had been established for so many years. If it was passed down from generation to generation, there would be more than 1,000 disciples. Soon, the three of them saw a huge pagoda. Yi Xian was shocked because he realized that the 2 guards were actually level 8 sovereigns. The sword god's palace was indeed extraordinary. Yi Chong was already a regular at the sword god's palace, so the 2 guards recognized him and nodded slightly at him. However, this was Yi Xian's first time here. He's going to challenge the tower today. Duan Muyun glanced at Yi Xian and said, the guardians of the first 9 levels of the sword god's pagoda are all illusions set up by the seniors. If you want to pass, you have to kill them. Understood. Yi Xian nodded. Since that was the case, he could go all out. The 2 guards were stunned, but Yi Xian had already entered the sword god's pagoda. From the outside, the sword god's pagoda was huge, but it was less than 10,000 meters in diameter. However, after Yi Xian entered, he couldn't see the end of it. So this is an illusion formation, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This illusion formation was very advanced. After all, a level 9 sovereign's domain was more than 90,000 meters. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The guardians of the first 9 levels of the sword god's pagoda were the same as the challenger. The one standing in front of Yi Xian was the guardian of gold. Kid, you can only pass if you kill me. The middle-aged man held a golden sword and said to Yi Xian indifferently. Excuse me. Although the person in front of him was just a person formed by the illusion formation, Yi Xian still said politely. In the next moment, the middle-aged man felt an extremely strong pressure. Bang! The pressure of the double space instantly caused the middle-aged man's body to explode. Blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs scattered all over the ground. The illusion formation is really good. It's so realistic. Yi Xian sighed. In the next moment, he saw a staircase leading to the 2nd level. Outside the sword god's pagoda. The lights on the 1st level had already lit up, which meant that Yi Xian had passed the 1st level. So fast. Xianer is actually so strong. Yi Chong was shocked. Even if he wanted to pass the 1st level, it wouldn't be so easy. It seems that his strength has exceeded my expectations. Yi Chong, stay here and watch. I'll go up and take a look. Duan Muyun was interested and flew into the clouds, preparing to watch from the sword god's pagoda. There were some pagoda mirrors in the sword god's pagoda, so they could see the images of the pagoda's pagoda. When Duan Muyun returned to the sword god palace, he immediately rushed over. However, when he arrived, he discovered that Yi Xian had already passed the second stage. So fast, at this moment, some disciples of the sword god's palace happened to pass by and noticed this scene. Past the second's pagoda's Xianxia's, another SSS in a SS pagoda in SE SSS demon S the S realm's pagoda S's realm. SES's pagoda. SYES's this Yi S pagoda. SSS1S, third stage, 1 second. Fourth S's. Fifths. Yi Xian was very fast. He soon reached the 7th level. 7 Knights Palace Master, is Yi Chong here again? Suddenly, an old voice drifted over. Duan Muyun turned around and saw an acquaintance. He greeted, Luyang Palace Master. The newcomer was Sidu Outyan's master, Luyang Sword God. Eh? It's not Yi Chong. Who's this kid? Luyang Sword God glanced at the pagoda mirror. In the next moment, he was stunned. He's insta-killed the 7th level. The combination of gravity space and wind space? Indeed, the older the wiser. Luyang Sword God, who was a Void God Realm Great Emperor, saw through Yi Xian's. At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered the 8th stage. Eh? That kid's. It seems to be the Wind Thunder Emperor's. The weapon in his hand is the Wind Dragon Slash. Luyang Sword God discovered another secret. After his reminder, Duan Muyun also felt that it was true. The Wind Thunder Emperor was their senior. 1,000 years ago, he was also the palace master of Sword God Palace. However, they heard that the Wind Thunder Emperor went to the chaotic astral ocean when his lifespan was nearing its end. I see. This kid has inherited the Wind Thunder Emperor's legacy. Duan Muyun immediately understood. As the two chatted, Yi Xian passed the 8th level and entered the 9th level. Good kid. What a high aptitude. I want this kid. Luyang Sword God's eyes lit up. However, Duan Muyun suddenly said, he's Yi Chong's son, Yi Xian. What? Luyang Sword God suspected that he had heard wrongly. Yi Chong's son's aptitude is so high? He was wondering if he should offend those people from Nine Heavens Palace for Yi Xian. However, he decided against it. Jiang Wenyue had just broken through to Void God Realm Great Emperor. He was not a threat. However, the Nine Heavens Sword God was very strong and domineering. Otherwise, with Yi Chong's aptitude, he would have entered Sword God Palace long ago. The reason why no one accepted him was because they did not want to offend the Nine Heavens Sword God. Luyang Sword God was very conflicted. Luyang Palace's strength was weaker. Hence, Luyang Sword God was eager to accept Yi Xian as his disciple. However, he was afraid of angering the Nine Heavens Sword God. At this moment, Yi Xian had already killed the gatekeeper of the 9th level and entered the 10th level. However, the gatekeeper of the 10th level was Jiang Wenyue. At this moment, he did not know that Yi Xian had already entered the 10th level. Since he's Yi Chong's son, I'm afraid he'll end up the same as Yi Chong if he goes up against Jiang Wenyue. It's a pity that Jiang Xinyan is grounded. She can't come out until she reaches Void God Realm Great Emperor. She can't even see her own son. Luyang Sword God sighed. When Yi Xian entered the 10th level, someone from Sword God Palace had already informed Jiang Wenyue. However, Jiang Wenyue did not know that the person entering the tower was Yi Xian. In Nine Heaven Palace. Nine Heaven Palace Master, someone has already entered the 10th level of the Sword God Pagoda. A middle-aged man who resembled Jiang Tianjin opened his eyes and snorted, is it Yi Chong again? Humph, after a few months of peace, he's overestimating himself again. In fact, he had been annoyed for a long time. He regretted not killing Yi Chong back then. Jiang Wenyue stood up and left Nine Heaven Palace. At this moment, Yi Xian was waiting on the 10th level. The first 9 levels were filled with opponents formed by the illusion array. He had directly used the dual space to crush the illusions. However, the one on the 10th level was his uncle, Jiang Wenyue. When Jiang Tianjin entered Sword God Palace, he was only a grade 4 king. Now, he should be at most grade 7 or 8. He is no longer a challenge to me. Yi Xian thought as he waited. Jiang Wenyue had defeated Yi Xian 1,000 times, so Yi Xian wanted to see what Jiang Wenyue was capable of. He waited for a while on the 10th floor. Soon after, the door opened and a middle-aged man walked in. The middle-aged man was Jiang Tianjin's father, Jiang Wenyue. However, he felt a strange sensation when he entered. He had guessed wrongly because the one who had reached the 10th floor was not Yi Chong. Who are you? Why do you have the Jiang family's bloodline? Jiang Wenyue squinted his eyes and asked. The Jiang family of the Weapon King Hall was powerful, but they were nothing in the Sword God Palace's territory. In his memory, he was the strongest expert in the Jiang family, followed by Jiang Xinyan, Jiang Tianjin, and the grade 6 king, Old Master Jiang. However, Yi Xian could reach the 10th floor and had the Jiang family's bloodline. He could not figure out who he was. I am Yi Xian. Yi Xian cupped his fists and smiled. Yi, Jiang Wenyue was very sensitive to the surname Yi. You are Yi Xian? Jiang Wenyue asked in shock. That's right. Yi Xian replied faintly. As expected, Jiang Wenyue was shocked. Previously, he'd heard the news from the Jiang family. After hearing it, he was also very surprised. After all, Yi Xian had tortured his second son once. In just a few months, Yi Xian had grown to such a level. Yi Chong's talent was not inferior to his. If Yi Chong had been nurtured by the Jiang family since young, he would have broken through to the empty god realm Great Emperor realm. However, Yi Chong's son, Yi Xian, was even more talented. Jiang Wenyue calculated and found that Yi Xian was 22 years old. A grade 9 king at 22 years old would definitely become an empty god realm Great Emperor in the future. What a father and son. Yi Chong has entered the tower thousands of times but has never succeeded. I thought he had given up in the past few months, but it seems that he has shown his trump card. Jiang Wenyue snorted. I will fulfill my father's wish, Empyrean Palace Master. Yi Xian said coldly. The man in front of him was his mother's older brother, who was also his uncle. However, the Jiang family did not acknowledge him, so he would not acknowledge this uncle. The two of them were now opponents. Do you think that you have the qualifications to pass just because you've become a 9th-rank king? Jiang Wenyue said disdainfully. My goal is to enter the Sword God Pagoda. Yi Xian replied in a cold tone. There were 2 ways to enter the Sword God Pagoda. The first was through the Sword God Pagoda. The second was that a certain palace lord had taken a liking to him and accepted him as a subordinate. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking that even if he couldn't beat Jiang Wenyue, he would definitely be chosen by one of the palace lords based on his aptitude. At that time, wouldn't he be able to enter the Sword God's palace? Ha ha ha, you're too naive. Do you think that a palace master would take a fancy to you? Jiang Wenyue suddenly laughed out loud. At this moment, there were only 5 palace lords in the Sword God's palace, including him and Duan Muyun. They were respectively Tai, 4th moon, 6th sun, 7th night, and 9th heaven. In the Sword God's palace, Tai Palace and 9th Heaven Palace were the strongest. Tai Palace did not care about worldly affairs, so 9th Heaven Palace was more or less in charge of the Sword God's palace. In addition, 9th Heaven Sword God was very strong, so no one dared to accept Yi Chong. Even if Yi Xian revealed his extraordinary aptitude, he still needed someone to accept him. 7th Night Palace Lord Duan Muyun was also an outsider, so she needed the approval of the other palace lords to accept a disciple. Most importantly, 4th Moon Palace and 9th Heaven Palace were on the same side, and 6th Sun Palace did not want to provoke 9th Heaven Palace. Therefore, Jiang Wenyue felt that Yi Xian's words were laughable. However, Yi Xian's words were just a passing remark. His real goal was to suppress Jiang Wenyue. You father and son, both of you overestimate yourselves. Come, let me see what you're capable of. Jiang Wenyue shouted angrily as he recalled the incident where his youngest son, Jiang Tiancheng, was brutally beaten up by Yi Xian. Then you better be careful. 9th Heaven Palace Lord, if you're not careful, you'll be killed by me. Yi Xian sneered and raised the Wind Dragon slash in his hand. Tempest Cloud slash, Xiao, the sound of air breaking rang out as the green slash approached Jiang Wenyue. Wind Thunder Great Emperor? Jiang Wenyue suddenly realized. In the next moment, the Tempest Cloud slash was destroyed by his Great Emperor intent. This attack was not Yi Xian's strongest attack. First of all, the Wind Dragon Slash had not been obtained for long, and the time it took to nurture it was not even 1/5 of the Bahuang sword. Secondly, although the Wind Blade Profound could increase his attack power, how could the Wind Blade Profound compare to the 64-layered Earth Pulse? Not bad, but you think you can defeat me with this? Jiang Wenyue mocked. Hee hee. Yi Xian grinned and kept the Wind Dragon Slash. In the next moment, he took out the Bahuang sword. Sword God Bahuang's weapon. Jiang Wenyue squinted his eyes. Sword God Bahuang was one of the palace masters of the Sword God Palace. However, he had fallen, leaving the Bahuang Palace empty. Until now, no one had broken through to the empty God realm. However, Jiang Wenyue had heard of Sword God Bahuang's name before. Sword God Bahuang was stronger than his master, second only to Sword God Tai. If Sword God Bahuang was still alive, Jiang Wenyue would not be able to defeat him even if he had 10 heads. However, the one holding the Bahuang sword was Yi Xian, so why should he be afraid? 36 overlapping shadows, 64-layered earth pulse. A brown sword chi attacked Jiang Wenyue again. Jiang Wenyue stared and the power of the sword chi was reduced by half. What? Jiang Wenyue was shocked. His thought was not enough to disperse the attack. How is this possible? Yi Xian smirked. What a joke. When he fought with Qin Huaizhong, his strength was a few times weaker than now. Why, it was because he had comprehended the light as heavy intent at the last moment. This was the triple profound of strength. In addition to his continuous improvement, the number of times he merged the earth pulse to the 36 overlapping shadows increased. Every time he merged the earth pulse, his attack power would increase exponentially. Currently, he had merged 18 times. Although Jiang Wenyue was an empty God Realm Emperor, he was only a rank 1 Emperor. In addition to his Sword God bloodline, he wanted to disperse Yi Xian's attack with a thought. No way. Haha, 9 Heavens Palace Master, your Emperor intent is not that great. Yi Xian suddenly laughed and started attacking crazily. Whether it was empty God Realm Kings or empty God Realm Emperors, they all relied on their intents. Yi Xian's intents had far surpassed those geniuses. Of the wind and earth attributes, the only one he had yet to fully comprehend was the throbbing pulse of the world. Although the Emperor intent was strong, a battle between emperors relied on their Emperor intent to merge into their attacks. Kid, don't be so arrogant. I'll show you what an empty God Realm Great Emperor is like. Jiang Wenyue roared as his figure flashed and swept towards Yi Xian. Like Jiang Tianjin, he was of the fire attribute and had strong attack power. Earth walking technique, for agility advancements, repulsive acceleration, and wind acceleration allowed Yi Xian's speed to surpass Jiang Wenyue's. Although Jiang Wenyue was an empty God Realm Great Emperor, it didn't mean that he had comprehended all the ultimates. He had only comprehended the inextinguishable flames and rising from the ashes, which was much weaker than Jiang Tianjin. His Great Emperor's will and inextinguishable flames couldn't even touch Yi Xian. In other words, he was a moving sandbag. 36 overlapping shadows. Earth pulse 64 layers. Great wind cloud slash. Yi Xian's hands continued to attack. Not only that, but he also used various ultimates. Although Jiang Wenyue was protected by the Great Emperor's will, these attacks were able to weaken his Great Emperor's will. On the other hand, Yi Xian's energy consumption was equal. The scene of the two's battle was reflected on the tower's mirror. The disciples of Sword God Palace were shocked. Liu Yang Sword God was also shocked. Even Duan Muyun was shocked to the point of speechlessness. A grade 9 king was actually fighting an empty God Realm Great Emperor. This was the first time they had seen it. That's right. This kid once obtained 2 Sword God bloodline seeds and refined one of them. This fitness bloodline seed can increase the power of one's sword skills by 50%. No wonder Jiang Wenyue couldn't instantly defeat his attack. Duan Muyun suddenly realized. However, Yi Xian's 36 instantaneous attacks were extremely powerful. When combined with the earth pulse, the power was extremely strong. More and more disciples gathered in front of the tower's mirror. There were dozens of disciples from all 9 palaces. When the disciples of 9 Heavens Palace saw that their palace master couldn't even deal with a grade 9 king, they were so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. Some of them had better aptitude than Jiang Wenyue, but Jiang Wenyue was favored by sword god Jiao Tian. What could they do? Duan Muyin watched for a while before he quickly left the sword god palace. He wanted to inform Yi Chong, who was anxiously waiting at the bottom of the sword god pagoda. 10th floor of the sword god pagoda. 9 Heavens Palace Master, are all the palace masters of sword god palace as weak as you? Yi Xian laughed. Fortunately, he had the sword god's pagoda. The battle inside the sword god's pagoda was on the ground. If it were in the air, he would not have the movement speed bonus from the 4 agility advancements. Without the 40% movement speed boost, he naturally couldn't dodge Jiang Wenyue's attacks and Emperor's Will. Bastard! Jiang Wenyue was fuming with anger. He was a void god stage great emperor, but he was actually tricked by Yi Xian, a level 9 king. How could he tolerate this? However, the Emperor's Will could not increase his speed. Yi Xian was too fast, and his Emperor's Will could not keep up. If he separated the Great Emperor's Will, the effect would be greatly reduced, and it would be useless. After all, Yi Xian still had the 64 layers of pulsating guard, which could be used to block the Emperor's Will. For a moment, Jiang Wenyue really couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. However, the gap between the two was constantly changing. Let's wear each other out. Although it's a little disgraceful, as long as we can win, it doesn't matter what method we use. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The sacred tree of life was a part of his strength. Moreover, Jiang Wenyue was a void god stage great emperor, and he was only a level 9 king. This was an unfair battle. In this world, the strong were respected. If this was a battle of life and death, Yi Xian would not hesitate to use sneak attacks, hidden weapons, or poison as long as he could win. In this world, many seniors would teach their juniors that it was not shameful to use unscrupulous methods, but it was shameful to die. Bastard, don't run if you have the guts. Jiang Wenyue's head was fuming with anger as he roared loudly. His voice was deafening, but Yi Xian was unmoved. He ran and attacked at the same time. His Xinqi consumption was equal to his Xinqi recovery. He was always at peak condition. As for Jiang Wenyue, his great emperor's will had to defend against Yi Xian's domain attacks, break through the 36 overlapping shadows, and try to intimidate Yi Xian from time to time. His great emperor's will was rapidly depleting. The two of them, one chasing, one running, circled around the 10th level. More than 10 minutes passed like this. Jiang Wenyue's expression darkened. Only a third of his great emperor's will was left. Not only that, but his Xinqi was also running low. Logically speaking, Yi Xian's Xinqi should have been depleted long ago. However, Yi Xian was still alive and kicking, as if only a few seconds had passed. Jiang Wenyue couldn't understand this. This kid is weird. He can't use up all his Xinqi. I can't do anything to him. What should I do? Jiang Wenyue pondered in his heart. He was a void god realm emperor. If he was defeated by Yi Xian, he might as well resign from the 9th Heavens Palace Master position. However, he couldn't think of anything even after thinking for more than 10 minutes. Now, he no longer attacked Yi Xian. Instead, he started to evade. His actions fell into the eyes of the Sword God Palace's disciples. The 9th Heavens Palace Master has given up on attacking. Is he admitting defeat? This is too terrifying. A Void God Realm Emperor actually jumped realms to challenge a Void God Realm Emperor. Is this kid the successor of the 8 Desolation Sword God? If he enters, will he become the 8 Desolation Palace Master? Just as these disciples were discussing, someone suddenly shouted, "Shut up." When this voice entered everyone's ears, they turned around in astonishment and found that the one who spoke was a young man. Not good, it's Jiang Tianjin. Everyone recognized this young man because they were jealous of Jiang Tianjin. A few days ago, Jiang Tianjin had been accepted by Jiang Wenyue into the 9th Heavens Palace and had gained the favor of the 9th Heavens Sword God. Subsequently, the 9th Heavens Sword God had bestowed Jiang Tianjin with an Emperor's Will. This Emperor's Will was left behind by a Void God Realm Emperor that the 9th Heavens Sword God had killed. Although the Emperor's Will would dissipate after the death of an Void God Realm Emperor, the 9th Heavens Sword God had a special method to capture it. This Emperor's Will was a 3rd stage Emperor's Will. With the 9th Heavens Sword God's help, Jiang Tianjin had already refined it. Currently, Jiang Tianjin was a third-stage emperor, stronger than Jiang Wenyue. It was said that Jiang Tianjin was applying for the position of the Eight Desolation Palace Master. Damn it, before I refined the emperor's will, I was only a seventh-stage emperor. How can he be a ninth-stage emperor? Jiang Tianjin was furious. Previously, Yi Xian was at his mercy. Today, although his cultivation realm had suppressed Yi Xian, his birth was countless times better than Yi Xian's. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel a little indignant. At the bottom of this book's cover, it says that this book was released on August 24th, and until today, December 1st, there are exactly 700 chapters. That's exactly 99 days. On average, Yuluo updates 7 chapters a day, which is 15,000 words. I'm not bragging, but Yuluo's speed has surpassed 99% of the books in my library. Among the hundreds of thousands of books in my library, my speed can be ranked in the top 100. Yuluo can't be the best, but she can do better than most people. I hope everyone can understand. Jiang Tianjin stared fixedly at the tower mirror on the 10th floor. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred in the battle that shocked everyone present. The 9th Heaven Palace Master, Jiang Wenyue, was struck by Yi Xian's sword and was sent flying. The entire crowd was shocked. At this moment, Duan Muyun had just returned and witnessed the scene. Great! Duan Muyun couldn't help but shout. His voice entered everyone's ears, including Jiang Tianjin's. Jiang Tianjin's face was gloomy as he watched in disbelief. Jiang Wenyue, an empty God Realm Emperor, was struck by Yi Xian, a 9th-grade king. How was this possible? Father's emperor's intent has been depleted. Jiang Tianjin immediately reacted. At this moment, he couldn't wait to rush in and kill Yi Xian. Jiang Wenyue was only 1 grade higher than Yi Xian, and his cultivation couldn't make up for the difference in ultimacy. However, Jiang Tianjin was a 3rd-grade great emperor, and he could easily kill Yi Xian. Unfortunately, the gatekeeper wasn't him, on the 10th floor of the Sword God Pagoda. 9th Heaven Palace Master, how did you become the Palace Master with your strength? Yi Xian grinned and slowly walked over. At this moment, Jiang Wenyue was restrained by Yi Xian's dual space. Without the Emperor's intent, his speed was only 30% of his peak. Damn it! Jiang Wenyue shouted. He had never thought that he would be defeated by a 9th-grade great emperor. TSK TSK TSK, 9th Heaven Palace Master, you're not strong enough. Why don't you give up your position and let me have a try? Yi Xian continued to mock. He wanted to take revenge for all these years. Some of this hatred was from Yi Chong, while some was from himself. Yi Chong had been beaten by Jiang Wenyue, and he had been beaten by Jiang Tianjin. Today, he had beaten Jiang Tianjin's father. It was really satisfying. Swish! A wind blade cut open Jiang Wenyue's arm, followed by an earth spike that pierced his thigh. At this moment, Yi Xian felt that his soul was about to be refined. What a pity. Yi Xian shook his head. He regretted that Yi Chong couldn't see this scene. Kill me if you have the guts. Jiang Wenyue gritted his teeth and growled. It would have been fine if the battle in the Sword God Pagoda was sealed off, but he knew that this battle had already been reflected on the pagoda mirror. He had already lost all his face. Kill you? No, 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 I wouldn't dare. Yi Xian smiled evilly and shook his head. Another crisp sound rang out. This time, he was going to treat Jiang Wenyue like how he treated Jiang Tiancheng. Rip. 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 The earth spikes pierced into Jiang Wenyue's body, and he couldn't help but roar in pain. Bastard, go to hell. Suddenly, Jiang Wenyue shouted. In the next moment, Yi Xian felt a powerful energy coming down on him from above. Jiang Wenyue had actually held back, but, how could the scheming Yi Xian not have a backup plan? Boom! The 64 layers of pulsating guard blocked the majority of the great emperor's will, but Yi Xian was still heavily injured by Jiang Wenyue. Pfft! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, but his injuries quickly healed. Empyrean Palace Master, do you still have a trump card? Yi Xian wiped the blood off and said slowly. The reason why he didn't dodge was to make one thing clear. Even if Jiang Wenyue launched a sneak attack, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Jiang Tianjin, are you watching? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and said. However, just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Boom! Suddenly, a large door opened near the two of them. The 10th floor was cleared. What a pity. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the other palace masters of the Sword God Pagoda had judged his victory. Immediately, he removed the dual space and passed through the large door. What entered his eyes were some gorgeous buildings, and there were already quite a few people standing in front of him. Yi Xian, you did it. Duanmu Yun walked over quickly with a look of surprise. Senior Duanmu. Yi Xian greeted respectfully. Good, that's great. I didn't expect you to succeed on your first try. You're only a level 9 challenger, but you defeated Jiang Wenyue. That's great. Duanmu Yun praised repeatedly. He wanted Yi Xian to try the first 9 floors first, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to clear the first 9 floors in less than a second. In the end, he even defeated Jiang Wenyue, who was an empty God Realm Great Emperor. Senior, I'm now. Yi Xian glanced at the group of Sword God Pagoda disciples behind Duanmu Yun. Don't worry. You're the first genius to clear the Sword God Pagoda in decades. Soon, all the palace masters of the Sword God Pagoda will gather here, Duanmu Yun replied with a smile. How many palace masters are there in the Sword God Pagoda? Yi Xian asked curiously. Duanmu Yun answered without thinking, there are only 6 palace masters now. They are Tai, Wushuang, Siyu, Lu Yang, Qi Yi, and Jiutian. San Yuan, Wuxiang, and Ba Huang have all fallen. Only 6, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, he understood that there were definitely more than just these few Void God Realm Emperors in the Sword God Palace. For example, even though the old 9th Heaven Sword God had abdicated, he was only living in seclusion. Duanmu Yun glanced at Yi Xian and said, however, there aren't many Void God Realm Great Emperors in the Sword God Pagoda. Most of them have left for the main continent. The main continent? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was currently in the eastern continent, but he heard that the other regions of the Blood Rock continent seemed to have merged into the main continent. This news came from the Sword God Pagoda. Therefore, the people of the Sword God Pagoda naturally went to the main continent, and their route to the main continent should be through the chaotic astral ocean. After all, they had an agreement with old immortal Tianju. Void God Realm Great Emperors weren't allowed to enter the vast wilderness. The Sword God Pagoda also has a stronghold in the main continent, but the main continent is much stronger than the eastern continent. Our eastern continent has been isolated from the vast wilderness for so many years, and we are already derailed. The difference in strength is too great. As for why the people from the main continent can't come over, it should be because of old immortal Tianju. Duanmu Yun nodded. At this moment, a figure suddenly swept over. Palace Master Chia, this kid is really heaven-defying. Do you want him? If not, give him to me. Lu Yang Sword God smiled as he moved to Yi Xian's side. Earlier, he was still hesitating if he should take the risk of angering Jiutian Sword God by accepting Yi Xian. Now, he had already made his decision, accept. Palace Master Lu Yang, don't be anxious. Duanmu Yun said with a smile. How can I not be anxious? He is only a level 9 king, but he defeated the Emptiness God Realm Great Emperor Jiutian Sword God. If he breaks through to the Empty God Realm, he will definitely be able to challenge those of a higher rank. Lu Yang Sword God looked excited. The 6 Yang Sword God had lived for a few decades and had seen people with dual attributes. However, this was the first time he had seen a genius who had comprehended both gravity space and wind space at the same time. When these two spaces were combined, they were invincible. If they were combined with the Great Emperor's will, they would be even more powerful. Just as the 6 Yang Sword God's voice sounded, Jiang Wenyue slowly walked out. Jiang Tianjin quickly rushed over and glared fiercely at Yi Xian. Hey, this guy is here too? Yi Xian did not pay much attention to Jiang Tianjin earlier. Who would have thought that his enemy, Jiang Tianjin, would be here too? It seemed that he'd also seen the scene of his father being ravaged by Yi Xian. Awesome. Trash, I hate that I didn't burn you to ashes back then. Jiang Tianjin gritted his teeth and said. What a pity. Yi Xian grinned. Even Jiang Wenyue couldn't do anything to him. What could Jiang Tianjin do? however, he did not know that Jiang Tianjin had already refined the Third Order Great Emperor's will. He was much stronger than Jiang Wenyue. When Duan Muyun saw Jiang Tianjin, he raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Yi Xian, I want to tell you something." Jiang Tianjin previously obtained the will of the Great Emperor bestowed by the Ninth Heaven Sword God and has already broken through to the third stage of the Great Emperor. He's even stronger than me. What? This news was too bad for Yi Xian. Yi Xian thought that Jiang Tianjin was still a Void God Realm king. That way, he could easily send him flying. Who would have thought that Jiang Tianjin was already a Third Order Great Emperor? Refining the Great Emperor's will seems to be weaker than condensing it yourself? Yi Xian replied softly. That's right, but it's still stronger than a Second Order Great Emperor. Duan Muyun nodded. Yi Xian did not take it to heart. He thought to himself, "TSK, wait until I become an emperor. I'll be able to crush you anytime I want." Refining the Great Emperor's will was much weaker than condensing it himself. As long as he broke through, he would definitely be able to send Jiang Tianjin flying. Right at this time, another figure appeared. It was an old woman with a walking stick in her hand. Fourth Moon Palace Lord. Duan Muyun nodded slightly in greeting. The Four-Moon Sword God glanced at him before his gaze finally landed on Jiang Wenyue, who was covered in blood. He said, "Nine Heavens Palace Master, you actually lost to a 9th grade king tier?" Just now, Duan Muyun had sent someone to inform her, so she already knew about this matter. At this moment, Jiang Wenyue wished he could find a hole to hide in. He was so ashamed that he couldn't speak. Yi Xian's gaze also landed on the April Moon Palace Master, because the April Moon Palace Master was the master of his mother, Jiang Xinyan. "Ha ha ha, for Moon's Palace Master, would you believe me if I said that this brat is Jiang Xinyan's son?" Lu Yang Sword God laughed. "What? Son?" The Four-Moon Sword God was stunned. Among her disciples, Jiang Xinyan had the highest aptitude. She had already begun to condense the will of a great emperor. Who would have thought that Yi Xian was actually Jiang Xinyan's son? That's right. Yi Xian is Jiang Xinyan and Yi Chang's son. Duan Muyun nodded. This time, the Four-Moon Sword God believed it. However, she didn't say anything else. Instead, she carefully sized up Yi Xian with her old eyes. Now, there were already 4 palace masters in the Sword God Palace. Only Tai Sword God was left. Whoosh! Another figure flew over. However, this time, it wasn't Tai Sword God. It was his son, Wu Shang. Huh? You look like Wu Shang. Lu Yang Sword God looked at him in surprise. I obtained a bit of the Fountain of Youth a while ago. Wu Shang answered honestly. He originally looked like a middle-aged man, but now he looked like he was in his 30s. Lu Yang Sword God said enviously, Fountain of Youth. I'm so envious. I've already forgotten what I looked like when I was young. Not only that, but even the Four-Moon Sword God was the same. Which woman didn't want to stay young forever? However, this wasn't the time to talk about this. Father is in seclusion, so he can't come personally. Wu Shang said. Tai Sword God was the strongest person in the Sword God Palace. He was in seclusion all year round. Even his son, Wu Shang, only saw him a few times in a year. At most, he would listen to his voice. No one had any objections to Wu Shang taking over. Alright, Yi Xian has passed the test and is qualified to join the Sword God Palace. I wonder which palace master wants to take him as a disciple. Wu Shang finished speaking and looked around. I want him. Lu Yang Sword God immediately said. Although Yi Xian defeated Jiang Wenyue, Lu Yang Sword God wasn't weak either. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Jiang Wenyue. He was more than enough to teach Yi Xian. As for Duan Muyun, after fusing with the Sword God's bloodline, he felt that he was only slightly stronger than Jiang Wenyue. Therefore, he felt that he wasn't qualified to be Yi Xian's master. Palace Master Lu Yang, are you sure? Four-Moon Sword God asked with a frown. Palace Master Lu Yang, don't use your old flame to pressure me. I want this brat. Lu Yang Sword God said with a firm expression. Yi Xian was stunned. He guessed that the Palace Master Lu Yang Sword God's old flame was the Empyrean Palace Master. He looked around and found that everyone was calm. It seemed that this wasn't a secret. Indeed, Jiang Xinyan could become the Four-Moon Sword God's disciple because he and Jiang Wenyue's master were husband and wife. How dare you? Four-Moon Sword God snorted coldly. Yi Xian was extremely grateful to the Six-Yang Sword God. Although this was the first time he'd seen the Six-Yang Sword God, he felt as if they were old friends. Based on his intuition, this old man was definitely a good person. Anyone else? Wu Shang looked at Duan Muyun and the others. Four-Moon Sword God also had his eyes on Yi Xian. However, he had heard about the Jiang family. If he accepted Yi Xian, it would be troublesome. Duan Muyun wasn't qualified, and it was even more impossible for Jiang Wenyue to be defeated by Yi Xian. The Sword God Palace disciples present all understood that Yi Xian was going to become Liu Yang Sword God's disciple. Being in the Sword God Palace didn't mean that they were all personal disciples of the Palace Master. Most of them were just in-name disciples. However, with Yi Xian's talent, he was definitely going to be a personal disciple. However, just as Liu Yang Sword God was waiting for Wu Shang to announce, Wu Shang suddenly said, "Palace Master Liu Yang, my apologies. After my father found out about this, he also wanted to accept a disciple." When the surrounding people heard this, they were shocked. Didn't the Tai Palace Master never accept personal disciples? Even the in-name disciples were taught by Wu Shang and the others. However, this wasn't surprising. A genius like Yi Xian was rare. Although someone had passed the Sword God Pagoda a few decades ago, the guardian of the 10th level was only a level 9 king. The Tai Palace Master accepting a disciple was unexpected, but within reason. Wu Shang, you can't do this. Liu Yang Sword God wanted to cry but had no tears. Sorry, this is my father's idea, Wu Shang said honestly. Sigh, let's leave the choice to this kid. Even if the opponent is the Tai Palace Master, I can't give up. Liu Yang's gaze fell on Yi Xian. Everyone's gaze also fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian had already passed the Sword God Pagoda and was qualified to choose between Tai Palace and Liu Yang Palace. However, he wasn't sure because he knew too little about the Sword God Pagoda. He turned to Duan Muyun, hoping for her opinion. Duan Muyun was startled and suddenly thought, Wu Shang, Yi Xian has obtained the inheritance of 8 Desolation Sword God. Now that he has passed the Sword God Pagoda, why don't he join 8 Desolation Palace? 8 Desolation Palace currently has no palace master. Wu Shang also paused when he heard this suggestion. Both Tai Sword God and Liu Yang Sword God had the intention to accept disciples, but Yi Xian could also choose Sanyuan Palace, Wuxiang Palace, or 8 Desolation Palace. Indeed, I'm only representing my father. I respect Yi Xian's choice. Wu Shang nodded. Yi Xian was slightly surprised when he heard this. Yi Chong obtained the inheritance of 8 Desolation Great Emperor, but left the most important 8 Desolation sword to him. It would be better if he became the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. No. But right at this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to look and found that the person who spoke was Jiang Tianjin. Jiang Tianjin also had his eyes on the position of 8 Desolation Palace Master, but he was still a member of 9 Heavens Palace. If Yi Xian joined 8 Desolation Palace, he would be at a disadvantage. Jiang Tianjin, what do you think? Wu Shang asked. Jiang Tianjin was at a loss for words. He really didn't have any reason to stop Yi Xian from joining 8 Desolation Palace. However, if Yi Xian joined Tai Palace, then there would be many uncertain factors in the future. It would be even more difficult to deal with than Yi Xian joining 8 Desolation Palace. Therefore, Jiang Tianjin retreated. Wu Shang looked at him and said, Jiang Tianjin, I know you are applying to be the 8 Desolation Palace's palace master, but you are still a member of 9 Heavens Palace. However, the positions of 3 Yuan, 5 Xiang, and 8 Huang Palace Master have been vacant for many years. How about this, after a period of time, we will begin to fight for the positions of these 3 Palace Master. What? Everyone present was stunned. Fighting for the positions of 3 Palace Masters at once, in fact, many people had suggested this before, but they were all rejected by the Tai Sword deity. But now, they were competing for 3 Palace Lords at once. Were there so many candidates? Jiang Tianjin was a strong candidate. If Yi Xian could break through to the Void God realm, he would be very powerful too. However, other than the two of them, there was no one else who could take out the position. Could it be that another Void God Realm King's disciple would take up the position? Wushang was stronger than Jiang Tianjin, but he refused the position of Palace Lord. The reason why Duan Muyun and Jiang Wenyue could become Palace Lords was because of their master. As for the 4 Moon Sword Deity and 6 Sun Sword Deity, they were also prepared to give up their positions. However, it was not up to these Void God Realm Kings to fight for the position. After all, the 6 Sun Sword Deity and 7 Night Sword Deity also had sons, but they were not in the Eastern continent. Hearing this, Jiang Tianjin's eyes lit up. In fact, he still had 2 choices, the 3 Yuan and 5 Xiang, but he was going to fight for the 8 Huang Palace. As for why, it was needless to say. Humph, the position of 8 Huang Palace Master is mine. Yi Xian glanced at Jiang Tianjin and snorted coldly in his heart. At this time, Wushang reminded, Yi Xian, if you join our Tai Palace, you can also fight for the position of Palace Master. Jiang Tianjin's face fell, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. If Yi Xian joined the 8 Huang Palace, he would not be afraid of anyone. After all, the Tai Sword Deity was the leader of the Sword God Palace, and his strength was much stronger than the 9 Heavens Sword Deity. All right. Yi Xian didn't even think as he directly agreed. He thought that he could only fight for the position of Palace Master by joining the 8 Huang Palace. He did not expect that he could also fight for the position of Palace Master from other palaces. When Jiang Tianjin and Jiang Wenyue heard Yi Xian's reply, they looked at each other. Things were going to be troublesome. However, at this moment. Huff, huff. The entire Sword God Palace was suddenly covered by a strange energy, and a strong wind blew. Wushang, 6 Yang Sword Deity, 4 Moon Sword Deity, Duan Muyun, Jiang Wenyue, Jiang Tianjin, and the others' faces changed. The Emperor's intent is condensing. Someone has broken through to the Void God Realm. 6 Yang Sword Deity exclaimed. The disciples present were shocked. Who broke through to the Void God Realm? It's in that direction, let's go. Wushang and the others immediately turned and left, and Yi Xian quickly followed behind. Who would have thought that such a joyous occasion would happen? Yi Xian had just passed the Sword God Pagoda and joined the Tai Palace. Now, someone had broken through to the Void God Realm. Wushang led the group in that direction. After flying for a while, they finally confirmed that they were at a place. 4 Moon Palace, someone has broken through in the 4 Moon Palace. 6 Yang Sword Deity raised his eyebrows. Yi Xian's heart trembled. His mother, Jiang Xinyan, seemed to be in the 4 Moon Palace. The group quickly landed in the 4 Moon Palace and rushed in. Along the way, there were also some female disciples of the 4 Moon Palace rushing in. In the end, they all gathered in front of a small palace. This is Xinyan's residence. 4 Moon Palace recognized it at a glance. After all, Jiang Xinyan was her proudest disciple. However, the others did not know who was living in the palace. At this moment, the Emperor's intent had finished condensing. So strong. She has just broken through, but she has already condensed so much Emperor's intent. Could it be Jiang Xinyan? 6 Yang Sword Deity said. Hearing this, Jiang Wenyue was shocked. Jiang Xinyan was his biological sister. Of course, Yi Xian was the most shocked. He did not expect that the one who had broken through this time was his biological mother. This was not the main point. The main point was that he might be able to see his biological mother soon. Rumble, suddenly, the door of the small palace cracked open, and a beautiful woman in blue clothes walked out from it. Master? The lady was stunned when she saw so many people gathered in front of her residence. Xinyan, you have broken through? The 4 Moon Palace Master asked anxiously. Jiang Xinyan nodded solemnly and said, Master, I have broken through to the Void God Realm. Can I leave the 4 Moon Palace now? The 4 Moon Palace Master paused. Previously, she had restricted Jiang Xinyan's movements. However, Jiang Xinyan still found out about Yi Chong, causing her to have a heart demon. She did not expect Jiang Xinyan to break through her heart demon and become a Void God Realm Great Emperor. Ha ha ha, Jiang Xinyan, come here. Let me introduce you to someone. I'm sure you'll want to meet him. Jiang Xinyan turned around and saw her brother Jiang Wenyue and Jiang Tianjin. However, the six-sun sword god wasn't referring to them. He was referring to a young man. When Xianxia saw the young man's face clearly, her body trembled violently. This young man was Yi Xian. Even if Jiang Wenyue didn't rely on his bloodline to recognize Yi Xian, Xianxia, as Yi Xian's birth mother, had a bloodline connection with him. Thus, Xianxia also recognized him. Xianxia was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Yi Xian hurried forward and said, "Yi Xian greets mother." Although she had guessed it, Xianxia couldn't help but cry when she heard Yi Xian's words. She quickly walked forward and caressed Yi Xian's determined face. When Xianxia's hand touched Yi Xian's skin, their bloodline connection was activated to the maximum. "Child, you've worked hard all these years," Xianxia said with a loving expression. When Yi Xian was still an infant, Yi Chong brought him back to the Yi family. He had never seen Xianxia. When he was a few years old, Yi Chong left the Yi family and went to the Blood Cliff continent. Yi Xian could almost be considered an orphan. However, today, the mother and son were finally reunited. "Mother, father is below the Sword God Pagoda." Yi Xian calmed down and said slowly. "All right, let's go." Xianxia grabbed Yi Xian's hand and left the Four Moon Palace. This time, the Four Moon Sword God couldn't stop them. After all, Xianxia had broken through to the Void God realm. Damn it! Jiang Wenyue cursed in his heart. He could only watch as Yi Xian and Xianxia left. TSK, I'll go take a look too." The six-sun sword god chuckled and chased after them. Duan Muyun also followed. The four of them quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, below the sword god pagoda, Yi Xian passed? Yi Chong looked at the crystal on the 10th floor of the sword god pagoda and was stunned. He stood there stupefied. Not only that, but the two guards of the Sword God Pagoda were also stunned. They'd guarded the Sword God Pagoda for so many years, yet this was the first time they'd seen someone pass through the Sword God Pagoda. Could it be that there was a problem with the pagoda? At this time, the three people who looked up suddenly saw several figures descending rapidly. Yi Xian, and Xinyan? When Yi Chong saw who it was, Yi was stunned. Why had he attacked the Sword God Pagoda 1,000 times? Wasn't it because he wanted to see Xinyan? Jiang Xinyan threw herself into Yi Chong's arms. After more than 20 years, they finally met again. This too, Yi Tutu's to be. Yan be it BC. Xian. This was the first time Yi Xian had seen a man who attacked the Sword God Pagoda 1,000 times in order to see his wife. Every time he was heavily injured, he wouldn't give up. "Haha, great, this is great. I've lived for so many years. My state of mind is incomparable to that of an ordinary person. But why do I feel like crying?" The six-sun sword god wiped the corners of his eyes. Duan Muyun also smiled and said to Yi Xian, "Your parents will be proud of you." Family reunion. One of Yi Xian's wishes had been fulfilled. Not only that, but Yi Chong's inner demon was also instantly eliminated. At that moment, a strange energy suddenly condensed in the surroundings. The six-sun sword god and Duan Muyun looked at each other. The former exclaimed, "The great emperor's intent is condensing." "Yi Chong, you broke through?" After the six-sun sword god's reminder, Yi Chong suddenly realized that his body's environment had changed greatly due to his excitement. The shackles that had blocked him for so many years had disappeared. Void God Realm Great Emperor. Quick, concentrate on condensing the Great Emperor's intent. Duan Muyun also hurriedly said. After breaking through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor, one could condense the Great Emperor's intent. This was a crucial moment. When Jiang Xinyan broke through, the amount of Great Emperor's intent that she condensed was much more than ordinary Great Emperors. It was much more than when Duan Muyun and Jiang Wenyue broke through. Yi Chong's aptitude was not weak either. This was a good opportunity to consolidate his cultivation. "The three of us will protect you." The six-sun sword god stood aside and Jiang Xinyan also retreated. At that moment, there were a total of 3 Void God Realm Great Emperors here. Although they could not help much, it was better than Yi Chong condensing the Great Emperor's intent alone. Yi Xian had also retreated. He did not dare to make any noise for fear of affecting Yi Chong. With the help of 3 Void God Realm Great Emperors, Yi Chong's cultivation level continued to rise. He condensed it so quickly. It's much faster than me in the past. The six-sun sword god was very shocked. He felt that Yicheng might be higher than Xianxia this time. Whoosh whoosh, the wind howled, and only the sound of sand and stones could be heard. At the same time, Wu Shang and the others also stood in the air and watched. With a thought, Yicheng became a great emperor. Yicheng's aptitude was not any weaker than them. Amazing. He might be able to break through to the second stage of the great emperor realm. Wu Shang said softly. What? Behind him, Jiang Wenyue, Jiang Tianjin, and the others were shocked. A grade 9 king directly broke through to the second stage of the great emperor realm. Jiang Wenyue and his son did not feel good. One of them had the guidance of an expert, while the other had directly refined the third stage of the great emperor realm. If they were compared to Yicheng, they were not worth mentioning. At that moment, Yicheng's great emperor's intent had already surpassed the average void god realm great emperor realm, and it was still rising. Finally, after a minute, the wind stopped. Second stage of the great emperor realm. The six-sun sword god exclaimed. Yicheng actually broke through from grade 9 king to the second stage of the great emperor realm. This was something that had never happened in 1,000 years. Yicheng opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body. His great emperor's intent was very strong. It had surpassed Jiang Xinyan, Jiang Wenyue, and Duan Muyun. He was indeed at the standard of a second-stage great emperor realm. Congratulations, father. Yi Xian hurriedly went up to him. Congratulations, congratulations. The six-sun sword god said happily. In his heart, he was amazed by this pair of father and son. Although Yi Xian had joined the Tai Palace, he had already built a good relationship with Yi Xian and his son. In the future, Yi Xian and his son's achievements would not be lower than his. This was a good thing. Many thanks for senior's help. Yicheng hurriedly cupped his fists. Jiang Xinyan and Duan Muyun were only at the first stage of the Great Emperor realm. The reason why he could break through to the second stage of the Great Emperor realm was mainly because of the six-sun sword god. Haha, you're too polite. The six-sun sword god smiled and waved his hand. Yi Xian was able to defeat the Void God Realm Great Emperor Jiang Wenyue as a grade 9 king. His father, Yi Cheng, had broken through to the second stage of the Great Emperor realm. Now, it was better to build a good relationship with them. At that moment, Wu Shang and the others landed as well. Wu Shang's gaze fell on Yi Cheng as he said, Yi Cheng, I hereby invite you to join Sword God's palace. You can choose from Tai, Trinity, 5 Xiangs, or 8 Desolation. Wu Shang's words shocked everyone present. Trinity, 5 Xiangs, and 8 Desolation were currently without a palace master. If Yi Cheng were to join them, he would be able to secure the position of palace master. Wu Shang, Jiang Wenyue quickly spoke. He was only able to become the palace master because of a good master, so he felt that it was unfair. However, Yi Cheng immediately interrupted, I choose 8 Desolation. The reason why he was able to rise was because of the inheritance of 8 Desolation Sword God. Hence, he naturally had to choose 8 Desolation Palace. There was no doubt about it. Alright, from now on, you'll be the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. Wu Shang said directly. Boom, everyone present was shocked. Yi Cheng had just joined Sword God's palace and he was immediately appointed as the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. He was on equal footing with Jiang Wenyue. It was the first time in 100 years that this had happened. Wu Shang, this is against the rules. 4 Moon Sword God stood out. The appointment of a palace master must be convincing and more than half of the palace masters must agree. Alright, I'll represent my father. We'll decide on the spot. Wu Shang nodded. However, the result was the same. Wu Shang represented Tai Palace, Duan Muyun represented Xia Palace, and Lu Yang Sword God represented Lu Yang Palace. If the 3 of them agreed, it would be more than half of the palace masters. The palace masters of Trinity, 5 Xiangs, and 8 Desolation Palace had fallen. Only Unparalleled Palace was left. However, the Unparalleled Palace Master was not present. I agree. Lu Yang Sword God immediately said. I agree too. Duan Muyun followed. As long as Wu Shang agreed, Yi Cheng would be the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. However, before Wushang could speak, For Moon's sword god snorted coldly, "Forget it. Xinyan, you'll be the palace master of Four Moons Palace from now on." Wushang was the one who invited Yicheng to join Sword God's palace master. He was the one who suggested that Yicheng be the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. How could he disagree? Wushang Xinyan's a sword god. In this way, Yicheng had 4 votes and was firmly seated in the position of 8 Desolation Palace master. If Yicheng hadn't broken through yet, she could have helped, but now that both Yixian and Jiang Xinyan had broken through, she didn't want to get involved in this mess. The conflict between the Jiang and Yi families should be left to their own devices. "Thank you, master." Jiang Xinyan hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Jiang Wenyue, who was covered in blood, had already stabilized his injuries and changed into a new set of clothes. After seeing this scene, he could only sigh and say, "Congratulations, little sister." He didn't want to get involved anymore, so he turned around and left. "Thank you, big brother." Jiang Xinyan thanked him again. As for Jiang Tianjin, he glared fiercely at Yi Xian before leaving with Jiang Wenyue. The matter had finally come to an end. "Ha ha ha, Yi Cheng, congratulations. Your family is about to occupy the Sword God's palace," Sword God Luyang said with a smile. Jiang Xinyan was now the palace master of 4 Moon Palace while Yi Cheng was the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. Duan Muyun and Sword God Luyang of 7 Night Palace were on good terms with their family. Not only that, but Yi Xian had also become a disciple of Tai Palace. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight for the position of palace master in the future. Therefore, almost all the members of Sword God's palace were related to their family. It was amazing. "Come, let's go to my cave abode," Duan Muyun said with a smile when she saw that the matter had come to an end. Today was a great day. Yi Xian first reunited with his father, then he saw his mother. Finally, his family was reunited. In addition, Jiang Xinyan and Yi Cheng had also broken through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor Realm. The latter had even jumped 2 levels. It was great news. Their family chatted for the whole day, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. However, on the second day, someone came to visit Duan Muyun's cave abode. It was Wu Shan. "Yi Xian, you have joined Tai Palace. I will accept you as my disciple on behalf of my master. In a few days, we will leave for the main continent. Do you want to stay in Sword God's palace or come with us?" Wu Shang asked directly after seeing Yi Xian. "Go to the main continent?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was now stuck at level 9 challenger. Although he could ask his parents for something to break through, he still felt that it was better to do it himself. Now that the monsters of the Desolation Wilderness are restricted by Old Immortal Tianju, we can directly cross the Desolation Wilderness and reach the main continent. "I think that is your stage," Wu Shang continued. "Okay." Yi Xian nodded without thinking. Whether it was the Eastern Continent or the chaotic Astral Ocean, there was no place for him. The levels here were too low. His cultivation was different from others. The possibility of him leveling up was too small. In that case, let's meet at the Sword God Pagoda tomorrow morning. Also, Jiang Tianjin will be in the team this time. Wu Shang left after saying that. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Now that Jiang Wenyue was no longer a threat to him, Jiang Tianjin was already a 3rd-stage Great Emperor. Although he had refined other Great Emperor's will, he was still stronger than a 2nd-stage Great Emperor. If he wanted to fight against Jiang Tianjin, he would have to at least break through to the Void God realm. "Xian that Jiang Tianjin has a strange personality. You have to be careful this time," Jiang Xinyan reminded. "I will." Yi Xian nodded. He knew that Jiang Tianjin had 2 personalities. One was cold and the other was evil. The one that he had seen recently was the cold one. The evil one that liked to torture people had never appeared before. This time, he would be heading to the main continent with Wu Shang. There might be danger on the way, so he had to be careful of Jiang Tianjin, even though Jiang Tianjin was his cousin. Soon, it was time. Yi Xian left Duan Muyun's cave dwelling and headed to the Sword God Pagoda. At this time, many people had already gathered at the Sword God Pagoda. They were not weak. Almost all of them were level 8 kings. Some were even level 9 kings. Wu Shang, Jiang Tianjin. Yi Xian saw the two of them at first glance. Yi Xian knew that Wu Shang was a third-stage great emperor. However, he was much stronger than Jiang Tianjin. After all, Wu Shang had cultivated on his own. On the other hand, Jiang Tianjin had refined the great emperor's will to break through to the third-stage great emperor realm. Yi Xian, I will lead the team this time. Listen to my orders. Wu Shang said to Yi Xian. Yes, senior brother Wu Shang. Yi Xian nodded. Ever since Yi Xian arrived, Jiang Tianjin had revealed an evil smile. It seemed that Jiang Tianjin was being controlled by his evil personality. Compared to his cold personality, Jiang Tianjin's evil personality was more terrifying. Don't be anxious. Wait until I break through to the Void God realm. I will torture you until you call me father. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. Alright, everyone is here. Let's set off early. Wu Shang glanced at Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin before leaping into the air. There were 10 disciples from Sword God Palace who were between 25 and 35 years old accompanying the three of them to the main continent. In the eastern continent, they couldn't get any good experience and could only cultivate in seclusion. On the main continent, there were many Void God Realm great emperors and even supremes. That was the real stage. Wu Shang flew to the west and the others followed him. When the eastern continent was isolated from the world, the layout of the Blood Cliff continent had changed. There is a death desert behind the great wilderness. We have to cross this death desert to reach the Sunflame Holy Court. Wu Shang explained as he flew. Senior brother Wu Shang, is the Sunflame Holy Court strong? A 9th grade king asked. Strong. Those who can be called sacred dynasties all have supreme experts. Wu Shang nodded and said, when the great wilderness was blocked, we flew all the way from the chaotic astral ocean. However, we met the Sunflame Holy Court first, so we established a small force in the Sunflame Holy Court. Palace Master Wu Shuang and the old Palace Masters are in charge. Supremes, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Supremes were the realms after the Void God Realm Great Emperor. It was said that old immortal Tianju was also a Supremes. Do Supremes also use ultimacy and Great Emperor intent? Someone asked. Wu Shang shook his head and said, no, to become a Supremes, one has to seal the Great Emperor intent and form the Supreme's golden body. The Supreme's golden body is hard to hurt. Even 109th grade Great Emperors can't hurt it. So strong? Everyone was shocked. Yi Xian was the same. Hundreds of 9th grade Great Emperors couldn't hurt the Supreme's golden body. What kind of attack would it take? Senior brother Wu Shang, how do Supremes fight? The Void God Realm relies on the profound meaning. Once you reach the Sovereign Realm, you have to cultivate all kinds of intents, such as sword intents, blade intents, and so on. Only an attack that incorporates the sword intents can hurt the sovereign golden body. After Wu Shang finished speaking, he glanced at Yi Xian from the corner of his eye and said, a senior of my Sword God Palace comprehended sword intent when he was at the Nihility God Realm. Although it was only an incomplete sword intent, it still increased his strength by more than 10 times. In the end, he died because of his old injuries. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian paused. He noticed Wu Shang's gaze. Could it be that Wu Shang is talking about Sword God Bahuang? The sword intent seed in my devour space was left behind by Sword God Bahuang? Yi Xian was shocked. A Void God Realm Great Emperor comprehended sword intent, this was enough to be proud of. However, not many people knew about this secret. However, Yi Xian was shocked just now. Coupled with his strange expression, Jiang Tianjin peeked at him. Senior brother Wu Shang, who is that senior? Jiang Tianjin asked curiously. You don't need to know. Wu Shang turned around and said, Yi Xian, you have the gravity space and the wind space. Help us speed up. Yi Xian was pulled back to reality by this sentence. He nodded and said, okay. In the next moment, the 12 of them felt 2 forces pushing them forward. However, only Jiang Tianjin did not. Tsk tisk. Jiang Tianjin laughed strangely in his heart. He did not care. His speed was not slower than Yi Xian. The latter's speed was only for the Sword God Palace disciples. Soon, the 13-man team crossed the great desolate plains. Void God Realm Great Emperors were not allowed to enter the great wilderness. However, they could now, so they soon arrived at the Desert of Death. Looking at the boundless desert in front of them, Wu Shang and the others stopped. There is a special formation in this Desert of Death. We can't fly. Even if we jump, we can only reach 100 meters. Therefore, we can only walk. Wu Shang explained. Senior brother Wu Shang, is there any danger in this Desert of Death? Someone asked. Yes, there are many. Wu Shang nodded and said, for example, the sand pits on the ground. Even kings would find it hard to climb out if they are accidentally sucked in. There are also some desert creatures such as poisonous scorpions and poisonous snakes. Of course, the most dangerous thing is the desert storm. Even Void God Realm Great Emperors would not be able to escape unscathed. Everyone swallowed their saliva and took out their weapons. They were extremely alert. Yi Xian, you have the earth attribute. Create a passage. Wu Shang turned to Yi Xian and said. Okay. Yi Xian walked in. In front of him, the sand in front of him was separated, and then a mud path that was several meters wide rose up. In this Desert of Death, the earth attribute had the highest survivability. However, Yi Xian frowned slightly. The sand in this Desert of Death was not ordinary sand. He had spent a lot of effort to build this mud path. He took the lead and walked on the mud path. Immediately, he felt a strange pressure that prevented him from flying. Not only that, even the repulsive force and wind force were ineffective. Wu Shang also walked on the mud path. He patted Yi Xian's shoulder and said, it doesn't need to be so wide. 2 meters is enough. Yi Xian nodded in silence. Everyone continued to follow Wu Shang. This mud path brought them great convenience. They did not have to worry about stepping on sand pits or being ambushed by desert creatures. However, this Desert of Death did not lack Void God Realm Great Emperors. Even Wu Shang could not guarantee that he could leave this Desert of Death alive. Yi Xian built the mud bridge while being vigilant of his surroundings. He did not know why, but he had a strange premonition that something was about to happen. Be careful. I feel that something is wrong. Wu Shang reminded. He also felt that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint what was wrong. However, he was a third-stage Great Emperor. With Jiang Tianjin beside him, he could deal with most of the problems. They advanced for a while, but in the end, Wu Shang could not help but stop. Senior brother Wu Shang, what's wrong? A Sword God Palace disciple asked curiously. Be careful. I'll check the surroundings. Wu Shang said as he looked around. In the next moment, his great emperor will blasted a big hole 1,000 meters away. Boom, the sound was very loud. Sand and dust billowed, but there was nothing. Wu Shang paused for a moment, then quickly turned his head. Boom, another big hole appeared, but in the next moment, an unfamiliar voice sounded. Kill. Poof. Poof. Poof, one figure after another leaped out of the sand. Desert bandits, be careful. Although the Death Desert was dangerous, there were many trade routes that passed through here. Hence, there were desert bandits. These desert bandits were proficient in sand escape techniques and were very stealthy. Even Wu Shang, a stage 3 Great Emperor, did not discover them. He only felt that something was wrong. At this time, there were more than 20 desert bandits, more than a dozen B and B grade kings, and 3 empty God Realm Emperors. TSK, they are courting death, Jiang Tianjin smiled evilly. 3 empty God Realm Great Emperors dared to find trouble with them? They were overestimating themselves. Jiang Tianjin and I will deal with the empty God Realm Great Emperors. Yi Xian, you deal with the kings. Wu Shang immediately assigned the tasks. Understood. Yi Xian nodded and charged out. He was just a step away from breaking through to the empty God Realm Great Emperor. If all of these kings were given to him, it would be enough. Go to hell. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. He was extremely fast and merciless. The 10 Sword God Palace disciples also charged out, but compared to Yi Xian, they were as slow as snails. When Yi Xian finished off the 10 desert bandits, Wu Shang and Jiang Tianjin had already dealt with the 3 stage 1 Great Emperors. They are tough, let's go. One of the desert bandits shouted and quickly burrowed into the ground. Yi Xian was just a step away from breaking through and was about to use ground shrink to give chase. However, he was stopped by Wu Shang at this moment. Yi Xian, don't chase. Wu Shang hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, Yi Xian stopped and looked at Wu Shang in surprise. The Death Desert is more dangerous underground. Only experienced desert bandits can come and go as they please. If you go down recklessly, I am afraid you will die miserably. Wu Shang explained. In fact, Yi Xian also knew this, but he had the Tree of Life bloodline and was not afraid of it. However, since Wu Shang had already spoken, he would just forget about it. At this moment, he was only a step away from the empty God realm Great Emperor realm. No wonder senior brother Wu Shang felt that something was wrong. So it was because of these desert bandits. Fortunately, senior brother Wu Shang was here. Otherwise, we would be in deep trouble. The 10 disciples of the Sword God Palace were a little shocked. At the same time, they also felt the power of the main continent. A mere desert bandit actually had an empty God realm Great Emperor. This made them feel very pressured. We've killed more than 10 desert bandits, and 3 of them are the leaders of the desert bandits. The leader of the desert bandits will definitely come for revenge. You guys be careful, I only revealed the strength of a second-order Great Emperor just now. Wu Shang said to Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He wanted the other party to walk right into his trap. As long as these bandits dared to come again, he would be able to break through to the Nihility God stage. Let's go. The 10 of you have to be careful. Don't spread out. Wu Shang reminded them and continued forward. Although Yi Xian was only a level 9 king, his speed was faster than Jiang Wenyue's. Among those present, only Wu Shang and Jiang Tianjin were faster than him. Therefore, Wu Shang was not worried about Yi Xian. They continued forward for half an hour. Then, Wu Shang felt that something was wrong again. Clang, 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 Wu Shang formed the golden rampart and protected everyone inside. Desert bandits, come out. With the previous example, Wu Shang was sure that there was a group of desert bandits around them, ready to ambush them. Sure enough, as Wu Shang expected, as soon as his voice fell, a number of figures rushed out of the sand. This time, there were more than 30 people, 5 of which were empty God realm Great Emperors. Where did you come from? How dare you kill my men? The desert bandit leader shouted coldly. The strong are respected. What's there to talk about? Wu Shang replied indifferently. The desert bandit leader squinted his eyes. How dare you? Although you have some background, my men are not that easy to kill. Go. The moment he gave the order, all the desert bandits launched an attack. The desert bandit leader was a level 3 Great Emperor. Among the other 4 leaders, there was 1 level 2 Great Emperor and 3 level 1 Great Emperors. As for the rest, they were all level 8 kings. Although they did not have the advantage in numbers, Wu Shang was the son of the Tai Sword God. His strength was not comparable to those of the same level. At that moment, he stopped the desert bandit leader alone. As for the level 2 Great Emperor and 3 level 1 Great Emperors, he left them to Jiang Tianjin. The pressure is too much. Let's break through first. Yi Xian made a plan in his heart and immediately charged out. 36 overlapping shadows. Earth pulse 64 layers. One attack could kill a desert bandit. Yi Xian's attack speed was also fast. When Wu Shang and the desert bandit leader started fighting, he had already killed 5 level 9 kings. Almost there. He devoured the spoils of war and his cultivation level continued to increase. Desert bandit, robber, pirate, mountain bandit. These were all professions with great wealth. However, they did not have many items on them. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have broken through to the empty God realm Great Emperor. The other 10 disciples of the Sword God Palace also gathered together to defend against the attacks of the desert bandits. However, no matter how many bandits there were, they could not withstand Yi Xian's massacre. That kid is strong. I will kill him. A level 1 Great Emperor bandit shouted. Originally, Jiang Tianjin could have stopped him. However, he purposely let the desert bandit pass. Humph. You want to kill me with such a small trick? Yi Xian snorted in his heart. With a double oppression, he killed a level 9 king bandit leader. He quickly flew over and caught the Qianquan ring of the desert bandit leader. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a level 1 Great Emperor. When the system notification sounded out, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but curl up. He had finally broken through. At this moment, there was a strange energy in his mind. This was the Great Emperor's intent. The Great Emperor's intent could be merged with martial arts and ultimacies, greatly increasing the power. However, most people would need to form their own Great Emperor's intent to break through. However, Yi Xian had appeared out of nowhere. The strength of the Great Emperor's intent was similar to that of an ordinary person. Ding! The host has learned the third move of the 8 Desolation Sword skill, Sword of Annihilation. Sword of 8 Desolation, Sword of Shattering Stars, and Sword of Annihilation were the 3 ultimate skills of the 8 Desolation Emperor. Now, Yi Xian had learned all 3 of them. Before the level 1 Great Emperor bandit leader arrived, Yi Xian merged the Great Emperor's intent into the double space. Bang! 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 One by one, the desert bandits exploded. The double space merged with the Great Emperor's intent was extremely powerful. So strong. Everyone present was shocked. The desert bandits thought that Yi Xian was a hidden Void God Realm Great Emperor. However, the people from the Sword God Palace knew that Yi Xian was just a level 9 king. Why would he suddenly have the Great Emperor's intent now? Kid, die. At this moment, the level 1 Great Emperor bandit leader arrived. Dual space. Yi Xian glared at the first stage Great Emperor. 2 invisible forces trapped the first stage Great Emperor. Ugh! The first stage Great Emperor was trapped by the dual space, which was infused with the Great Emperor's will. It was so uncomfortable that he couldn't speak. However, this was the desert of death. Yi Xian's upward repulsive force and wind force were ineffective. Hence, the first stage Great Emperor quickly drilled into the sand. Bang! However, when he completely entered the sand, the pressure of the double space squeezed his head until it exploded. A first stage Great Emperor, dead. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and put away his universe ring. His strength once again skyrocketed. On the other side, the 10 disciples of the Sword God Palace were dealing with the 12 sand bandits. Wu Shang and Jiang Tianjin didn't feel much pressure and weren't at a disadvantage. However, Yi Xian wouldn't let go of this opportunity to increase his strength. If he could kill all the sand bandits, he would be able to suppress Jiang Tianjin. However, at this moment. Rumble! Suddenly, an ominous premonition rose in everyone's heart. They turned around and saw a huge wave in the distance. When the desert bandits saw the source of this huge wave, their faces were filled with fear. Not good. It's the death sandstorm. Run! The sand bandit leader shouted and quickly retreated. He then drilled into the sand. Wu Shang didn't give chase because he understood that it wasn't the right time to do so. Quick, everyone gather here! Wu Shang hurriedly shouted. The 10 disciples of the Sword God Palace quickly gathered. They didn't dare to be negligent because they felt that the death sandstorm was no small matter. Even the Third Order Great Emperor Desert Bandit leader's face turned pale. What did these Ninth Order kings amount to? Yi Xian, quickly open up the sand. Let's go down. Wu Shang hurriedly shouted. The death sandstorm must be very dangerous to be able to make Wu Shang so frightened. Yi Xian didn't say anything and drilled into the sand. Then, Wu Shang and the others immediately followed and kept going down. Among them, only Yi Xian had the earth attribute. Although Wu Shang was a Third Order Great Emperor, he had the metal attribute and could not control the sand. Therefore, Yi Xian was much faster than him. The death sandstorm is the most dangerous thing in the death desert. Even I could die in it. Later on, I will build a golden wall. You guys should also focus on forming physical objects. Do not be swept away by the death sandstorm. Wu Shang shouted as he followed. He calculated the time and immediately formed a golden wall to envelop all of them. In the blink of an eye, the 13 of them were in a narrow space with 6 golden walls. Boom! All of a sudden, the 13 of them staggered. Soon after, they realized that they had been swept up by the sandstorm and were sent flying into the air. Quick, reinforce it. Wu Shang hurriedly reminded everyone when he saw that they were in a daze. Yi Xian reacted and quickly formed an earth wall. Just now, when he glanced at the sandstorm, it gave him the same feeling as Windblade's second-level death storm. However, its power was probably 10 times stronger than the death storm. If a human was swept up by the death sandstorm, they would probably be sliced to death by the wind blades. Even Void God Realm Great Emperors would not be able to survive. Kacha! 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 Although Wu Shang was a third-order Great Emperor, his golden wall could not completely withstand the death sandstorm. At this time, there were already many gaps in the golden wall, and sand was continuously seeping in. We must hold on until the death sandstorm ends. Wu Shang shouted with a gloomy expression. The death sandstorm was very strong. Even Void God Realm Great Emperors could die. Although Wu Shang was a third-order Great Emperor, he did not dare to guarantee that he could survive. He estimated that if he was in the death sandstorm, he would only have a 70% chance of survival. Jiang Tianjin had 50%. And Yi Xian had less than 30%. As for the 10 Sword God Palace disciples, there was almost no chance of survival. This was the death sandstorm that even the desert bandits were afraid of. Kacha! 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 Although everyone tried their best to repair the gap, they could not make ends meet. In less than 10 seconds, a large gap was cut off in Wu Shang's golden wall. Everyone looked at the gap and saw nothing but darkness. However, they could faintly smell the scent of blood. They did not know if the blood belonged to the desert bandits or the caravan. It's over. The golden wall cannot hold on any longer. Everyone, follow me and charge out. Wu Shang shouted in the wind. He was fully armed and took the lead to charge out of the gap. Jiang Tianjin did not dare to say anything else and quickly followed behind. Yi Xian followed closely behind. However, the 10 disciples from the Sword God's palace were terrified. No, we can't. If we go out, we will definitely die. What should we do? Senior brother Wu Shang's golden wall is about to collapse. Even if we don't go out, we will still die. We will die anyway. Let's fight. A few Sword God Palace disciples rushed out. However, they could not fly in this place. They were instantly swept away by the death sandstorm. One of them even had half of his head cut off by a sharp wind blade. Without the protection of the Great Emperor's will, they were like tofu in the death sandstorm. The others did not dare to go out after seeing their miserable state. They could only helplessly stay in Wu Shang's golden wall. Kacha! Without Wu Shang's repair, the golden wall quickly collapsed. Soon after, the remaining Sword God Palace disciples were swept away by the death sandstorm. Their fates were left to fate. At this time, Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin were constantly swept away by the death sandstorm under Wu Shang's lead. They kept failing and even Wu Shang was injured. If the death sandstorm was outside, it would be easier to deal with it. However, this death sandstorm was in the death desert. It was impossible to fly in the death desert, so it was very dangerous. You two use the Great Emperor's will to protect me. I will open the way. Yi Xian, use gravity and wind to help. Wu Shang roared loudly. His Great Emperor's will was the strongest, so it was best to use it to open the way. However, if it was used to open the way, his defense would be weaker. Therefore, he needed Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin to work together. In the death desert, upward repulsion and wind were useless. However, downward repulsion was useful. Yi Xian and the other two formed a line and kept rushing out. However, the death sandstorm's wind was too strong. Even with the Great Emperor's will in the double space, they could only move forward slowly. After rushing for a full minute, they were still in the death sandstorm's inner circle. They had not even reached the outer circle. Damn it! Wu Shang cursed angrily. He had already experienced the might of the sandstorm. In fact, he could have used his Great Emperor's will to protect himself and survive. However, if he did so, Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin would be in trouble. Right at this moment, whoosh whoosh, suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Jiang Tianjin, who was in the middle, was swept away by the sandstorm. What? Wu Shang was startled. Soon, he realized that Jiang Tianjin had used up a lot of his great emperor's will when fighting against the bandit leaders. Therefore, he had used it very carefully. And because of Jiang Tianjin's mistake, he was the first to be blown away. Yi Xian, if this continues, both of us will exhaust our great emperor's will. We can only give up and follow the direction of the sandstorm. That's the only way to survive. Wu Shang shouted. Understood. Yi Xian's face turned gloomy. Next, he used his great emperor's will to protect himself and stop the impact. Whoosh whoosh, the sandstorm of death swept him away as well. In the sandstorm, one had to follow the direction of the sandstorm. If one went against it, they would only die miserably. Fortunately, he had the dual space. His body was also of the wind attribute. Under the situation where he followed the wind, his survival ability was not lower than Wu Shang's. I can only leave it to fate. Yi Xian's face was gloomy as he followed the sandstorm. Next, he used his great emperor's will very carefully. Normally, he would use his Jin Qi and profound. Although his great emperor's will could recover quickly, he still had to be careful. Even if there were wind blades, as long as they did not injure his vitals, he would not defend and let the tree of life recover on its own. In the death sandstorm, it was pitch black. He could no longer see Wu Shang, and he had no idea where Jiang Tianjin had been swept away to. At this moment, he could not care so much. He could only protect himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sandstorm continued to spin and move, sweeping in countless sand and dust. Fortunately, Yi Xian's throbbing earth pulse had increased to 64 layers. As long as he merged his great emperor's will into the 64 layers, he would be able to block the fatal wind blades. Normally, he would only need to use the normal 64-layered pulsating guard. Another minute passed. In this 1 minute, Yi Xian had lost count of how many times he had followed the deadly sandstorm. Most people would feel dizzy, but he was full of energy. After all, he had stayed in Heian's gravitational space for a full 10 days. At this moment, Yi Xian frowned. He suddenly felt the death sandstorm slowing down. Was it about to stop? Immediately, his eyes lit up. It seemed that he should be able to survive. He just didn't know how the others would fare. Huff huff. His intuition was right. The death sandstorm had indeed begun to weaken, and the wind blade attacks had also lessened. He continued to rotate with the death sandstorm at the same speed as the rotation speed. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly infused the great emperor's will into the 64 pulsatile guards. Boom, the death sandstorm suddenly exploded, and the powerful shockwave instantly sent Yi Xian flying. PFFF. Even with the great emperor's will infused into the 64 pulsatile guards, Yi Xian was still severely injured. His head buzzed, and he could only feel that his body was in a weightless state. His entire body was covered in sand. By the time Yi Xian reacted, he found himself in a sand pit. This sand pit was constantly swallowing him up. Not good. Yi Xian immediately woke up. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood off the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly used the profound meaning of ground shrink. In the death desert, the death sand pits were also very terrifying. This was because one couldn't fly here. If one accidentally fell into these death sand pits, the quicksand would constantly swallow one's body and bury one in the endless desert. If it was ordinary sand, ordinary martial artists could easily escape. However, this wasn't ordinary sand. Only Void God Realm Great Emperors or those who had comprehended the profound meaning of ground shrink could escape easily. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had both of them, so he escaped from the quicksand. I'm finally out. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. His luck was really bad. It was his first time entering the death desert, and he actually encountered such a terrifying thing. He glanced at his current attire, which could only be described as appalling. After all, during the sandstorm of death, his arms and legs had been cut off several times, and even his waist had been cut off several times. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have survived. I wonder how senior brother Wu Shang and the others are doing. Yi Xian looked around and didn't feel any powerful aura. He jumped up and looked around. There was only sand piles around him. There was no one. Let's look around first. Yi Xian changed into a clean set of clothes and started looking for survivors. Just now, he was sent flying by the super shockwave of the death sandstorm. However, the direction his feet were facing when he landed was the direction he flew from. Therefore, he quickly started searching. Even he was sent flying by the shockwave. It was the same for the others. However, it was still uncertain if they could survive. Yi Xian started to wander around. The death desert was filled with earth attribute Yuan Qi. He directly raised a 1-meter wide dirt road and started searching. After searching for a while, he found a corpse first. However, it was the corpse of a desert bandit. The sand of the death desert has the effect of hiding aura. What a pity, Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. This desert bandit's corpse was only 1/3 complete. He didn't know where the yin and yang ring had flown to. If it had fallen into the sand pile, he wouldn't be able to find it. He continued to search. A few minutes later, he found a second corpse. This time, the corpse was someone he recognized. It was the corpse of a rank 8 martial king from the Sword God Palace. Even Wu Shang, a rank 3 great emperor, wasn't 100% sure that he could survive the death sandstorm. Yi Xian was lucky enough to survive. As for those who weren't Void God Realm great emperors, they could only rely on luck. If there was one corpse, there would be a second one. A few minutes later, Yi Xian found a total of 4 corpses of the Sword God Palace's disciples. There were also a few corpses of desert bandits. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful aura. Void God Realm Great Emperor? He frowned because he didn't know if this Void God Realm Great Emperor was a desert bandit, Wu Shang, or Jiang Tianjin. Therefore, he hurriedly concealed his aura and escaped into the sand. The bandit leader who fought with Wu Shang earlier was also a rank 3 great emperor. His strength wasn't bad. If Yi Xian encountered him now, with his current realm, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to do anything to the bandit leader in a short time. He could only rely on guerrilla warfare. However, when he saw the face of the empty God Realm Great Emperor, he jumped out of the sand. Senior brother Wu Shang. Yi Xian hurriedly called out. The newcomer was not the desert bandit leader, but the son of the Tai Sword God, Wu Shang. Junior brother Yi, I'm glad you're okay. Wu Shang ran over with a pale face. His white robe was stained with blood. The death sandstorm had brought him a lot of trouble. Although the metal defense that had merged with the Great Emperor's will was very strong, he had been swept away for a few minutes and consumed a lot of his Great Emperor's will. Senior brother Wu Shang, I saw 4 corpses along the way. Yi Xian hurriedly said. Wu Shang sighed, don't blame yourself, this is the death sandstorm. It's too ferocious, those below the Void God realm can only rely on luck. Even those experienced bandits couldn't escape. Let's search again and see if there are any survivors. Alright. Yi Xian nodded. With the addition of Wu Shang, Yi Xian was no longer afraid of encountering the desert bandit leader. Instead, he hoped to encounter him. However, this group of desert bandits generally walked on the ground. At that time, Wu Shang only found those desert bandits with weaker strength. The two searched for a while but did not find anything. Instead, they saw many corpses that seemed to belong to the desert caravan. Yi Xian, stop. Suddenly, Wu Shang shouted. Yi Xian paused and said, Senior brother Wu Shang, what's wrong? There's a very strong aura. It might be the desert bandit leaders. Wu Shang quickly squatted down and gently climbed to a sand dune. He poked his head out to take a look. There was a group of people in front of him. There were more than 10 desert bandits wearing white scarves and more than 10 people wearing different clothes. Wu Shang squinted and said, Jiang Tianjin is also caught? Yi Xian was startled. He looked over and sure enough, Jiang Tianjin was also in the group. His body was stained with blood and seemed to be seriously injured. At the same time, there were also the desert bandit leader and 4 other leaders among the bandits. Among the others, there were 2 disciples of the Sword God Palace. The rest were strangers. Yi Xian had never seen them before. The bandit leader who fought with me just now was actually standing behind someone. It seems that the strength of the person in front is not to be underestimated. Wu Shang said in a low voice. At least a third-order great emperor, Yi Xian understood Wu Shang's meaning. In this world, the strong were respected. For a third-order great emperor to walk behind someone, it meant that the other party's status was higher than his. If it's just that desert bandit leader, I can deal with him alone. However, there's still a third-order great emperor and several void god realm great emperors. The two of us are no match for them. Wu Shang shook his head. Although Yi Xian didn't want to save Jiang Tianjin, there were two disciples of Sword God Palace among the people held hostage by the bandits. One of them was from Ba Huang Palace, so he couldn't just leave him in the lurch. Senior brother Wu Shang, what should we do now? Yi Xian turned around and asked. Wait. Wu Shang replied, although these bandits can burrow into the ground, their captives can't. Therefore, they have to walk back to their nest. Then, should we launch a sneak attack and rescue them by force? Yi Xian asked. Yi Xian still frowned, but the bandits can just steal the Qian Kuan ring. What's the point of capturing people? Throw them away and become slaves. Look at them. They are wearing a special kind of shackle that can restrict their use of true qi. Even Void God Realm Great Emperors won't be able to use their Great Emperor willpower if they're shackled. Wu Shang explained. Slaves? Yi Xian was shocked. Void God Realm Great Emperors were using them as slaves? What was that for? Slaves are popular in the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty. They will use a special method to carve the word slave on their faces, making them slaves for eternity. Even if you peel off their skin, when new skin grows, the word slave will still be engraved on their face. These slaves are usually bought by some family forces. They can be used as sparring partners or sent out to carry out missions. Wu Shang continued. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He was fantasizing about carving the word slave on Jiang Tianjin's face. How cool would that be? However, there were two disciples of the Sword God Palace beside Jiang Tianjin. Hence, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Let's go. Follow them carefully. Don't be discovered. Wu Shang took the lead and followed them. Fortunately, they were in the Death Desert. There were countless sand dunes for them to hide in. In addition, the two of them concealed their auras. Hence, it was difficult for the bandits to discover them. The two of them followed behind the group of bandits and moved forward. After more than half an hour, the two of them suddenly saw the group of bandits jump into a huge sand pit. It seems that that's their nest. Let's wait for a while. Wu Shang said. Waiting for a while was to let the bandits lower their guard. After the group of bandits jumped in, the huge sand pit closed. It seemed that there was an Earth Attribute King or Great Emperor controlling it. However, Yi Xian and Wu Shang had already memorized the location. Yi Xian, use Earth Shrinking and bring me to investigate. Wu Shang turned around and said. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he brought Wu Shang into the sand and slowly approached. The huge sand pit was the main camp of the bandits. However, there were at least 2/3 stage Great Emperors inside. Hence, they had to be careful. The sand pit was a passageway that looked like a well. It was a kilometer deep. Yi Xian used Earth Shrinking to rush to one side of the wall and broke a small hole. I heard that the bandits built a castle underground. This path should lead to that castle. Wu Shang poked his head out to take a look. He didn't see anyone. But we don't know where the captives are. Yi Xian replied. Yes. Hence, we can't rescue them by force. Wu Shang nodded and said, otherwise, I'll lure the 2/3 stage Great Emperors away. You use Earth Shrinking to investigate and then rescue them. This is the main camp of the bandits. They will check for danger from time to time. It's safer to use Earth Shrinking here. In truth, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of the poisonous scorpions and snakes in the sand. After all, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Senior brother Wu Shang, can you do it alone? Yi Xian asked. If it wasn't for the death sandstorm, that bandit leader would have been killed by me. It won't be a problem for me to hold back the two of them. With your strength, I estimate that you can fight against second stage Great Emperors. However, this time, we're not going to clear out the bandits' nest. We're going to rescue them. As long as we rescue them, we'll meet at the place where we first met. Wu Shang explained his plan. All right. Yi Xian did not want to save Jiang Tianjin, but with Wu Shang and 2 other disciples of Sword God Palace, he could not sit back and do nothing. Then you hide here, I will kill my way out. Remember, we are saving people, not wiping out a bandit nest. Wu Shang reminded him again. Senior brother Wu Shang, don't worry. Even if I can't win, escaping is not a problem. Yi Xian said confidently. Although these bandits were proficient in the earth-burrowing technique, how could they compare to a true earth-burrowing technique? Yi Xian's speed was several times faster than theirs. In that case, I will go. Wu Shang said and rushed out. As for Yi Xian, he quickly circled around to the other side of the well. How dare you, bandits, come out and die! Wu Shang shouted as he leaped down. There were 2 desert bandits guarding the bottom of the well, but as soon as they reacted, they were killed without a single scratch. There was no hesitation at all. Wu Shang's voice was deafening, and the entire underground castle shook. When he landed, many bandits surrounded him. How dare you rush in? Who are you? One of the bandits asked in shock. Humph, you kidnapped my companion, can't you recognize me? Wu Shang shouted and raised his sword. In the next moment, the bandit was cut in half. Not only that, but the other bandits were not spared either. Wu Shang was a 3rd-order Great Emperor. Even a 2nd-order Great Emperor would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Only a 3rd-order Great Emperor could fight against him, and it was only a fight. Wu Shang's voice was very loud. Soon, the Void God Realm Great Emperor bandits would come out. Since they were all bandits, he would kill them one by one. The more bandits Wu Shang killed, the lower the chances of Yi Xian being discovered. At this moment, Yi Xian had already started to move. He used the earth-burrowing technique to travel through the walls. The bandit nest was quite big. Yi Xian first looked around to see if he could find the slaves that were about to be sold. Rumble. Just as he was shuttling through the bandits' lair, a loud noise came from outside. It seemed that Wu Shang was already fighting with the bandit leader. Yi Xian also hastened his footsteps. Now, he did not use ground shrink and directly entered. Coincidentally, 2 desert bandits passed by and saw him. Who's there? A desert bandit shouted. But in the next moment, he saw 2 cold flashes of light. Then, his head and that of the other bandit flew into the air. Yi Xian quickly chased after them and took their universe rings. Although Yi Xian's speed was fast, he had to come out to take a look every time. It wasn't as practical as using world walking. After all, Yi Xian's dexterity had advanced 4 times, and he could use double space acceleration. Thus, world walking was more useful than world walking in this situation. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Rather than looking for it himself, it would be more convenient to ask the desert bandits. Coincidentally, the second group of people he met after coming out was actually a Void God Stage Great Emperor Desert Bandit leader. Kid, you're courting death. The bandit leader shouted and charged towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was known to be invincible. A mere first-order Great Emperor was nothing to him. Double space acceleration. Great Emperor intent. In the next moment, the bandit leader's body stiffened and he could not move. What? The bandit leader was shocked. He could feel that Yi Xian's Great Emperor intent was similar to his, but their strength was worlds apart. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian was already in front of him and said, "Where are the slaves you captured? Bastard, kill me if you have the guts." The bandit leader would rather die than comply. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Xian glared and the pressure of double space acceleration began to increase. The bandit leader could only feel his head buzzing. It would not be long before his head was crushed. I'll talk. The bandit leader smelled the scent of death and quickly changed his mind. Speak. Yi Xian shouted coldly. There are 2 paths behind me. Just take the left one. The bandit leader said hurriedly. Yi Xian glanced at the bandit leader. There were indeed 2 paths behind the bandit leader. Yi Xian immediately swung his sword. Sila. The bandit leader's head flew. He thought that if he spoke, Yi Xian would not kill him. Yi Xian quickly removed the bandit leader's interspatial ring and rushed towards the left path. His speed was very fast, faster than a third-order great emperor. Not long after, he saw a prison. There was a group of people inside, about 40 to 50 of them. Jiang Tianjin? Yi Xian looked over and saw Jiang Tianjin's miserable figure. However, outside this prison, there were 2 bandit leaders guarding it. Who's there? The 2 bandit leaders noticed Yi Xian. But in the next moment, they were unable to move. Although this bandit group was not bad and had 2 third-order great emperors, there was only 1 second-order great emperor. He was one of Jiang Tianjin's opponents. The 2 bandit leaders guarding the prison were only first-order great emperors. Yi Xian used all his strength to execute dual space and killed both of them. He quickly swept over and collected the 2's interspatial rings. He then turned around and glared. Pung! The prison's special lock exploded and the prison door opened. Then, the people inside came out one after another. However, they had special shackles on their bodies. If they were not opened, they were just a group of ordinary people with stronger physiques. Even an ordinary virtual god could kill them. Little brother, are you here to save us? Little brother, quickly release us. Let's kill our way out. These damn bandits. We have more than 10 void god realm great emperors and a third-order great emperor. Let's kill them together. The group of people shouted. Yi Xian did not care about them. He quickly broke the shackles on Jiang Tianjin and the 2 sword god palace disciples and threw them 3 middle-grade void god weapons. Yi Xian, where's senior brother Wushang? A sword god palace disciple asked. He lured the 2 third-order great emperors away. I'm here to save you. Yi Xian said as he released the shackles on some of the people around him and threw them some middle-grade void god weapons. When these people were captured, they were shackled and their interspatial rings were taken away. Hence, the weapons they had accumulated for many years were gone. However, compared to weapons, their lives were more important. Soon, these people were released from their shackles. At the same time, they had weapons. Thank you, little brother, for saving our lives. Let's go. The 2 third-stage great emperors will be back soon. Let's go. Yi Xian did not waste any time and led the group out of the cave. There were 2 second-stage great emperors and 10 first-stage great emperors in the group. If they worked together, they could go against a third-stage great emperor. At this time, Jiang Tianjin approached with a smile and whispered, Tisk, TSK. Are you interested in going with me? Yi Xian asked vigilantly, where are we going? He understood that the current Jiang Tianjin was the evil Jiang Tianjin. Otherwise, how could he reveal such a smile? I heard from the desert bandits that there is a strange tree here. The tree bears fruit every year and the fruit can increase one's cultivation, Jiang Tianjin said with a wicked smile. Is that so? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not believe Jiang Tianjin's nonsense. The evil Jiang Tianjin was harder to deal with than the cold Jiang Tianjin. Senior brother Wushang has already lured the 2 third-stage great emperors away. No one in the cave can stop us. Jiang Tianjin continued. Yi Xian paused and said to the 2 sword god palace disciples behind him, 2 senior brothers, follow the group and kill our way out. Senior brother Jiang and I need to go somewhere. Then, he told them the location where he would meet up with Wushang. Okay. The 2 sword god palace disciples nodded. Then, Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin left the group. I don't know if Jiang Tianjin is telling the truth. However, we need to settle this today. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although Jiang Tianjin was a third-stage great emperor, he had refined other great emperors' will to break through. He was weaker than Wushang and Wushang's opponent. He was only slightly stronger than a second-stage great emperor. As for Yi Xian, he had defeated Jiang Wenyue when he was a 9th-grade king. Now that he had broken through to the empty god realm and obtained great emperor's will, he was not afraid of Jiang Tianjin. Most importantly, he had a killer move, the Sword of Annihilation reincarnation that he had learned after breaking through to the empty god realm. He had not used this move before, but its power was definitely stronger than the sword shattering stars. Where is the strange tree you were talking about? Yi Xian could not help but ask as he stood far away from the crowd. It's at the end of the other path. Jiang Tianjin smiled evilly. All right, lead the way. Yi Xian nodded. Jiang Tianjin smiled again and led the way. Along the way, they did encounter some unlucky desert bandits. All of them were killed by Yi Xian and their interspatial rings were taken away. Jiang Tianjin also took an interspatial ring to store things. It didn't take long for them to feel a powerful spiritual energy. There really was a supreme treasure in front of them. I didn't expect Jiang Tianjin to be telling the truth. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. He thought Jiang Tianjin was looking for a place to kill him. Who is it? Suddenly, a shout came from the corner in front of him. Then, a bandit leader walked out. Second stage Great Emperor, kill. Jiang Tianjin shouted coldly as he glared at the bandit leader. Inextinguishable flames rose from the ground beneath the bandit leader's feet. The inextinguishable flames were infused with Jiang Tianjin's third stage Great Emperor's will. However, the bandit leader was not someone to be trifled with. He quickly dodged. However, in the next moment, he felt two waves of pressure sealing off his path of retreat. Die. Jiang Tianjin shot forward and sent the bandit leader flying with a slash. After all, he was a third-stage Great Emperor. Even if he had refined the will of a fallen Great Emperor, he was still stronger than an ordinary second-stage Great Emperor. After the bandit leader was sent flying, Yi Xian took care of him. Double space. 36 overlapping shadows. With the cooperation of the two, Yi Xian easily killed the bandit leader. Then, he quickly swept over and kept the bandit leader's interspatial ring. Jiang Tianjin looked at him quietly with a smile on his face. He did not say a word. This Jiang Tianjin, Yi Xian threw the interspatial ring aside and narrowed his eyes as he pondered. The current Jiang Tianjin was very strange. He did not want a single cent of the spoils of a second-stage Great Emperor. After killing the bandit leader, Jiang Tianjin turned a corner and saw a red tree. What a strong flame aura. Jiang Tianjin's eyes narrowed. He instantly understood that this was a worldly treasure of the fire attribute. Coincidentally, he was also of the fire attribute. At this moment, Yi Xian had also swept over. Split equally. Jiang Tianjin shouted in a low voice and quickly flew over. There were more than 10 fruits on the red tree. Yi Xian did not delay and quickly swept over to pick them. Although this thing is useless to me, I can devour it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and swallowed the red fruit. His cultivation base increased by a level. He estimated that the value of these 2 fruits was almost equal to the value of the interspatial ring he had just obtained. Even if he had to split it equally with Jiang Tianjin, he would at least get 8 fruits. At that time, he would be able to break through to the second-stage Great Emperor. However, Jiang Tianjin's gaze fell on Yi Xian. He revealed a sinister smile and suddenly attacked. Yi Xian, who was in the midst of collecting the red fruits, suddenly trembled and quickly retreated. Bang! The place where he had been standing just now suddenly exploded. Inextinguishable flames. Furthermore, it was the inextinguishable flames that had merged with the will of a great emperor. At this moment, only he and Jiang Tianjin were here. Therefore, the one who attacked him must be Jiang Tianjin. So you're finally showing your foxtail? Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Xian actually had this thought when Jiang Tianjin suggested it. When he took the second-stage Great Emperor's interspatial ring, Jiang Tianjin did not say anything. This meant that he would most likely attack Yi Xian. Moreover, there were only the 2 of them here. It was the best time to attack. Yi Xian was prepared. Otherwise, Jiang Tianjin would have succeeded. Hee, how can I not take revenge for what you did to my father? Jiang Tianjin sneered. Revenge? Yi Xian almost laughed out loud. He said, speaking of revenge, have you forgotten what you did? Of course not. But without the stimulation, would you have grown to this stage today? Jiang Tianjin smiled sinisterly. Indeed not. Yi Xian shook his head. If not for Jiang Tianjin's stimulation, he would not have improved so quickly. Jiang Tianjin was the one who forced him to do so. What a coincidence. Let's settle our grudges today. Jiang Tianjin slowly walked down with the mid-rank ethereal divine weapon that Yi Xian gave him. That's what I was thinking. Yi Xian took out the Wind Dragon Slash. He held the Wind Dragon Slash in his left hand and the 8 Desolate Sword in his right hand. This time, his opponent was a third-stage Great Emperor. Even if Jiang Tianjin was weaker than an ordinary third-stage Great Emperor, he was still stronger than a second-stage Great Emperor. You'd better not show mercy. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death, Jiang Tianjin reminded him. I won't be the one to die. Yi Xian shook his head. Both of them were very confident. Jiang Tianjin was 2 realms above Yi Xian, so he was confident in defeating Yi Xian. Yi Xian was the same. The two of them were silent for a few seconds, then moved at the same time. Dual space. Great Emperor intent. Yi Xian immediately used his special skill. After all, this was what he relied on to make a living. Fire clone. Jiang Tianjin also quickly condensed a fire clone made of inextinguishable flames behind Yi Xian, then attacked from both sides. Swish, swish, 2 sword lights brushed past Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's speed immediately exploded. Killing you won't be able to relieve my hatred. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and raised his hand. You're really hard to deal with. Jiang Tianjin smiled evilly and quickly covered the surroundings with inextinguishable flames to block Yi Xian's attack. Don't forget, his attribute countered Yi Xian's. Bam. Bam. Bam, Jiang Tianjin defeated the 36 overlapped images that combined the Great Emperor intent and 64 layers of the Earth Pulse. However, Jiang Tianjin's original body was restricted by the dual space, his speed reduced by 40%. In a battle between experts, the gap between them could be seen in just 1 round. Yi Xian had both restrictions and attacks, while Jiang Tianjin only had powerful attacks. The weapon in his hand was also trash. Apart from the suppression of realms, he had no advantage at all. Rumble. After the first round, a loud sound suddenly came from outside. Both of them couldn't help but be startled. Seems like an accident happened. Let's deal with Jiang Tianjin first. Yi Xian thought about it and discovered that another fire clone had appeared near him. 2 fire clones, no, 3 of them. Kid, I know you want revenge, but I, Jiang Tianjin, would rather die than let you do it. So, let's die together. Ever since Yi Xian had broken through to the Nihility God stage Great Emperor stage, he knew that he would die at the hands of Yi Xian. Therefore, he was prepared to perish together with Yi Xian. Before Jiang Tianjin finished speaking, Yi Xian had already sensed the auras of the 3 flame clones growing stronger. He had seen this move before. Raging flames incinerate the heavens, even Yi Xian wouldn't be able to withstand Jiang Tianjin's raging flames incinerate the heavens at the same time. Dual space. The will of the Great Emperor. 36 overlapping shadows. Yi Xian was multitasking, preparing to destroy all 3 fire avatars. However, the difference between his Great Emperor will and Jiang Tianjin's was too great. He couldn't destroy the second fire clone, and even the first fire clone didn't explode from the pressure of the dual space. He only managed to destroy the third fire clone. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful energy swept out from within the cave. The raging flames incinerate the heavens combined with the Great Emperor will was extremely powerful. With 3 stacked together, even a 4th-stage Great Emperor would fall, not to mention these stone walls that were only used to support the sand. When the 3 raging flames incinerate the heavens were stacked together, the explosion could reach tens of thousands of meters, blowing up half of the bandits' lair. Hundreds of bandits were blown up, leaving nothing behind. The entire underground had become a vacuum, and the sand above had also been blown away. Not long after, the quicksand at the top surged in one after another. The mangrove tree and the fruit were also burned to a crisp by the inextinguishable flames. Jiang Tianjin had also disappeared without a trace. Cough, cough, Yi Xian, who was hit by the 3 raging flames incinerate the heavens, did not die on the spot. This was because he had merged the Great Emperor will into the 64 layers of pulsating guard and the dual space. While defending, he used the repulsive and wind forces to resist the attacks. Even so, he was still on the verge of death. This attack was even more powerful than the death sandstorm from before. Damn Jiang Tianjin, Yi Xian quickly sat up, allowing the bloodline of the divine tree of life to heal his injuries. Then, he prepared to chase after Jiang Tianjin. After using the raging flames incinerate the heavens 3 times, Jiang Tianjin's true qi had most likely been depleted. At this moment, Yi Xian was very regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have plucked all the fruits on the mangrove tree. If he had broken through to the second stage Great Emperor realm, the third stage Great Emperor Jiang Tianjin would not be worth mentioning in front of him. Unfortunately, he had been careless. He felt that killing Jiang Tianjin in one blow was not enough to vent his hatred. That was why Jiang Tianjin had succeeded. It's about time. You want to run? Can you outrun me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to use earth shrinking to chase after Jiang Tianjin, a figure suddenly flew out from behind him. Who is it? Yi Xian turned around and saw a man in battle armor. In the next moment, he felt that he could not move. Great Emperor will, even Jiang Tianjin could not use his Great Emperor will to suppress Yi Xian, but this man in battle armor could. This meant that he was at least a fourth stage Great Emperor. This was because even Wu Shang could not use his Great Emperor will to suppress him. Fourth stage Great Emperor? Why is there a fourth stage Great Emperor here? Yi Xian was shocked. He suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Brat, did you cause this commotion? The man in battle armor asked with narrowed eyes. No. Yi Xian subconsciously replied. Even if it's not you, it has something to do with you. How dare you destroy the red flame tree? You made me come here for nothing. The man in battle armor was somewhat angry. Coming here for nothing? This allowed Yi Xian to guess that this man in battle armor was not a desert bandit. Could it be that he's here to buy slaves? This thought suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty was very popular with slaves. Slaves who were caught would have a special method to carve the word "nu" on their face. Even if the word was cut off and healed with medicine, the word would still be there. Forever a slave, Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. If he was going to be a slave, he might as well be killed. Seeing that your talent is not bad, you might have some background. However, I like people with backgrounds like yours. The man in battle armor snorted coldly. He then threw a pair of shackles at Yi Xian. The shackles suddenly opened in midair and flew towards Yi Xian's feet. Seeing this, Yi Xian was scared half to death. These shackles were the thing that restricted his true qi and profound. However, he was currently immobilized by the Great Emperor will. How could he dodge? Damn it, keep! Yi Xian cursed and kept the 8 desolate sword into the devouring space. He knew that if he was caught, his spatial ring would be taken away. The man in battle armor did not pay much attention to Yi Xian's actions. He directly controlled the shackles and locked them on Yi Xian's feet. This time, Yi Xian was in trouble. Damn it, I really can't use my true qi, profound, and Great Emperor will. Looking at the shackles on his feet, Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. He never thought that he would be caught. If he had known, he would have left immediately. Yi Xian prayed in his heart. He wasn't praying for a miracle, but for the bloodline of the sacred tree of life to erase the word slave. Otherwise, how could he face his family and friends? The armored man withdrew his Great Emperor's will when he saw that his legs were shackled. Then, a middle-aged bandit rushed to the armored man's side. Lord Jiao, this. The middle-aged bandit was at a loss for words. You can't take out the red blaze fruits that I ordered. Tell me, what should I do? The armored man asked coldly. Gulp. The middle-aged bandit swallowed his saliva and said, Lord Jiao, this is none of our business. I don't care. You can't take out the red blaze fruits that I asked for. Do you want me to come here for nothing? The armored man's tone was threatening. The middle-aged bandit quickly changed his mind and said, Lord Jiao, it's my fault. How about this, I'll give all the captives that I've captured recently to you and give you some treasures. I won't let you come here for nothing. What do you think? That's more like it. The armored man nodded slightly and looked at Yi Xian, saying, I'm the one who captured this brat. Bring him to me too. Yes, yes, yes. The middle-aged bandit quickly nodded. Then, he quickly rushed over and picked up Yi Xian like a chick and brought him away. Damn it, this is troublesome. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. The middle-aged bandit should be a third-stage Great Emperor in the Desert Bandit group, but he called the armored man Lord. It seemed that the armored man was from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Yi Xian was brought to a large open space by the middle-aged bandit. There were already many people waiting for Yi Xian. "Little brother, why are you caught too?" "Sigh, I've dragged you into this." These people were the ones that Yi Xian had saved, but they were caught again. Yi Xian glanced around and saw that half of the people were gone. The 2 disciples of the Sword God Palace were also gone. A total of 18 people. The middle-aged bandit grinned and took off Yi Xian's interspatial ring. Then, he handed another one to the armored man. The man in armor took the universe ring and glanced at it. He nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Although I didn't get the red blaze fruit, I didn't waste my trip." He did not notice that the Bahuang sword he had seen earlier was not in Yi Xian's interspatial ring. This was because virtual divine weapons were not valuable. Only they could use virtual divine weapons that others had nurtured for decades. "Thank you for your understanding, Master Jiao." The middle-aged bandit immediately smiled. "All right, all of you, follow me. If you dare to run, don't blame me for being merciless," said the armored man as he climbed up a flight of stairs. Even though he was a 4th-order Great Emperor, he still couldn't fly in the desert of death. Yi Xian and the others followed behind him in an orderly manner. The 18 of them were all shackled. Any desert bandit could kill all of them. There was no way to escape, so they could only accept their fate. Soon, they left the bandit lair. "Master, where are we being taken to?" someone asked when they returned to the ground. They knew they were going to be taken, so they had to know where they were going to be taken to. The armored man shook his head. "No, your faces won't be engraved with the word slave. I'm not treating you as slaves." "We're not slaves?" The 18 of them, including Yi Xian, couldn't help but light up when they heard this. "You're not slaves. As for where it is, you'll know when you get there." The armored man suddenly smiled and said, "Next, I'll release your shackles. All of you combined won't be a match for me, so know your limits." In order to speed up the journey, the armored man released the shackles on Yi Xian and the others and walked in front. Among the 18 of them, the strongest was a 2nd-order Great Emperor. However, such a cultivation realm was only a matter of thought in front of the armored man. Although Yi Xian wanted to use earth shrinking to escape, the armored man was right behind him. If he made any sudden movements, the armored man would instantly use his Great Emperor will to stop him. Therefore, the 18 of them could only follow the armored man's direction. Originally, a few of them wanted to commit suicide, but when they heard the armored man say that he wouldn't treat them as slaves, they gave up on the idea. Perhaps things would take a turn for the better. The 18 of them ran for 3 days under the armored man's supervision. This time, the journey was calm and peaceful. They didn't encounter any trouble. When they were about to leave the desert of death, the armored man called out to them and put the shackles on their legs again. Yi Xian was disheartened. If he was a 2nd-order Great Emperor, he would definitely fight to the death with the armored man. However, he hadn't broken through yet. In these 3 days, he cursed Jiang Tianjin countless times in his mind. He also prayed that Wushang would appear and join forces with him to fight the armored man. However, Wushang didn't appear. It was said that he was heavily injured. "Let's wait and see. I don't believe that I won't have a chance to escape." Yi Xian put the shackles on his legs again and followed the armored man out of the desert of death. The desert of death was in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. As it was a dangerous place, there weren't any cities around it. Fortunately, the armored man had a rock that was comparable to an empty God Realm Great Emperor. After Yi Xian and the others sat on the rock, they flew for another 3 days and landed in front of a valley. "Lord Jiao, why are you here?" When the Great Pung landed, a man wearing battle armor walked over. "Lord Chen, I'm sending some people to the heavenly prison this time," Lord Jiao said. "Haha, I see." Lord Chen smiled and glanced at Yi Xian and the others. He said, "You should be slaves, but Lord Jiao is generous and sent you to the heavenly prison." "Do you know where the heavenly prison is?" The heavenly prison. When this word entered Yi Xian's ears, he was completely confused. However, the others knew where the heavenly prison was. "Isn't this the place where the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty imprisons key criminals?" someone blurted out. "That's right. Those notorious criminals are imprisoned in the heavenly prison." However, the heavenly prison doesn't restrict your freedom completely. When you enter the heavenly prison, you can move freely in the heavenly prison. You can even kill people. Lord Chen nodded and threw some Qian Kuan rings to Yi Xian and the others. At the same time, he unshackled them. Yi Xian had already removed the restraints, but he could sense a few powerful auras. They were all at least 4th-rank great emperors, so he did not dare to act rashly. He followed Lord Chen's instructions and checked his Qian Kuan ring. There was only one medium-grade void god weapon and a Qi observation manual. The heavenly prison was built by the supreme almighties of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Dayuan Sacred Dynasty. It's located in a secret realm. When you enter later, a red light will form above your head. As long as you kill the experts of the Dayuan Sacred Dynasty, you can plunder their light, Lord Chen explained. What's the use of this light? Someone asked. Light won't be of much use to you, but it can make the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty more prosperous. There are some places in the heavenly prison where you can exchange your light for some things, such as high-grade void god weapons, martial arts, and various cultivation resources. You can even exchange the twin fruits, Lord Chen explained. When Yi Xian heard the words twin fruits, his entire body trembled violently. Twin fruits? The twin fruits that can condense the second void god spirit? Oh my god, this item is nurtured by the heavens and earth. It's extremely rare. I didn't expect that it can be exchanged with light. You're too naive. The twin fruits are such a precious treasure. You'll need a large amount of light to exchange for it. Lord Chen smiled and said, that's right. The twin fruits are extremely rare. I don't think you can exchange for it. As soon as you enter the heavenly prison, your light will be red. Red is the lowest type of light. As long as you keep killing the people of the Dayuan Sacred Dynasty, you can plunder a portion of their light to strengthen the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's light. This will ensure that the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty will never decline. Each generation will be stronger than the last. Simply put, it was using a large number of people's light to add to the country's light, allowing the country to prosper. It seems like there are many people in the heavenly prison? Someone mumbled. Yes. Other than you, there are many people who are willing to enter the heavenly prison. As long as one of you can condense a green light, you can exchange for your freedom and leave the heavenly prison, Lord Chen nodded. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Green light was a level 5 light. How many people present could condense it? Haha, don't think that you can't. There are 3 overlords in our Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. When he entered the heavenly prison, he was only a first emperor. Lord Chen said with a smile, that's all I have to say. You can choose not to enter, but the consequence is that I will kill you on the spot. I have already given you the aura gazing art. This martial art allows you to see other people's luck. It is very easy to cultivate. After he finished speaking, he directly brought Yi Xian and the others to a stone wall. There was a metal door at the bottom of the stone wall. Master Chen walked over and used a special method to open the metal door. Behind the metal door, there was only the entrance to the mysterious realm and nothing else. Lord Sacred to Heaven. And Lord Sacred Sacred Realm. Lord Chen said. Let me remind you one more thing. If you kill people with the same or lower light, you will get less light. When you enter, you will have red light. The greater the difference between your light and the enemy's, the more light you will get. Also, you will not be able to get the light of the same faction. If the Sunflame Sacred Army finds you fighting with the same faction, you will be killed on the spot. Yi Xian and the others paused for a moment. They remembered Lord Chen's words. Right now, Yi Xian was already prepared to enter the heavenly prison. Who told him to accidentally get caught? Although the earth-shrinking profound meaning was powerful, there were many hidden experts aside from Lord Jiao and Lord Chen. If he acted rashly, he would be killed on the spot. Damn Jiang Tianjin. If I see you, I will skin you alive. Yi Xian cursed Jiang Tianjin in his heart. However, he admitted that he was careless. He did not expect Jiang Tianjin to be able to condense 3 fire clones. The fire element was the strongest. It was said that some experts could condense more than 10 fire clones. It was very difficult to deal with. However, he had to get through the heavenly prison first. I need a twin fruit. I didn't expect it to be available here. This time I must condense my clone. Yi Xian said in his heart. He then walked into the secret realm's entrance. In the next moment, he appeared in a valley. Newcomers? Let's go. The Great Yuan army often comes to rob the entrance. Before Yi Xian could size up his surroundings, a voice sounded out. The 18 of them turned around and saw a hole appear in the valley. A man came out of it. Sir, can you tell us something about the heavenly prison? A second stage great emperor asked. There is nothing to say. Although we belong to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, we occasionally kill and steal. It's fine as long as we don't run into the Sunflame Sacred Army. I think all of you were captured and brought here. Otherwise, I would have killed all of you long ago. After the man finished speaking, he went back into the cave. Yi Xian and the others were captured. Therefore, they only had one medium-grade Void God weapon in their interspatial ring. This man did not need to take the risk of being hunted down by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty to kill Yi Xian and the others. Now, Yi Xian had entered the heavenly prison. This place was full of danger. Therefore, he did not hesitate and used Earth Shrink to enter the ground. Little brother, let's work together. Eh? The second stage Great Emperor turned around and found that Yi Xian had disappeared. This kind of means was not something they could compare to. Even if Yi Xian was here, he would not work together with these people. What a joke. The weakest of these people was only an 8th grade king. The strongest was only a 2nd grade great emperor. He would not be a saint and protect these people. I still have the 8 desolate sword in my hand. If I can break through again, I will be able to fight against a 3rd grade great emperor. Yi Xian hid 500 meters underground. The man said that they could not fly more than 1,000 meters above ground. It seemed that there were some hidden dangers in the heavenly prison. However, this was good. His main attribute was earth. As long as he did not fly too high, he was confident that he could knock his opponent to the ground. The ground was his home ground. Let me see the Qi observation technique first. Yi Xian took out the Qi observation technique from his interspatial ring and spent some devour crystals to learn it. Ding! Host has learned the Qi observation technique. After learning the aura gazing technique, Yi Xian went back the way he came and glanced at the 17 people behind him. He used the aura gazing technique to check on them and found that they all had red clouds above their heads, which meant that they all had red luck. As for Yi Xian himself, when he raised his head, he could see that his luck was also red. I can't steal luck by killing people from the same camp. I can only do that by killing people from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. The greater the difference in luck, the more luck I can steal. If I want to leave the heavenly prison, I have to hand in at least blue luck. I wonder how much luck I need to exchange for the twin fruits. Yi Xian thought about it and left. He was not familiar with the heavenly prison, so he had to understand it first. Lord Chen said that the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's camp in the heavenly prison has 3 leaders and the Sunflame army. It seems that there are cities in the heavenly prison. However, even though this is the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory, there are still cases of killing and stealing. Yi Xian reminded himself. Then, he rose to the ground and started running. He only had red luck and was a 1st stage great emperor, so people from the same camp usually wouldn't take the risk to kill him. Someone's here? After running for 10 minutes, he saw a few people from the same camp. He had mastered the aura gazing technique and could tell if the luck belonged to the same camp or the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. In front of him was a white-haired old man roasting meat in front of a bonfire. Young man, you just arrived? The white-haired old man looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian glanced at the red cloud above the white-haired old man and said, Senior, can you tell me the direction of the nearest city? The white-haired old man looked at Yi Xian and said, Young man, don't be in such a hurry. Sit down and have a drink with me. I'm sorry, Senior. I'm in a hurry. Please tell me, Senior. Yi Xian refused. Forget it. You can find it yourself. The white-haired old man turned the meat around. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Since the first time he left Lianyun City to train, he had developed a habit of not trusting others easily. Although the white-haired old man's luck was red, he could hide his aura. Even Xian couldn't see through him, so his strength was probably not to be underestimated. Just as Xian was thinking, he suddenly felt a strong pressure that made him unable to move. "Young man, if I want to kill you, I can kill you." The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes. Xian was about to cry his eyes out. Recently, his luck had been very bad. First, he was caught and thrown into the heavenly prison. Now, he met another expert. Or not. Or maybe even the 5th stage great emperor. Or even the... "All right." Xian hurriedly replied. In the next moment, he felt the pressure on his body disappear and he could move. "Sit down and have a drink." The white-haired old man smiled and took out a wine cup. He filled it to the brim. Xian walked over and sat in front of the old man. He took the wine cup. This wine." Xian raised his eyebrows and drank it in one gulp. "Special Devour." "Damn, what wine is this? One cup is more precious than the 2 red blaze fruits?" Xian was shocked. He also felt that his physique had changed. He became stronger. This is the flame dragon wine that this old man personally brewed. It can strengthen the physique. However, this old man drank too much. "It has no effect on me now," the white-haired old man replied. "Many thanks, senior." Xian quickly cupped his fists. He estimated that he could break through to the 2nd stage great emperor if he drank another 2 or 3 cups. "Don't thank me. This flame dragon wine is not for nothing. I want you to answer a question." The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and said. "What is it?" Xian asked subconsciously. This was his first time meeting this white-haired old man. He didn't know what the old man would ask. Could it be something that happened outside the Heaven's prison? "The martial art you used just now is called Wind Strike, right?" the white-haired old man said. This question stunned Xian. However, it seemed that many people recognized this martial art. Hence, he didn't hide it and nodded. "All right, a cup of wine for a question. Little brother, do you still want to drink?" The white-haired old man poured another cup of flame dragon wine. "Drink." Xian nodded immediately. What a joke. This was a free gift. He could break through to the 2nd stage great emperor after a few more cups. He took the cup and swallowed the flame dragon wine. "Second question, where did you learn Wind Strike?" the white-haired old man asked. "Zephyr Thunder Palace." Xian answered subconsciously. He had already searched the Zephyr Thunder Palace once. There was nothing there. Furthermore, he was imprisoned in the Heaven's prison and had his yin and yang ring taken away. Hence, the white-haired old man was only after his martial art. "Is it the Zephyr Thunder Palace in the chaotic astral ocean?" The white-haired old man handed over another cup of flame dragon wine. Xian was stunned. Only he and Guan Yulan knew about this. Why did this white-haired old man know about it too? That's right. Xian nodded and finished the flame dragon wine. He only needed one more cup to break through to the 2nd stage great emperor realm. Then, other than those things, do you have anything else? For example, a corpse and a key? The white-haired old man poured another cup of flame dragon wine and handed it to Xian. Xian trembled and said in shock, "A corpse and a key?" The white-haired old man looked into his eyes and sighed, "Even the Zephyr Thunder Palace doesn't have anything." Xian raised his eyebrows and drank the cup of flame dragon wine on the spot. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 2nd stage great emperor. The system notification sounded. The white-haired old man's eyes flickered and said in surprise, "Kid, you're amazing. The flame dragon wine can strengthen one's physique. You actually broke through after drinking 4 cups. Senior's eyes are really sharp." Xian quickly flattered and asked, "Senior, in the Zephyr Thunder Palace, I also obtained the Wind Dragon Slash and the Profundity Seed, but I didn't see any key." This key is, the Zephyr Thunder Emperor was famous in the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty 1,000 years ago. He plundered a lot of wealth with his martial skills and profundities before disappearing. Among the wealth he plundered, there was a key that could open a ruin. Before he died, he spread the news that he had built many Zephyr Thunder palaces, and one of them stored his corpse and the key to the ruin. The white-haired old man replied. Ruin key? Corpse? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Indeed, he didn't find the Zephyr Thunder Emperor's corpse in the lightning forbidden land, nor did he find any key. Senior, since you know where the Zephyr Thunder Palace is, why? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Why don't you take it away? It's simple. Empty God Realm Emperors can't enter the Thunder Island. If a grade 9 king enters, he will be struck to death by the riot astral lightning. There are many traps set by the Zephyr Thunder Emperor. Other than the riot astral lightning, there are many other dangers. If the strength of the person who enters exceeds the range set by the Zephyr Thunder Emperor, the Zephyr Thunder Palace will be destroyed. You're lucky to be able to obtain his inheritance. The white-haired elder explained. After Yi Xian heard this, he was also shocked. He didn't feel any danger other than the riot astral lightning. Now that the white-haired elder mentioned it, he shuddered. Even the place where he obtained his inheritance doesn't have his corpse. Where would his corpse be? The elder mumbled. He thought that the key to the ruin would be beside the Zephyr Thunder Emperor's corpse. How many Zephyr Thunder palaces have been found? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. The Zephyr Thunder Emperor gave out a total of 6 locations of the Zephyr Thunder palaces. 3 of them are kept secret. Even so, after so many years of searching, only one of the 3 secret Zephyr Thunder palaces has not been found. Those who found the Zephyr Thunder Palace obtained great wealth and soared to the sky. The value of the inheritance that you obtained is only second to the key. It's a pity that you were caught in the heavens prison. The white-haired elder shook his head helplessly. He thought that Yi Xian's wind dragon slash and lightning inheritance were taken advantage of by others. In the empty God realm, everyone fought with ultimacy. It was the same for the empty God realm emperors. Moreover, it wasn't easy to comprehend ultimacy. Even an empty God realm emperor might not be able to comprehend all the ultimacies. Therefore, the Zephyr Thunder inheritance that Yi Xian and Guan Yulan obtained was ranked second in terms of value. Alright, I've asked around. You don't have what I want. Farewell. The white-haired elder suddenly stood up and said, I'll give you this bottle of flame dragon wine. This is also a map of the heavens prison. Yi Xian took a look at the map and stored it in the devouring system. When he was about to thank the white-haired elder, he found that the elder was already gone. Disappeared? Yi Xian looked around but didn't find the white-haired old man. This person's strength had probably far exceeded his expectations. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even know the elder's name. Not only did he give him a flame dragon wine, he's and tell him a secret. Is. Yi Xian glanced at the map, then quickly left. Within an hour was thunder. Was to be Thunder Gold Emperor? Go by. When Yi Xian entered the city, he took out a strange crystal that could detect the amount of luck he had. Regrettably, his red providence value was only 1, which was pitifully low. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. Purple luck was at least 1,000,000. That meant that he would need at least 10,000 luck to leave the heavens prison. The twin life fruit was not available in Gale City. He had to go to the main cities under the 3 great leaders. The price was so high that Yi Xian was disappointed. After that, Yi Xian left Gale City. In any case, he had nothing to do in the city. Gale City is at the border between the 2 camps. The fastest way to get luck is to kill my way to the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and started to move. If he wanted to improve quickly, he had to kill. Although it was dangerous, he could improve quickly. Yi Xian spent an entire day using earth shrinking to cross the border of the camp and enter the territory of the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. The map given by the elder shows the distribution of the cities in the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's territory. This is it. Yi Xian immediately chose a city that was close to him. His plan was to wait beside the city, then follow the people who left the city and kill them. Soon, he saw Yiqing City. There were only 6 main cities in the heavens prison. The 2 camps each had 6 main cities. Most of the experts were in these main cities. As for the other cities, they were mostly low to mid-level grade emperors. Yi Xian was tens of thousands of meters away from Yiqing city. Looking from afar, he saw some people leaving the city. Then, he followed them according to their speed. 3-second stage grade emperors? I'll take you guys. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and quickly entered the ground. The earth shrinking profound was very useful. As long as his cultivation level was not too far apart, he could retreat even if he could not win. Yi Xian calculated the time. When the 3-second stage grade emperors flew over his head, he suddenly attacked. Dual space. Great Emperor intent. Yi Xian immediately attacked. First, he used the dual space to suppress one of them. Then, he slashed out 36 overlapping shadows. Sila. One of the second stage great emperors was ambushed and died instantly. Of the remaining two, one of them was suppressed by Yi Xian's dual space. He could not even turn around. The other one had just reacted when Yi Xian slashed him to death. No, the person who was suppressed by the dual space cried out in shock. He knew that his two companions were dead. However, Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest as he quickly killed him. The 3-second stage great emperors fell and their yin and yang rings flew to Yi Xian. At the same time, the 3 orange-colored providence clouds above their heads separated and flew to Yi Xian. Then, the 3 orange-colored providence clouds collapsed. The heaven's prison was built in a secret realm. This secret realm was very special. Whenever Yi Xian killed someone, his providence points would automatically be added to him. All 3 of them had orange-colored providence, but only 10 points were added to me. That's too little. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and quickly burrowed into the ground. The greater the difference in providence, the more providence one would obtain after killing someone. Yi Xian's providence was not much different from the 3 of them. Hence, he did not steal much from them. He only managed to raise his providence to orange-colored. Providence could be used to buy things in the city. Hence, many people would exchange their providence points for natural treasures to increase their strength. Of course, if one wanted things like the twin fruits, they would have to stack their providence points. This was because the shops in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty did not allow bartering. Only providence points were allowed. Moreover, only the officials of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty had the ability to split their providence points. Although the 3 of them did not have much providence points, they still had a lot of things in their rings. If the 3-second stage great emperors joined forces, they could even fight against a 3rd stage great emperor. There were often people like Yi Xian in the heavenly prison, but out of 100 nihility gods, there were probably only 5 of them with the earth and wood attributes. As for the 100 earth attribute nihility gods, perhaps not even one of them had comprehended the earth shrinking technique. Therefore, Yi Xian had a huge advantage in doing this. In less than a few minutes, Yi Xian annihilated another team. 2 stage 2 great emperors, and 1 stage 1 great emperor. His cultivation base had improved once again. At this rate, I might be able to break through to stage 3 great emperor today. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. His current strength was comparable to Wu Shang's. If he reached the 3rd order great emperor realm, even Lord Jiao and Lord Chen would die in his hands. At this time, Yi Xian was hiding outside Yiqing city. This speed, a stage 4 great emperor? Yi Xian hid behind a mound of dirt that he had built, only revealing his eyes. He saw that after a figure left the city, that figure was rapidly flying toward him. This person's speed was very fast, even faster than Wu Shang's. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that this person was a stage 4 great emperor. He should have the ability to fight against a stage 4 great emperor, but this was the enemy's territory. If he did not kill this person quickly, he would definitely attract the attention of others. Just as he was about to burrow into the ground and hide, he suddenly realized that this person was not a stage 4 great emperor. I see, it's a stage 3 great emperor who has comprehended the underground movement technique. When he came to his senses, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. Since this person was not a stage 4 great emperor, he was confident that he could kill this person. He quickly burrowed into the ground and started counting the time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 3 seconds was enough for the stage 3 great emperor to pass by him. Then, he circled around to the side and flew out. A few thousand meters away, the Stage 3 Great Emperor sensed something and turned around. He saw Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had already swung his sword. 8 Baron Swordsmanship, Sword Annihilation Samsara. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, sending out a sword chi that instantly killed the Third Order Great Emperor. However, the sword chi suddenly turned back, slicing the Third Order Great Emperor in two. Sword Annihilation Samsara was an extremely powerful martial art. The power of that strike was even stronger than sword cleaving 8 desolations. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian could control this sword chi to continue attacking others, just like the deadly wind formation. Similarly, this move drained Yi Xian of his Xianxia. At the same time, controlling this sword chi required a large amount of Xianxia. If Yi Xian did not have the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he would only be able to control it for a second at most. This move is very good for a sneak attack. Yi Xian was very satisfied. The Sword Annihilation Samsara would be controlled by Yi Xian. When the opponent thought that they had dodged, the Sword Annihilation Samsara would suddenly turn back and kill them. The 8 Desolations Great Emperor who could create this martial art was definitely a super genius. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly flew over and put away the other party's universe ring. This Stage 3 Great Emperor's luck was yellow. It increased Yi Xian's luck by more than 50 points. It was very good. Another 2 or 3 Stage 3 Great Emperors and I should be able to break through to Stage 3 Great Emperor. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and returned to Yiqing City. There were many experts in Yiqing City. While Yi Xian was waiting, he saw several Stage 4 Great Emperors leaving. After all, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty were not small factions. The Heavenly Prison seemed to have been formed for hundreds of years. Who knew how many experts had gathered inside? Yi Xian waited outside Yiqing City for half a day. After killing a few groups of experts, he finally broke through to Stage 3 Great Emperor. At the same time, his luck was yellow. It had reached 120 points. Now that my luck is yellow, I can't take the red and orange luck. Sigh, it seems that it's not that easy to exchange for a twin fruit. Yi Xian was helpless. High-level luck could not be taken from those with low-level luck. If he wanted to leave the heavenly prison, he would need at least green luck. He would have to kill his way up layer by layer. Otherwise, he would have to rely on numbers. Even if Yi Xian's strength had increased, those of the same level as him could exchange all their luck and only have red luck left. Then, they would go and rob others. That way, they would be able to obtain more. Suddenly, a group of black figures swept towards Yiqing City. Although it was night, Yi Xian cultivated the aura observation technique. It was hard for him not to notice that group of people. It's my Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's people. There are so many of them. Are they going to attack the city? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he was in trouble. There were more than 50 people in the group. Most of them had orange and yellow luck above their heads. There were also a few who had green luck. It seemed that they were really going to attack the city. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that Yiqing City had activated the Great Defensive Array. At the same time, a large number of Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's experts swept out. In fact, the Great Defensive Array had always been in place. It was to prevent people from the enemy camp from killing their way in and destroying the shops. Even a Stage 9 Great Emperor would not be able to destroy the Great Defensive Array. Hence, the city was very safe. However, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's experts had already arrived. Hence, a large number of experts immediately gathered in Yiqing City, ready to fight. Soon, dozens of experts rushed out of Yiqing City. Kill. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's experts did not waste any time and rushed over. What a big scene. This is a good opportunity. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he quickly joined the battle. In such a large-scale battle, he definitely could not rush into the crowd. This was because a large amount of Great Emperor's intent would press down on him. It was very dangerous. 8 Desolation Sword Art, Sword Annihilation Reincarnation. Yi Xian quickly slashed out and broke the 8 Desolation Sword. A powerful sword chi and 8 sharp blades swept into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, many people were killed. The heavenly prison's secret realm judged that Xian had dealt a fatal blow to these people. Hence, these people's luck all gathered above Xian's head. At the same time, Xian's body was not idle. 36 overlapping shadows, 64 layers of earth pulse. Fierce attack swept out and killed the great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's experts. Then, Xian used the dual space to plunder the Qiankuan ring. In such a large-scale battle, there were many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. They all had their eyes on the corpses. How dare you come and try to rob me? Xian squinted his eyes and quickly slashed out with his sword, killing a person who wanted to rob his Qiankuan ring. Moreover, the person he killed was from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's camp. In the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory, one would be killed by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's army. However, Xian wasn't stepping on the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory, but the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's territory. There wouldn't be any Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's army here, nor would there be any Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's army. Hence, there wouldn't be a problem in killing his own people. Although this group of people was here to attack the city, many of them had devious thoughts. They would suddenly kill their own people and escape. After killing a person who overestimated himself, the surrounding people didn't dare to provoke Xian anymore. They felt that Xian wasn't a persimmon that was easy to bully. At the same time, Xian was targeted by a 4th-stage Great Emperor. Brat, you're courting death. When the 4th-stage Great Emperor saw that Xian had collected a lot of yin and yang rings, he immediately charged towards Xian. You dare to find trouble with me? You've got guts. Go. Xian's eyes narrowed as he controlled the Sword of Reincarnation and the 8 sharp blades to attack the 4th-stage Great Emperor. Humph. Petty tricks. The 4th-stage Great Emperor glared at Xian and deflected the 8 sharp blades. However, at this time, 2 forces suddenly appeared on his body, restricting his movements. What? The 4th-stage Great Emperor's eyes widened as he forcefully used his Emperor's will. However, his speed was greatly reduced, and he could only move at 40% of his peak. Xiao. The Sword of Reincarnation swept past his head and sliced off the top of his head. Overestimating yourself. Xian muttered in his heart as he kept the 4th-stage Great Emperor's yin and yang rings. His strength increased once again. When he entered the battle just now, he took a look and saw that the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty had 5 4th-stage Great Emperors. Now that one was dead, there were only 4 left. Killing 10 3rd-stage Great Emperors was better than killing 1 4th-stage Great Emperor. Hence, Xian charged towards one of the 4th-stage Great Emperors. At this time, the 4th-stage Great Emperor was fighting with the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's experts. When the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's expert saw Xian charging over, he immediately barked, "Scram! What arrogance! I'll kill you first." Xian was infuriated. He directly reformed the Bahuang sword and used his recovered true energy to slash out. Sword of Reincarnation. Just now, after the sword annihilation Samsara killed several people, it was disintegrated by Xian himself. To kill a 1st or 2nd stage Great Emperor, he only needed to use ordinary 36 overlapping images. After all, controlling the sword annihilation Samsara consumed too much energy. See, this sword annihilation Samsara directly killed the expert of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty who told Xian to scram. What? His opponent was shocked. He didn't expect Xian to instantly kill a 4th-order Great Emperor. Estes reincarnation tesses? Him reincarnations reincarnation great reincarnation reincarnation reincarnation. S reincarnation as reincarnation reincarnation reincarnation. CT, the 4th-stage Great Emperor was killed by Xian. Swords reincarnation 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 collapsed. Xian kept the 2 Qiankuan rings. He turned around and saw that there were only slightly more than 20 people left on the battlefield. Only slightly more than 20 people were left. It was obvious that the battle was intense. At that moment, those people that had obtained benefits all dispersed in a hubbub and turned around to leave. Don't even think about leaving. Xian targeted a 4th-stage Great Emperor from the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty and chased after him. The 4th-stage Great Emperor noticed Xian. He had seen how Xian killed 2 4th-stage Great Emperors. He jumped in fright and quickly ran while attacking. However, he had only raised his hand halfway when his speed dropped drastically. Then, a ferocious slash came at him. Pung! 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 The middle-grade Void God weapon in the 4th stage Great Emperor's hand vibrated hundreds of times. Kacha! The middle-grade Void God weapon shattered, and the 4th stage Great Emperor was sent flying. He was terrified. A middle-grade Void God weapon was extremely tough. It was not something that an ordinary person could break. However, Xian did it. At this time, his right hand that was holding the sword had been shattered by the Earth Pulse 64 layers. He could not feel anything. Die. Xian slashed a few more times and killed him instantly. When his head flew up, Xian had already taken his Qian Kuan ring. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 4th stage Great Emperor. The melodious system notification sounded out once more as Xian's cultivation broke through once more. At the same time, his luck had also increased. However, at this time, how dare you act so presumptuously in the territory of the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty? You are courting death. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Xian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a person in armor charging towards him. This is the Deyuan army? Xian's eyes flickered. The Deyuan army was composed of at least 6th stage Great Emperors. They were constantly roaming in the territory of the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty. If they saw someone from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty killing someone from the same camp, they would immediately attack. Unfortunately, this Deyuan army soldier was heading straight for Xian. Green luck. Xian thought for a while. In the end, he decided to retreat. After all, there might be other Deyuan army experts around. If he was surrounded, he would be in trouble. At this moment, he turned around and left quickly. He did not chase after the others. One had to know how to be content with what one had. Only then could one live a long life. Although he might have the ability to fight against this Deyuan army expert, he still had to be careful. He would wait until he had exchanged for the twin fruits. Don't even think about leaving. The 6th stage Great Emperor glared at Xian. A wave of Great Emperor's intent pressed down on him. Xian activated the pulsating guard 64 layers that had merged with the Great Emperor's intent. Even so, his speed was reduced by 20%. However, he still had the dual space that he had yet to use. When the 6th stage Great Emperor reacted, his speed had also decreased by 20%. Now, both of their speeds were equal. This place is not far from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory. I'll lure him over and kill him along with the others. Xian made a plan in his heart. Whether it was the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty or the Deyuan army, they were the official armies of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty. Their strength and wealth were not something ordinary people could compare to. Therefore, Xian did not use the earth-shrinking technique to leave. Bastard, don't go. The Deyuan army soldier who was chasing after Xian kept roaring. Tisk, if I want to leave, do you think you can stop me? Xian was filled with disdain. If he wanted to leave, he would have used the earth-shrinking technique to escape. One was chasing while the other was escaping. Their speeds were extremely fast. The Deyuan army soldier knew that Xian wanted to escape back to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory. However, his speed could not catch up to Xian. Moreover, he did not want to give up. After a while, I will enter the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory. I hope a 5th or 6th stage Great Emperor can help me, Xian thought to himself. Of course, even if there was no one, as long as he entered the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory, Xian would counterattack. Xian was confident that he could kill the 6th stage Great Emperor by himself. After all, they had been running for quite some time. His opponent's true Qi and Great Emperor intent had been depleted, while he was still in peak condition. At this moment, the 6th stage Great Emperor was in a dilemma. Should he chase after Xian? However, he recalled that he had been chasing for quite some time. Xian was fast, but his true Qi and Great Emperor intent were much less than his. Therefore, he decided to charge in. Pa! Xian stepped into the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory. Now, he wasn't afraid of encountering the Great Yuan army. The probability of that happening was very small. Keep running for a while more and I'll take your life. Yi Xian's eyes flickered and he continued running. The sixth-stage Great Emperor from the Great Yuan army chased after him for a few minutes. However, he didn't dare to go any further. Forget it. Consider yourself lucky. He snorted in his heart. He stopped running and turned around. However, at this moment. 8 Desolation Sword, Sword of Annihilation. Yi Xian held the 8 Desolation Sword and slashed at the Great Yuan army soldier. The sword light flashed and appeared in front of the Great Yuan army soldier in an instant. However, he wasn't a pushover either. He quickly dodged the sword. 8 Desolation Sword, go. When the Great Yuan army soldier dodged the attack, Yi Xian shattered the 8 Desolation Sword. The 8 sharp blades flew towards the Great Yuan army soldier at various speeds. Humph. The Great Yuan warrior let out a cold snort, then his body suddenly exploded. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. The sixth-stage Great Emperor intent was infused into the raging flames incinerate the heavens. Fortunately, Yi Xian was prepared. He blocked it with the 64-layered earth pulse. Back then, Jiang Tianjin had detonated 3 raging flames incinerate the heavens at the same time. Yi Xian didn't die from the explosion back then. Naturally, he wouldn't die this time. Raging flames incinerate the heavens consumes a lot of true qi. Let's see how much true qi you have left. Yi Xian thought as he flew backwards. This raging flames incinerate the heavens dispersed the sword of samsara. Not only that, but the 8 sharp blades were also sent flying. It had to be said that this person's battle awareness was very strong. He smelled danger, so he was very decisive. However, Yi Xian's vital energy was rapidly recovering. At the same time, Yi Xian heard a notification sound. Ding. Throbbing Pulse of the World 64 layers has evolved into Throbbing Pulse of the World 128 layers. The Throbbing Pulse of the World had once again increased in power. Yi Xian had been hit by the heaven-burning raging flames and his arm had been set ablaze by the inextinguishable inferno, so he quickly cut it off. If he had comprehended the 128 layers of the Great Earth Pulse earlier, he could have withstood the raging flames incinerate the heavens and killed this 6th-order Great Emperor. Brat, die. Suddenly, this Dayuan army master dashed out of the smoke and dust, hacking down at Yi Xian with his sword. You want to kill me with that move of yours? Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and went up to him. Bang! The sword beam cleaved onto Yi Xian's 128 pulsating guard and instantly vibrated 100 times before dissipating. What? The Dayuan army master was shocked. His attack was enough to kill a 5th-order Great Emperor, but it had no effect on Yi Xian. Die. Sword shatters the stars. Pfft. Yi Xian stabbed his sword into the Dayuan army master's body. In the next moment, he turned into an incomplete corpse. Initially, Yi Xian wanted to engage in guerrilla warfare, but he did not expect to suddenly comprehend the 128 layers of the Throbbing Pulse of the World. He did not know how much the Throbbing Pulse of the World needed to evolve into the Disintegration Profound. However, all in all, Yi Xian had profited greatly this time. The 128 layers of the Throbbing Pulse of the World had at least doubled his strength. However, just as he was about to put away the interspatial ring, a figure suddenly dashed towards him. One of us? Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he quickly retreated, keeping a distance from the figure. The figure was a young man in his 30s. He had an ordinary appearance and wore black clothes. He glanced at Yi Xian, then dashed towards the corpse of the Dayuan army master and took out a lantern. Little brother, do you still want this corpse? The young man in black asked. Want it? Yi Xian glanced at the corpse that had already shattered into countless pieces and shook his head. He did not understand what the young man in black meant. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. The lantern in the young man's hand suddenly flashed. Immediately, a ray of white light flew out from the corpse of the Dayuan army master and entered the lantern. This is the will of a great emperor? Yi Xian's eyes widened in shock. When an empty god realm great emperor died, the great emperor's will would quickly dissipate. However, some people could preserve the great emperor's will. Jiang Tianjin had refined such a great emperor's will to break through to the third-order great emperor realm. At this moment, the young man in black's method was to preserve the sixth-order great emperor's will of the Dayuan army master. Many thanks, little brother. At this moment, the young man in black cracked a smile and his eyes shone brightly. What kind of method is this? Yi Xian could not help but ask. Oh? The black-robed young man was slightly surprised. He said, it seems like little brother doesn't know about our Nether Spirit sect. Apart from ordinary cultivation, the Nether Spirit sect can also extract the great emperor's will that hasn't completely dissipated from a corpse and refine it. Ghost cult? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of this faction. However, it was a good method to extract the great emperor's will that had yet to dissipate. Jiang Tianjin was a third-order great emperor. His great emperor's will was stronger than a second-order great emperor's will. However, if he continued to refine the great emperor's will, it would be faster than ordinary cultivation. It seems that little brother has not heard of it. Little brother, are you interested in joining my ghost cult? The young man in black saw that Yi Xian was strong and wanted to recruit him. Do you have any requirements? Yi Xian asked. No, just come. My ghost cult is in urgent need of geniuses like you. If you are willing to join, the Hall Master will definitely nurture you. The young man in black shook his head. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked again, what if I don't join? He felt that this ghost cult was a little strange. Perhaps it was a wanted organization. My ghost cult is indeed wanted by the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. Therefore, if you don't agree, I will at least take away your great emperor's will. The young man in black's eyes suddenly turned cold and the corner of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Yi Xian considered for a moment and nodded in the end, all right, I will join. Great. You are now a fourth-order great emperor. Follow me to see the Hall Master. He can quickly raise your strength to sixth-order great emperor. The young man in black's eyes lit up. He felt that after he mentioned this benefit, Yi Xian would definitely not reject. It seems that the ghost cult is quite powerful. Wait. The first condition for joining the ghost sect is to give me your interspatial ring, the young man in black said cautiously. What about the weapon? Yi Xian asked with a frown. Put it in there too. The young man in black replied. Okay. Yi Xian nodded and put the Bahuang sword into his devouring space. Then, he put the useless medium ethereal god weapons into his interspatial ring. He had already devoured all the universe treasures from the Dayuan army. Therefore, there were not many things in his interspatial ring. He knew that the young man in black wanted to be safe in case Yi Xian suddenly attacked him. Here. Yi Xian took off his interspatial ring and threw both of them to the young man in black. The young man in black took the interspatial ring and felt it. He did not find any other interspatial ring on Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian had already obtained his trust. Of course, the young man in black did not notice that Yi Xian's Bahuang sword was not in the two interspatial rings. After all, a weapon that was not his own was useless to him. Very good. Follow me to see the hall leader. I'll return the items to you after we meet, the young man in black said. Yi Xian nodded. His plan was to follow the young man to the ghost sect and learn how to preserve the great emperor's will. He would leave after that. Of course, he was also guessing whether the young man in black had such a method in his interspatial ring. If so, he would not have to see the hall leader. However, after following the young man in black for more than 10 minutes, he suddenly bumped into an expert from the Scorching Sun Army. Damn it. It's the Scorching Sun Army. Let's take a detour. The young man in black quickly took a detour. However, the Scorching Sun Army expert in armor was walking towards them. He naturally saw Yi Xian and the young man in black. Stop right there. The Scorching Sun Army expert shouted. The young man in black and Yi Xian stopped in their tracks. Sir, what can I do for you? Asked the young man in black as he turned around. The warrior looked at the young man in black carefully. Then, his eyes lit up and he shouted, Xiao Yong, the wanted criminal, surrender now. This black-cloaked young man had killed a member of the same camp. Coincidentally, he was seen by the Sun Flame Army, so he was wanted. He recognized me. Damn it. Let's kill him together. The black-clothed young man threw the universe ring back to Yi Xian before swiftly dashing over. Yi Xian paused for a moment as he pondered whether or not to make a move. If he made a move and was seen by others, he would also become a fugitive. However, if the young man in black was killed by the sun-flaming army, then his plan would be ruined. Therefore, he was somewhat conflicted. In the blink of an eye, the black-cloaked youth and the expert from the Blazing Sun army began to fight. Yi Xian glanced around. Although he didn't see anyone else, if he made too much noise, it would definitely attract other people's attention. If he was discovered, he would become a fugitive. Then, how could he enter the city to exchange for the twin fruits? Therefore, he decided to forget about it. Bastard! Aren't you going to help? The black-clothed young man shouted. When Yi Xian heard this, he stood there quietly. He didn't make a move, nor did he reply. If that's the case, you can die first. The black-clothed young man shouted and suddenly charged towards Yi Xian. You want to kill me? Then, I will kill you first. Yi Xian suddenly took out his 8 desolate sword and attacked the black-clothed young man. 36 overlapping shadows, 128 layered earth pulse. The black-clothed young man thought that Yi Xian would be easy to deal with. After all, he was stronger than an ordinary rank 6 great emperor. However, he was wrong. Yi Xian was ridiculously strong. Boom. 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 Yi Xian's 36 overlapping shadows easily dispersed his sword chi and killed the black-clothed young man. Not only that, but the sword chi also swept past the black-clothed young man and killed the expert from the Blazing Sun army. F***ck. I killed him by mistake. Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't expect his sword to kill 2 people in a row. It was too unbelievable. 36 overlapping images combined with the throbbing pulse of the world, the power actually surpassed the sword of Samsara. Just what is the background of that mysterious mountain man? Yi Xian was shocked. The third layer of the 8 desolate sword art had 3 moves. The first was Sword of Desolation, the second was Sword of Star Shattering, and the third was Sword of Reincarnation. However, Yi Xian's normal attack was stronger than the Sword of Reincarnation. This 36 overlapping shadows was probably much stronger than the 8 desolate sword art. What mysterious mountain man needed was the disintegration profound. This meant that Yi Xian's earth pulse could be improved at least once. When that time came, who could block Yi Xian's sword? We killed the Blazing Sun army by mistake. Retreat. Yi Xian quickly went over and put away the bodies of the black-clothed young man and the expert from the Blazing Sun army. He quickly burrowed into the ground and left. Killing people on the same side wouldn't result in luck stealing, so Yi Xian's luck was still yellow. He quickly found a place and checked the interspatial rings of the black-clothed young man and the expert from the Blazing Sun army. After searching for a while, he found the method to store the Great Emperor's will. It was very simple, but it required a special spirit lantern. This spirit lantern can't be used after it's filled with the Great Emperor's will. It's a one-time use item. Yi Xian was helpless. However, the black-clothed young man had a full spirit lantern and a less than half-full spirit lantern in his interspatial ring. Yi Xian took out the spirit lantern that was filled with the Great Emperor's will and muttered the word devour in his heart. This time, he didn't use the special devour method. After all, the Great Emperor's will belonged to other people, and he had broken through on his own. If he randomly absorbed other people's Great Emperor's will, he didn't know what would happen. Therefore, it was better to use the normal devour method. He couldn't use the special devour method. The spirit lantern in Yi Xian's hand suddenly disappeared, and his cultivation level suddenly soared. Great Emperor's will can be devoured. Not bad. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that he would gain more experience points after killing someone. He didn't use up the other spirit lantern, so he didn't devour it for the time being. However, he hadn't devoured the interspatial rings of the black-clothed young man and the expert from the Blazing Sun army. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 5 Great Emperor. The system notified. When Yi Xian entered the heavenly prison, he was only a rank 1 Great Emperor. Now, he had broken through to rank 5 Great Emperor. With his current strength, he could probably fight against a rank 7 Great Emperor. My cultivation level has increased, but my fate is still yellow. Next time it'll be green. If I want to leave the heavenly prison, I'll need green fate. As for the twin fruits, Xian didn't dare to think about it for the time being. Now that I only have half a lantern, I should be able to fill it up very soon. In that case, I shall make a trip to the Nether Spirit Sect's hall. Xian squinted his eyes. The Nether Spirit Sect was a powerful force in the heavenly prison. However, they were wanted by the 3 great leaders because they had massacred those from the same faction. However, there was another problem. The dead young man in black knew where the Nether Spirit Sect's hall was, but he did not have a map in his interspatial ring. Therefore, Xian could only give up. After all, if any member of the Nether Spirit Sect had a map, how could the hall still exist? If it was discovered, the 3 great leaders would have sent people to destroy it. It seems like I can only store half of the Great Emperor's intent. Forget it, I should increase my luck and exchange for the twin fruits first. Xian thought to himself as he rushed towards the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's territory. With his current cultivation level, it would not be a problem for him to massacre those small cities. Using the Earth Shrink ultimacy, he soon arrived at the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's territory. However, this time, he was not going to massacre the cities. He was going to find trouble with the Great Yuan army. In the heavenly prison, there are many Great Yuan armies camps in the wilderness. With my current cultivation level, I should be fine as long as I don't run into the captains or generals of the Great Yuan army. Xian thought to himself. The captains of the Great Yuan army were rank 7 Great Emperors. Above the captains were the generals, and above the generals were the marshals. They were all rank 9 Great Emperors. Xian could only fight against rank 7 Great Emperors for now. If he ran into generals, he would be immobilized, just like when he ran into Lord Jiao. He was not weak. What he lacked now was luck. As long as he had enough luck, he would go to the main cities of the 3 great leaders to exchange for a twin fruits and form his second doppelganger. At that time, he would have 2 lives. Even if his original body died, as long as his doppelganger was still alive, he would still be alive. At this time, he suddenly changed into the Great Yuan army's armor. It was the spare armor in the interspatial ring of the Great Yuan army's expert who died. Although most people could tell that Xian was from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty by looking at the providence above his head, there were always people who made a mistake. In that case, Xian would be able to ambush them. Under normal circumstances, there would be a military camp next to a city. Xian rushed to Yiqing City and began his search. In less than half a day, he found the military camp of the Great Yuan army. "Who are you?" Just as Xian approached, he was spotted by the Great Yuan army. However, the other party was just a 6th Order Great Emperor. Die. Without hesitation, Xian used the 2 layers of space to suppress the other party. Even though the other party had the will of a 6th Order Great Emperor, Xian was still a 5th Order Great Emperor. His speed was reduced by at least half. In a battle between experts, even 5% of one's speed could determine the outcome of a battle, let alone 50%. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth pulse 128 layers. Xian swung his sword and killed the patrolling Great Yuan army expert. After that, Xian obtained the yin and yang ring. At the same time, Xian's providence above his head increased a little. 950 points of providence. If I kill one more, my providence will increase to green. Xian thought to himself. Even though the 6th Order Great Emperor was killed in an instant, Xian's shout attracted many experts from the Great Yuan army. All of them were 6th Order Great Emperors. These people had red, orange, yellow, and green providence. Xian's eyes flashed as he charged over. The strength of his single attack had already surpassed the Sword of Reincarnation, the last move of the 8 Desolation sword art. No one could withstand a single strike from him. Soon, he had killed nearly 10 6th Order Great Emperors of the Great Yuan army. His luck had finally risen to green. One more round of increase and I can leave the heavenly prison. Xian raised his eyebrows and suddenly charged towards the barracks of the Great Yuan army. This was because he saw an old man wearing battle armor charge out. "Brat, how dare you kill my men? You're courting death." This old man was the leader of this camp. He shouted and charged towards Yixian. Good timing. Now, Yixian was no longer afraid of the great Yuan army. There were plenty of small camps like this in the heavenly prison. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth pulse 128 layers. A powerful slash tore through space, and the 7th Order Great Emperor shuddered. His instincts told him that he couldn't withstand this attack. At that moment, he quickly dodged. Gravitational space. Wind space. Great Emperor intent. Just as the 7th Order Great Emperor dodged, Yixian closed the distance between them and used dual space to restrict his movement. However, this 7th Order Great Emperor was quite strong. Moreover, he was of the wind attribute. Hence, Yixian's dual space only had a 10% effect on him. Brat, you have 2 attributes. Take this. The 7th Order Great Emperor glared at him. Yixian also felt a pressure on his body. His speed was reduced by 30%. I didn't expect this great Yuan army captain to have comprehended wind space. I underestimated him. Yixian's heart trembled. However, he was standing on land. Wind cleaver, earth walking technique, wind acceleration, gravitational space acceleration, wind space acceleration, and 4 agility advancements. Even if Yixian's speed was reduced by 30%, he was still faster than the great Yuan army captain. 8 Desolation Spirit, go. Yixian shattered the 8 Desolation sword. He then used Wind Dragon Slash and slashed at the great Yuan army captain. It had been more than a year since he broke through to the Void God realm. He had been nurturing the 8 Desolation sword all the time. However, his opponent obviously didn't want to fight him head-on. Using Wind Dragon Slash was enough. You dare to show off your petty tricks? The 7th Order Great Emperor glared at Yixian. His 7th Order Great Emperor intent shattered the 8 Desolation Spirit. However, the 8 Desolation Spirit was only used to attract aggro. 8 Desolation Wind Formation, Sky Break. Yixian attacked while controlling the 8 sharp blades to form a cone and pierced towards the 7th Order Great Emperor. Clang, the 7th Order Great Emperor was multitasking. He attacked and dodged while using his Great Emperor intent to repel the 8 sharp blades. However, the 8 sharp blades were too far apart. It was very difficult to deal with them. At this moment, he realized that Yixian wasn't an ordinary person. Hence, he decided to retreat temporarily. Captain, we're here to help you. More than 10 6th Order Great Emperors rushed out from the Great Yuan army's camp and charged towards Yixian. Good timing. Yixian's battle intent was ignited. This was his first time facing experts of this level. Moreover, there were more than 10 of them. He dodged while attacking. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for not showing mercy. 8 Baron Wind Formation, go. Yixian stopped attacking the 7th Stage Great Emperor. Instead, he used the 8 Baron Sword to attack the other 6th Stage Great Emperors. The 7th Stage Great Emperors might be able to dodge his attacks, but what about the 6th Stage Great Emperors? Not good. All of you, retreat. The Dayuan army commander shouted, but it was too late. Swish, the 8 sharp blades split into 2 and killed 2 6th Stage Great Emperors in an instant. Then, they went for the people nearby. The 8 Baron Wind Formation, enhanced by the wind acceleration and dual space, was very difficult to deal with. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the Dayuan soldiers were killed. However, the Dayuan army commander was no longer restrained by the dual space. He went straight for Yixian. Tisk, tisk. Yixian laughed dryly. In the next moment, a strong gust of wind blew in front of him. The second level of the wind blade, Death Storm. Not good. The Dayuan army commander's face turned solemn. He quickly retreated and used his Great Emperor's will to protect himself. Even he hadn't comprehended the Death Storm yet. He didn't expect Yixian to have comprehended it. Huff, huff, the Death Storm started to blow. Moreover, Yixian deliberately reduced the range of the Death Storm to increase the strength of the attack. The Dayuan army commander couldn't dodge the Death Storm and could only take it head-on. Soon, the Death Storm was over. The Dayuan army commander was unharmed. However, none of his subordinates survived. All of them were killed by Yixian. Looking at Yixian collecting the interspatial rings, the Dayuan army commander gritted his teeth in anger. I'm going to kill you. The leader of the Dayuan army roared at the sky. He was already prepared to fight to the death. However, Yixian was much stronger than before. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth, 128 layers. Yixian continued to attack. Every time he attacked, he gained something. Currently, his 36 overlapping shadows could fuse the 128 layers of throbbing earth 10 times. This meant that his attack could cause up to 1,000 vibrations in an instant. Even an 8th order Great Emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it unscathed. Yixian's main body attacked, and at the same time, he also had the support of the dual space and the 8 blades. In just a short while, the 7th stage Great Emperor couldn't hold on any longer and was injured. What a pity. Originally, it would have taken me some time to deal with you, but your subordinates actually came to their deaths, Yixian thought to himself helplessly. If he had not taken the Qiankuan rings, he would not have been able to do anything to this Dayuan army commander. Boom. 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 Clang. 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 The expression of the Dayuan army commander grew increasingly gloomy. He knew that if the battle continued, his life would be in danger. Therefore, he immediately turned around and fled. Don't even think about leaving. Yixian's eyes flashed as he burrowed into the ground. Ground shrink, in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between them and dashed past the Dayuan commander. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the world 128 layered waves. Boom. The captain of the Dayuan army didn't expect Yixian to have even comprehended shrinking earth into an inch. He was immediately blasted flying. The upper-grade void god weapon that he had nurtured for more than a decade was knocked out of his hand. Oh no. The Dayuan commander's face turned pale. He quickly stabilized himself, but the 8 blades were already coming for him. The whistling sound of the wind entered his ears, and it was very frightening. Deadly wind formation of the 8 Baron, skybreak. Rip. The 8 blades formed a cone that pierced into the chest of the Dayuan commander. In the blink of an eye, his chest exploded over 100 times. Throbbing pulse of the earth. Plop. The corpse of the Dayuan commander fell heavily to the ground. There was a huge hole in his chest, and his flesh was mangled. It was a gruesome sight to behold. Phew, he's finally dead. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of a Dayuan general who was a rank 8 Great Emperor. If that happened, he would have to retreat. The Dayuan commander only had yellow luck, which was even less than Yixian's. Therefore, Yixian didn't obtain much. However, he did obtain a rank 7 Great Emperor's Qiankuan ring and a Great Emperor's will. He quickly dashed over and kept the Qiankuan ring. Then, he took out the ghost cult's lantern. A rank 7 Great Emperor's will was very strong. Therefore, it would take some time for it to dissipate. This lowest grade lantern already contained half of the Great Emperor's will. When Yixian stored the Great Emperor's will into the ghost lantern was already in a saturated state. What a pity. This is only the lowest grade ghost lantern. Yixian shook his head helplessly. This time, he didn't collect the ghost lantern to devour it. He wanted to leave it for his family. Jiang Tianjin had obtained a rank 3 Great Emperor's will and broke through to rank 3 Great Emperor. If he gave the Great Emperor's will in this lantern to Song Suijing or Adjudicator Song, they would at least be able to reach rank 7 Great Emperor. At this moment, Yixian finally understood how powerful the ghost cult was. With this method of collecting Great Emperor's will, the ghost cult could quickly grow stronger. They would first kill others, then collect the Great Emperor's will for their own people to refine. Although refining other people's Great Emperor's will would be much weaker than breaking through on their own, it could create a large number of Void God Realm Great Emperors. What a terrifying ghost cult. I wonder where they came from. Yixian shuddered. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. It seemed like someone was attracted by the commotion. Yixian turned around and saw that it wasn't someone from the Dayuan Sacred Dynasty. It was someone from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Brother, you're quite strong to be able to kill a Dayuan army captain. May I know which branch are you from? The person who came was a middle-aged man. He looked at the lantern in Xian's hand and asked directly. When Xian heard this, he was slightly stunned. In the next moment, he understood that this middle-aged man was most likely a member of the ghost cult. I'm from the ancient Nether Branch's 100 Battle Hall. You are, Xian suddenly said. He didn't make up this name on the spot. He learned it from the remains of the black-clothed young man. I see. Brother, are you out of ghost lanterns? You used the lowest grade ghost lantern to store the Great Emperor's will of a rank 7 Great Emperor. What a waste. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed helplessly. Yeah, I used them all. Xian smiled awkwardly. I still have a few mid-grade ghost lanterns here. Here, take them. The middle-aged man kindly took out a few lanterns and tossed them to Xian. Xian caught the lanterns, and his eyes lit up. Many thanks. He quickly cupped his fists. Although the Great Emperor's intent is not good, it's still better to create a rank 7 Great Emperor than a rank 5 or rank 6 Great Emperor, right? Xian thought to himself. Of course, he was not forcing anyone to refine it. He would give it to anyone who wanted it. Brother, are you here to try your luck at White Dragon Mountain? The middle-aged man suddenly asked. White Dragon Mountain. Xian raised his eyebrows. It was his first time hearing about this place. You don't know? The White Dragon Mountain under the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty's territory has produced twin fruits. I heard that there are already 3 of them. The middle-aged man nodded. 3? Xian raised his eyebrows. As far as he knew, one twin fruit required 1 million fate points, which was purple fate points. And now, he only had green providence. He only had a few thousand points of providence. Since there are 3 twin fruits, many experts must have gone there, right? Xian asked with a frown. That's right. The battle has already started and it's very intense. Our spirit sect is preparing to form a team and charge in. The middle-aged man nodded. Charge in? What if we can't get out? Xian was helpless. Don't worry. The White Dragon Mountain is shrouded in fog. Even a rank 8 Great Emperor might get lost in there. The 3 twin fruits were harvested in the fog. The middle-aged man said. I see, Xian paused. He originally wanted to get purple fate points, but now that there was a new way, he naturally wanted to take a look. Perhaps he could refine a clone in advance? Brother, what do you think? Shall we go together? The middle-aged man said with a smile. Sure. Xian nodded. This was a great opportunity. Even if he could not obtain the twin fruits, he could still obtain a large amount of fate points or wealth. Not only that, if those disciples of the ghost sect were to die, wouldn't those ghost lanterns be his? All right. In another day, our spirit sect will break through the enemy's defense line and enter the White Dragon Mountain. Brother, follow me. The middle-aged man said as he led the way. Xian followed closely behind. He was surprised to find that this middle-aged man did not suspect him at all. The middle-aged man was also of the earth attribute and had also comprehended the world-walking technique, so the 2 of them were not slow. Half a day later, the middle-aged man brought Xian to the location of the Nether sect's secret meeting. In fact, on the way, Xian was also guessing whether there would be people from the ancient Nether Branch's 100 War Hall. If there were, his identity would be exposed instantly, and he would be attacked by a group of people. Therefore, he had to be very careful. The location of the Nether Soul Cult's secret meeting was in the depths of a mountain. This mountain was extremely barren, and normally, no one would come here. The middle-aged man brought Xian in. Immediately, someone came out and shouted, Who is it? I am Huang Ziyuan of the ancient Nether Branch's Heavenly Cloud Hall. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and threw an identity token over. The Nether Soul Cult's disciple took the token and looked at it. He used the Qi observation art to size up Xian and the middle-aged man. When he found that they were on the same side, he did not pay much attention to them. Come in. Walk straight and you will find a cave. The disciple said and threw the token back. Many thanks. Huang Ziyuan cupped his fists and thanked the disciple. Then, he entered the cave with Xian. The cave was not dark. There were night-luminescent pearls embedded in all four sides, making it very bright. When Xian and the middle-aged man entered, they found that there were already more than 20 disciples of the Nether Soul cult inside. What powerful auras! There are 2 8th-stage Great Emperors. Xian swallowed his saliva and stood at the entrance with the middle-aged man. 2 more came. One is just SOSO. A grey-robed old man said faintly. He could sense that the middle-aged man was a 7th-stage Great Emperor. As for Xian, he was only a 5th-stage Great Emperor. It was not worth mentioning. In a few hours, we will attack directly. I heard that another twin fruit appeared yesterday. I wonder if it is true. Another black-robed old man said. He was a 8th-stage Great Emperor. As long as we stick together, even a 9th-stage Great Emperor will have to think twice before coming. As long as it is not a half-step Supreme Being, everything will be fine. The grey-robed old man said. There are not many half-step Supreme Beings in the heavenly prison. They have all consumed the twin fruit and condensed the second void spirit. All of them are comprehending a new profound. They don't have time to come and join in the fun. Xian was extremely shocked as he listened to the discussions of these experts. He did not expect that there would be half-step Supreme Beings in the heavenly prison. Moreover, it seemed that there was more than one. 9th-stage Great Emperor was the highest realm in the Void God realm. After breaking through to 9th-stage Great Emperor, one could seal the Great Emperor's will into one's body. Sealing the Great Emperor's will into one's body could greatly increase the strength of one's body, which was the sovereign golden body. However, after 9th-stage Great Emperor, one would not be a Supreme Being, but a half-step Supreme Being because the sovereign golden body had yet to be formed. If one could seal the Great Emperor's will into one's body, one would be able to trigger the Supreme Being Tribulation. The Supreme Being Tribulation was the lightning tribulation. If one could withstand it, one would become a Supreme Being. If not, one's soul would be destroyed. The stronger one's body was, the more lightning tribulations one could withstand, and the stronger the sovereign golden body would be after breaking through to the Supreme Being realm. However, Xian was a 5th-stage Great Emperor now. Hence, he did not think too much because he heard that there would at most be a 9th-stage Great Emperor in this operation. There would not be a half-step Supreme Being. It's a pity that even though I am a 5th-stage Great Emperor, I am still unable to refine that sword intent. Otherwise, Xian sighed. After all, sword intent was a powerful ability that could harm the sovereign golden body. If he had learned it earlier, he would be able to sweep through the entire heavenly prison. Xian stood there quietly. Following that, there were still some members of the Nether Soul cult who came to meet up. After a few hours, there were already more than 40 people. However, among the 40 people, there were only 3 8th-stage Great Emperors and less than 10 7th-stage Great Emperors. The number of people is about right. Although we aren't strong, we should be able to break through the obstructing defenses and enter the White Dragon Mountain. The grey-robed old man and 2 other people acted as the leaders. Then, they led Xian and the other 40 people towards the White Dragon Mountain. Until now, 4 twin fruits had appeared in the White Dragon Mountain. Although it was just a rumor, it had attracted many people. Among these people, there were people from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty and Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Anyway, their goal was the same, which was the twin fruits. Alright, we'll be able to see the White Dragon Mountain in another 5 minutes. The reason why we've gathered here is to enter the White Dragon Mountain. Once we've entered, we'll go our separate ways. The grey-robed old man shouted. Xian, who was hiding in the crowd, was already full of energy. Although he was only a 5th-stage Great Emperor and seemed to be the weakest among the group, his true strength had already surpassed the 7th-stage Great Emperor. He was only second to the 3 8th-stage Great Emperors. If I can get the twin fruits, then I'll be so awesome. Xian was fantasizing in his heart. 5 minutes later, everyone saw a white mountain. No, to be precise, it was a mountain range shrouded in white fog. Some of the peaks were more than 1,000 meters tall. In the heavens prison, one was not allowed to fly more than 1,000 meters or less. This was just a restriction. Xian had encountered some obstacles along the way, but it was only a restriction on his movement. There was no danger. However, this did not mean that he could not climb a 1,000 meters tall mountain on foot. Many people came to the White Dragon Mountain because of the twin fruits. Most of them were from the Great Yuan Army. The Great Yuan Army had sealed off the entrance to the White Dragon Mountain range for their own people to explore. Yi Xian and his group's goal was to break through their defense and enter the White Dragon Mountain range. The White Dragon Mountain is right in front. There are a few Great Yuan Army generals guarding the entrance. Later, the three of us will stop this general. When the time comes, you will have to rely on your own strength. The gray-robed elder shouted and led the charge. Enemies. In the distance, the Great Yuan general guarding the entrance of the White Dragon Mountain discovered Yi Xian's group and immediately shouted. In an instant, the experts of the Great Yuan Army immediately came forward to welcome them. A great battle began. Before entering the White Dragon Mountain range, I better raise my cultivation realm. It's safer. Yi Xian said in his heart and held the 8 desolate sword tightly. Although he could kill a rank 7 Great Emperor, the White Dragon Mountain range was extremely dangerous. There might be many rank 8 Great Emperors or even rank 9 Great Emperors inside. If he could break through before entering the White Dragon Mountain range, his chances of survival would at least double. At this moment, the Great Yuan Army generals and the 3 rank 8 Great Emperors had already started fighting. Come, let's have a great battle. Yi Xian's battle intent was ignited and he immediately burrowed into the ground. When the two sides started fighting, he suddenly appeared from the side. 8 desolate wind formation. 36 overlapping shadows, 128 layered earth pulse. With Yi Xian's current cultivation realm, his casual sword attack was his strongest attack. No one below rank 8 Great Emperor could block his sword attack. There were many captains in the Great Yuan Army, but they were all attracted by the rank 7 Great Emperors. Hence, Yi Xian was crazily reaping the lives of the ordinary Great Yuan Army soldiers. It was a battle of 2 against 1. In the first wave of attacks, more than a dozen of the Nether sect's disciples had fallen. Come here, interspatial rings. As Yi Xian killed the enemies, he used the dual space to store the universe ring. After all, these were all disciples of the ghost cult, and there were many ghost lanterns inside. TCH, this sort of attack wants to break through my 128 layers of pulse guard? Yi Xian was full of disdain. This was an attack from a rank 7 Great Emperor. However, when the sword light landed on Yi Xian's 128 layered earth pulse, it vibrated for 100 times before disappearing into nothingness. Among the people present, there were a few with the earth attribute. However, they had only comprehended the earth pulse. The strongest one had only comprehended 32 layered earth pulse. They were far from Yi Xian's level. So strong. If I had comprehended 256 layered earth pulse, would even a rank 8 Great Emperor not be able to hurt me? Yi Xian immediately felt the power of the earth pulse. However, he did not think too much about it. Collecting the spoils of war was more important. The battle between the 150 people was very intense. In less than 3 seconds, 50 people had fallen. However, most of them were from the ghost cult. At the same time, the 3 rank 8 Great Emperors from the ghost cult were being beaten back by the 4 Great Yuan generals. Stop fighting. Go in. The gray-robed old man shouted. The rest did not dare to fight anymore. They joined forces to break through the defense and charged towards the White Dragon Mountain. At the same time, the 3 rank 8 Great Emperors were also retreating as they approached the White Dragon Mountain. In terms of the number of people killed, Yi Xian had killed the most. Hence, he had obtained the most rewards. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, he is a rank 6 Great Emperor. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The ghost cult had 3 rank 8 Great Emperors. However, there were 4 Great Yuan generals here. Hence, they were still missing 1 person. However, with such a huge commotion, if a Great Yuan marshal were to appear, they would all be done for. Forget it. Let's enter the White Dragon Mountain first. Yi Xian did not intend to find trouble with the 4th rank 8 Great Emperor. Instead, he used ground shrink and burrowed into the ground, heading towards the White Dragon Mountain. The 3 tier 8 Great Emperors of the Nether cult roared as they charged in as well. As for the Great Yuan Army's captains and generals, they could only give up on pursuing. The White Dragon Mountain was shrouded in white fog. Even rank 9 great emperors could get lost if they entered. What kind of danger is there in the White Dragon Mountain? More than 1,000 people have entered, but only a dozen or so have come out. Moreover, all of them left in a hurry. The Great Yuan Army's experts were confused. Hence, they began to clean up the corpses. At this time, Yi Xian had already entered the White Cloud Mountain range. However, he hid underground and was counting the spoils of war. Tisk, tsk, tsk. There are more than 50 ghost lanterns. I've made a huge profit this time. Yi Xian could not help but grin. He estimated that these 50 ghost lanterns could create at least 10 rank 6 great emperors and dozens of rank 4 or 5 great emperors. Not only that, he still had hundreds of empty ghost lanterns on him. He could store more of them. He first kept these items, then he braced himself and returned to the ground. I wonder what dangers lie in the White Dragon Mountain. Let's take a look first. Yi Xian began to move forward. He was very careful with every step he took. In such a dangerous place, he could not run. He walked for about 5 minutes, but he did not find anything. Suddenly, he frowned and quickly retreated. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. There's poison in this white fog. Yi Xian was shocked. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Otherwise, he would have been poisoned. If it was not for the notification, he would not have noticed anything strange about this place. However, in the next moment, his footsteps paused again. He could not help but grip the Bahuang sword in his hand tightly. This was because he heard the sound of a flute. Although the sound of the flute was pleasing to the ear, Yi Xian felt that it was very strange. After all, this was the White Dragon Mountain range. The poison just now is a mental poison. It will weaken one's mental strength and great emperor's will. Then, it will be easy for one to be controlled. Suddenly, Yi Xian had a feeling that the White Dragon Mountain was not what he had imagined. There might be a huge conspiracy here. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly saw someone approaching. He quickly looked in that direction with vigilance. Soon, this person entered his sight. It was a young man. Yi Xian had seen this young man before. He was one of the dozens of disciples from the Nether sect. At this moment, this young man closed his eyes and slowly walked towards the sound of the flute. After seeing this, Yi Xian was sure that his guess was correct. Indeed, someone is using this poison and the flute sound to lure people over. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He quickly went over and took the young man's interspatial ring. Should I follow and take a look, or, he poured the contents of the interspatial ring into his devouring space and pondered. In the end, he decided to follow this young man and take a look. At this moment, the young man was already bewitched. When Yi Xian took his interspatial ring, he did not move at all. It was as if he was sleepwalking. Yi Xian followed behind him and slowly approached the flute sound. Along the way, he saw another person who was bewitched by the flute sound. However, this time, it was a captain wearing the Yuan army's armor. Naturally, Yi Xian would not let go of his interspatial ring. He immediately took it. The flute sound was getting closer and closer. Yi Xian was also getting more and more cautious. Although he could not see anyone in the fog, he could feel a powerful aura in front of him. It was at least a rank 8 great emperor. Is this the work of a rank 8 great emperor? Yi Xian thought about it and felt that something was wrong. After all, there seemed to be another rank 9 great emperor in the White Dragon Mountain. He quickly burrowed into the ground and continued to approach. At this moment, a young man in white was sitting on a big rock 1,000 meters in front of him. He held a green flute in his hand. The flute sound was melodious and pleasing to the ear. However, when it entered Yi Xian's ears, it was a little noisy. Another 3 have come. Let me see how much wealth you have. At this time, the white-robed young man suddenly stood up and directly released his domain, killing 3 people who were approaching him like walking corpses. Then, he dashed over to collect the interspatial rings. Huh? Why are there 2 people without cosmos rings? The young man in white was a little surprised. In the next moment, his expression froze and he abruptly turned around. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the world 128 layered waves. All of a sudden, Xian appeared behind him and slashed out 36 times in an instant. These 36 slashes were so fast that they left afterimages as they attacked the white-clothed youth. Among them, 15 of them contained 128 layers of the throbbing pulse of the world. Bang! 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 The white-robed youth's reaction was quite fast, but he couldn't withstand the thousands of vibrations and was directly killed. It's so cool to shrink the ground into an inch. It's an ultimate sneak attack skill. Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He quickly walked over and took out a high-level ghost lantern to preserve the will of the Great Emperor of the white-clothed youth. The willpower of an 8th Order Great Emperor, what a great gain. Xian was very satisfied. Those low-grade Great Emperor's willpower were all combined in a spirit lantern, but this 8th Order Great Emperor's willpower was stored separately by Xian. This was because the more chaotic a Great Emperor's willpower was, the weaker it would be. Previously, Jiang Tianjin had refined a pure 3rd Order Great Emperor's willpower and broke through to the 3rd Order Great Emperor. However, his strength was much weaker than a 3rd Order Great Emperor. If he refined a random Great Emperor's willpower, his strength would be even weaker. I'm not in any danger for now. I'll store these Great Emperor's willpower first. If I need it, I'll suddenly devour it. If not, I'll leave it for others. Xian planned in his heart. Although it wasn't good to refine the Great Emperor's willpower, there were countless people in the Eastern Continent and Skywater Continent who needed it. If Lin Wenyue, Zhao Pan, and the others refined the Great Emperor's willpower, they could instantly become Void God Realm Great Emperors. Most likely, they would never have thought that such a day would come in their lives. Of course, this would have to wait until Xian successfully left the heavenly prison. TSK, the 8th Order Great Emperor's willpower is really rich. There are also many spirit lanterns inside. It seems like he has killed many people. Xian cleaned up the battlefield and left quickly. He knew that the white-robed young man wasn't the only one who did this. The White Dragon Mountain Range was so big, there must be an organization. Their goal was to lure others in and kill them. It seemed like the news of the Twin Life Fruit was spread by them. There was no such thing as the Twin Life Fruit here, only a group of wolves waiting for lambs to come to their doorstep. TSK, although the poison is fierce and no one below the 8th Order Great Emperor realm would be spared. Even 8th Order Great Emperors would be affected if they weren't careful. However, it's useless against me. Xian's eyes flickered. He was a 6th Order Great Emperor. His body's resistance to poison would increase as his cultivation increased. Therefore, he could move freely in the white mist. Now that Xian knew what was in the White Dragon Mountain Range, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. He walked forward for a while, and as expected, he heard the sound of a flute again. He immediately burrowed into the ground and sneaked over. When the other party was busy killing the sleepwalkers, he suddenly made his move. Just a 7th Order Great Emperor? Forget it, he's not bad. Xian muttered in his heart. He took off the cloth bag hanging on the waist of the deceased. Inside the bag were interspatial rings. If this continues, I can at least break through to the 7th Order Great Emperor realm, or even the 8th Order Great Emperor realm. This White Dragon Mountain was truly a treasure trove for Xian. After all, these people had already killed quite a few people. However, Xian knew that behind these people, there might be a very powerful 9th Order Great Emperor or even a half-step supreme. Therefore, he didn't dare to let his guard down. However, after Xian killed the 3 flute men, his luck increased to an azure color, reaching a value of 10,000. Now, I can already leave the heavenly prison, but I'm still far from being able to exchange for the twin fruits. Xian shook his head. A single twin fruits required a purple luck, which was 1,000,000 points of luck. He only had 10,000 points now, so he was still short of 990,000 points. It was really difficult to exchange for a single twin fruits. Others want the twin fruits to condense a second void spirit, but I want to use it to condense a doppelganger. Xian thought as he walked. He was very careful because he suspected that there was a half-step supreme here. A half-step supreme was someone who had successfully sealed the Great Emperor's will. Even if it was only 10%, such an expert wasn't someone a 9th Order Great Emperor could fight against. At that moment, Yi Xian had almost reached the peak of rank 6 Great Emperor and was about to break through to rank 7 Great Emperor. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a flute entered his ears. His body trembled and he quickly followed the sound of the flute. However, after searching for a while, he felt an extremely strong aura. So strong. I am afraid it is a rank 9 Great Emperor. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He was only a 6th stage Great Emperor. If he encountered a 9th stage Great Emperor, although he could block the other party's Great Emperor will, it wouldn't be that easy to kill a 9th stage Great Emperor. However, Yi Xian thought about the spirit lanterns in the devouring space. They were useless. Forget it. I will increase my rank first and continue to collect more. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he directly devoured all the Great Emperors in tent in the devouring space. Ding. Host has broken through. Current rank is rank 7 Great Emperor. A notification came from the system. Anyway, he still had many empty spirit lanterns in the devouring space. He could just go out and collect more. After breaking through, he quickly burrowed into the ground and flew in the direction of the sound of the flute. The sound of the flute was played by a middle-aged man. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground and there were many corpses around him. The smell of blood filled the air and it was very pungent. The blood had seeped into the ground and the ground was bright red. Hiss. 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 More than 10 empty God Realm Great Emperors were heading towards the middle-aged man. Some of them were from the Sunflame Sacred Court and some were from the Dayuan Sacred Court. Among them, there was even a general from the Dayuan Sacred Court. The general of the Dayuan Sacred Court was at least a rank 8 Great Emperor. However, he had accidentally inhaled the poisonous fog into his body and was in a trance. Big Brother is now breaking through the bottleneck and needs a large amount of treasures. The Sunflame Sacred Court and the Spirit Sect will greatly reduce Big Brother's time. As long as Big Brother breaks through to half-step to Supreme Being, he will be able to stand out in the final battle and be noticed by the officials of the Dayuan Sacred Court. He will be able to reach the top in one step. The middle-aged man thought to himself as he started to collect the Qianquan rings of the corpses. The luck above his head had already turned blue. However, at that moment. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sword light pierced through the air. The middle-aged man's body shook and he quickly left the place. Swish! The sword light slashed through his afterimage. Who? The middle-aged man shouted. He was a dignified 9th rank great sovereign. Yet, someone dared to sneak attack him. That person was courting death. However, a person who could launch a sneak attack on him was definitely not an ordinary person. He scanned the surroundings but did not find anyone. Boom. 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 Wall after wall of golden walls rose in front of him. At the same time, he was also covered by golden armor. Which scoundrel is this? Come out! The middle-aged man shouted. However, there was no response. The one who had launched a sneak attack on him was naturally Yi Xian, who had suddenly appeared behind him using the profound meaning of earth shrinking. Unfortunately, this middle-aged man was not weak, and Yi Xian did not succeed in his sneak attack. Metal element, huh? That's great. I'm the one who counters it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and rose from the ground, revealing his true form. Brat, did you sneak attack me? Asked the middle-aged man, not daring to be careless. Yi Xian smiled and nodded, that's right. It was me. So, you have comprehended the profound meaning of earth shrinking. However, you have guts to launch a sneak attack on me as a mere 7th rank great sovereign. The middle-aged man was furious. Hee, I'm gutsy enough to kill you. Yi Xian grinned and his face was filled with mockery. You're courting death. The middle-aged man could not stand the mockery and launched an attack. In an instant, he formed hundreds of golden swords and shot them at Yi Xian. Petty tricks. The Bahuang sword in Yi Xian's right hand shattered. 8 sharp blades struck out and destroyed the golden swords one by one. Wind acceleration? The middle-aged man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shrinking earth into an inch and wind acceleration were 2 different types of profound mysteries. Now that they appeared on Yi Xian's body, it meant that Yi Xian had 2 types of void spirit souls. Immediately, a look of envy appeared on his face. The twin fruit was a legendary item. After working hard in the Heaven's prison for so many years, he only had blue providence. He was still halfway to purple providence. Who would have thought that Xian had eaten one before? Brat, I can't let you live. The middle-aged man's eyes turned red and he launched a powerful attack. Come at me. Xian shouted and clenched his wind dragon slash. 9th rank Great Sovereign Intent. The middle-aged man glared at Xian and a wave of pressure enveloped Xian. However, Xian's 128 layers of pulsating guard blocked at least half of the power. Under the suppression of his Great Sovereign Intent, Xian's speed was only reduced by 20%. At the same time, Xian's dual space that had merged with the 7th rank Great Sovereign Intent enveloped the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's speed was also reduced by 20%, both sides were evenly matched. Gravity space, wind space? This time, the middle-aged man was shocked. These two profundities were the hardest to comprehend among the earth and wind attributes. He had heard of how powerful these two profundities were when stacked together, but he didn't expect to see it today. 36 overlapping shadows, 128 layers of pulsating earth. A cold light flashed as the middle-aged man hurriedly condensed several golden walls. In addition to his 9th rank Great Sovereign Intent, ordinary people wouldn't be able to break through his defense. However, this kind of defense couldn't withstand a single blow from Xian. Boom. 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 Xian's sword chi easily broke through more than 10 golden walls and closed in on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shocked. Only now did he realize that Xian had comprehended 128 layers of pulsating earth. A single pulsating earth would cause more than 100 vibrations. In addition to the attribute suppression and the attack count of the 36 overlapping shadows, the golden walls were like pieces of tofu. The middle-aged man quickly dodged. At this time, he already had thoughts of retreating. Although Xian was only a 7th rank Great Sovereign, his talent was unparalleled. He definitely wasn't someone the middle-aged man could match. He immediately turned around and prepared to leave. Haha, a 9th rank Great Sovereign is actually afraid of me, a 7th rank Great Sovereign. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? Xian mocked as he attacked. What a joke. This was a 9th rank Great Sovereign. If he could preserve his Great Sovereign Intent, he could create another 9th rank Great Sovereign. Although he was only slightly stronger than an 8th rank Great Sovereign, there were very few Void God Realm Great Sovereigns in the Eastern Continent. A 9th rank Great Sovereign was simply a legend. You want to leave? Stay. Xian continued to attack. He definitely had to take this middle-aged man's life. Damn it, I have to find Big Brother. The middle-aged man cursed in his heart. His big brother was currently in seclusion, trying to break through to the half-step Supreme Being realm. However, he couldn't care less now that his life was in danger. Big Brother, save me! The middle-aged man shouted. This sentence stunned Xian. This 9th stage Great Emperor isn't the mastermind. There's someone stronger. Xian's face darkened. He estimated that the middle-aged man's big brother was at least a 9th stage Great Emperor, or even a half-step Supreme Being. If it was just a 9th stage Great Emperor, he might be able to deal with it. However, if it was a half-step Supreme Being, he had to escape immediately. If his dual space was infused with the Great Emperor's will, it would have some effect on Void God Realm experts. However, a half-step Venerable would seal the Great Emperor's will in their body and condense it into a Venerable, which could greatly enhance their physique. He estimated that his dual space would not be effective on a half-step Venerable. Should I leave? At this moment, Xian was hesitating. This 9th stage Great Emperor's physical strength was very strong. However, if he continued to chase, his life would be in danger. Let's go all out and kill this person, then escape through the earth. Xian made his decision. Now, his courage was much smaller than before, but he still had to give it a shot every now and then. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth pulse 128 layers. Xian's attacks were very beautiful. Every time he attacked, a series of afterimages would be sent towards the middle-aged man's back. The middle-aged man had to escape while dodging Xian's attacks. At this moment, he couldn't even be bothered to form the golden rampart and was running for his life. However, at this moment, Xian launched another round of attacks. 8 Barren Wind Formation. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. He didn't know when 4 sharp blades appeared in front of him and blocked his escape route. Get lost. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he sent the 4 sharp blades flying. However, at this moment, 4 sharp blades suddenly shot out from the ground. Boom! 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 In a series of explosions, the middle-aged man's legs exploded and he fell to the ground. The throbbing pulse of the world had 128 layers. As long as one's attack landed, it would instantly cause 128 vibrations. This was the terrifying aspect of the throbbing pulse of the world. Haha, die. Xian laughed loudly. His eyes turned cold as he crazily hacked at the middle-aged man. 36 overlapping shadows. However, at the moment when he was about to unleash his attack, an explosive shout entered his ears. Stop. Actually, when Xian heard those 2 words, he could have stopped, but was that possible? Swish. A cold light flashed and the middle-aged man was instantly cut in half by the sword chi. At the same time the sword chi cut him, a series of violent vibrations occurred, causing his flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. Xian immediately burrowed into the ground. Boom, in the next moment, the place where he was just now exploded. This was the attack of the Great Emperor's will. At the same time, Xian rushed to the corpse and took everything away. Stay here. The mysterious voice sounded again. Xian felt a huge pressure on his shoulder, but it was not enough to suffocate him. He quickly burrowed into the ground and left. Bastard, how dare you kill my second brother? You're courting death. A figure rushed out from the white fog. He glanced at the corpse, then looked around. After locking onto an aura, he immediately chased after it. Xian, who was escaping with the earth shrinking profound, suddenly felt that something was wrong. His heart trembled. What a powerful person. He must be at the peak of the 9th stage Great Emperor. I can't fight against him. At this moment, he had already obtained the middle-aged man's treasures. He had devoured everything, but he did not have the slightest confidence. If he had been hit by the Great Emperor's will, he would have been seriously injured. If he had been intimidated, although he could still move, his speed would have been reduced by at least 50%. Fortunately, the middle-aged man's elder brother was not a half-step supreme, but a peak Great Emperor. If he was a half-step supreme, he would not have used the Great Emperor's will. He would have appeared in front of him in an instant and killed him. A half-step supreme not only had a strong physique, but could also burn their true chi. After burning their true chi, they could recover. No matter what, they were much stronger than a 9th stage Great Emperor. Xian ran and dodged at the same time. At this moment, the ground was shaking from the peak Great Emperor. This peak Great Emperor wanted to force Xian out, so he attacked indiscriminately. In a few more seconds, I will be out of the White Dragon Mountain range. At that time I might be able to escape from this guy with the help of the Great Yuan army. Xian's expression was solemn as he ran at full speed. Boom! 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 This peak Great Emperor was very angry. After all, his brother had died in front of him. If he did not catch Xian, how could he face his dead brother? However, the earth shrinking profound was very difficult to deal with. Moreover, the soil in the heavenly prison could conceal most of the aura. Therefore, he could only follow Xian. After a few seconds, Xian came out of the White Dragon Mountain range. He poked his head out and glanced around. He noticed that there were many Great Yuan army soldiers in front of him. Immediately, he rushed towards the Great Yuan army. A second after he left the White Dragon Mountain range, the peak Great Emperor also rushed out and roared. What? The Great Yuan army's experts were shocked when they noticed him. Among the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's army in the heavenly prison, only the marshal was a 9th stage Great Emperor. Now that they saw a peak Great Emperor, they immediately retreated in fear. Sir, what are you doing? When a Deyuan general saw the middle-aged man rushing towards him, he immediately shouted out explosively. Get lost. The peak Great Emperor shouted as he continued to bombard the ground with his Great Emperor's will. The peak Great Emperor's will attack could cause an explosion of 10,000 meters. There was a formation 1,000 meters underground in the heavenly prison. Every time he attacked, the formation would be exposed. However, he could still see Yixian. He could only feel the aura left behind by Yixian. Disperse, disperse quickly. The great Yuan general shouted anxiously. However, he was still too slow. Boom. The peak Great Emperor attacked indiscriminately. He did not care about the Great Yuan army and directly bombarded them with his Great Emperor's will, killing dozens of Great Yuan army experts. There were less than 10 people left in this army of 50. Of the 3 Great Yuan generals, 2 were dead, and only 1 was left. However, this peak Great Emperor was from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. His face had been seen. If he let these people go, he would be wanted. Therefore, these survivors must die. Boom. 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 The peak Great Emperor glared again. The remaining Great Yuan army experts were all killed. Their corpses were torn apart and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Damn brat, don't let me see you again. The peak Great Emperor roared at the sky. Earlier, he had been bombarding the ground with his Great Emperor's will because of Yixian's aura. However, he was obstructed by the De Yuan army and lost track of Yixian. At this moment, Yixian had already fled far away. Huff huff, that scared me to death. That guy is already a peak Great Emperor. If I were to face him head-on, I would definitely be the one to die. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief. The strength of a rank 9 Great Emperor was actually divided into different levels. Only those who had condensed their Great Emperor's will to the peak could attempt to break through to the half-step Supreme Realm. That peak Great Emperor was obviously qualified. He did not dare to be negligent. He did not even dare to show his head as he was afraid that the peak Great Emperor would lock onto his aura. He advanced towards the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's territory. After running for half a day, he finally returned to the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's territory. Now that I'm a rank 7 Great Emperor, as long as I don't encounter a peak Great Emperor, I won't be in danger. Yixian looked at the blue providence above his head. It was the providence he had obtained after killing the middle-aged man. TSK, I actually obtained 200,000 providence after killing that middle-aged man. With another 700,000, I can exchange them for the twin fruits. Yixian's eyes flickered. Now that he had so much providence, he could almost obtain all of the low-grade providence such as red, orange, yellow, and green ones. This time, he decided to go to the 3 main cities to take a look. There were 3 overlords in the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's territory in the Heaven Prison. Yixian was currently in the territory of Qinghua, one of the 3 overlords. Qinghua was a half-step Supreme Realm expert, but no one knew how many Great Emperor's wills he had sealed. At the same time, the main city under his rule was called Qinghua City. After killing for so long, Yixian's internal organs, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were tired. Ever since he had obtained the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life, he did not need to sleep. This time, he wanted to go to the main city to have a good meal and then sleep. Now, he had the qualifications to leave the heavenly prison, but his goal was the twin fruits, so he wanted to rest for a while before working hard again. He spent 2 days rushing all the way to the front of Blue Fire City. The fate above his head was blue, and it was very eye-catching. Many people stopped to look at him. Brother, your luck, right? Just as Yixian entered Green Fire City, a wretched-looking man suddenly approached him and asked in a low voice. His luck is still there? Yixian was a little surprised. At the same time, he glanced at the wretched man. He only had a red light above his head. However, that wretched-looking man was a rank 7 Great Emperor. Truly, one could not judge a book by its cover. Brother, you don't know? It's true that you can only buy things from the shops under the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty, but You know. The wretched man raised his eyebrows. In the next moment, Yixian understood. That wretched-looking man also had a shop, but he wanted to do some buying in private. For example, he wanted Yixian to pretend to buy things and then deduct his luck to earn some fees for exchanging his luck. What's the price? Yixian asked in a low voice. 100,000 luck for 120,000 luck items. What do you think? Said the wretched-looking man. Yi Xian paused. It seemed that this was a good deal. He also knew that the item that was worth 120,000 luck was paid by the shop owner himself. Then, the shop owner could share Yi Xian's luck with others who needed it. After all, the twin fruits required 1 million luck. Not everyone could get that much. Sorry, I don't need it yet. Yi Xian shook his head. If he used up the luck, he might not be able to break through. However, with his current luck, if he killed those low-level people, he could almost completely plunder their luck. If he returned to the red light, the difference would not be big, and he would not plunder much. It was a loss. Hey, brother, don't go, the wretched-looking man chased after him. Yi Xian could not be bothered with him. After all, no fighting was allowed in Blue Fire City. After all, this city was full of hidden experts. There must be more than one half-step supreme. If anyone dared to fight, even if they escaped, they would be wanted. If they were wanted, how could they leave Heaven's prison in the future? If I need you, I will come to you. After saying that, Yi Xian left quickly. To him, luck was not much different. It could be used to improve his cultivation level. He could not use it to show off, but he could plunder more luck from others. After all, if he died, it did not matter whether a part of his luck was taken or all of it dissipated. He found a restaurant and ordered some dishes. Fortunately, not all the shops in Blue Fire City belonged to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. One didn't need luck to eat here. I haven't eaten for a few months. I'm going to have a big meal today. Yi Xian looked at the delicacies that were brought up one after another and immediately had an appetite. In fact, he did not need to eat for a long time. He could absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi to satisfy his hunger. However, the heaven and earth yuan qi did not have any taste at all. Therefore, the restaurant was still very popular. The restaurant was very big and people came and went. As Yi Xian ate, he listened attentively to see if there was anything new. He had made the right choice in coming here. It was said that there would be a great battle in half a month's time. This great battle would be a chaotic battle between the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. In every great battle, there would be countless experts who would fall. There were also countless geniuses who stood out. There were even people who obtained purple luck and exchanged it for the twin fruits. Half a month's time, Yi Xian was suddenly interested. At this time, he was already a rank 7 Great Emperor. If he participated in this great battle, he might be able to break through to rank 9 Great Emperor. He just did not know if a peak Great Emperor needed something to break through to a half-step supreme. Just as Yi Xian was planning in his heart, a man suddenly walked towards him. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was because he felt that the man's aura was not any weaker than the peak Great Emperor he met in the White Dragon Mountain range. Another peak Great Emperor, Yi Xian's heart trembled. This Blue Fire City was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He originally thought that the man was just passing by and was also here to eat. He did not expect the man to come straight to him. Little brother, my master invites you to the 3rd floor for a gathering. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and turned his head. He realized that the peak Great Emperor was actually talking to him. Your master is? Yi Xian paused and asked in shock. Little brother, you'll know when you get here. Don't worry, no one will dare to make a move in Green Fire City, said the man. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He was very curious about the master that this peak Great Emperor was talking about. In the heavenly prison, anyone who could recruit a peak Great Emperor as a helper was definitely not an ordinary person. Could it be a half-step supreme being? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Perhaps this half-step supreme being saw that he was young and had good aptitude, so he wanted to recruit him or take him as a disciple? All right, lead the way. Yi Xian nodded and stood up. The man did not waste any time and directly led Yi Xian upstairs to a private room. Master, he's here, said the man respectfully outside the door. From time to time, an old voice drifted out from inside, come in. Then, the man pushed the door open and let Yi Xian in alone, while he guarded the door. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He felt that he had heard this voice somewhere before. When he entered the private room, he saw an old figure. After seeing this person, Yi Xian could not help but exclaim, it's you? The master sitting in the private room was actually the barbecued old man that Xian had met when he first entered the heavenly prison. He was the white-haired old man who gave him a flask of flame dragon wine and asked him a few questions about the Wind Thunder Great Emperor. Hee, I didn't expect you to recognize me. The white-haired old man grinned. Senior, why are you here? Xian was very shocked. When Xian first entered the heavenly prison, this white-haired old man was the first person that Xian met in the heavenly prison. At that time, Xian felt that this old man was not an ordinary person. However, Xian was only a first-stage great emperor at that time. Now, the man who invited Xian upstairs was a peak great emperor. The difference was so big that Xian couldn't accept it for a while. Little brother, I didn't expect you to break through from first-order great emperor all the way to seventh-order great emperor in just a few months. That's amazing. The white-haired old man poured a cup of flame dragon wine and delivered it to Xian using his true energy. Xian drank it all in one gulp. Then, he asked in astonishment, may I know what senior is looking for me for? Okay, then I'll get straight to the point. The white-haired old man nodded and said, I want to make a deal with you. What deal? Xian raised his eyebrows. In his estimation, this white-haired old man was very likely to be a half-step supreme being. However, there was nothing on him that could make a half-step supreme being covet. One twin fruit in exchange for your weapon. The white-haired old man said directly. Weapons? Xian shuddered. The first thing that came to his mind was the Bahuang sword, followed by the Wind Dragon Slash and the Thunder Sword. Previously, I told you that the Wind Thunder Emperor stole a key. Now that the 9th Wind Thunder Palace has been found, only the corpse of the Wind Thunder Emperor was found. However, the key was not found. The white-haired old man stood up and said, therefore, I suspect that the Wind Thunder Emperor has fused the key into the Wind Thunder Slash or the Thunder Sword. This news frightened Xian. The Wind Dragon Slash was only an upper-grade void god weapon. Not many people would covet it. However, if the Wind Dragon Slash contained the key to open the ruins, it would be a crime to possess a treasure. Senior, are you sure? Xian frowned and asked. I'm not sure, but I can try. Therefore, I'll use a twin fruit in exchange for your Wind Dragon Slash. As the white-haired old man spoke, a red and blue fruit suddenly appeared in his hand. Xian had seen the picture of the twin fruit before. Therefore, he recognized it at a glance. This was indeed the twin fruit. It's really the twin fruit. If I have it, I can directly condense a doppelganger. It's equivalent to having two lives. Xian's eyes shone brightly. He was very eager to obtain this twin fruit. Seeing Xian's expression, the white-haired old man asked again, little brother, what do you think? But the Thunder Sword is not with me. Xian frowned and said. It doesn't matter. The Thunder Sword is only the Wind Thunder Emperor's secondary weapon. The Wind Dragon Slash is his main weapon. If you don't have it, you can get it for me. The white-haired old man replied. Hearing this, Xian glanced at him. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. Okay, I'll do it. Xian agreed immediately. He could already leave the heaven prison, but he did not leave immediately. His purpose was to obtain a twin fruit. Now that there was a twin fruit in front of him, how could he not exchange it? Immediately, he took out the Wind Dragon Slash. It is indeed the Wind Dragon Slash. Good, little brother, this twin fruit is yours. The white-haired old man recognized the Wind Dragon Slash as the Wind Thunder Emperor's main weapon. Xian received the twin fruit and excitedly put it into his devouring space. Little brother, you already have dual attributes. You can keep this twin fruit for others. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he added, if the Wind Dragon Slash is not with you, you can get the Thunder Sword. So, little brother, please stay in Green Fire City for a day or two. The Thunder Sword is outside the heaven prison. Xian added. It's fine. When the time comes, I can bring you out of the heaven prison. The white-haired old man smiled. Bringing someone out of the heaven prison casually? It seemed that this white-haired old man's identity was not ordinary. For such an expert, even if he was killed in a restaurant, no one would find out. Even if he was discovered, nothing would happen. Otherwise, Xian would not have made this deal directly. Fortunately, the other party was principled. He only wanted the Wind Dragon slash. If it's only a day or two, it won't be a problem. I want to participate in the final battle in half a month. Yi Xian nodded. It won't take long. 3 days at most. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he left directly. As for Yi Xian, he also left the restaurant and found a place to stay. As for the Peak Great Emperor who had invited him upstairs, he followed him and stood outside his courtyard. So be it. Let's take a look at my doppelganger first. In the room, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Ding. The host has successfully condensed a doppelganger. The host is currently in a merged state. The system beeped. Yi Xian was wild with joy. He hurriedly summoned his doppelganger. Two identical Yi Xian stood opposite each other. They shared the same thoughts and the same devouring space. Even if my original body dies, as long as my doppelganger is still here, I will not die. Yi Xian's expression was aghast. Both his original body and doppelganger were himself. At this moment, he was in a non-merged state. In other words, he also had the doppelganger's vision. However, if the original body and doppelganger were not merged, the doppelganger would not break through. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the devouring space is shared. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Only then did he realize that the cloud of providence above his clone's head was red in color. It seemed that he had to leave the heaven's prison with his original body while his avatar remained in the heaven's prison. First, I'll spend all my providence and leave behind 10,000. Then, my avatar will leave the heaven's prison and return safely. Yi Xian planned in his heart. Yi Xian's original body merged with his avatar and left the heaven's prison. This time, he was going to spend all his providence until he was left with only 10,000. When the Peak Great Emperor saw him coming out, he followed behind him. Yi Xian's original body merged with his avatar, but the providence cloud above his head was still blue. He came to a shop under the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty in Green Fire City and exchanged all his blue providence for heaven and earth treasures, leaving him with only 10,000. Then, he returned to his residence. Devour. At this moment, Yi Xian's original body and avatar were in a merged state, so both of them could improve. I'm still a distance away from becoming a rank 8 Great Emperor, but I'm not afraid of that Peak Great Emperor now. Yi Xian thought to himself and stayed in the house for 3 days. After 3 days, the Peak Great Emperor knocked on his door and said, "Little brother, you can leave now." Yi Xian, who was resting in the house, immediately sat up when he heard the news. He could leave, which meant that the relic key was indeed in the Wind Dragon slash. Forget it. I shouldn't expect too much. Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't have the strength to go to a relic that even a half-step supreme coveted. Besides, would they let him go? When Yi Xian opened the door, the Peak Great Emperor had already left. Now, it was time for Yi Xian to leave. I have 10,000 providence. I'll exchange for a prison release token so that my avatar can leave the heaven's prison and return safely. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he immediately went to exchange for a release order and a release document. He was the only one who could use the jail-leaving document that had his face on it. However, the clone was still him, so it didn't matter. Then, Yi Xian merged with his body and left Green Fire City. Then, he found a place where no one was around and created a clone. He had the clone head to the exit point. His original body, on the other hand, was heading to the location of the final battle between the Sunflame Holy Dynasty and the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty. Since the devouring space was shared, he wanted to take advantage of the time when his clone returned to the Eastern continent to get more Great Emperor's will. The final battle will take place in 3 days. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty has already formed an army of 10,000 people. All of them are high-level great sovereigns. There will even be half-supreme experts. TSK, Tisk, Yi Xian had arrived near the location of the final battle. Countless people had set up camp here, waiting for the start of the battle. At the same time, his clone had already left the Heaven Prison and was preparing to cross the Death Desert and return to the Eastern continent. The Death Desert is just child's play to me now. Yi Xian ordered his clone to enter the Death Desert. However, before that, his original body wanted to go to the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty's territory and break through to rank 8 Great Sovereign. At the same time, he could get some great emperors will for others to break through. However, Song Suijing and Song Saijua did not need it. As long as they had enough cultivation resources, they could break through quickly. After making the decision, Yi Xian used ground shrink to enter the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty's territory. The final battle was imminent, so the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty had gathered a large number of troops. Those who dared to find trouble with these troops were usually experts. Yi Xian was very strong now. As long as he did not encounter a half-step supreme, he would be fine. There's 100-man battalion there. Yi Xian suddenly poked his head out and took a look. 100-man battalion would at most have a rank 8 great sovereign general. There would not be a rank 9 great sovereign marshal. Even if there were 10 rank 8 great sovereigns, they would not be as threatening as a rank 9 great sovereign. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hide. He directly revealed his true form and charged over. Enemy attack. Although Yi Xian was fast, the Great Yuan army immediately recognized the providence above his head. So what if you see me? Yi Xian snorted coldly and charged into the camp. In the next moment, the Great Yuan army's camp was filled with bloodshed. At the same time, the Great Yuan army's camp quickly sent out a signal to ask for reinforcements. Unfortunately, they could not block Yi Xian's sword. In less than 10 seconds, the 100-man battalion was destroyed by Yi Xian. The 2 Great Yuan generals in charge were killed by Yi Xian. Hundreds of Qian Kuan rings and hundreds of enemy providence. Before the enemy's experts arrived, Yi Xian had already escaped. At this moment, the providence above his head had turned green again. He was only one step away from breaking through to rank 8 great sovereign. As long as I break through to rank 8 great sovereign, no one in the Void God realm will be my match. If I break through to rank 9 great sovereign, I might be able to contend with a half-step honorable. Yi Xian was bursting with confidence. With the dual space, various ultimacies, and bloodline, he had the strength to challenge those of a higher rank. At this moment, he was looking for his next target. As long as he destroyed another camp, he would be able to break through to rank 8 great sovereign. Oh, a camp about 3 times the size. There might be a rank 9 great sovereign marshal. Yi Xian found another target, but this time, he hesitated. The camp in front of him was 3 times the size of the previous one. There might be a rank 9 great sovereign inside. There were differences in strength between rank 9 great sovereigns. He did not care about ordinary rank 9 great sovereigns, but he was afraid that he would encounter a peak great sovereign. Although he was confident that he could deal with a peak great sovereign, if he couldn't destroy the camp in half a minute, it might attract the attention of the surrounding experts. After all, this was a decisive battle, and there might be a half-step honorable. Hence, he made a plan for himself. 10 seconds, he would go there, and after 10 seconds, he would retreat. This was the same as an experienced assassin. If the first attack failed, he would immediately retreat. Kill. Yi Xian immediately rushed towards the camp with hundreds of people. Enemy attack. A Daiyuan captain discovered Yi Xian, but in the next moment, he was killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not even have time to collect his Qian Kuan ring, and directly killed his way into the camp. Another bloodbath was set off. The war between the 2 great sage dynasties had left millions of corpses, and blood flowed for thousands of miles. The death toll in the Heavens prison was in the tens of millions every year. Some years, it could even reach 100 million. Every great sage dynasty had Supreme Being experts who had passed the Supreme Being tribulation. Void God Realm kings and Void God Realm emperors were nothing more than cannon fodder in the eyes of Supreme Being experts. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Yi Xian charged into the Diyuan camp. While using the 8 Baron Wind formation to kill the enemies, he held an ordinary high-grade Void God weapon in his hand and harvested the lives of the enemies. Every second, there would be yin and yang rings flying towards him. The entire camp was like a slaughterhouse. It was chaotic. Kid, you're courting death. A loud roar rang out. There was originally a 9th stage Great Emperor and 5 8th stage Great Emperors in the camp. However, before Yi Xian charged in, there was a peak Great Emperor patrolling the area. Peak Great Emperor. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He did not expect his luck to be so bad. He actually encountered a peak Great Emperor. However, he was not afraid of a peak Great Emperor now. 36 overlapping shadows, 128 layered earth pulse. Yi Xian looked at the Great Yuan army's marshal who was charging towards him and attacked with all his might. The Sword God Bloodline, the Beast God Bloodline, the 8 Desolation Sword, the Earth Pulse, and Yi Xian could kill a 9th-rank Great Emperor with a casual swing of his sword. Unstoppable. The peak Great Emperor's face darkened. This was because his Great Emperor's intent did not have much effect. If he forcefully blocked this attack, he would be severely injured. He quickly dodged and launched a fierce attack on Yi Xian. At the same time, the 9th stage Great Emperor and 5 8th stage Great Emperors in the camp arrived and launched a group attack on Yi Xian. Haha, good one. Yi Xian laughed 3 times. At this moment, it had only been 5 seconds since he charged into the Deyuan camp. He estimated that if no one else interfered, he would need at most 5 seconds to deal with that peak Great Emperor. However, there were now 6 extra people. Therefore, he could not deal with that peak Great Emperor first. He had to deal with the other 6 first. 8 Barren Wind Formation, go. Each of the 8 Desolate Swords contained the 128 layers of the Great Earth Pulse. Only a 9th Order Great Emperor could barely withstand it. However, the other 5 8th stage Great Emperors could not block it. Boom. 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 As Yi Xian fought with the peak Great Emperors, he used the 8 Desolate Sword to kill the 5 rank 8 Great Emperors. At the same time, he controlled their interspatial rings to fly toward him. Under such circumstances, the peak Great Sovereign and the other Type 9 Great Sovereign could not care less about the storage rings and focused on attacking Yi Xian. But they never expected that Yi Xian would have a devouring system. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 8 Great Emperor. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian's serious face couldn't help but reveal a trace of an evil smile. Die. After breaking through, Yi Xian's strength had increased by a large margin, and he directly slashed out at the 9th Order Great Emperor. This slash was at least twice as fast as the previous one, slicing the 9th Order Great Emperor in half. Instant kill. A 9th Order Great Emperor, the peak Great Emperor was shocked. He couldn't figure out why Yi Xian was so powerful. He immediately turned around and left, because there seemed to be a half-step sovereign who had just broken through nearby. Sovereign White Dragon, save me! The peak Great Emperor roared, and his voice traveled over 100,000 meters. Sovereign? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but in the next moment, he understood that the other party was probably only asking for help from a half-step sovereign. Even if you call your father, it's useless. Yi Xian slashed out. Pung. 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 The peak Great Emperor turned around to receive the slash, but he could only withstand a few 128 layered earth pulse before he was killed. Now, not only could Yi Xian kill a 9th Order Great Emperor, but he could also kill a peak Great Emperor. Humph. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the spatial rings of the peak Great Emperor and the 9th Order Great Emperor, then quickly burrowed into the ground. The peak Great Emperor had asked for help from a half-step supreme. With Yi Xian's current realm, he could not fight against a half-step supreme, so he had to retreat. Not long after Yi Xian left, a middle-aged man came over. This person was dressed in white. If Yi Xian was still here, he would definitely recognize this middle-aged man as the peak Great Emperor who had chased after him back then. Even a peak Great Emperor has fallen, who did it? When the middle-aged man landed on the ground, he suddenly felt a familiar aura. In the next moment, his eyes flashed. This aura, it's that brat. Sovereign White Dragon's aura suddenly surged. He turned around to look at the frightened Deyuan army commanders and shouted, "You guys, who saw that brat's face?" The experts of the Great Yuan army had all hidden themselves. However, amongst the people present, there were still a few who saw Yi Xian's face. They hurriedly described him in their own words. Bastard brat, consider yourself lucky to have run fast. Sovereign White Dragon couldn't help but roar in his heart. After all, Yi Xian had killed his younger brother. Huff, huff, what a powerful aura, it must be that Sovereign White Dragon. Yi Xian had already fled far away. Before he left, he felt an aura that was at least several times stronger than a peak Great Emperor. It scared him so much that his legs were very nimble. However, he didn't know that Sovereign White Dragon was the peak Great Emperor from White Dragon Mountain that day. He also didn't know that the other party had already broken through. Now that I've broken through to the 8th stage Great Emperor, the Deyuan army should be on guard after this incident. I better go back and wait for the three of them for the final battle. Yi Xian thought in his heart and immediately fled back to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory. Before the final battle, there would be many experts from both sides coming to harass them. However, they wouldn't cause too much trouble. After all, the final battle was a battle between tens of thousands of people. The scene was so grand that it could scare Void God Realm kings. During these 3 days, Yi Xian stayed in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory obediently. At the same time, his clone had already passed through the Desert of Death and arrived at the Eastern Continent. At that time, he was separated from Wu Shang and the others and was captured by the Desert Bandits. After that, Wu Shang escaped with serious injuries while he was sent to the Heavens Prison. It had been a few months since then. If Wu Shang returned to the Eastern Continent, Yi Chong and the others would be very anxious. Therefore, Yi Xian hurriedly sent his clone back to the Eastern Continent. He quickly returned to the Sword God Pagoda and flew up. "Who's there?" Immediately, a disciple of the Sword God Palace shouted. "Tai Palace, Yi Xian." Yi Xian's clone directly reported his name. After hearing this name, the disciple's body trembled. How could he not know Yi Xian? Are 8 Desolate Princess and 4 Moon Palace Master here? Yi Xian quickly asked. Yes, the disciple quickly nodded. After hearing that Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan were still in the Sword God Palace, Yi Xian directly flew to the 8 Desolate Palace. There had been no news from Yi Xian in the past few months. Wu Shang had also returned to the Sword God's Palace through the Desert of Death. Therefore, Yi Xian and Jiang Xinyan were very worried about Yi Xian's safety. Yi Xian was afraid that Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan had gone out to look for him. Therefore, when he returned, he immediately rushed to the 8-Wind Palace. Coincidentally, Yi Chong, Jiang Xinyan, Duan Muyun, and the others were planning to go to the Sunflame Holy Dynasty to inquire about Yi Xian. "Father, Mother, I'm back." Yi Xian hastily rushed in. When the three saw Yi Xian, their bodies trembled. They immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Yi Xian? Father, Mother, I'm sorry. We ran into some trouble some time ago, but it's solved now. Is senior brother Wu Shang back?" Yi Xian hastily said. Phew. The three heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Yi Xian was fine. "Wu Shang is fine too. We've been looking for you for the past few months," Yi Chong said with relief. Yi Xian also understood that the Sword God's palace had a force in the Sunflame Holy Dynasty guarded by the Peerless Sword God. After he went missing, Wu Shang should have brought the news to him and asked him to help find him. However, there was no need for that now. "What about Jiang Tianjin?" Yi Xian asked again. "He went missing like you. There's no news about him." Jiang Xinyan shook her head. "No news." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. That day, Jiang Tianjin had used 3 layers of heaven-burning flames to injure him. After that, he had escaped, causing him to be captured by Lord Jiu and sent to the heavenly prison. Although it was thanks to Jiang Tianjin that he had broken through to the 8th-rank Great Sovereign Realm, he had to take revenge. "What happened? Did Jiang Tianjin attack you?" Yi Chong frowned. "No, father. That day, a group of us joined forces to fight against the desert bandits. In the end, we couldn't win and scattered. I was accidentally caught. Later, a senior passed by and saved me." Yi Xian made up a lie on the spot. "I see." After hearing those words, Yi Chong and the others finally understood. In any case, Yi Xian was standing in front of them alive. As for Jiang Tianjin's life or death, they didn't care. "By the way, Father, Mother, Uncle Duanmu, I have a few gifts for you." Yi Xian suddenly grinned. "What?" The 3 of them were astonished. Next, Yi Xian took out 3 high-grade ghost lanterns. Inside were the wills of 3 great emperors that had fallen from the 8th order. "This is the Spectre Lantern. It contains the wills of 3 8th-order great emperors that I have collected. After you refine it, you can break through to the 8th-order great emperor realm. Yi Xian said calmly. What? Yi Chong and the other two were stunned. Eighth stage great emperor, one had to know that the three of them had just broken through not too long ago. Among them, Yi Chong had managed to reach the 2nd-order great emperor realm with the help of the 6 young sword god. But now, Yi Xian suddenly said that he had a way to help them break through to the 8th-order great emperor realm. Immediately, they thought of the same person. Jiang Tianjin, that Jiang Tianjin had obtained a 3rd-order great emperor's will from the 9 heavens sword god. After refining it, he had broken through to the 3rd-order great emperor realm. Although he was weaker than the average 3rd-order great emperor realm, he was still stronger than the three of them. I'm lucky to have encountered a fortuitous encounter. My current cultivation realm is already at the 7th-order great emperor realm. Yi Xian said calmly. This news was like a bomb that exploded in the hearts of the three of them. After not seeing each other for a few months, Yi Xian had actually broken through to the 7th-order great emperor realm. However, what they didn't know was that the current Yi Xian was only a clone. His main body had already broken through to the 8th-order great emperor realm. As long as he merged with his clone would also break through to the 8th-order great emperor realm. Of course, father, if you want to cultivate on your own, I can help you get cultivation resources. Yi Xian continued. He wasn't forcing them to break through to the 8th-order great emperor realm. It was just a suggestion. He let the three of them make their own choice. Although this is a forced breakthrough, my family is already reunited. I don't have the motivation that I had back then. So, I'll choose to refine it. Yi Chong said directly. The 9 heavens sword god is only a 5th-order great emperor, but he's always pulling a long face. If we break through, he'll have to beat around the bush when he sees us. Duan Muyun also made her choice. I'll refine it too. If I cultivate on my own, who knows how long it will take for me to break through to the 8th-order great emperor realm. Jiang Xinyan said. Hearing that the three of them had unanimously chosen to refine the 8th-order great emperor's will, Yi Xian smiled with satisfaction. The 8th-order great emperor's will was just the beginning. In the future, he would get the 9th-order great emperor's will and nurture everyone to the peak of the great emperor realm. Previously, because of the White Dragon Sovereign, Yi Xian only took the Qian Kuan ring and left. When the time for the final battle came, he would definitely collect a large amount of great emperor's will and strengthen his family. Immediately, the three of them began to refine the will. Yi Xian stood guard at the side. He was going to wait for the three of them to finish refining before heading to the chaotic astral ocean to check on the situation. While the three of them were refining the will, in the distant heavenly prison, the final battle had finally begun. Woo! 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 A bugle horn sounded. The Sunfire Army and Great Yuan Army on both sides of the heavenly prison's final battle were ready to set off. The two armies had sent 20,000 men each. In addition, the two great sage dynasties had sent 10,000 men each. They were all at least 6th-order great emperors. The scene was extremely grand. At this moment, Yi Xian was already holding the 8 desolate sword tightly, waiting for the leader to appear. Father and mother will be done refining soon. Now, I'll go and get some 9th-order great emperor's will. In the heavenly prison, Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. Although his avatar was only a 7th-order great emperor, it did not matter. If he broke through to 9th-order great emperor, he just needed to merge once and his avatar would break through to 9th-order great emperor. What he had to deal with now was the final battle. Everyone, the bugle horn for the final battle has sounded. This time, the final battle will be led by the three of us. Suddenly, 3 experts flew out. Yi Xian turned his head. Although the three of them had concealed their auras, Yi Xian knew that the three of them should be half-step to sovereign. But he did not know how much they had sealed the great emperor's will. Was it half, or 10%? So they are the generals under the 3 great leaders. Among them, Feng Xiang from Green Fire City is the strongest. I heard that he had sealed 10% of the great emperor's will. I wonder which 3 half-step to sovereign the great Yuan sacred dynasty will send. Half-step to sovereign will only lead us. Their opponents can only be half-step to sovereign. They will not interfere in the battle between empty gods. It doesn't matter who comes. You can't say that. If our leader wins, it will be a great boost to our morale. The people below were discussing in hushed voices. This group of people usually moved in groups. If a fight broke out, they would be able to take care of each other. A person like Xian, who acted alone, was either a powerful expert or someone with an incomplete brain. Woo woo woo, the sound of the bugle horn resounded in the sky again. The final battle would begin when the third horn sounded. Xian held the 8 desolate sword tightly. He wished that his doppelganger was here. That way, his strength would be doubled. Woo woo woo, finally, the third horn sounded. The people from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty trembled. Immediately, they roared and started running. It's finally starting, Xian's eyes flickered. This time, he was going to start a massacre. He quickly used the Earth Shrink ultimacy and burrowed into the ground. It was very dangerous to blend in with the crowd. He had to reach the edge of the battlefield so that he wouldn't be surrounded. Anyway, his goal was the same as the others, to make a killing and leave. Kill. Everyone from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty shouted the same word as they charged towards each other. Violent Army, go. Whirling Dragon Army, go. Violent Thunder Army, go. The half-step supreme being in the sky shouted. The Violent Thunder Army was a hidden army formed by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. They were all fire attribute great emperors who had comprehended the Raging Flame's ultimacy. The Whirling Dragon Army was formed by wind attribute great emperors. As for the Violent Thunder Army, they were naturally lightning attribute great emperors. Among them, the Whirling Dragon Army and the Violent Thunder Army added up to less than 100 people. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's army was in formation. They took the lead and immediately set up a defensive layer. The Violent Thunder Army, the Whirling Dragon Army, and the Violent Thunder Army immediately used their ultimacies. Raging Flame's ultimacy, Deathstorm, Myriad Heavenly Thunder, the 3 ultimacies started to bombard their opponents. The first wave of attacks was to see whose defense would be broken first. So scary. This was Xian's first time participating in a major battle, and this scene immediately stunned him. This scene was like the end of the world. Even if a half-step supreme being was in the middle of the 2 armies, they would probably be blasted into nothingness. Half-step supreme being only had their wills sealed within their bodies. They were able to withstand most of the great emperor's wills. Only by becoming a supreme being could one condense the supreme being golden body and be completely immune to the will of the great emperor. Too scary. Xian shuddered inwardly. At this time, he had already rushed to the periphery of the battlefield of the final battle and was prepared to slaughter in the periphery. At this time, 3 Void God Realm Emperors who had the same idea as him flew over. Brat, you dare to be alone? You're courting death. The 3 of them launched a coordinated attack on Xian. You're the ones who are going to die. Dual space. A light flashed in Xian's eyes, and the will of an 8th Order Great Emperor fused into the space around him. At the same time, their attacks were blocked by the wind blades and wind walls. Xian did not even raise his hand. Die. Selah. 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 3 crisp sounds were heard, and the heads of the 3 flew up. Xian's luck increased tremendously. What a joke. 3 7th Order Great Emperors dared to find trouble with him, a 8th Order Great Emperor. They were really courting death. 8 Desolate Sword, shatter. Xian immediately shattered the 8 Desolate Sword, and it turned into 8 sharp blades and attacked. He was at the periphery and would not be trapped. Under such circumstances, it was a good choice to use the Death Storm. However, it would be too immoral to kill his own people by accident. He was also a member of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, and he had to consider the big picture. In the distance, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's army were still in the midst of exchanging blows. Not only that, but the 3 half-step supreme beings from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty had also started to exchange blows with the half-step supreme beings from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. Although Xian could not see them clearly, he could feel 6 powerful auras. I don't care so much. Kill. Xian controlled the 8 sharp blades and charged towards a group of 6 people. 36 overlapping shadows, 128 layered earth pulse. No one below the half-step supreme being realm could withstand his attacks. He could even kill several people with one strike. Coupled with the 8 sharp blades, Yi Xian's killing speed was unparalleled. There are more people there. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. He saw a group of people attacking from afar, and there was no Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's army around. Good chance, death storm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, a death storm was set off. When a great emperor of the 8th order used profound mysteries, his speed was still much faster than a great emperor of the 7th order. In an instant, a bloody storm broke out in that area. Countless severed limbs flew out from the sky, and the universe ring flew towards Yi Xian without exception. At the same time, the large number of interspatial rings attracted the attention of some people. What a joke. You want to snatch Yi Xian's things? Yi Xian snorted coldly. He quickly drew his sword and killed those who coveted his interspatial rings. Some of them were from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, while others were from the Devouring Sacred Dynasty. Dozens of interspatial rings fell into Yi Xian's hands. With a thought, Yi Xian devoured everything inside. Now, start collecting the Great Emperor's will. Yi Xian suddenly remembered this matter. He immediately took out the spirit lantern and started collecting. He's from the spirit sect. Kill him. When the others saw this, they were immediately enraged. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Yi Xian glared at them. In the next moment, those who were hostile to him were immobilized. 8th Order Great Emperor's will and dual space. Even a peak Great Emperor's movement speed would be reduced by 80%. 80% movement speed was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Die. Yi Xian did not care which camp they were from. Those who dared to target him would not have a good ending. Hiss. 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 Their necks were sliced by the wind blade. Their heads flew up and their interspatial rings flew to Yi Xian without exception. Now, no one dared to provoke Yi Xian. They all retreated. Be it the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty or the Devouring Sacred Dynasty, they all hid far away. Not bad, not bad. My goal this time is to create a 9th Order Great Emperor. This is not enough. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. This time, he directly charged into the crowd. 36 overlapping shadows, 128 layered earth pulse. 8 barren wind formation. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a harvester. Wherever he went, there would be a bloodbath. The number of people he had killed had reached hundreds. Brat, don't be so arrogant. Come and die. A peak Great Emperor targeted Yi Xian and charged over. You overestimate yourself. Die. Yi Xian casually launched a series of attacks. Within the 36 overlapping shadows, he could already fuse the 128 layers of earth pulse 20 times, which was extremely powerful. In addition to the restriction of the dual space, this peak Great Emperor couldn't dodge in time and could only forcefully block the attacks. Bang! 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 This peak Great Emperor's weapon vibrated thousands of times in an instant. Both his arms were shaken to the point that his bones were fractured. Then, he was killed by the remaining force of the 36 overlapping shadows. Yi Xian swiftly rushed over and took out the highest quality spirit lantern to preserve this peak Great Emperor's will. Although refining a Great Emperor's will was weaker than breaking through normally, it was enough. Now, Yi Xian's strength had shocked the hundreds of people around him. They all retreated, but Yi Xian wouldn't let any of them go. Every second, there were more than 10 corpses falling from the sky. At the same time, more than 10 interspatial rings flew towards Yi Xian like dazzling meteors. At this time, Yi Xian's luck had already turned green. It was so dark that it was close to blue. The more he killed, the braver and stronger he became. He kept moving forward and charged towards the direction of the Deyuan army. Death Storm. Yi Xian directly executed a super powerful death storm in the midst of the enemy. Countless wind blades swept up, and another rain of blood fell from the sky. After dealing with this 100-man phalanx, Yi Xian moved on to the second one. Among the people present, other than the 6 half-step supreme experts in the sky, he was the only one who dared to do so. Even a peak Great Emperor would have to retreat when hundreds of high-level Great Emperors attacked at the same time. However, Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. Even if someone managed to hit him, they would be disintegrated by the 128 layers of earth pulse that had merged with his 8th-level Great Emperor will. In less than half a minute, Yi Xian had destroyed a few square formations, and more than 1,000 Great Yuan warriors had fallen. When the 6 half-step Supreme Beings saw this, the morale of the 3 Supreme Beings on the Sunflame Dynasty's side soared. So strong. Where did this person come from? He actually comprehended dual space. With him here, the Sunflame Holy Dynasty will definitely win this year's final battle. The City Lord's foresight is indeed not bad. This kid has a huge amount of power. He actually managed to lead this great battle. The eyes of one of the half-supreme being flickered. The City Lord he was thinking of was the City Lord of Blue Fire City, the white-haired old man who had met Yi Xian twice and exchanged a twin fruit for the Wind Dragon Slash. The great decisive battle was held every year, but very few people knew that there were huge benefits behind it. The Sunfire Holy Dynasty versus the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty. Whoever won the final battle would be able to obtain a large amount of luck from the opponent and become stronger. Last year and the year before, the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty had won. However, this year was different. In the great decisive battle, both sides had agreed that they could only send out 20,000 Great Yuan soldiers and 3 half-step Supreme Beings. However, this time, Yi Xian had appeared, so they did not know who would win in the end. However, at this moment, one of the Supreme Beings in white from the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty glanced over. When he saw Yi Xian's face, his body trembled. It's this kid. This white-clothed Supreme Being was the Peak Great Emperor from White Dragon Mountain. He was known as Supreme Being White Dragon. This time, he had applied to participate in the great decisive battle. If he could lead the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty to victory, he would definitely be promoted. However, now that he saw the enemy who had killed his brother, he could not sit still anymore. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Supreme Being White Dragon was furious. He abandoned his opponent and charged toward Yi Xian. What? The other 2 half-step Supreme Beings from the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty and the 3 half-step Supreme Beings from the Sunfire Holy Dynasty were shocked. They did not expect Supreme Being White Dragon to suddenly charge forward. You have violated the rules. At that moment, the half-step Supreme Being from Green Fire City immediately shouted. Supreme Being White Dragon, what are you doing? One of the half-step Supreme Being from the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty shouted. We are not allowed to interfere. The other person also shouted. However, Supreme Being White Dragon did not even look back as he charged toward his opponent. Humph. The half-step Supreme Being from Green Fire City immediately mustered up all his strength and charged forward, instantly intercepting Supreme Being White Dragon. Your Excellency, you are representing the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty. You are not allowed to interfere in the battle between the empty gods. You have violated the rules. The half-step Supreme Being from Green Fire City's eyes flashed as he shouted coldly. Get out of my way. Supreme Being White Dragon stared at the figure tens of thousands of meters away and shouted in a low voice. At this moment, the 4 figures in the air had also stopped and approached. Supreme Being White Dragon, you have violated the rules. The gray-clothed Supreme Being from the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty said coldly. At this moment, Supreme Being White Dragon remembered that he was representing the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty. If he attacked Yi Xian, it would be equivalent to the Supreme Being battle, and the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty would lose. In this way, the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty would lose a lot of luck. At that time, he would not be able to escape death. I haven't attacked yet. Supreme Being White Dragon suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said. Everyone was stunned. Indeed, Supreme Being White Dragon had only swept to the side. He had not attacked anyone else, so it was not a violation of the rules. Alright, let's do it again. The 6 of them instantly started fighting again. However, the commotion over here attracted the attention of quite a few people, including Yi Xian. It's him? He has broken through to the half-step Supreme Being level. Yi Xian recognized the middle-aged man in white. He was the Peak Great Emperor who had chased after him. He did not expect the middle-aged man in white to have broken through. Just now, if the half-step supreme being from the Sunflame Holy Dynasty had not stopped him, he would have been forced to fight with the middle-aged man. Good fellow, he has broken through. Looks like I have to be faster. Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he increased his speed. This time, his goal was to break through to the 9th stage Great Emperor, and then see if he could fight against a half-step supreme being. As long as he broke through to the 9th stage Great Emperor, he was confident that he could fight against Supreme Being White Dragon, who had just broken through. Supreme Being White Dragon in the air kept an eye on Yi Xian as he fought, afraid that Yi Xian would run away. However, what he did not know was that Yi Xian would not leave just like that. What he wanted to do was break through. Kill, kill, kill. Yi Xian was like a god of slaughter, constantly shuttling through the great Yuan army. Everywhere he passed, there would be a large number of corpses. At the same time, Yi Xian's realm was also constantly increasing. He estimated that he would break through in another minute. His strength had fiercely shocked everyone, including the few half-step supreme beings. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty had sent out 20,000 troops for the final battle. However, at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them had died at the hands of Yi Xian. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, Yi Xian continued to kill at the rate of 10 people per second. Almost all of the people who came to participate in the great battle gave their wealth to others or buried it. No matter how bad it was, they still spent all of their luck, so they didn't have much wealth. Yi Xian needed to kill a large number of enemies in order to break through. Fortunately, there was no shortage of people in the final battle. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 9th stage Great Emperor. After Yi Xian had killed more than 3,000 people, he finally heard a notification. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Although there was only a difference of 1 stage between a 9th stage Great Emperor and a 8th stage Great Emperor, one's strength would skyrocket. He glanced at the 6 people in the air, especially the white figure. He revealed a strange expression. He sized up the situation and realized that both sides were still in a stalemate. Hence, he hesitated. A half-step supreme martial artist has sealed the Great Emperor's will in their body. They have a strong physique and can burn their true chi without any damage. Their strength is at least several times stronger than a peak supreme martial artist. I wonder if I can fight Sovereign White Dragon with my current strength, Yi Xian thought in his heart. In fact, he was not confident in his own strength. After all, this was a challenge that required him to surpass an entire stage. However, Sovereign White Dragon also had an opponent. If he joined in, he could be of help. However, there were so many enemies below. Why should he go there so early? TSK, let's deal with the enemies below first. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. After making a breakthrough, his killing speed had at least doubled. Every time he killed, his cultivation would improve a little. If he could kill all the people present, he might be able to break through to the peak supreme martial artist. I don't have any breakthrough items for now. Let's break through to the peak supreme martial artist first. Yi Xian kept an eye on the 6 half-step supreme martial artists as he killed crazily. Within a minute, Yi Xian could kill more than 1,000 people. At this moment, the morale of the Yuan army had plummeted, and many of them had fled. However, this did not affect Yi Xian. In terms of speed, Yi Xian had never been afraid of anyone at the same level. At this moment, his speed was not the slightest bit slower than the White Dragon Sovereign. However, just as Yi Xian was halfway through his killing spree, he suddenly discovered a unique corpse in one of the interspatial rings. A corpse that shocked him. Devourer beast. Ding. Host has obtained 1 advancement point. Yi Xian could advance again. Previously, his beast god bloodline had leveled up, so all his beast god bloodline had leveled up once. Now, his agility had leveled up 4 times. However, now that he had fused with another type of Gemini bloodline, a new advancement path had appeared. The first evolution path of the Gemini bloodline was to fuse the original body with the avatar to increase one's strength. Each evolution would increase one's strength by 10%. The second option was to spend 5 advancement points to create another doppelganger. 10% strength is not bad, but my avatar is in the Eastern continent, so I can't increase it. Creating another avatar is not bad, but I still lack 4 advancement points, so I won't consider it for the time being. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and made a decision. Ding! The Beast God Bloodline's agility has leveled up. Currently leveled up 5 times. When Yi Xian added the advancement points to his agility, his speed had increased by another 10%. However, this was the speed of running on the ground, not the speed of flight. Now, his speed was naturally increased by 50%. Let's fight to our heart's content. Yi Xian roared to the sky and started the massacre again. 100, 1,000, 2,000 corpses fell from the sky one after another. The battlefield of the final battle was filled with blood and countless broken limbs. This was war. When the 6 half-step supreme martial artists saw this scene, some were happy, while others were worried. The final battle was actually divided into 2 parts. One was the battle between the empty God Realm Great Emperors, and the other was between the 6 half-step supreme martial artists. The 6 half-step supreme martial artists were representing the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty, so they could not attack the others. However, the others could interfere in their battle. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed back and shouted, "Can I participate in the battle?" Not good. The half-step supreme martial artists from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty were shocked. Sovereign White Dragon glanced over and saw that Yi Xian had already rushed over. Yes. The half-step supreme martial artist from the Green Fire City replied loudly. They could not participate in the low-level battle, but Yi Xian could interfere in their battle. In the sky, the judges of the 2 Great Yuan Sacred Dynasties were watching. The Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty had lost the battle below. If the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty lost the battle between the half-step supreme martial artists, the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty would lose a lot of luck. After getting the approval, Yi Xian quickly rushed over. He knew who his opponent was. It was Sovereign White Dragon. You chased after me that day. Today is the day you die. Yi Xian shouted and attacked Sovereign White Dragon crazily. 36 overlapping shadows, 128 layers of Earth's pulse. Although the physique of a half-step supreme martial artist was much stronger than a peak Great Emperor, Yi Xian was not only a rank 9 Great Emperor, but he also had various bloodlines. His attack speed was not any slower than a half-step supreme martial artist. Damn it! Sovereign White Dragon cursed in his heart. He had just broken through to the half-step supreme martial artist. Although his opponent was of the same level as him, he had always been at a disadvantage. Now that Yi Xian was involved, he was under a lot of pressure. When the Sovereign in Green from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty saw that Yi Xian had joined the battle, he hurriedly shouted, "Little brother, you hold him back. I will be the main attacker." All right. Yi Xian immediately agreed. He was still aware that he was not a peak Great Emperor. Compared to the other 2, he was still slightly weaker. Therefore, he was in charge of holding them back. Gravitational space. Wind space. Rank 9 Great Emperor intent. Although half a step into the Sovereign realm had sealed the will of the Great Emperor into his body, the White Dragon Sovereign had just broken through, so the will of the Great Emperor could only seal his body. Therefore, Yi Xian's dual space still had some effect on him. Under the dual space, Sovereign White Dragon's speed was reduced by 10%. Damn you! Sovereign White Dragon cursed. However, this wasn't the worst part. 8 Barren Wind Formation, go! Yi Xian controlled 8 sharp blades to attack Sovereign White Dragon. These 8 sharp blades all contained 128 layers of Earth's pulse. Ordinary peak Great Emperors could not block them. However, the worst was Yi Xian's attack. Slash after slash left behind long and bright shadows as they continuously attacked Sovereign White Dragon. Even though Sovereign White Dragon burned his true chi and was faster than Yi Xian, he was beaten even more miserably by the cyan-robed supremacy under Yi Xian's 3 layers of suppression. Occasionally, he would be forced to block Yi Xian's 36 overlapping shadows. Every time, his hand would go numb, as if his entire arm wasn't his anymore. Yi Xian and the cyan-robed supremacy chased and fought as they left the battlefield. Peak Great Emperors, where are the Peak Great Emperors? Come and help! Sovereign White Dragon roared as he ran. There were indeed peak Great Emperors on the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty side, but after seeing Yi Xian's strength, they had already run far away. Who would dare to help? Seeing that no one came to help, Yi Xian and the Cyan-robed supremacy looked at each other, and their fighting spirit soared. Just now, the Cyan-robed supremacy and sovereign white dragon had been fighting for a few minutes, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Both of their true qi had been burned to 1/3. However, with the addition of Yi Xian, sovereign white dragon's true qi burned even faster. In less than a minute, his true qi would be exhausted. Sovereign white dragon knew that he couldn't win, so he turned and ran. Chase. The Cyan-robed supremacy wouldn't let him go. The three of them represented the Sunflame sacred dynasty in this battle. If they could kill the enemy's half-step supremacy, it would be a great contribution. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog. He immediately used the dual space and chased after him. Even if a half-step supremacy could burn their true qi and fly faster, Yi Xian had the dual space to accelerate. Not only could he increase his speed, but the Cyan-robed supremacy also benefited. Moreover, the increase was higher than when used to restrict sovereign white dragon. Haha, you're suddenly enlightened. You're dead meat. Yi Xian's eyes widened. The dual space could only reduce sovereign white dragon's speed by 10%. However, if the dual space was used to increase sovereign white dragon's speed by 20% or 30%. Damn it, damn bastard. Supremacy white dragon kept cursing. At this time, he was also thinking in his heart. He was wondering if he would die. If he would die, he would definitely drag Yi Xian with him, however, he didn't have that chance. Ding. The throbbing pulse of the world has evolved into the throbbing pulse of the world, ding, host. By the time he reacted, he couldn't help but stop. The azure-robed sovereign and the white dragon sovereign saw that something was wrong with Yi Xian, but in the next moment, they were all shocked. Disintegration profound. Yi Xian fiercely slashed out with his sword. The white dragon sovereign had no way to dodge and could only take the sword head-on. The 256 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth was the disintegration profound meaning. Although Yi Xian had just comprehended it, he could still fuse the disintegration profound meaning 5 times with the 36 overlapping images. Previously, he could already fuse the 128 waves of the earth for 20 times. Now, he could only fuse the 256 waves of the earth for 5 times. Although it seemed like the vibrations were reduced by half, the power was actually several times stronger. Most importantly, the disintegration profound had a disintegration effect. Kacha, sovereign white dragon's high-rank void god weapon that he had nurtured for several decades suddenly shattered. In the next moment, he was sent flying backwards. A large hole had been blasted open in his chest, and blood spurted out. What? Sovereign Green Robe was shocked. Yi Xian was only a 9th stage Great Emperor. Yet, he could injure a half-step Great Emperor with a single strike. His attack power was truly terrifying. He wasn't much weaker than Sovereign Green Robe. The disintegration profound. He actually comprehended the disintegration profound. That's the most powerful profound in attack power. Sovereign Green Robe couldn't help but swallow his saliva. However, this wasn't the time to be shocked. He had to kill Sovereign White Dragon first before returning to help. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty had already lost twice in this heaven prison. They couldn't afford to lose again this time. Immediately, the Cyan-robed Supreme Being rushed over. No, Sovereign White Dragon roared at the sky. A half-step Great Emperor was only a half-step Great Emperor after all. He had only sealed the Great Emperor's will in his body to greatly enhance his physique. It wasn't the real Sovereign Golden Body. At this moment, the Cyan-robed Supremacy approached the heavily injured White Dragon Supremacy. Then, with a single slash of his sword, his head was chopped off. At the same time, Yi Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. Although he didn't kill Sovereign White Dragon with his own hands, he knew that his current strength was probably enough to fight a half-step Great Emperor. Although it was only a half-step Great Emperor, it was still a good sign. Sovereign White Dragon had just broken through, so there probably wasn't much in his ring. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to ask for it. Little brother, here's your stuff. At this moment, the Cyan-robed sovereign suddenly threw the White Dragon Sovereign's universe ring to Yi Xian. Thank you, senior. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked him. After he caught the ring, his cultivation suddenly increased by a large margin. This ring allowed him to reach the peak of the Great Emperor realm. At the same time, he also heard the system notification again. Indeed, to break through from the peak of the Great Emperor realm to the half-step Great Emperor realm, one needed something called the Supreme Elixir. He had never heard of it before. Let's go back and help. Sovereign Green Robe quickly turned around and rushed back. Xian also used the dual space to support himself and Sovereign Green Robe as they rushed back. Now, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty had 4 experts, while the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty only had 2 left. This final battle was more or less decided. In fact, one could admit defeat in the final battle. However, only one person from each side was qualified to represent the Sacred Dynasty. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's representative was the half-step Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's representative, while the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's representative was an old man with white eyebrows. Forget it. We, the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty, admit defeat in this final battle of the 10th Heaven's Prison. The old man with white eyebrows had only sealed 10% of the Great Emperor's willpower. The same was true for the half-step Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's representative. They had no advantage in terms of cultivation realm and were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. If they continued to fight, they would definitely lose. If they continued to fight, they might even die. Hearing this, the half-step Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's representative nodded and cupped his fist. Thank you for letting me win. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty had already lost 2 consecutive battles in the 10th Heaven's Prison. Today, they had finally won back some face. However, at this moment, 2 men in gorgeous clothes suddenly descended from the sky. The few half-step Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's representatives recognized them. One of them was an official from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, while the other was an official from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. In this final battle, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty has won both sides. I hope you can deliver the vital energy on time. The official from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty cupped his fist and said. Don't worry, the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty won't go back on our word, said the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's official coldly. The official from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty shouted coldly. He didn't look very happy. After all, the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty had won twice in a row. He didn't expect that this time they would be disturbed by a young man. Immediately after, he left. The battle was over. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's official was very satisfied. He looked at the 4 people below and said, very good. Even I didn't expect that both sides would win this battle. The 3 of you will be given first-class merit. After he finished speaking, the official's gaze fell onto Xian as he said, you're not bad as well. I'll bestow you a baron's order here. Before he could finish speaking, a golden light flashed towards Xian. Xian subconsciously caught it and saw that it was a golden command medallion. A baron badge? What's that? Xian hadn't recovered yet. The Xian Fire City's Quasi-Supreme explained, with this baron badge, you can go to the imperial capital and become a baron. Although it's only a baron, as long as you keep making contributions, you'll be promoted. At this moment, Xian thought of a word. An official and a noble. Our 10th Heaven's Prison is the worst of all the heavenly prisons. However, the 3 tycoons of our heavenly prison are all viscounts, said the cyan-robed sovereign. The 3 tycoons of the heavenly prison were Qinghua and the other 2. However, what surprised Xian was that there wasn't only one heavenly prison. The one he was in was the worst one. Congratulations, little brother. The 3 quasi-supremes thanked him. If it hadn't been for Xian, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. Xian put away the baron badge in his hand and cupped his fists. Seniors, may I ask what a supreme pill is? The 3 didn't know why Xian would ask such a question in such a situation. They glanced at each other and the cyan-robed sovereign answered, a supreme pill is something that quasi-supremes need. If you have a supreme pill, the success rate of sealing your body with Great Emperor intent will increase greatly. I see. Xian nodded. He had more or less guessed it. However, after killing so many people and leading this great battle, he didn't get a single supreme pill. Little brother, if you go to the imperial capital to be conferred the title of baron, you will receive 1 supreme pill every year. As long as you have 1 supreme pill, you will definitely be able to break through to the half-step supreme realm within a year. The half-step Supreme Realm expert from Xianxia City said. Only one? Yi Xian was filled with disdain. He could only receive one baronet every year. How stingy. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Seniors, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." After he finished speaking, he left. The half-supremes of Blue Fire City looked at his back and praised him in their hearts. They were all half-step supremes, but compared to Yi Xian, they were too weak. After all, when they were in their early 20s, they were only Void God Realm Great Emperors. The great battle had ended, so there was no need for Yi Xian to continue staying here. He hurriedly went to Blue Fire City and exchanged all of his providence. At the same time, he exchanged for a release order. A day later, he left the 10th Heaven prison. My original body has broken through to the peak Great Emperor realm, but without merging, my clone's realm and ultimacy will not be updated. I should return to the Eastern continent first, Yi Xian thought to himself. Although the Supreme Pill was very important, and it was the key to breaking through to the half-step Supreme Realm, he still remembered Hermit Xian Zhongshan's kindness. Now that he had comprehended the disintegration ultimacy, he could help Hermit Xian Zhongshan. Master is unfathomable. He actually needs the disintegration ultimacy. I'm afraid his strength is not as simple as an ordinary Great Emperor realm. He might be a half-step Supreme Realm expert. Now, Yi Xian began to doubt Hermit Xian Zhongshan's strength. If Hermit Xian Zhongshan was really a half-step Supreme Realm expert, he might also have a Supreme Pill. At that time, he would be killing two birds with one stone. However, before he went to the chaotic astral ocean, Yi Xian returned to the Eastern continent first. When he passed through the Death Desert and the Great Wilderness and returned to the Sword God Palace in the Eastern continent, Yi Chong, Jiang Xinyan, and Duan Muyun had already refined the Great Emperor's will and became rank 8 Great Emperors. Coincidentally, Yi Xian's original body had also returned to the Sword God Palace. When Yi Chong and the other two saw Yi Xian's original body, they were almost scared to death. Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan wondered if they had remembered wrongly. Yi Xian wasn't just one person, but a pair of twins. When Yi Xian's original body saw the strange expressions of the three, he stood together with his clone and explained, "Father, Mother, this is also me. This is my clone, a puppet." A puppet. Xianer, don't lie to me. How can a puppet have a body of flesh and blood? How can it be exactly the same as you? Yi Chong asked in horror. Jiang Xinyan and Duan Muyun nodded. Yi Xian didn't want to explain anymore and merged with his clone. In the next moment, his clone's cultivation level soared to peak Great Emperor, and even the collapse profound was at the same level. When they saw that there was only one Yi Xian left after the two of them merged, the three of them started to believe it. "Father, Mother, just treat me as a twin. I'm going to the chaotic astral ocean to bring your two daughters-in-law back," Yi Xian said. In fact, Yi Chong already knew that Yi Xian had a fiancé, but he hadn't seen them before. Now that Yi Xian reminded him, there was actually another one. Two Yi Xian, two daughters-in-law. Of course, this was easier to accept than two Yi Xian and one daughter-in-law. Okay. Hurry up and bring them back. Jiang Xinyan didn't care so much anymore. At that moment, Yi Xian directly left. However, before that, he still left behind 3 ghost lanterns. All of them contained the will of the Great Emperor of the Ninth Order. As for his original body and clone, they had already merged and headed to the chaotic astral ocean. In less than half a day, he arrived at the chaotic astral ocean, then used his clone to pick up Song Suijing and the others. He also made a trip to the Skywater continent to pick up Lin Wenyue and the others. As for his original body, he went to the Mystic Mountain. His current strength was very strong, so it was better for his original body and clone to separate to avoid dying in one go. Very soon, his original body arrived at the Mystic Mountain. The Mystic Mountain was still the same as before. Many pirates came to comprehend the gravity profound. Yi Xian was filled with emotions. He directly flew above these people's heads slowly. Occasionally, he still had to show off to satisfy his vanity. Damn, the Mystic Mountain is so heavy. I even have a hard time walking, but that person is flying in the sky. It said that once one comprehends the gravity profound, they won't be affected by the gravity of the mystic mountain. He must have comprehended the gravity profound. The group of people below were discussing softly. As for Xian, he flew into the mysterious mountain range under their strange gazes. Who's there? Xian had just entered Mt. Xian when he heard a shout. Xian recognized the voice. It was Yan's voice. His heart skipped a beat. As he was a peak great emperor, he had concealed his aura. However, Yan still managed to discover him. Yan was indeed not a peak empty God Realm king and probably not an empty God Realm great emperor. Half-step to sovereign, this was Xian's guess. Senior brother it's me. I'm back. Xian replied. In the next moment, he saw a familiar figure flying over. It was Yan. Junior brother Yi? Yan was a little shocked. He had been waiting in Mt. Xian when he suddenly felt an aura. Hence, he flew out. He did not expect it to be Xian. Senior brother I knew you weren't an ordinary person. Xian said jokingly. Yan smiled and said, Junior brother Yi, you're not an ordinary person either. You've broken through to peak great emperor in such a short time. You're back today. Could it be, that's right. I've comprehended the disintegration ultimacy. I'm back to repay master's kindness. Xian nodded. What? Yan was shocked when he heard it. Xian had indeed comprehended the disintegration ultimacy. When Xian left Mt. Xian Zhongshan Island, Mt. Xian Zhongshan had taken in a few more disciples. These disciples had good aptitudes. The earlier one comprehended the ultimacy, the better. The later it was, the harder it would be to comprehend it. If one could receive guidance when one was in the empty God realm, it would be easier for one to comprehend the ultimacy. However, it seemed that there was no need for that now. Come, junior brother Yi, give me a slash. Yan said excitedly. Senior brother Xian was shocked. Looking at Yan's posture, it seemed like Yan wanted to receive his disintegration ultimacy. One had to know that even Sovereign White Dragon could not receive his current attack. However, he reacted in the next moment. Yan was just testing. Yan did not necessarily need to use 36 overlapping shadows. Senior brother, be careful. Xian didn't use any martial arts as he slashed out an extremely ordinary sword chi towards Yan. This sword chi was extremely slow. Yan directly punched out. In an instant, waves of chi surged. Bang! 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 The two forces collided instantly, shook Xian's attack. Junior brother Yi. With me. Calm junior brother Xian's shadow. Calm 128. 128, was. Xian also understood that this was what Mountain Master Xianzhong wanted. At that moment, he immediately followed after him. Yan brought Xian to the bamboo forest and shouted, Master, junior brother Yi is back. Before he could finish, the door to the wooden house opened and Hermit Xianzhongshan walked out. Xian, you really comprehended the disintegration ultimacy? Hermit Xianzhongshan asked in shock. Although there was a silent array formation in the bamboo forest, he still heard the movement just now. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Master, I have comprehended it. Xian nodded solemnly. Good. Hermit Xianzhongshan said good 3 times in a row. He was even more excited than Yan. However, to be on the safe side, he still tried it himself. After 256 muffled sounds, Hermit Xianzhongshan laughed loudly. It is indeed the disintegration ultimacy. Xian, you really did it. I am very gratified. Master, how can I help? Xian asked. I want you to use the disintegration ultimacy to destroy a door. Hermit Xianzhongshan flew up and said, there is no time to lose. We will leave immediately. If we succeed, I will give you 100 supreme pills. Okay. Xian's eyes flashed. In fact, he did not need 100 supreme pills. He only needed 1 to break through to the half-step supreme realm. Of course, he could directly devour the remaining 99 pills to raise his cultivation. Hermit Xianxia immediately led Yi Xian and He Yan away from Xianxia Island. Yi Xian followed behind him and asked, "Master, where are we going?" "To the eastern continent, the desert of death." Hermit Xianxia explained. "What?" Yi Xian was shocked. He had just come from the desert of death. He did not expect that the door that even Hermit Xianxia, a half-step supreme, could not break was in the desert of death. Yi Xian did not ask further and continued to follow. Soon, they entered the desert of death from the chaotic astral ocean. Then, under Hermit Xianxia's lead, they entered the desert of death. The Death Desert was a dangerous place for low-level empty God Realm emperors. However, among the three of them, Yi Xian, who was the weakest, was a peak Great Emperor. How could there be a problem? They used their Great Emperor willpower to push the quicksand away and continued to dive. After a while, they came to a mysterious place. There was an array here that prevented the quicksand from seeping in. Yi Xian looked around and asked in shock, "Master, where is this?" He Yan replied, "This is an ancient relic. It is the tomb of a general of a sacred dynasty that was overthrown by the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty." General's tomb? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He also knew that this general was different from the one in the 10th Heaven prison. The general in the Heaven prison was at most a rank 8 Great Emperor. However, the thing in the general's tomb was something that even a half-step supreme would want. At this moment, Hermit Xianxia led the two of them deeper and finally saw a simple bronze door. On the door, there were two people wearing armor and holding long swords. They looked mighty and extraordinary. On the other side of the door, there were 4 holes that seemed to be keyholes. "This is the door. Even I can't move this door. Yi Xian, try and see if you can break it with your disintegration profound." Hermit Xianxia said as he pointed at the door. "Okay." Yi Xian nodded. Then, he took out the 8 desolate sword and slashed at the door. Boom. 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 The slashes hit the door and the defensive array on it. In an instant, it shook more than 200 times. Yi Xian's attack could even injure Supremacy White Dragon. However, it had no effect on the door. No effect. "Yi Xian, try again." Hermit Xianxia refused to give up. Yi Xian attacked again without hesitation. 36 overlapping shadows, 256 layered earth pulse. As time passed, Yi Xian became more and more proficient. He could fuse 7, 8, 9, and even 10 times of the 36 overlapping images. However, he still couldn't break the array guarding the door. Sigh, forget it. I heard that this general of the ancient sacred dynasty likes arrays and mechanisms. It's within my expectations that he can't break it. Xianxia sighed helplessly. "Master, it seems that we can only wait for the 4 keys to open it, right?" He Yan asked. Xianxia nodded. The 4 keys are in the 4 families of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. However, one of the keys was lost a long time ago, so it can't be opened. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows. Lost? Could it be 1,000 years ago? You know? That's right. The last key was stolen by the Wind Thunder Great Emperor. Xianxia nodded and looked at Yi Xian. Speaking of which, the Wind Thunder Great Emperor is also a senior of the Sword God Palace. You should know, right? Yi Xian was stunned. He remembered that he didn't tell Xianxia about this. However, it was strange that Xianxia knew that he was from the Sword God Palace. Don't be surprised. I'm good friends with the Tai Sword God. Xianxia answered. This answer shocked Yi Xian. Xianxia was good friends with the Tai Sword God. What a coincidence, Yi Xian was Xianxia's disciple in name. He later joined the Tai Palace and could be considered a disciple of the Tai Sword God. He didn't expect the two masters to be good friends. It was no wonder that Xianxia knew that he had joined the Sword God Palace. Since you can't open it, forget it. Xianxia sighed again and took out a small pouch from his interspatial ring. He threw it to Yi Xian. Although you can't open it, you should need supreme pills now. There are 10 supreme pills here. Take them. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This master wasn't bad. Although he didn't help, he still benefited. 1 supreme pill was enough for him to break through. 10 supreme pills were enough for him to improve his cultivation. Junior brother, with these 10 supreme pills, it won't be a problem for you to break through to the half-step supreme realm in a month, He Yan said with a smile. A month? Yi Xian sneered. As long as he wanted to, he could break through on the spot. However, he still held back and did not break through for the time being. When Sovereign White Dragon was still a peak Great Emperor, he had already failed to break through several times. It took him a full year to break through to half-step supreme. If he had a supreme pill at that time, the time would have been shortened to 2 or 3 months. However, cultivation aptitude was nothing to Yi Xian. With the devouring system, he didn't need to cultivate normally. If he had been born as the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's crown prince, he might have been a supremacy by now. Humans were born unequal. Time was unfair to begin with. Then, Xian Zhongshan brought Yi Xian and He Yan out of the general's tomb. However, when they arrived on land, they suddenly felt waves of powerful auras. There's an expert. Hermit Xianzhong growled as his expression immediately turned solemn. He turned his head and discovered a few people flying towards them at high speed. They were at least half-step supreme sovereigns. Only half-step supreme sovereigns could make Zhongshan Xianyi so cautious. However, when Mountain Man Xianzhong saw the appearance of the person who had come, his serious expression immediately relaxed. He knew the person who had come. Not only did he know them, but so did Yi Xian. Qinghua, why are you here? Zhongshan Xianyi asked in surprise. Qinghua, this name was widely spread in the 10th Heaven prison because he was one of the 3 overlords there. Yi Xian had heard of him before. However, what shocked Yi Xian even more was that he actually recognized the old man in the lead. This old man was the one who had used a twin life fruit to exchange for his wind dragon slash. He was one of the 3 overlords in the 10th Heaven prison, the master of Green Fire City. Zhongshan Xian, why are you here? Qinghua was surprised. He turned to Yi Xian and said, Little brother, we meet again. It was normal to see Zhongshan Xianyi here, but it was strange to see Yi Xian. You know each other? Zhongshan Xianyi was surprised. Greetings, senior. Yi Xian greeted him. At this moment, Yi Xian had already sorted out his thoughts. It was no wonder that a peak Great Emperor could only be a subordinate. The white-haired old man was the master of Green Fire City, one of the 3 overlords in the 10th Heaven prison. Haha, I understand now. Zhongshan Xian, you want to try the disintegration ultimacy to see if it can open the gate of the general's tomb? Qinghua understood immediately. That's right. Unfortunately, even the disintegration ultimacy can't open the gate of General Wolf Feng's formation. Zhongshan Xianyi nodded. Qinghua smiled and said, It doesn't matter. The 4th key has appeared. What? Is that true? Zhongshan Xianyi was shocked. That's right. It's all thanks to this little brother. Qinghua smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at Yi Xian. Then, he explained the whole sequence of events to her. Zhongshan Xianyi felt that he had done something unnecessary. The 4th key had been hidden in the Wind Dragon slash. Yi Xian had known about the secret long ago. Otherwise, Qinghua wouldn't have let him go. He would have asked for the Thunder Rush Sword. However, he didn't need the Thunder Rush Sword now. Now that the 4th key has appeared, when are we going to inform the other 3 clans? Zhongshan Xianyi asked. I've already informed them. They know about it and will come soon to open the general's tomb with me. Qinghua nodded. Do you still remember our agreement? Zhongshan Xianyi asked again. Qinghua smiled and said, Of course not. The 3 clans are powerful. We have to work together. This time, I came early to inform the 2 of you. Good. Since that's the case, I'll make an extra trip and call Tai over. Zhongshan Xianyi said. Yi Xian was shocked when he heard the name Tai. Master, Tai? Could it be Sword God Tai? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. That's right. I told you before that Tai and I are good friends. The 3 of us once roamed the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty together. Zhongshan Xianyi nodded and said, It seems that you don't know that Tai is a half-step supreme. Not to mention you, even his son probably doesn't know. That guy is still the same as before. Indeed, Yi Xian didn't expect Tai Palace's sword god Tai to be a half-step supreme. He didn't even tell his son Wushang. He was too low-key. As long as Tai is here, we won't lose to any of the three major clans. This time I will personally make the trip. After Mountain Master Xianzhong finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Yi Xian. You can be considered to have made a great contribution to finding the fourth key this time. If you can break through to half-step sovereign before the three great families arrive, you can enter as well. Thank you, Master. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. As long as he wanted to, he could instantly break through to half-step Supreme Master. What was so difficult about that? To be honest, he was very curious about the general's tomb. After all, there would definitely be fortuitous encounters inside. Although it was dangerous, the more dangerous it was, the more fortuitous encounters there would be. Anyway, he still had a clone in the Eastern continent. If his original body died, his clone would be his original body. That's right. The three major clans will definitely not bring fewer people than us. It doesn't matter if there are a few more. Qinghua nodded. Immediately, Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan left for the Sword God Palace. In fact, Yi Xian's clone was also leading people to the Sword God Palace. However, due to some reason, he did not return to the Sword God Palace for the time being. He was afraid of bumping into Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan. Now that the wilderness was accessible, Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan quickly arrived at the Sword God Palace and told his old friend, Tai Sword God, about the matter. Tai Sword God had been in seclusion for many years. This time, he finally came out of seclusion and followed Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan. At the same time, Yi Xian also found a quiet place to put on a show. Ding! The host has broken through. The current level of the Great Emperor's will seal is 5%. The realm had finally broken through again. Yi Xian consumed a supreme elixir and reached half-step Supreme Master. He could clearly feel that his physique had undergone a tremendous change. His strength was at least 5 times stronger than when he was a peak Great Emperor. If the White Dragon Sovereign was still alive, he would have been able to kill him in an instant with that strike. The Great Emperors will seal the body and greatly increase the physique. Compared to this, the ultimacy is really child's play. Yi Xian thought to himself. After breaking through, those ultimacies were actually not very useful. Only a few of them were still useful, such as dual space, collapse ultimacy, wind acceleration, earth shrink, and so on. All in all, he was much stronger than a half-supreme being of the same level. A few days later, Mountain Master Xianzhong also returned with a white-haired elder. This person was the Palace Master of Tai Palace, Tai Sword God. Tai, long time no see. Qinghua also hurriedly greeted him. I didn't expect things to be so coincidental, Yi Xian sighed when Sword God Tai arrived. Then, he looked at Yi Xian. When he sensed Yi Xian's aura, he was also shocked. Half-step supremacy. He is indeed a genius. Hermit Xianzhong's eyes lit up. He had only been gone for a few days, but Yi Xian had already broken through from peak Great Emperor to half-step Supreme. This speed was enough to shock everyone. Even though he had given Yi Xian 10 Supreme Sovereign Elixirs, even an ordinary peak Great Emperor wouldn't be able to refine them as quickly as Yi Xian. Normally, it would take several months for them to refine one Supreme Sovereign Elixir. However, no one knew how many Supreme Sovereign Elixirs Yi Xian had consumed to break through to half-step Supreme. However, it didn't matter because there were more important matters at hand. If he is given another 1 or 2 years, he will definitely surpass us, Sword God Tai commented. This evaluation was already very high. However, Yi Xian sneered in his heart. He felt that it wouldn't take that long. The 5 of us are at the same level. If we join forces, we can be compared to one of the 3 major families. Qinghua suddenly frowned and said, however, our 4th key originally belonged to the Yang family. Back then, their key was stolen by the Wind Thunder Great Emperor. As a result, the exploration of the ruins was pushed back 1,000 years. Are you afraid that the Li family also knows about this? Mountain Master Xianzhong asked. That's right. If the Li family also knows, then we will become one of the 5 major powers, Qinghua nodded and said. I don't think so. The 3 major families aren't that stupid. What good will it do them to have another major power? A middle-aged man behind Xianxia said. He was Xianxia, another big shot in the 10th heavenly prison. That's not necessarily true. The Yang family has a good relationship with the Li family. Perhaps they will inform the Li family, Xianxia said. His name was Hong Wenming, and he was also one of the 3 big shots in the 10th heavenly prison. If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. After all, we are outsiders. However, the 4th key is with us. Moreover, the 3 of us have official titles. They can't do anything to us, Xianxia nodded. Hermit Xianzhong added, although we don't know which general this tomb belongs to, there should be a quasi-supreme divine weapon and quasi-supreme martial arts inside. When the time comes, if we fight, they won't care whether you have an official title or not. If that's the case, then we can only split up and not team up with them. Otherwise, we may be attacked by a group, Sword God Tai said. Everyone nodded silently. Next, they waited for 2 days. After 2 days, they saw a large group of people rushing over. Damn it, it's really the 4 major families. Xianxia cursed in a low voice. The group that came was the 4 major families that had the 4 keys 1,000 years ago. They were the Tuoba family, Shangguan family, Li family, and Yang family. Xianxia, you guys are early. A middle-aged man was the first to land. Tuoba family head, why is the Li family? Xianxia asked in a low voice. There's no other way. The Yang family brought the news to the Li family, so we can only rely on the 5 major powers. Tuoba family head shook his head. Soon, the experts of the other 3 major families also landed. The 4 major families were originally in the same big city. However, after 1,000 years, all the major families had moved away. Therefore, they were no longer related to each other, except for the Yang family and the Li family. Xianxia quickly glanced around. There weren't many people from the 4 major families, only 24 people in total. There were 6 people from each side. However, all of them were half-step supremes. Among them, only the 6 people from the Shangguan family were all wearing black cloaks and face veils. It was unknown who was who. However, when one of the people from the Xianxia family saw Yi Xian, his body slightly trembled. His eyes flickered under the cloak. At this time, the other 3 family heads also flew over. Xianxia, the 4th key was stolen by the Wind Thunder Emperor Lord from our Li family. Therefore, our Li family is also qualified to take it, Li family head said. Since you're already here, you can't drive away even if you want to. Fine, we'll just go with the 5 major powers, Xianxia said indifferently. After all, the Li family and the Yang family were on the same side. If he drove away the Li family, what about the Yang family's key? Since that's the case, let's discuss the distribution. The Tuoba family head said. If we stay together, we'll split it equally. If we're separated, we'll depend on our strength. The Yang family head said. Everyone could accept this distribution because they didn't plan to stay together. They wanted to act independently. Alright, let's go down. The 5 forces reached a consensus and went down to the entrance of the general's tomb. There were some strange words on the door of the general's tomb, but the people present were prepared. They did not open the door, but started to read. This general's tomb seems to belong to the ancient Saint Dynasty's Wolf Fang general. An old man from the Tuoba family said. Wolf Fang general, these 4 words fell into everyone's ears. Some people were familiar with them, while others were hearing them for the first time. It's indeed the Wolf Fang general. It's said that the Wolf Fang general is proficient in formations and mechanisms. He has 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen under him, and each of them is comparable to a half-step supreme. Someone exclaimed. 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen, 3,000 half-step supreme, everyone was shocked. They seemed to be in luck. Even if the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen are strong, how could they still be alive after so many years? Someone doubted. However, in the next moment, the Tuoba family elder who had deciphered the words on the door coldly snorted and said, This Wolf Fang general is proficient in mechanisms and formations. These 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry are all puppets. I suspect that these 3,000 puppets are in the general's tomb. What? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen are all puppets, that means that the puppets wouldn't die under normal circumstances. If someone got their hands on them, they would have 3,000 half-step supreme. It's said that the Wolf Fang general controls the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen with a general's seal. Therefore, there might be a general's seal in the general's tomb. The old man from the Tuoba family continued. General's seal, everyone engraved this name in their hearts. Alright, let's open the door first. The Yang family head said. Everyone nodded. Qinghua also silently took out a simple and unadorned brass key. The other three patriarchs did the same. They walked over together and inserted the brass key into the keyhole. Rumble, when the last key was inserted into the keyhole, the door trembled violently for a moment before slowly opening. The entrance to the general's tomb was open, the five forces had yet to enter, so they had to wait until the door was completely opened. Boom! The simple and unadorned door finally came to a stop, and the things inside were reflected in everyone's eyes. The number of people present, including Yi Xian and He Yan, was exactly 31. Their realms were the weakest among those present. What entered Yi Xian's eyes was a long passageway that was about 10 meters wide. The walls and floor were made of special jade that looked smooth and shiny. Charging Grand Dao. There were 4 words on the stone wall at the entrance. No one moved because this was no ordinary place. This was the tomb of a general of the ancient Saint dynasty. There doesn't seem to be any danger. I'll go take a look first. An expert from the Li family volunteered. The head of the Li family wanted to stop him, but the other party had already rushed into the passage. He ran carefully for 100 meters, but he didn't see any danger. Haha, it's fine. Everyone, come. The expert from the Li family laughed. But in the next moment, his smile came to an abrupt halt, as if a specially made arrow had suddenly pierced into his head. A headshot. Li Xiang. The people from the Li family immediately shouted. With his head pierced, the expert from the Li family immediately fell to the ground. Blood flowed out, and he died with his eyes wide open. I saw it. That arrow was shot out from the wall. Someone in the group exclaimed. Not only him, but even Yi Xian saw it. When the expert from the Li family stopped, a small hole suddenly appeared in the wall, and then an arrow was shot out. We can't stop. We definitely can't stop. We have to go all the way. Someone shouted out his guess. That was what everyone thought in their hearts, but no one dared to try again. That arrow wasn't very fast. It shouldn't be a problem as long as we are careful. Suddenly, a burly man walked out. He was from the Yang family. I specialize in defensive martial arts. Let me try. The burly man walked to the side of the passageway. The head of the Yang family and the others were against it. After all, the burly man was from the Yang family. No, let's get a few more people to go together. The head of the Yang family suggested. The burly man was from the Yang family. The other families could not sit back and take advantage of the situation. I have the metal attribute. Let me do it. A person from the Tuoba family also walked out. Everyone present was a half-step supreme being with a strong physique. That arrow was able to pierce through the head of a half-step supreme being, so it was obviously not that easy to deal with. If a few people were to form a team, they would be able to take care of each other. As the Li family had lost an expert just now, the Li family would pass by this time. At this time, the 3 families had already sent out 3 people. Only Qinghua's side was left. Let me do it. I have a fire clone. Hong Wenming, one of the 3 giants of the 10th Heaven prison, said. When everyone heard this, they were slightly stunned. They sighed inwardly. That expert from the Li family had died so miserably. Why did he have to try it himself when he had a fire clone? Let's let the fire clone go first. Someone suggested. Hong Wenming did not say anything. He opened up his territory and condensed a fire clone at the entrance. His fire clone stepped into the passageway, and then ran quickly. Poof, an arrow pierced through the flame avatar, causing it to dissipate instantly. However, everyone was able to see some clues. We can't stop in this passageway. I'm afraid we can't go too fast either. Let me try with a few more fire clones. As soon as Hong Wenming finished speaking, he condensed 6 fire clones and entered the passageway in a row. Among the 6 fire clones, the first one was the fastest, the second one was the second, and the 6th one was the slowest. Poof. Poof. Poof, arrows were shot out from the walls. As the arrows would close after they were shot, no one knew when they would reappear. Hence, no one could attack them. Fortunately, only 5 of the 6 fire clones were destroyed this time. The last one maintained its speed and rushed to the end. That's right. This is the speed. As long as we maintain this speed, we can pass through the passageway safely. Everyone was overjoyed. It seemed that they had passed through the path of charge. Soon, the fire clone reached the end of the tunnel, completely unscathed. Let's go. The 5 factions had been right to be cautious. After all, this Wolf Fang general was proficient in formations and mechanisms. If they had rashly entered, they would have suffered heavy casualties or even been wiped out. Damn, one died before we even entered the general's tomb. Xian silently swallowed his saliva. He reckoned that the general's tomb was also restricted by formations that prevented length contraction from being used. At this moment, the black-cloaked Yang family had all entered. They maintained the speed of their fire avatars and quickly passed through the passage. Soon, only Xian's group of 7 remained. Xian, He Yan, this general's tomb is extremely dangerous. Even we might die. Do you want to follow? Hermit Xianzhongshan asked. He Yan was his personal disciple, and Xian was also his in-name disciple. Both of them had good aptitudes, and he did not wish to see the 2 of them die here. Xian and He Yan glanced at each other before solemnly nodding. If that's the case, then I won't say much. You guys follow behind me. Hermit Xianzhongshan said. Following which, their group of 7 passed through the charging avenue with Qinghua leading the way and Tai Sword God at the bottom. However, when they passed through the charging avenue, they discovered that the other 4 families had disappeared. How is that possible? They just turned the corner, He Yan said in shock. After that long charging avenue, there was a corner. At this moment, there was only one path for the 7 of them to take. Although they might have left first, the Tuoba family in front of them had arrived less than a second before them. There's no movement. It seems like there's something here. Everyone, be careful. Do not spread out. Hermit Xianzhongshan warned. However, his warning was useless. Because Qinghua, who was leading the way, suddenly turned his head and discovered that Xian's group of 6 had disappeared. How is this possible? Qinghua was shocked. A second ago, he had heard the footsteps of the 6, but now, all of them had disappeared. Even he did not know how Xian's group of 6 had disappeared. At this moment, in a certain area of the general's tomb. F*CK, where is he? Xian could not help but exclaim. As he walked, He Yan and Mountain Man Xianzhong, who were walking in front of him, suddenly disappeared as though they had teleported. When he turned around, Sword God Tai was gone as well. Now, he was all alone in this passage. Could it be an illusion array? Xian closed his eyes and felt for a moment. He still had the supersonic bat bloodline in his body. Although the range of his senses was only 1,000 meters, he could not sense anything at the moment. There was only the pale wall. It seemed that General Zhong had used some strange method to separate them, such as teleportation. Forget it, one person it is. Xian calmed down. In any case, he was now a half-step Supreme Master with half of the Great Emperor's will sealed within his body. In addition to his various bloodlines, his strength was no weaker than 10 or 15% Supreme Master. First, he tried ground shrink, and as expected, he couldn't break through the floor. Only ground walking could increase his speed slightly. Behind us is the charging path. There is only one way to go, and I can only go straight. The Bahuang sword in Xian's hand suddenly shattered, and then it quickly moved around him. A half-step Supreme Master could burn his vital energy, and the Bahuang wind-killing array's speed increased by several times. Anyway, he had the Divine Tree of Life bloodline, and burning his vital energy was free, so he could use it as he pleased. Xian moved very carefully. He did not have a fire clone, so he could only exchange for some true Mystic Realm puppets from the Devouring system to explore the way. At the end of this passage, there was a fork in the road. He first tried one, but unexpectedly, he walked back from the other. F*ck, there is no other way? Yi Xian cursed and was shocked. It was fine that he disappeared, but why did he not even have a way? Was he going to be trapped to death? No, there was still one way to go, and that was the charging path. Yi Xian hurriedly returned to the end of the charging path. Looking from afar, he found that there was no ancient door at the end of the charging path. This meant that this great path of charge was not the same as the previous one. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly saw a figure appear at the end of the charging path. This was a beast wearing armor, and on the back of this beast there was a person wearing armor. However, this person and the beast were connected, and the armored person was wearing the same armor as the beast. Seeing this, a name suddenly flashed across Yi Xian's mind. Wolf Fang Cavalry, whoosh. Whoosh, suddenly, this Wolf Fang cavalry began to charge, and the huge saber in his hand was raised high above his head. In the blink of an eye, he swept in front of Yi Xian and slashed down fiercely. Swish, the huge saber slashed down, but Yi Xian's afterimage was destroyed. 36 overlapping images, 256 layers of the throbbing earth. This slash directly hit the Wolf Fang cavalry, and in the next moment, this Wolf Fang cavalry was torn into pieces, and the armor scattered on the ground. 256 layers of the throbbing earth was the profound meaning of disintegration, and at the same time, it also had a disintegration effect. Yi Xian's current slash was probably something that even an expert who had sealed 10% of the great emperor's will would not be able to block, let alone this Wolf Fang cavalry. This armor is good stuff, keep it first. Yi Xian walked over. The Wolf Fang cavalry was made up of pieces of dark gray armor, and inside, there was a vacuum. However, when Yi Xian walked over, he realized that these pieces of armor could not be kept in the devouring space. At the same time, the piece of armor in his hand started to vibrate. What? Yi Xian hurriedly threw away the piece of armor in his hand. In the next moment, these pieces of armor were like magnets, and suddenly reassembled into a Wolf Fang cavalry. F*ck. Yi Xian jumped in fright, and with another slash, the Wolf Fang cavalry disintegrated again. The Wolf Fang cavalry's armor could not be kept, and would automatically reassemble. Its defense was strong, and although its individual strength was not strong, these characteristics were enough to cause trouble for others. Yi Xian waited for a while, and when he realized that the Wolf Fang cavalry was reassembling, he slashed again and scattered it. If I can't keep the armor, I can't even keep the weapons. Looks like I have to get the general seal. Yi Xian thought to himself, and then began to explore. He did not know what dangers this charge avenue would have, so he was very careful. However, this time, his prediction failed. This avenue was very ordinary, and there was no danger at all. After Yi Xian walked on this avenue, he saw a stone tablet with 3 lines of names on it. Calm Heart Lake, Smelting Building, Training Grounds. Behind this stone tablet, there were 3 large doors, each with the 3 names on the stone tablet. Does this lead directly to these 3 places? Yi Xian was a little confused. The smelting building should be a place to forge weapons, mechanisms, and puppets. Needless to say, the training ground was a place used to train soldiers. Wait, this is the general's tomb. There shouldn't be any soldiers here, only puppets and the Wolf Fang cavalry. The smelting building could be a trap, and the training ground could have a large number of Wolf Fang cavalry. Which one should I go to? Yi Xian thought as he looked around. He didn't see any other passageways. He couldn't even leave the general's tomb, so he had to choose one. Calm Heart Lake is unknown. Eliminated. The smelting building is probably a trap. It's too dangerous for me. Eliminated. I'll go with the training ground. Yi Xian made his decision. Then, he pushed open the door of the training ground and walked in. A mystic realm? Yi Xian finally understood why he was separated from the others. The general's tomb was a mystic realm, and they had all gone through different entrances to different mystic realms. This door was also the entrance to a mystic realm. Let me see what's in this training ground. When Yi Xian entered the training ground, the door behind him slammed shut. The training ground was a huge arena, but there were many spectator stands and seats around it. Yi Xian looked around and realized that it was similar to the Colosseum in Rome. There wasn't a single person in the training ground, nor were there any puppets or anything like that. There was only a stone tablet. There were a few lines of words on it. When Yixian saw it, he was shocked. Wolf Fang Cavalry Challenge? Yixian raised an eyebrow. In the Wolf Fang Cavalry Challenge, one Wolf Fang cavalry rider would appear at the start. After defeating him, 2 Wolf Fang cavalry riders would appear at the same time, and so on. From the 5th to the 10th stage, there would be rewards. At the same time, the rewards were very generous. The reward for the 5th stage was 100 supreme pills. The reward for the 10th stage was a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Only those who passed the 5th stage could leave the training ground. Otherwise, they would die of old age here. It starts with 1 Wolf Fang cavalry rider, and so on. If you want to leave the training ground, you have to fight from 1 to 50. Isn't this 2F** King Cruel? Yixian was shocked. He had seen the strength of the Wolf Fang mount. If the White Dragon Sovereign had seen the Wolf Fang mount, he would not have been able to defeat them in a short period of time. To defeat 50 Wolf Fang cavalrymen in a single battle was not a simple matter. After all, it would take a long time for him to recover his burned true energy. The interval between 2 battles cannot exceed 10 minutes. Otherwise, the calculation will be recalculated. This was the rule of the troop training field. In this place, one needed both strength and recovery ability. If someone was unable to control the consumption of their true qi and ran out of recovery items, then they would really die of old age here. Out of the 30 or so people, I'm the only one who chose the training ground. That shouldn't be possible. This place should be an independent secret realm. At the same time, there are countless such training grounds. Yixian thought to himself as he stepped into the ring. In the next moment, he heard a deep voice. "Young man, do you accept the challenge?" Yixian was startled and immediately reacted. This should be the voice of the Wolf Fang general. At his level, he could also preserve his voice for thousands of years. This was nothing. However, a conscious voice was a remnant thought. Yixian could not do it at the moment. Yes. Yixian nodded. Good. Next, a large door beside the ring opened and a Wolf Fang mount walked out. This Wolf Fang mount was exactly the same as the one Yixian had seen before. It was a combination of human armor and wolf armor. It held a large blade and was full of killing intent. Kacha! 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 After this Wolf Fang mount appeared, it immediately charged towards Yixian. 36 overlapping images, 256 layered earth pulse. Pung! 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 This Wolf Fang mount was instantly disintegrated and Yixian obtained his first victory. Next, this Wolf Fang mount reformed. However, this time it did not attack Yixian. Instead, it quietly waited. "Young man, you have 10 minutes to rest." The deep voice sounded again. People who had cultivated to Yixian's level were not stupid. They all knew that even if they only used 1 strike of qi, they had to recover. After all, stamina was the most important thing in this training ground. However, this was not necessary for Yixian. With the sacred tree of life, he had already recovered all his qi. Even the energy he used to wield his sword had recovered. There's no need. Begin. Yixian gripped the Bahuang sword tightly and said coldly. The Wolf Fang general's remnant thought did not say much. In the next moment, another Wolf Fang mount walked out from behind the door. Now, it was the second round, 2 against 1. It is impossible to fly in the general's tomb. If you want to pass, you have to quickly defeat these Wolf Fang mounts. Yixian immediately attacked and disintegrated 2 Wolf Fang mounts, obtaining victory. Again. He did not waste time and continued to challenge. 3, 4, 9, 10, even if 10 Wolf Fang mounts attacked together, Yixian could still defeat them in an instant. 10 rounds were 1 round. Yixian had already passed 1 round. After 4 more rounds, he would be able to obtain the reward for the 5th round and leave the training ground. However, Yixian's goal was not the 5th round, but the 10th round. The Bahuang sword was not bad. Although it had been nurtured for a few decades, a quasi-supreme divine weapon was of a higher level than a void divine weapon. If Yi Xian could obtain it, his battle strength would increase significantly. Not only that, the 9th round also had a quasi-supreme divine weapon. This was something he needed very much. In short, he would challenge as many rounds as he could. Pung. 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 Continue. 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 Yi Xian's voice was loud and powerful. In less than 5 minutes, he went from 1 round to 49. Now, it was the 50th round, 1 against 50. If it was anyone else, it would be very difficult. After going from 1 round to 50, their true qi would be depleted. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, another wolf fang mount walked out from the door. 50, just right. Come on. The Bahuang sword in Yi Xian's hand shattered again. Against these wolf fang mounts, using the Bahuang wind formation was the best method. Boom. As soon as Yi Xian finished his words, the 50 wolf fang mounts immediately charged. One could not fly in the general's tomb. Even if one jumped, they could only jump a few meters high. If an ordinary person accidentally fell into the charging wave of 50 wolf fang mounts, they would definitely be hacked to death. Yi Xian held a high-grade void god weapon in his hand and suddenly attacked the wolf fang cavalry that was charging over. In the next moment, a wave of sword shadows attacked the wolf fang cavalry. Double space. 36 overlapping shadows, 256 layers of earth pulse. Yi Xian gave it his all. While controlling the 8 sharp blades to attack the wolf fang cavalry, he also used the dual space and 36 overlapping shadows to create a hole in the wolf fang cavalry while he stood still in the same spot. By the time the 50 wolf fang cavalry arrived in front of Yi Xian, only 20 or so of them remained. At this moment, Yi Xian took a step forward and killed his way in. In less than 3 seconds, the 20 over wolf fang cavalrymen were all disintegrated. Young man, you have passed the 5th stage. You are rewarded with 100 supreme pills. Just as the wolf fang general finished his sentence, a yin and yang ring fell from the sky. There were 100 supreme pills in it. At the same time, the 50 wolf fang cavalry regrouped and looked at Yi Xian quietly. 100 supreme pills should be enough for me to break through. Yi Xian quickly went over and picked up the yin and yang ring. Ding. Host has broken through. The current Emperor's intent seal is 10% complete. The system notified. Indeed, 100 supreme pills allowed him to break through once. The Emperor's intent seal could greatly increase one's physique. Even if a peak-grade Emperor used heaven-incinerating flames in front of him, he wouldn't be hurt even if he didn't defend himself. My speed has increased by at least 30%. If I wanted to pass the 10th stage just now, it would have been a little difficult. But now, it's a piece of cake. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The 10th stage of the troop training grounds was to face 100 wolf fang cavalry at the same time. It wasn't something an ordinary person could pass. However, his attacks could kill the wolf fang cavalry instantly and his speed was several times faster than them. With his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill 100 wolf fang cavalry easily. Young man, do you want to continue or leave? If you continue, you will have to challenge again if you fail, and the reward will not be refreshed. The deep voice sounded again. Hearing that, Yi Xian replied without hesitation, continue. The 5th stage was 100 supreme pills, the 6th stage was 500 supreme pills, and the 7th stage was 1,000 supreme pills. This should be 1,500 supreme pills, which should be enough for Yi Xian to break through again. 1,500 supreme pills. If it was given to others, they could only break through 2 or 3 times. However, Yi Xian had more experience than others, so it was estimated that he could only break through once. 51. 52. 53. Yi Xian, who had broken through, was now even more proficient in killing. Every time he slashed out, he would be able to kill 2 or 3 wolf fang cavalry. He wouldn't spend more than 3 seconds in a battle. Young man, congratulations on passing the 6th stage. This is your reward. Another universe ring fell from the sky. Yi Xian hurriedly went over and swallowed the 500 supreme pills inside. Although his realm hadn't increased, his cultivation had improved by a lot. 1 minute later. Young man, congratulations on passing the 7th stage. This is your reward. Another interspatial ring fell to the ground. 15%. Once he got through it, he could cultivate the sovereign golden body and become a true sovereign. Haha, the current me can easily pass through 10 stages. Xian couldn't help but laugh. Continue. 71. 72. 73. Xian killed his way up. Although his realm didn't increase, his strength kept getting stronger. Congratulations, young man. You've passed the 8th stage. This is your reward. Another interspatial ring fell. The reward for the 8th stage wasn't a supreme pill, but a map. A map of the general's tomb. After Xian got the map, he quickly copied it into the engulfment system. Calm Heart Lake, Smelt Building, Training Grounds, and the General's Palace. Xian looked at it. The most valuable thing in the General's tomb should be the General's seal. After all, it was the key to controlling the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry soldiers. Continue. Xian shouted. 81, 82, 83, soon, Xian passed the 9th stage. Young man, congratulations on passing the 9th stage. You can choose a quasi-supreme martial technique. When the Wolf Fang general finished speaking, a list appeared in front of Xian. It was filled with the names of the martial techniques. My 36 overlapping shadows and disintegration esoteric skill are comparable to a quasi-supreme martial technique. My speed isn't bad either. Xian was a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, he finally made up his mind. The Nether Dragon Ghostly Force. I choose this one. Xian shouted. The Nether Dragon Ghostly Force wasn't an offensive martial technique. However, it could increase his strength, just like lifting heavy as light and lifting light as heavy. The Nether Dragon Ghostly Force first burned one's vital energy, then turned into the Nether Dragon Ghostly Force to increase one's strength. If Xian ran on the ground, the Nether Dragon Ghostly Force would have the same effect. That was why Xian chose it. It could increase one's attack power and speed. It was a good choice. Pa. After Xian answered, a secret manual suddenly fell to the ground. Xian quickly picked it up and copied it into the Devouring system. Ding. The host has learned the Nether Dragon Ghostly Force. It was good to have the Devouring system. Others might need a year or two to learn the martial technique, but Xian only needed a second to learn it. Now, Xian had passed the 9th stage. There was only one stage left. Continue. Xian shouted. In the next moment, another Wolf Fang cavalry walked out from another passage. There were 91 of them. Xian had just learned a quasi-supreme martial technique and wanted to try it out. Nether Dragon Ghostly Force. 36 overlapping shadows. Pulse of the Earth 256 layers. He held the Bahuang sword and slashed out. Pung. 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 The Wolf Fang cavalry that had just started charging were instantly split into dozens of pieces. Originally, Xian's attack could only split 3 to 4 pieces at most. Now, there were more than 10 pieces. Although he was using the Bahuang sword and not an ordinary high-grade Void God weapon, its power shouldn't be so strong. Xian estimated that he could only split 8 pieces at most. After using the Nether Dragon Ghostly Force, the power doubled. Xiao. 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 Sword lights flashed one after another. Before the 90 or so Wolf Fang cavalry could even reach Xian, they were beaten into a mess and completely disintegrated. Not only that, some of the Wolf Fang cavalry's armor cracked under Xian's attacks. The Wolf Fang cavalry's armor was very tough. It was specially refined by the Wolf Fang general. Xian had fought 90 battles before and didn't even break a single piece of armor. Now, he could crack the armor with a single attack. Continue. Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. 92, 93, 94, very quickly, Xian defeated 99 Wolf Fang cavalry at the same time. These Wolf Fang cavalry were also in a sorry state. Some parts of them were shattered by Xian and could not be reassembled. These Wolf Fang cavalry are quite strong. Although it's a pity to destroy them, there are less than 100 of them here. Xian thought to himself. His goal was also the general's seal. He estimated that he already had the strength to compete with the other factions for the general's seal. Young man, the last challenge is not easy. Do you want to continue? The Wolf Fang general's voice sounded again. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Not easy. What was the difference between 99 Wolf Fang cavalry and 100 Wolf Fang cavalry? I think the last Wolf Fang cavalry is not an ordinary puppet. Yi Xian immediately understood and nodded. Continue. Crack. In the next moment, the sound of footsteps came from the pitch-black tunnel in front of him. As expected, these are not ordinary Wolf Fang cavalry. These are human footsteps. Yi Xian frowned slightly and looked ahead. Not long after, a man with a long saber in dark gray armor walked out. This is Deputy Longblade. He can fight 100 alone. The Wolf Fang general's voice sounded. No matter what it is, come. Yi Xian held the Bahuang sword in his hand. In this situation, the Bahuang wind formation would not be of much use. The Wolf Fang cavalry were no threat to Yi Xian anyway. On the other hand, this Deputy Longblade was not a human. It was just a puppet. It had no aura at all, which made Yi Xian feel quite wary. Boom! Deputy Long Saber shook the saber in his hand. Instantly, the 99 Wolf Fang cavalry charged forward. Humph, I'll deal with you trash first. Yi Xian coldly snorted as he dealt with the 99 Wolf Fang cavalry in front of him. In the previous battle, he fought 1 against 99 and defeated all of them before they could even charge over. But this time it would not be so simple. Nether Dragon Ghost Force. 36 Overlapping Shadows. Throbbing Pulse of the World 256 Layered Waves. Yi Xian continued his frenzied attacks. Rows after rows of Wolf Fang cavalry were struck and disintegrated. However, some of the attacks were blocked by the Longblade Deputy General who suddenly rushed to the front. Could that weapon be a quasi-supreme spirit treasure? Yi Xian widened his eyes, but he didn't have time to think, because this long saber Deputy General suddenly sped up. What? By the time Yi Xian reacted, his opponent had already raised his long saber above his head and slashed down. Hiss! With a crisp sound, Yi Xian's right shoulder was chopped off. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, his head would have been split in half. Bahuang sword, break! Yi Xian hurriedly activated his Xianxia, splitting the Bahuang sword apart and attacking the saber Deputy General. His right arm and right shoulder were chopped off, but this was not important. What was important was that the saber Deputy General was right in front of him. If he didn't take this seriously, he would pay the price in blood. Clang! 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 8 sharp blades clashed with the saber Deputy General's armor, producing a violent metallic clang. At the same time, Yi Xian retreated at full speed. The saber Deputy General did not intend to chase after Yi Xian. Instead, he slashed at the 8 blades. Crack! One of the blades was split in half by the saber Deputy General. F***CK. Yi Xian's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The Bahuang sword he had used for so long was actually destroyed by the saber Deputy General. What would he use in the future? Bahuang sword, go! Yi Xian no longer controlled the remaining 7 blades to attack the saber Deputy General. Instead, he attacked the remaining Wolf Fang cavalry. Pung! 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 The saber Deputy General turned around and charged at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's face darkened. He glanced and realized that the sacred tree of life had not finished healing him. His right arm had only grown to his elbow. He quickly took out an upper virtual god weapon and charged into the Wolf Fang cavalry. The saber Deputy General suddenly sped up and caught him off guard. If it was a one-on-one battle, Yi Xian could still dodge his attack. However, this was not a one-on-one battle. If he did not take care of the Wolf Fang cavalry first and was surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, he could use the Wolf Fang cavalry to temporarily block the saber Deputy General. Very quickly, Yi Xian's right hand recovered to its original state. He took out another high-grade Void Divine weapon and used both of them to madly defeat the Wolf Fang cavalry. 50, 40, 30, Yi Xian had only charged into the army of the Wolf Fang cavalry for less than 2 seconds, but there were less than 20 Wolf Fang cavalry left. At the same time, Yi Xian was targeted by the Saber Deputy General again. "Let's fight!" Yi Xian shouted with the Bahuang sword in his hand. Although one part of the Bahuang sword was cut in half, it could still be reassembled. The difference in attack power between an upper virtual god weapon and the Bahuang sword was as high as 50%. This was the effect of nurturing. Nether Dragon Ghost Force, 36 overlapping shadows, 256 layers of earth pulse. Yi Xian was also attacking with all his might. Although the dual space did not have much effect on the Saber Deputy General, it was better than nothing. Whoosh whoosh, the saber in the Saber Deputy General's hand was a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Therefore, Yi Xian dared not fight him head-on. Repulsive acceleration, wind acceleration, wings of the wind, ground walking, 5 agility advancements, and windbreaker. These factors made Yi Xian slightly faster than the Saber Deputy General. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have been killed by the Saber Deputy General. Boom! 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 Yi Xian counterattacked while dodging the Saber Deputy General's attacks. However, the Saber Deputy General's reaction was too fast. Moreover, the quasi-supreme divine weapon in his hand could split his attacks in half. Therefore, if Yi Xian wanted to win, he had to catch him off guard. At this moment, Yi Xian was regretting it. He had 5 divine bloodlines in his body. The last one was the Gemini bloodline. With the Gemini bloodline, as long as he merged with his clone, his combat power would increase by 10%. However, if Yi Xian had a clone right now, he would definitely be able to easily kill this deputy general. Unfortunately, his clone was still in the eastern continent. If I want to win, I have to bleed. I have to fight. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and suddenly dashed over. This time, he wanted to exchange blood for blood. Swish! The Saber Deputy General raised his saber and chopped off Yi Xian's left shoulder. At the same time, Yi Xian's right hand slashed out with his sword. Boom! 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 The Saber Deputy General was struck and was sent flying. Yi Xian had prepared himself for this battle for a long time. After all, if he was not careful, he would be cut in half. Fortunately, the Deputy General's armor wasn't a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Yi Xian's sword strike still caused cracks to appear on it. It's effective. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Although he couldn't finish off the Deputy General in one go, he could do it a few more times. However, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, his head would be chopped in half. Gulp. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and waited for the Tree of Life to heal his left arm. The Deputy General was just a puppet after all. He didn't have any consciousness. This was good news. Taking advantage of the fact that the Deputy General was sent flying, Yi Xian quickly finished off the remaining Wolf Fang cavalry. Kill! The Deputy General charged over again. Yi Xian also went up to meet him. Rip! Yi Xian's newly grown left arm was chopped off again. At the same time, he slashed at the Deputy General. Gotcha! The cracks on the Deputy General's abdomen armor widened. One more strike and it would shatter. Gotcha! 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 The sound of metal shattering echoed. Yi Xian used several arms as bait and finally destroyed the Deputy General's abdomen. As long as he could hold on a little longer, the Deputy General would be chopped in half by Yi Xian. At that time, the Deputy General without legs would be nothing to be afraid of. Hiss! 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 Yi Xian's arms were chopped off again and again. He was in so much pain that he couldn't help but cry out. If not for the Tree of Life's blood, he would have been chopped off even if he was a tentacle monster. Die for me. After being chopped off 15 times, Yi Xian slashed with all his strength. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the Deputy General's abdomen finally shattered. The upper half of his body fell down. However, in the process of falling down, he slashed down fiercely. Swish! Yi Xian only saw a cold flash. Then, he felt a chill in his throat. Blood spurted out crazily from his throat. Gulp, gulp. Yi Xian hurriedly covered his throat with one hand. He used his Xianxia to block the blood and pressed his head with the other. That slash had almost cut off his entire head. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and pressed down on his head, allowing the bloodline of the divine tree of life to recover. A second later. Huff, huff, that scared me to death. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. If his head was chopped off, it would be useless even if he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Of course, it would be fine even if his head was chopped off. After all, he still had a clone in the eastern continent. However, that clone had yet to break through to Half-Shizuan. If the main body were to die, the clone would have to cultivate anew. Damn it, I forgot to leave a supreme pill for my clone. Yi Xian looked at the deputy saber general on the ground and subconsciously took a few steps back. All the supreme pills he had just obtained had been swallowed by his original body, and he had forgotten to keep one. Otherwise, his clone in the eastern continent would also be able to break through to half-supremacy. If something were to happen to the main body in the general's tomb, his clone would be able to make a comeback. Young man, you are very powerful. Congratulations on passing the test. The reward for the 10th test is a quasi-supreme spiritual treasure. What kind of weapon do you want? That voice sounded again. A sword. Yi Xian answered without thinking. What a joke. He had the bloodline of the divine sword in his body, which could increase the power of his sword skills and comprehension by 50%. If he did not choose a sword, would he choose a saber? Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword suddenly fell from the sky. Yi Xian hurried over and picked up the long sword. The name of the sword was Lingxi. Lingxi sword, a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. If he had this quasi-supreme divine weapon just now, the deputy saber general would be nothing. Most likely, in less than 3 rounds, that deputy long saber would be killed. Quasi-supreme divine weapons, like ethereal divine weapons, could be nurtured by genuine energy. Moreover, a quasi-supreme spiritual treasure would be much more powerful than an upper-grade ethereal divine weapon. Yi Xian compared the Lingxi sword with the Bahuang sword. The Lingxi sword, which had not been nurtured by genuine energy, had already surpassed the Bahuang sword, which had been nurtured for dozens of years. Its combat power had doubled again. I wonder what the realms of Master and Qinghua are, Yi Xian could not help but think. These people were also half-supreme martial artists, but he did not ask. After all, their realms were a secret. Who would tell others? Young man, you have received the reward for the 10th test. You can go directly to the general's palace. Of course, you can also go to the soothing lake or the smelting building. Rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, a door at the side of the training ground suddenly opened. Yi Xian glanced at the Wolf Fang cavalry and the deputy saber general. In fact, he wanted to take the long saber with him. After all, it was also a quasi-supreme divine weapon. However, this long saber had merged with the deputy saber general, so he probably could not take it. Moreover, the remnant consciousness of the Wolf Fang general would definitely not allow him to take the long saber. At that moment, Yi Xian held the Lingxi sword and the Bahuang sword and walked into the door. Behind the door, there were 3 paths to take. The general's palace was directly ahead, the soothing lake was on the left, and the smelting building was on the right. Yi Xian had passed the 8th test and obtained a map of the general's tomb. There were some markings on it. The Wolfang general was decisive in killing. The soldiers under his command were very brave and fierce. They killed without blinking their eyes. Therefore, these soldiers needed to train their state of mind to avoid falling into the path of killing. The soothing lake was to help these soldiers. It was actually an illusion array that could remove the soldiers' inner demons. As for the smelting building, it was indeed a place to forge weapons and mechanisms. There were many mechanisms there, which tested one's strength and insight. Yi Xian was very glad that he did not choose the smelting building. Although he was not stupid, he hated this kind of place the most. If he wanted to successfully pass the smelting building, it would definitely be much slower than the troop training ground. This general's palace is another maze. Fortunately, I have the map. It seems that I should be able to reach the main palace and obtain the general's seal. Yi Xian glanced around. His intuition told him that the general's seal must be in the main palace. He immediately walked straight ahead. Before long, he came out of the troop training ground. There was a large palace in front of him. It was the general's palace. Someone's there? At this moment, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow because he suddenly saw a black figure rush into the general's palace. He remembered that among the 5 major factions, only the people from the Shangguan family wore black cloaks and black face scarves. They looked mysterious. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that the other party came out faster than him. Oh right, you can come out of the troop training ground after passing the 5th test. Yi Xian suddenly remembered this matter. Since someone had entered the general's palace before him, he could not fall behind. He quickly rushed over but lost sight of the black figure. Forget it, I'll follow the map and find the main palace. There were still some mechanisms and puppets in the general's hall. Yi Xian only had a map, but it didn't indicate where the mechanisms were. Therefore, he didn't dare to run too fast. Whoosh! 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 Yi Xian started to move forward after figuring out the mechanism in one of the passageways. There was a pattern to the appearance of the quiver. It took him a few minutes to figure it out. However, after he passed through the passageway, he heard an unusual sound. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons colliding entered Yi Xian's ears. There's a battle in the corner ahead. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, he couldn't guarantee that the people in front were on his side. However, there was a voice in front that he was familiar with. Qinghua. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. When he turned the corner, he saw Qinghua. At this moment, Qinghua was being attacked by 2 people. Yi Xian glanced around. Except for the 6 people from the Shangguan clan, who were under the black cloak, he remembered the rest. At least, he knew which faction they were from. Of the 2 people attacking Qinghua, one was from the Yang clan, and the other was from the Li clan. They're so fast. Their realms are higher than mine. Yi Xian frowned. These 3 people's speeds were about the same. Yi Xian estimated that their wills were about 30% complete. However, this didn't mean that they were faster than Yi Xian. A Li family expert's eyes flickered as he saw Yi Xian. Not only that, but Qinghua and the other person also noticed him. Kid, run! Qinghua hurriedly shouted. Qinghua and Yi Xian were related. If not for Qinghua, he would probably still be killing in the Heaven's prison. In addition, Qinghua was on their side. Yi Xian wouldn't just sit by and watch. Senior Qinghua seems to have a quasi-supreme divine weapon. The experts from the Li and Yang clans are coveting it, so they want to kill and steal it. Yi Xian instantly understood and hurriedly rushed over. Brat, what are you doing? Before Qinghua could finish speaking, he saw the spiritual rhino sword in Yi Xian's hand. The quality of the sword seemed to be in no way inferior to the sword in his hand. Quasi-supreme divine weapon, Yi Xian had also obtained a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Let's join forces and kill them. Qinghua immediately changed his mind. All right. Yi Xian nodded and shouted. At the same time, the experts of the Yang clan and the Li clan discovered that Yi Xian also had a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Now, they could divide it equally. In an instant, Yi Xian entered the fray. His opponent was the expert from the Li family. Brat, you actually chose me, you really don't know the difference between life and death. Li Ao coldly shouted. You will be the one to die. Yi Xian waved his left hand, and an ancient longsword suddenly appeared. In the next moment, the ancient longsword shattered into 9 pieces. One of the 8 blades had been destroyed by the Saber Deputy General, so now one of them was not powerful enough. However, the Bahuang sword was only used to distract him. Nether Dragon Ghostly Force. 36 overlapping shadows. Earth Pulse 256 layers. Double space. The expert from the Li family had already sealed 30% of his body with the Great Emperor's will. His strength was much stronger than the Saber Deputy General. Although the profound meaning did not have much effect on a half-step supreme, as long as it had a little effect, it could determine the outcome of the battle. All in all, Yi Xian's attacks were stronger and faster than his opponent's. His opponent would not be able to hold on for long. Therefore, Yi Xian was almost certain to win this battle. Crack! Yi Xian had only struck once, but his opponent could not withstand it and was directly sent flying far away. Not only that, but the upper-grade ethereal divine weapon that the Li family expert had nurtured for decades shattered into pieces. This strike will take your life. Yi Xian's expression was solemn as he struck again with his sword. After learning the nether dragon ghostly force, his attack was as fast as lightning. The slash swept past the Li family expert's body in an instant and cut him in half. Although Yi Xian had only used 2 slashes, he was very satisfied with his strength. After the Li family's expert died, he quickly rushed over and took his interspatial ring. Since the Li family expert was here to explore the ruins, there were not many things in the interspatial ring, but it was better than nothing. Yi Xian kept a supreme pill and swallowed the rest. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian's clone in the eastern continent swallowed this supreme pill and broke through to the half-step supreme realm. The Li family expert was instantly killed. This scene fell into the eyes of Xianxia and the Yang family expert. They were very shocked. The one who was most surprised was none other than Xianxia. Previously, when Xianxia was wandering in the heavenly prison, he coincidentally met Yi Xian who used the wind-cutting blade, so he invited him to sit down and chat for a while. At that time, Yi Xian was only a first-stage great emperor. But now, Yi Xian had grown to the point where he could kill a half-step supreme realm expert. This was hard for Xianxia to accept. "Senior Xianxia, I'll help you." Yi Xian shouted and immediately turned around and rushed back. The Yang family expert was not stupid. His companion's strength was similar to his, but even he was killed by Yi Xian in an instant. Not to mention Xianxia, even Yi Xian could kill him alone. If he did not leave, would he be courting death? "Haha, you think you can escape from me?" Yi Xian sneered in his heart and rushed forward with the nether dragon ghostly force. 36 overlapping shadows, 256 layers of earth pulse. His attack was very fast. The Yang family expert who had 30% of his great emperor willpower sealed could not withstand it at all. He was sent flying, and his high-grade void god weapon shattered in an instant. The Yang family expert's face was gloomy as he cursed in his heart. However, he did not see Yi Xian attack again. Whoosh! 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 Indeed, Yi Xian didn't attack because he didn't need it. The 7 sharp blades had already flown over before him. Pooh! 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 The 7 blades all sank into the Yang family expert's head. In the next moment, the Yang family expert's head exploded, turning into a headless corpse. 2 half-step supremes with 30% of their great emperor willpower sealed were dead. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and kept the interspatial ring. Although his cultivation had only increased a little, it was not bad. "Senior Xianxia, are you okay?" Yi Xian asked. At this moment, Xianxia was already stunned on the spot. The 2 people that he couldn't fight back at all were actually killed by Yi Xian one by one. In that case, Yi Xian's strength was already stronger than his. "I'm fine." Xianxia calmed himself down and laughed dryly. "Compared to you, my aptitude is really nothing." "Senior Xianxia, you flatter me." Yi Xian smiled and asked, "I wonder if the others." "It seems that Master and the others are still in those 3 places." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The map he had obtained had explanations for all 3 stages. If one wasn't strong enough, they would be trapped in the training grounds. If one wasn't strong enough, they would fall into illusions. The smelting building could also be trapped in there. In any case, those who could make it out were all capable. Let's not worry about that for now. I got a map from Soothing Lake. Let's go to the main hall and get the general's seal. Once we get it, we can control the tomb, Xianxia said. Control the tomb? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Wasn't the seal supposed to control the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry? However, if he could control the entire general's tomb, that would be great. Let's go. Xianxia said, leading the way. Now that Yi Xian was working with him, the 2 of them advanced quickly. They inched closer and closer to the main hall. Yi Xian had a map in his hand as well, but he realized that Xianxia's route was different from his. It also led to the main hall. Xianxia had come from Soothing Lake, while he had come from the training grounds. If that was the case, then the smelting building might have a different map as well. Either way, it led to the main hall. With Yixian and Qinghua working together, they reached the main hall in less than half an hour. However, the main hall's doors were closed. If I want to open the door to the main palace, I have to gather all 5 elements? When Yixian saw the words on the stone wall beside the main hall's entrance, he immediately rolled his eyes. There were only 2 of them. They definitely couldn't gather all 5 elements. I'm of the fire element, you're of the earth element. As long as we gather metal, wood, and water, we can open the doors, Qinghua said. Although that was the case, the wood element was as rare as the earth element. What if none of the 31 came with the wood element? Besides, even if he had the wood attribute, what if he was trapped in those 3 places in the military training ground or died? There's no other way. Looks like we can only wait. Yixian shook his head helplessly. They were indeed here first, but if they couldn't gather all 5 elements, they wouldn't be able to enter. Therefore, they could only wait. There were a total of 3 paths leading to the main palace. Yixian and Qinghua were hiding on the path leading to Calm Heart Lake, while Yixian had piled up many peak true Profound Realm puppets on the other 2 paths. Although these puppets only had a combat strength of 5, if someone came over, they would definitely shatter them. That way, Yixian and Qinghua would know. Yixian and Qinghua waited for an hour. What's going on with this Wolf Fang general? Half-step supremes rarely use profound meanings. Why does he need to gather all 5 elements to open the gate? Bluefire felt helpless as well. Half-step supremes basically relied on their physique and ignition to fight. Profound meanings weren't very useful to half-step supremes, unless they comprehended profound meanings like earth traversal, wind acceleration, and dual space. Gotcha! Suddenly, a voice entered Yixian and Qinghua's ears. Their bodies trembled as they immediately darted to the corner to see who had come. The voice came from next door, and it was very close. Although Qinghua had an official title, under such circumstances, the other party didn't care about that. They would kill him first. Soon, the person who had attracted Yixian and Qinghua's attention appeared, and it wasn't just one person. Xianzhong, Tai, so it's you. Qinghua immediately darted out. The newcomers were Mountain Man Xianzhong and Sword God Tai. Mountain Man Xianzhong and Sword God Tai hadn't expected to encounter their own people. When Qinghua's voice sounded, they almost attacked. How was it? How was your harvest? Qinghua asked. Not bad. I passed the soldier training ground and obtained a quasi-supreme divine weapon. However, Tai gave it up on the 7th floor of the smelting building, Mountain Man Xianzhong said. It doesn't matter if you didn't obtain it. Now that we've arrived at the main palace, as long as we obtain the general's seal, we can control the general's tomb. Qinghua comforted. Sword God Tai asked in astonishment, how do you know that the general's seal can control the general's tomb? There's a remnant will of General Wolf Fang at Soothing Lake, and he told me about it. However, the general's seal isn't something an ordinary person can obtain. There's another test in the main palace. Not only that, but we also need to gather all 5 elements to open the door to the main palace. Qinghua replied. Yixian had already understood when he was with Qinghua, so he wasn't surprised. We have to open the door and pass the test to obtain the general's seal? Mountain Man Xianzhong and Sword God Tai glanced at each other. I have the metal and water elements, Mountain Man Xianzhong has the earth and wood elements, and Qinghua, you have the fire element. You have all 5 elements. Sword God Tai's eyes lit up as he looked around. Yixian and Qinghua were the first to reach the main palace, but their luck wasn't very good. They were actually stuck here. If they couldn't gather the remaining 2 elements, they wouldn't even be able to enter the door, let alone talk about the general's seal. However, Qinghua had forgotten that Sword God Tai and Mountain Man Xianzhong both had 2 elements. The metal element was Sword God Tai, the wood element was Mountain Man Xianzhong, the water element was Sword God Tai, the fire element was Qinghua, and the earth element was Mountain Man Xianzhong and Yixian. They had all 5 elements. Let's go in before they get here. The 4 of them immediately rushed over. Yixian watched as the 3 of them poured their true chi of different elements into the round hole in the main palace's door. Rumble, the main palace's door finally opened, the 4 of them immediately rushed in. Let's close the door first. Qinghua suggested. They had gone to great lengths to gather all 5 elements, so they couldn't just let others in. If they wanted to enter, they would have to gather all 5 elements again. Rumble, the door was pushed shut, and the array activated once more. Then the 4 of them began to look around and size up the main palace. The general's main palace only had 16 pillars and a platform in the middle. On the platform were 4 long saber deputy generals. In the middle of the 4 long saber deputy generals was a set of golden armor. The golden armor held a sword in one hand and a square object in the other. It must be the general's seal. Everyone, congratulations on arriving at the main palace. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the main palace. It was General Wolf Fang's voice. Yi Xian and the other 3 listened attentively. They didn't immediately go over to take the general's seal, because General Wolf Fang was proficient in arrays and mechanisms. Who knew if there was a dangerous mechanism on the platform? General Wolf Fang, how do we get the general's seal? Xianxia asked agitatedly. Although the Wolf Fang general had been dead for thousands of years, his lingering will had not dissipated. He paused and said, if you want to take the general's seal, you have to defeat my 4 long saber deputy generals and the dragon-patterned golden armor that I spent my entire life building. Gotcha. When General Wolf Fang finished his words, the 5 armors on the stage suddenly moved. As expected, they could move. The one on the left hand of the dragon-patterned golden armor is the general's seal. If anyone can get it, the entire general's tomb will be his, including the dragon-patterned golden armor. General Wolf Fang's voice echoed in the main hall. Dragon-patterned golden armor? It sounds very domineering. Yi Xian murmured. Unexpectedly, these words were heard by General Wolf Fang. Ha 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 ha, young man, this dragon-patterned golden armor is my life's work. As long as you bind it with your blood, you can keep it in your dantian. At the same time, the dragon-patterned golden armor is indestructible and has a special effect. It can withstand 20% of the power of the Supreme Being Tribulation. General Wolf Fang's lingering will laughed. When he said that, the 4 people present were shocked. Withstand 20% of the power of the Supreme Being Tribulation, after breaking through to the peak Great Emperor realm, one would become a half-Supreme Being. However, there were different levels of half-Supreme Being. Only those who had sealed 100% of the Great Emperor realms could receive the Supreme Being Tribulation. If they passed the Supreme Being Tribulation, they could condense the Supreme Being Golden Body. Xianxia and the others knew the power of the Supreme Being Tribulation. Although they had not seen it before, they had heard of it. If 10 half-Supreme Being Peak Great Emperors received the Supreme Being Tribulation, only one could truly become a Supreme Being. However, this dragon-patterned golden armor could withstand 20% of the power of the Supreme Being Tribulation. It was simply amazing. Haha, now you know the power of the dragon-patterned golden armor? Unfortunately, when I wore this dragon-patterned golden armor, I was still blasted into pieces by the Supreme Being Tribulation. Only a lingering will of mine is left. General Wolf Fang sighed and said, alright, if the 4 of you want the general seal, go ahead. Gotcha. Under the control of General Wolf Fang's lingering will, the dragon-patterned golden armor walked down the stage. The other 4 deputy generals also looked at Yi Xian and the others, waiting for their attacks. This dragon-patterned golden armor is indeed not bad, but after so many years of cultivation, I have only sealed 30% of my body with the will of the Great Emperor. I am not destined to become a Supreme Being in this life. Xianxia knew his own worth and shook his head helplessly. I'm already old. Even if I get the dragon-patterned golden armor, it won't be of much use to me. Sword God Tai shook his head. Their intentions were clear. They were giving up on the dragon-patterned golden armor. At that moment, Yi Xian looked at Mountain Man Xianxia. Mountain Man Xianxia had the appearance of a middle-aged man and looked slightly younger. Yi Xian, don't look at him, Xianxia reminded. He only got a little bit of the immortal spring by chance when we were roaming the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. He's the oldest among the 3 of us. What? This gave Yi Xian a fright. He suddenly recalled that the 3 of them had roamed the world together for several decades. I am indeed the oldest. It would be a waste to give this dragon-patterned golden armor to me. As for Yi Xian, you are only in your early 20s. You have the highest possibility of reaching the peak of half-step Supreme Being and sealing 100% of the will of the Great Emperor. If you use this dragon-patterned golden armor, you might be able to become a supreme being. At that time, you can establish a kingdom and a sacred dynasty. Mountain Man Xianxia looked at Yi Xian and said. This. Yi Xian was stunned. He originally thought that he would have to compete with Xianxia and the others, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. The three of us will help you obtain the general's seal and let you control the general's tomb. When the time comes, we can bask in your glory, Sword God Tai said. The three of them had high hopes for Yi Xian. Although Mountain Man Xianxia's personal disciple, He Yan, was also a half-step supreme being, he was already in his 40s. It was just that Mountain Man Xianxian had given him some of the immortal spring. In terms of aptitude, no one present could compare to Yi Xian. All right. Since the three of them had reached a consensus, Yi Xian naturally couldn't refuse, so he immediately nodded. Those 4 deputy saber generals seem to be more powerful than those in the troop training ground. Sword God Tai and I will hold them back. You and Xianxia will deal with the dragon-patterned golden armor. Mountain Man Xianxian glanced at him. He had come from the troop training ground, so he had seen how powerful the deputy saber generals were. Although he now had a quasi-supreme divine weapon, he didn't dare to be careless as there were too many of them. The 4 of you, if you are ready, then take action. The Wolf Fang general's voice sounded again. Go. Mountain Man Xianxian and Sword God Tai looked at each other, then immediately charged out. At the same time, Xianxia also condensed 6 flame doppelgangers to help. Yi Xian also shattered the Bahuang sword, hoping to quickly deal with the 4 deputy saber generals. As long as the 4 deputy saber generals were defeated, it would be time for the 4 of them to besiege the dragon-patterned golden armor. The 4 of them quickly swept out, attacking the 4 deputy saber generals with all their might. However, the dragon-patterned golden armor defeated their attacks first, then went straight for Yi Xian. What a fast speed! Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The dragon-patterned golden armor was indeed much more powerful than the deputy saber generals. With his current speed, he might not be able to defeat it. The 3 of you, give me your interspatial rings. Yi Xian hastily shouted in anger. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian could no longer hide, because if they were defeated, they would only end up dead. If they died, what was the use of the interspatial ring? Xianxia and the other 2 were startled when they heard this. They immediately took off their interspatial rings without hesitation and threw them to Yi Xian. At this time, the dragon-patterned golden armor had already swept in front of Yi Xian with the Wolf Fang sword in his hand and slashed down. Clang, Yi Xian raised his spiritual rhino sword high and blocked the attack. In an instant, Yi Xian felt immense pressure. The dragon-patterned golden armor was at least twice as powerful as the deputy saber generals. The deputy saber generals could fight against 100 people alone, and the dragon-patterned golden armor was twice as powerful as the deputy saber generals. However, this did not mean that the dragon-patterned golden armor could fight against 200 people alone. Twice as powerful would be infinitely magnified. It was possible for it to be 300, 400, or even 500 people. If Yi Xian had not mastered the nether dragon ghostly force, this attack would have cut him in half. Sevenfold fiery dragon sword. Xianxia and his 6 fire avatars slashed at the dragon-patterned golden armor. The 7 slashes combined into one was extremely powerful. The dragon-patterned golden armor turned around and dispersed the attack with a single slash. However, this also bought him some time. 36 overlapping shadows. Pulsation of the earth 256 layers. Yi Xian seized the opportunity to strike the dragon-patterned golden armor away. Come. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and took the 3 rings. Ding. Host has broken through. Current Great Emperor Intent Seal is at 20%. Xianxia and the other 2 were here to train, so they didn't bring much in their rings. It was only enough for Yi Xian to break through once. However, breaking through once was enough. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth 256 layers. After breaking through, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed. He attacked the dragon-patterned golden armor madly. Boom. 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 The dragon-patterned golden armor held the Wolf Fang sword in one hand and the general's seal in the other. It defeated Yi Xian's attacks one by one. At this moment, Yi Xian's strength was about the same as the dragon-patterned golden armors. Yi Xian, I'll go and help. Qinghua knew he couldn't help much, so he shouted. Yi Xian nodded silently. He could still hold the dragon-patterned golden armor back by himself. On the other side, even if Qinghua didn't join in, the 4 deputy generals couldn't do anything to Hermit Xian Zhongzhong and Tai Sword God. Now that Qinghua had joined in, the 4 deputy generals were all defeated in a few seconds. Scatter their armors and delay them from regrouping. Hermit Xian Zhongzhong shouted. Immediately, the 3 of them disorganized the armors and threw them to the 4 corners of the main hall. Next, it was the 4 of them fighting the dragon-patterned golden armor. Yi Xian, this dragon-patterned golden armor is indestructible. Seize the general seal. Tai Sword God shouted. Yi Xian naturally knew this. However, the general seal was in the dragon-patterned golden armor's hands. It wasn't that easy to seize it. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth 256 layers. Yi Xian and the other 3 launched a group attack on the dragon-patterned golden armor. Hermit Xian Zhongzhong was the strongest among the 3. Like Yi Xian, he used the 36 overlapping shadows as his main attack. At the same time, his throbbing pulse of the earth had also evolved to 128 layers, just one step away from the disintegration profound. He had been stuck at this level for more than 10 years and still hadn't reached the 256th level to comprehend the disintegration profound. Next, the third in terms of strength was Qinghua. His 7-fold fire dragon sword was extremely powerful, and with that quasi-paragon divine weapon, his strength was second only to mountain man Xianzhong. On the other hand, the Tai sword deity was a little more miserable. He did not have a quasi-supreme divine weapon, so his strength was the weakest. As a result, he took the initiative to seize the opportunity, once again defeating those long-blade deputy generals who were preparing to regroup. Now, Yi Xian was working with green fire and mountain man Xianzhong to attack the dragon-patterned golden armor. Unfortunately, the dragon-patterned golden armor's defensive power was so strong that even Yi Xian's all-out attack could not leave a mark on it. Therefore, he could only use his wits to obtain the general seal. However, right at this moment. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise entered everyone's ears. Yi Xian and the other 3 were startled. They turned their heads and saw that the doors to the main hall had opened again. Not good. Yi Xian and the other 3 shouted in their hearts. At this moment, they saw a total of 10 people. The remaining 4 forces had also gathered the 5 elements and opened the doors to the main hall. The Tuoba family, the Li family, the Yang family, and the Shangguan family were all there. Who would have thought that someone would beat us to it? The master of the Li family's eyes flickered as his gaze landed on the dragon-patterned golden armor's left hand. The general seal. That's the general seal. Someone exclaimed. Go. In an instant, the 10 people rushed over together. Retreat. Yi Xian shouted with a solemn expression. This time, he had to temporarily avoid the attack. Qinghua and the other 2 did not dare to delay and hurriedly gathered around Yi Xian. Coincidentally, after these people entered, the dragon-patterned golden armor stopped attacking Yi Xian and rushed towards them. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, he could only suppress the dragon-patterned golden armor. Now that so many people had come, he might be able to obtain the general seal. Yi Xian, do you have any ideas? Qinghua suddenly turned his head and asked. Yes, I need a large amount of heavenly treasures. Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, the 3 of them finally reacted. After Yi Xian obtained their universe rings, his cultivation level suddenly soared by a level. This battle is unavoidable. Since that's the case, the 4 of us should join forces and kill all these people first. Qinghua's eyes flickered. Men die for wealth, just as birds die for food. They did not have any dealings with the 4 great families, so it was natural for them to kill all of them for profit. I think so too. However, it's best to pay attention to the cloaked man from the Shangguan family. I feel that something is wrong with them, Hermit Xian Zhongshan reminded. In fact, even without his reminder, Yi Xian would pay attention to them. The 6 people from the Shangguan family were too strange. They wore black cloaks and black face scarves for no reason. Anyone would be suspicious of them. The four of them roughly discussed their strategy and immediately rushed over. The dragon-patterned golden armor was very strong, but the family heads of the four great families were not weak either. They each held a quasi-supreme spiritual treasure in their hands and were frantically suppressing the dragon-patterned golden armor. They are coming. An expert from the Li family noticed Xian and the other three people and hurriedly shouted. You guys, go and kill the four of them, the Yang family head shouted. There was only one general seal, but there were 5 forces here. Therefore, a bloody battle was bound to happen. Although only one of the 6 people was from the Yang family, they had reached a consensus. The 6 of them quickly charged toward Xian and the other 3 people. You overestimate yourselves. Die. Xian held the spiritual rhino sword tightly and instantly attacked the 6 people. Qinghua and the other 2 people did the same. Boom. 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 Countless saber lights and sword shadows collided, and the air billowed. The movement was so loud that it seemed to shake the entire hall. However, what shocked everyone was that the 6 people could not withstand the charge of Xian and the other 3 people and were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. What a joke! Xian sighed, except for the Tai sword god, all had quasi-supreme divine weapons. Xian was the strongest among the 4 people. A mere 6 people would not be able to withstand a round of explosive attacks from them. Interspatial rings, take them. Xian hurriedly took the 6 people's interspatial rings, and his strength soared. However, it was not enough. He frowned. Even if he killed the family heads of the 4 great families, it would not be enough for him to break through again. However, his strength could be further improved. Let's kill them first. Xian did not care so much anymore. At the same time, the Shangguan family head shouted, I will hold the dragon-patterned golden armor. You guys go. The other 3 family heads paused, but then they remembered that the dragon-patterned golden armor was not something that ordinary people could deal with. Even if the Shangguan family head was alone, he would not be able to get the general seal. At that moment, it was better to kill Xian and the other 3 people first. Qinghua, since you are courting death, don't blame me, the Li family head shouted. Previously, Xian had already surpassed Qinghua in terms of strength. Now that he had made another breakthrough, the 3 family heads were no match for him. You think you can stop me? Xian's eyes lit up as he slashed with all his might. 36 overlapping shadows, 256 layers of earth pulse. Boom. The Li family head was shocked as he hastily blocked with his quasi-supreme divine weapon. If it was an ordinary high-grade ethereal divine weapon, it would have been shattered by Xian. However, the Li family head was holding a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Even with Xian's disintegration ultimacy, he couldn't destroy it. However, Xian's attack was extremely strong. The Li family head's hands went numb as the quasi-supreme divine weapon suddenly stuck to his chest. A few of his ribs were shattered by Xian's powerful attack, and he was sent flying. The Tuoba and Yang family heads were shocked. They didn't expect Xian to be the strongest person on Qinghua's side. While they were still in shock, 7 sharp blades suddenly flew towards the Li family head. Bang! 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 After a few muffled sounds, the Li family heads had exploded and turned into a corpse. At the same time, the Li family head's Qian Kuan ring and the quasi-supreme divine weapon in his hand flew towards Xian. Don't be hasty. The 2 of you will die too. Xian slashed again. The Tuoba and Yang family heads were gloomy. Xian had actually slashed twice at them in an instant. They were already exhausted from blocking Qinghua and Mountain Man Xian Zhongshan's attacks. Now that they had to face Xian's attack, they immediately fled and prepared to leave the main palace. The general seal was no longer something they could get their hands on. You want to leave? Stay. Xian saw that his 2 attacks had failed and hurriedly chased after them. The Tuoba and Yang family heads had stronger physiques than Qinghua and the other 2. 35% of their great emperor intent had been sealed. Even so, they were not as fast as Xian. Xian happened to get his hands on the Qian Kuan ring and the quasi-supreme divine weapon, so he devoured them immediately. The value of a quasi-supreme divine weapon was worth at least 10 interspatial rings. After Xian took it to Tainan City, he made a breakthrough. Ding! The host has broken through. The current seal of the Great Emperor's will is at 25%. The two of you, die. Yi Xian's physique was raised to a whole new level, and he instantly slashed out a few times with his sword. The sword light was as fast as lightning and directly struck the quasi-supreme divine weapons of the Tuoba and Yang family heads. Pooh! Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood as they were blasted out of the main hall. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over, but at this moment, a few figures suddenly entered his line of sight. They directly killed the Tuoba family's patriarch and the Yang family's patriarch, and seized their quasi-supreme divine weapons. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect that there would be a few people hiding outside the main hall. They were all from the Shangguan family. They were wearing black robes, and their faces could not be seen clearly. There were exactly 5 of them. How dare you steal my things? You are courting death. Yi Xian did not care how mysterious the other party was, and directly attacked. After all, he wanted to give one of the 2 supreme divine weapons to the Tai sword god, but now it was snatched away. 36 overlapping shadows, 256 layers of earth pulse. A sword light flashed, but what surprised Yi Xian was that his sword was blocked by one of the black-robed men who was holding a quasi-supreme divine weapon. How is this possible? Yi Xian was shocked. His sword was enough to kill the Tuoba family head and the Yang family head, but how could this man from the Shangguan family block it? This was not logical. TSK, tisk. At this moment, the black-robed man suddenly laughed dryly, and immediately took off his mask, revealing his face. When Yi Xian saw his face clearly, his body trembled. He knew this person. Jiang Tianjin, it's you? Yi Xian exclaimed. That's right, the person who blocked his sword was Jiang Tianjin, who had injured him with the triple heaven-burning flame and caused him to be imprisoned in the heaven's prison. He originally thought that Jiang Tianjin was lingering in a corner, but he did not expect to see him again. Moreover, he had broken through to the half-supreme master level and was able to block his sword. Yes, it's me. Jiang Tianjin took off his hood, but there were some strange black patterns on his face, covering half of his face. Yi Xian felt that something was wrong, and immediately shouted, I let you escape that day. Today is the day you die. He did not care about anything else, and directly attacked. He felt that Jiang Tianjin was a little difficult to deal with now. Boom! Yi Xian's attack was defeated again. However, just as he was about to rush over, the corner of Jiang Tianjin's mouth curled up slightly, and he shouted, Formation! Then, the 4 black-robed men behind him spread out, and madly threw out lanterns. Yi Xian recognized these lanterns. They were the specter lanterns. Specter formation, trap. In an instant, Yi Xian felt a strong pressure. These were the wills of peak great emperors. What? Now, Yi Xian finally understood why Jiang Tianjin had broken through so quickly. It turned out that he had joined the Spectre sect. At this moment, there were more than 100 spectre lanterns floating in the air, and the wills of more than 100 peak great emperors pressed down on Yi Xian, making it difficult for him to break through. I can't move. Yi Xian was shocked. Although he was already a half-supreme master, and had 25% of his body sealed by the wills of the great emperors, he was still not a true supreme. Only the sovereign golden body could completely resist the wills of the great emperors. Tsk. Yi Xian, you didn't expect that you would still fall into my hands, right? Jiang Tianjin walked over with a sinister smile. Swish, but at this moment, a few piercing sounds rang out, and a few of the spectre lanterns were shattered. You're courting death. Jiang Tianjin's eyes flashed, and he quickly slashed at Qinghua and the others. Boom! 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 The 4 of them were sent flying, and Tai Sword God was seriously injured. Oh no! Yi Xian's face darkened. He felt that he was going to be screwed this time. Only now did he remember that Jiang Tianjin had broken through to the 3rd Order Great Emperor realm because of the Great Emperor's will bestowed by the 9th Heaven Sword God. Then, the 9th Heaven Sword God might be related to the Spectre sect. This time, Jiang Tianjin had gone to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, and he might have joined the Spectre sect. Then, he might have been recognized and broken through to the half-supreme master realm. A speck of light dares to compete with the bright moon? Jiang Tianjin's face suddenly turned cold, and his personality changed. Previously, he regretted not killing Yi Xian earlier, causing his father to be tortured. Now, he was going to cut Yi Xian down with his sword. Yi Xian clenched his teeth. He really wanted to leave, but the formation formed by hundreds of peak Great Emperor's ghost lanterns trapped him tightly, making him unable to move. Yi Xian was already prepared to die. It seemed that this time, he was really going to die here. However, things were not as bad as he thought they would be. The Nether Sect? I didn't expect them to survive until now. Kid, I'll make a deal with you. The General's seal is yours. Destroy them. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the main hall. It was General Wolf Fong's voice. In the next moment, the hundreds of floating spirit lanterns suddenly exploded. Bang! 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 As the spirit lanterns exploded one by one, the pressure on Yi Xian disappeared bit by bit. Oh no! Jiang Tianjin's expression changed. He hurriedly swung his sword, preparing to kill Yi Xian. However, his attack was blocked by the dragon-patterned golden armor. Yi Xian was shocked. General Wolf Fong was helping him at this critical moment. However, from what General Wolf Fong's lingering consciousness said, the Nether Sect had existed for thousands of years. I agree. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hurriedly replied loudly. Hearing his reply, the dragon-patterned golden armor waved its hand and threw the general's seal at Yi Xian. Yi Xian had already reduced his speed. He hurriedly ran over and caught the general's seal. In the next moment, a notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Discovered the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Will the host learn it? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then immediately confirmed. Ding! Host has learned the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. The general's seal was actually just a tray. With the general's seal, one could control the entire general's tomb. However, if one learned the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, one could control the entire general's tomb even without the general's seal. While Yi Xian was still rejoicing, the dragon-patterned golden armor appeared in front of him. Bind it with blood. General Wolf Fong's voice rang out in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian hurriedly cut open his finger and lightly tapped on the dragon-patterned golden armor. In the next moment, the dragon-patterned golden armor was absorbed into his body through his wound, leaving only the Wolf Fong sword behind. The dragon-patterned golden armor has successfully bound you. Come out. Yi Xian caught the Wolf Fong sword and immediately activated the dragon-patterned golden armor. Kacha, Jiang Tianjin and the others only saw a flash of golden light before Yi Xian was enveloped by the dragon-patterned golden armor. The dragon-patterned golden armor covered Yi Xian's entire body. Even his eyes were hidden, but Yi Xian could see his surroundings through the armor. At this moment, Yi Xian was in his Ultraman form. His defense was impenetrable. Damn it, get into formation! Jiang Tianjin shouted in a low voice. Immediately, the four people behind him, as well as the master of the Shangguan family who had held the golden dragon-patterned armor back, threw out lanterns after lanterns. However, this time, these spirit lanterns were completely useless against Yi Xian, who was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor. Yi Xian held the spiritual rhino sword in his left hand and the Wolf Fong sword in his right. He slowly walked towards Jiang Tianjin and the other five. It's useless. Let's go. Jiang Tianjin's expression changed greatly, and he immediately turned around. However, at this moment. Boom! The door of the main hall suddenly closed. Isn't it too late to leave now? Yi Xian, who was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, slowly walked towards the six people. At this moment, Jiang Tianjin felt as if there were 10,000 alpacas galloping in his heart. He regretted it again. If he had known earlier, he would have directly attacked and killed Yi Xian when he trapped Yi Xian. He originally wanted to torture Yi Xian once, but he didn't expect that the Wolf Fong general's remnant consciousness would shatter all the spirit lanterns, allowing Yi Xian to escape. Not only that, but he also took the initiative to give the general's seal to Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, he was no longer someone they could fight against. What should we do, division leader? The master of the Shangguan family asked with a frown. Jiang Tianjin's face was livid. Now, they only had one choice, and that was to kill Yi Xian. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tianjin led the other 5 people and charged towards Yi Xian. You overestimate yourselves. Yi Xian snorted coldly and met them head-on. With the dragon-patterned golden armor, he didn't need to defend at all. He only needed to attack with all his might. Among the 6 people, apart from Jiang Tianjin, the other 5 weren't very strong. Yi Xian could kill them in 2 strikes. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the earth 256 layers. Jiang Tianjin's great emperor intent had reached 40%, which was 15% higher than Yi Xian's. However, he only suppressed Yi Xian in terms of cultivation level. Yi Xian now had 2 quasi-supreme divine weapons and the dragon-patterned golden armor. He could also control 4 Chongdao deputies. Together with Qinghua and the other 2, Jiang Tianjin's chances of victory were close to 0. Bang! 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 In this 1 versus 6 battle, Yi Xian alone was enough. He didn't need the help of Chongdao deputies or Qinghua and the other 2. With the Wolf Fang sword and spiritual rhino sword in hand, he blocked Jiang Tianjin's attacks and killed the other 5 helpers. After the 5 other black-robed men died, Jiang Tianjin was in despair. He was like a cornered beast fighting. He couldn't hurt Yi Xian. Was there any suspense in this battle? Devour. Yi Xian took the 5 interspatial rings and the 2 quasi-supreme divine weapons. There were many peak great emperor intent in the 5 interspatial rings. In total, there were 500 of them. These things helped Yi Xian break through his cultivation level again. At this moment, Yi Xian's great emperor intent had reached 30%. Ding! The host has broken through. The current great emperor intent has reached 30%. Hearing the notification, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he slashed with his sword. This time, Jiang Tianjin couldn't block it and was sent flying. He crashed into the stone pillar of the main palace and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Tianjin, did you think this day would come? Yi Xian walked over slowly. Jiang Tianjin leaned on the pillar with a pale face and said coldly, I regret not killing you. Hee, it's too late to regret now. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up as he smiled. The winner takes all. Kill me if you want. Jiang Tianjin didn't plan to resist anymore. He knew he wouldn't survive today. However, he had another plan in mind. If he didn't die today, he would kill his way back to the eastern continent and kill Yi Xian's entire family. Alright, as you wish. This time, Yi Xian didn't want to waste any more words, because things would change if he delayed. He was too slow last time, which gave Jiang Tianjin a chance to take advantage of him. Yi Xian didn't want to make the same mistake again, even though the outcome was already decided. Die. A cold light flashed and Jiang Tianjin's head was separated from his body. His head rolled on the ground. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Yi Xian. Finally, he had his revenge. Wei Zhentian could finally rest in peace. Jiang Tianjin's death also resolved the hatred in Yi Xian's heart. The hatred that he'd been thinking about all this time was quietly resolved. Although Jiang Tianjin had tortured him twice, he was still Jiang Xinyan's nephew. Moreover, Tai Sword God was also present. He couldn't torture his corpse. Crack. After Jiang Tianjin's death, Yi Xian retracted the dragon-patterned golden armor and revealed his true appearance. Qinghua and the other 2 walked over in astonishment. They thought that Yi Xian was going to die, but the Wolf Fang general made a move. Kid, now that the general's seal is in your hands, my general's tomb is yours. However, I hope that you can agree to one condition of mine. The Wolf Fang general's voice sounded again. Senior, please speak. Yi Xian raised his head and said. In the past, I was in charge of eradicating the Nether cult, but I didn't expect it to be completely eradicated. Therefore, I want you to uproot it to prevent it from growing again. This is my request, and also my last wish. The Wolf Fang general's remnant consciousness said. Alright, I agree. Yi Xian directly replied without the slightest hesitation. This time, if it wasn't for the Wolf Fang general, Yi Xian's original body would have fallen. That was why the Wolf Fang general had saved his life. Now, how could he not agree to such a small request from the Wolf Fang general? Young man, don't underestimate the Nether cult. The Nether cult has a secret technique that can forcefully seal one's body with the will of a peak great emperor. As a result, there are countless experts in the Nether cult. Jiang Tianjin, whom you killed just now, was raised using this method. The Nether cult played a large part in the destruction of the ancient Saint dynasty. If the current ancient Saint dynasty is unable to suppress the Nether cult, I'm afraid that the ancient Saint dynasty will follow in its footsteps. Yi Xian nodded solemnly after hearing that. Senior, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. The ancient Saint dynasty that the Wolf Fang general was from was the predecessor of the Sunflame Sacred dynasty. The royal family had the same surname. Since that's the case, I can leave in peace. The current owner of the general's tomb is you. Young man, I hope that you won't let me down. The Wolf Fang general's remnant consciousness's voice became softer and softer. Yi Xian knew that the remnant consciousness had dissipated on its own accord. Yi Xian also understood the Wolf Fang general's expectations. The Wolf Fang general hoped that he could destroy the Nether cult and break through to the Supreme Being realm. Now that he had the dragon-patterned golden armor, if he still couldn't break through to the Supreme Being realm, he would be letting down the Wolf Fang general. Yi Xian, congratulations on taking down the general's tomb. Hermit Xianzhong congratulated. In fact, even Yi Xian had not expected things to turn out this way. He had wanted to seize the general's seal with his own strength, but in the end, it was General Wolf Fang who saved the day. Let's go take a look at the general's tomb. Yi Xian took out the general's seal again. Although he'd learned the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and could control the general's tomb, there were many mechanisms in the general's tomb. Only with the general's seal would one know where the mechanisms were. In fact, there was another path in the main hall, which was very well hidden. With the general's seal in hand, Yi Xian opened the door. There were several other doors inside. Calm Heart Lake, Training Grounds, Smelting Building, and the Treasure Vault. Yi Xian already knew about the first three. There were also some doors in the middle that led to various places in the general's tomb. As for the treasure pavilion, needless to say, it was used to store treasures. At the same time, there were some mirror-like images beside these doors. The people in the picture were the people from the 4 great clans. They had not successfully left the 3 great dilemmas yet. How should we deal with these people? Yi Xian asked. Kill them. We can't let them go, Qinghua said flatly. Okay. Yi Xian did not hesitate. Then, one of the experts from the 4 great clans in the Calm Heart Lake let out a loud roar. Then, he held the long sword in his hand in a reverse grip and stabbed it into his own heart. At the smelting building, the trap suddenly became chaotic. An expert from the 4 great clans was cut in half by a sharp blade. As for the training grounds, one person had just reached the 8th level when 4 saber lieutenants appeared. Shortly after, he was hacked to death by a flurry of sabers. As for Qiu Yuanjia, Hong Wenming, and Hermit Xian's disciple, He Yan, who had come with Qinghua, they survived unscathed. At this time only the 7 of them were left in the general's tomb. Just as Yi Xian was about to take a look at the treasure vault, Qinghua and the other 2 refused to go with him. Yi Xian, we won't go to the treasure vault. You go in yourself. Hermit Xian said. Although they had helped Yi Xian, their help was actually very small. Even without them, Yi Xian could easily handle it. Most importantly, they trusted Yi Xian. Okay. Yi Xian did not say much and sent them to the entrance of the main hall to meet up with He Yan and the other 2. As for himself, he entered the treasure vault. TSK, General Wolf Fang must have a strong background to be able to take out so many quasi-supreme divine weapons. There must be a lot of things in the treasure vault. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he walked into the treasure vault. The general's tomb was built in a secret realm. These doors could lead to any place, and only this place could lead to the treasure vault. Yi Xian went through the door and arrived at the treasure vault. There were 3 levels here. The first level was filled with martial arts. Yi Xian did not say anything and copied the martial arts into the devouring system. Most of the martial arts were upper heaven level, and there were only a dozen quasi-supreme martial arts. Then, he went to the second level. There were only a dozen quasi-supreme divine weapons here. Take them all. Yi Xian did not hesitate and kept all the quasi-supreme divine weapons. Yi Xian had already given Jiang Tianjin's quasi-supreme divine weapon to Tai Sword God. There were still 3 people outside the main hall empty-handed, so Yi Xian left a few for He Yan and the other 2, as well as his own parents and friends. As for the rest, he devoured them all. Just a little more and I will be able to break through again. Yi Xian estimated in his heart and went up the stairs to the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the treasure vault was filled with miscellaneous items, such as treasures with various effects, heavenly treasures, supreme pills, and General Wolf Fong's mechanical skills and formations. If these items were to spread to the outside world, it would cause a huge uproar. However, Yi Xian was interested in the heavenly treasures and supreme pills. There were a total of more than 50,000 supreme pills. Yi Xian kept 20,000 supreme pills, then devoured the rest of the supreme pills and heavenly treasures. Ding! The host has broken through. Currently, the Emperor's will is at 40%. This time, Yi Xian broke through 2 shackles and went from 30% to 40%. Even so, Yi Xian still cursed the devouring system. More than 30,000 supreme pills were enough for a person to seal 50% of the Emperor's will. And he could only go from 30% to 40%. If he wanted to increase the strength of the 3,000 Wolf Fong cavalry and the 10 deputy generals, he would need a large amount of precious forging materials. Fortunately, as long as he had the materials, the devouring system could be modified in batches. Yi Xian did not think about this for the time being. He sat down cross-legged and began to think. After obtaining the Wolf Fong sword and spiritual rhino sword, Ba Huang's sword could retire. Not only that, but so could Feng Xianxia. At his current level, ultimacy was useless, and its effect on the enemy was negligible. Although the dual space was good, it had no effect on the enemy and him. Although it was a pity, it was the truth. The 256 layers of earth-throbbing technique combined with the 36 overlapping shadows was powerful, but it could only be used for a while. It's a pity that I still can't use the special devouring sword intent. Otherwise, why would I need the quasi-supreme martial arts? Yi Xian had a headache. After obtaining the sword intent, he would try the special devouring method every time he devoured a treasure. Not only that, he would also try to refine it occasionally, but he was not talented enough and would always fail. Ba Huang Sword God was really a super genius. A mere void god realm great emperor had actually comprehended the sword intent. If he had comprehended the sword intent, Yi Xian's attack would probably be able to injure a real supreme being with the supreme being golden body, not a half-supreme being. Yi Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Now that he had obtained the general's tomb, he could bring Yi Chong and the rest here to cultivate. After all, the Yuan Qi in the secret territory was more than 100 times higher than in the eastern continent. The general's tomb was probably created by a supreme being expert, and was later discovered by the Wolf Fong general. There was a large area behind the secret territory. The 4 keys to open the door to the general's tomb had all failed. Now, only the general's seal could open the door. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to let his doppelganger hold the general's seal and guard the general's tomb. This way, if he provoked a strong enemy in the future, the general's tomb would be a good place to hide. As long as a true supreme being expert did not come, the general's tomb would be safe. Yi Xian put away everything in the treasure pavilion, then left. When he arrived at the entrance of the main hall, he found Qinghua and the rest already waiting there. Senior brother He. Yi Xian shouted and threw 3 quasi-supreme divine weapons to He Yan and the others. Apart from that, he also threw a cloth bag containing 20,000 supreme pills to mountain man Xianzhongshan. Master, there are 20,000 supreme pills here. You can divide them among yourselves, said Yi Xian. Now, Qinghua and the other 5 all had quasi-supreme divine weapons, so this trip was not in vain. Other than Yi Xian, there were 5 other parties. If the 20,000 supreme venerable pills were to be divided evenly among them, each party would get 4,000 supreme venerable pills. One had to know that even after so many years, they only had a few hundred supreme sovereign pills. Even when Qinghua was at his richest, he didn't have more than 1,000 supreme sovereign pills. 4,000 supreme pills was already a huge amount of wealth. Also, take these quasi-supreme martial arts too. I've already made 6 copies. Yi Xian threw out another 6 Qian Kuan rings, which landed in the palms of the 6 people. Martial arts were transferable, so they could make as many copies as they wanted. The 6 of them used upper-tier Void God martial arts before, but now, each of them had quasi-supreme martial arts, and there were many more for them to choose from. The 6 of them were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. Then, they prepared to stay here and cultivate, while Xian sent his clone to bring his family and friends over. He still left some heaven and earth treasures, which were enough for them to cultivate. By the time these heaven and earth treasures were used up, Xian might have gotten more. After all, as long as Xian was here, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources. Within a few days, Xian's clone arrived with a group of people. The clone and the original body merged again, and their realms soared. Then, Xian taught the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to control the general's tomb to Yicheng and Jiangxinyan. The 10,000 divine thoughts technique was a special martial art that allowed the user to multitask. It was similar to the 8 Baron Wind formation, but it was much more powerful. It could be used to control the general's tomb's construction mechanisms, but most importantly, it could be used to control the 10 deputy generals and the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry. Now, Xian had some free time, so he stayed here for a while and got engaged with Guan Yulan. As for getting married, Xian felt that it would be better to wait until he became a supreme. This would be a big motivation for him. Song Suijing and Guan Yulan didn't have any objections. A man naturally had to prioritize his career. Moreover, Xian had a clone here to accompany them. Half a month later, Xian's original body left. Now, he had another mission, which was to find the ghost sect and eliminate them. If it wasn't for the help of the Wolf Fang general's remnant consciousness, he would probably be dead. Therefore, he had to fulfill the Wolf Fang general's wish. At this time, he had already passed through the desert of death. It wasn't that he didn't have any clues. When the 4 great clans came, Jiang Tianjin was among the Shangguan clan's troops. Therefore, Xian went to the Shangguan clan to find out what was going on. The Shangguan clan is in the heavenly vast city. Xian found out the location of the Shangguan clan from Qinghua and immediately rushed over. With 40% of the great emperor's will sealed, he was very fast. In less than 2 days, he arrived at the heavenly vast city. However, he had also heard that the Nether Ghost sect was like a rat running across the street in the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. The Shangguan clan must have covered up the matter very well. It wouldn't be easy to investigate. The ghost sect needs a large amount of great emperor's will to spread across the 10 heavenly prisons. They must have a big figure behind them. It seems that they will send the great emperor's will to a certain place regularly. Xian arrived at the heavenly vast city, thinking as he looked for the Shangguan clan. However, along the way, he heard some things. For example, there were cases of experts going missing in the heavenly vast city. Many of them went missing, including Void God Realm Emperors and Void God Realm Kings. Xian knew that the Shangguan clan must have done it. In order to cover up, they even killed Void God Realm Kings. Previously, the 9th Heaven Sword God had given Jiang Tianjin the 3rd stage Great Emperor's will, allowing him to break through to the 3rd stage Great Emperor realm. Xian's clone had personally questioned the 9th Heaven Sword God, who was only a 5th stage Great Emperor. However, the 9th Heaven Sword God didn't know the truth. He had obtained the Ghost Lantern by chance when he was traveling in the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. Xian didn't suspect anything. After all, the 9th Heaven Sword God was only a 5th stage Great Emperor. Any member of the Ghost sect could kill him instantly. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. Even the Shangguan clan's patriarch is dead. What's there to be afraid of? Xian didn't think about it anymore. He took out the Wolf Fang sword and walked towards the Shangguan clan. The Wolf Fang sword was the Wolf Fang general's sword. Although it was a quasi-supreme divine weapon like the spiritual rhino sword, its quality was much better. Xian walked straight towards the Shangguan clan. Before he got close, a guard at the entrance shouted, "Who goes there?" The guard was shocked because he couldn't sense Xian's aura. This meant that Xian should be a half-step supreme being. Moreover, Xian was holding a weapon. It seemed like he was here to seek revenge. "I want to see your patriarch." Xian didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. You wait." In fact, the Shangguan family's patriarch had already passed away. These two guards were only tasked to guard the entrance of the Shangguan family. Their status wasn't high, so they didn't know that the Shangguan family's patriarch wasn't in the Shangguan family. Soon, the guard who left came back with another person. Yi Xian sensed the aura of a half-step supreme being. However, he estimated that the person was only at 20%, so there was nothing to be afraid of. I'm Shangguan Xiong. May I ask who you are? When the middle-aged man saw the weapon in Yi Xian's hand, he was also very wary. Shangguan Xiong, what's your relationship with Shangguan Lai? Yi Xian looked at him and asked. Shangguan Lai is my elder brother. Shangguan Xiong replied. I see. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he strode forward and slapped Shangguan Xiong's shoulder. At the same time, he shouted, come with me. Shangguan Xiong was shocked. He knew that Yi Xian wasn't weak, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Sir, you dare to fight in the vast Sky City? Shangguan Xiong asked in horror. Hee, with my great emperor's will sealed to 40%, no one in the vast Sky City is my match. Yi Xian said softly. Sealed to 40% with great emperor's will, Shangguan Xiong's body trembled. One had to know that the strongest person in the Shangguan family could only seal to 35%. However, this young man, Yi Xian, managed to seal to 40%. He definitely had a strong background. Such an expert was enough to slaughter the current Shangguan family. After all, the family patriarch, Shangguan Lai, and a few other experts weren't in the Shangguan family. Okay, I'll go with you. Shangguan Xiong replied. Forget it, I'll stay in your Shangguan family. Yi Xian suddenly changed his mind and said, bring me in. If you do anything, you'll die in my hands. Okay. Shangguan Xiong wasn't strong enough, so he could only compromise. He glanced at the two 8th Order Great Emperor guards and said, you two continue to guard the door. Pretend that nothing happened. Yes. The two guards immediately nodded. They were scared to death. How could an expert with 40% of great emperors will come to the vast Sky City? After that, Shangguan Xiong led Yi Xian into the Shangguan family's house. On the way, Shangguan Xiong met some people from the Shangguan family, but Shangguan Xiong explained Yi Xian's identity as a friend. Soon, he brought Yi Xian to his study. Very good. As long as you cooperate, your Shangguan clan will be fine. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Although the Wolf Fang general had put away his sword, with his realm, he could still kill Shangguan Xiong in one move. Sir, what do you want to do? Shangguan Xiong immediately asked. There was no one around, so Yi Xian didn't need to pretend anymore. He went straight to the point and asked, what's the relationship between the Shangguan clan and the ghost sect? Boom, this question was like a blow to Shangguan Xiong's mind, blowing him up. How did Yi Xian know that the Shangguan family was related to the ghost cult? Your Excellency, what are you talking about? How could my Shangguan family? Shangguan Xiong immediately quibbled. Don't deny it. Since I dared to come here, I'm 100% sure. Yi Xian snorted. If I find out that you're lying, I'll kill you immediately. After that, I'll slaughter the Shangguan clan and leave in a swagger. Gulp. Shangguan Xiong swallowed his saliva. After pondering for a while, he answered, the Shangguan clan is a division of the ghost cult. When he saw that Yi Xian wasn't joking, he had no choice but to compromise. After all, there were thousands of people in the Shangguan clan. Yi Xian could kill him and the two guards at the door. With Yi Xian's realm, he could kill without spilling blood or leaving behind a corpse. The Shangguan clan would disappear without a trace. Very good. The disappearance of the high-level empty god realm Great Emperor in Heaven Vast City should be related to the Shangguan clan, right? Where did you send the ghost lanterns? Yi Xian asked again. Every month, the ghost cult will send a special envoy to patrol and collect the ghost lanterns, Shangguan Xiong answered honestly. When will the ghost cult's special envoy come again? Yi Xian continued to ask. Tonight. Shangguan Xiong answered without hesitation. Tonight, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked for more details. The ghost cult's special envoy had a special identity. His combat power was at 40% and his whereabouts were uncertain. Tonight, Xiong would arrive outside Heaven Vast City and hand the items to the ghost cult's special envoy. The Shangguan clan was just a division of the ghost cult. Since they didn't know where the branch was, Xian had to follow the ghost cult's special envoy. Coincidentally, the ghost cult would occasionally come to recruit geniuses. Xian could impersonate the special envoy since his realm was higher than the special envoys. However, just in case, Xian asked Xiong about the other divisions. He didn't want Xiong to reveal the truth and cut off his trail. Xiong didn't agree at first. If the special envoy discovered something strange about Xian, the Shangguan clan would be implicated. However, if he didn't agree, Xian would slaughter the Shangguan clan on the spot. Therefore, he could only compromise. Soon, night fell. Xiong brought Xian to the designated location outside Heaven Vast City. Don't give yourself away. Otherwise, I'll have to kill both of you, Xian reminded again. Yes. Xiong didn't dare to object. The lives of the entire Shangguan clan were in his hands. There was no moon tonight. It was pitch black. Xian and Xiong stood under a tree and waited. Before long, a black figure flew over. Xiong and Xian were on guard at first. When Xiong saw the other party's face, he relaxed. Greetings, Lord Special Envoy. Xiong hurriedly bowed and greeted him. The special envoy was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He wore a black cloak. Who is this? The special envoy of the Nether sect asked directly after he approached. This is a genius of the Shangguan clan. He has just sealed his body with 20% of the Great Emperor's will, so he wants to. Xiong hurriedly explained. Oh, give me the item. The special envoy understood his meaning and didn't ask further. He only came here to collect items every month. He didn't know much about the Shangguan clan. Xiong hurriedly took off an interspatial ring and handed it over. Xian had checked this interspatial ring before. There was nothing strange in it, only 100 nether lanterns. Very good. Kid, follow me. The special envoy of the Nether sect turned and left without another word. Xian glanced at Xiong and followed him. After Xian disappeared from his sight, Xiong heaved a sigh of relief. What he wanted to do now was to return to the Shangguan clan. If Xian's matter was exposed, the Shangguan clan would be implicated. They would have to migrate secretly. However, just as he was about to return to Heaven Vast City, someone had stopped him. Gotcha! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang in Xiong's ears. He stopped in his tracks and immediately shouted, "Who is it?" However, the person blocking the way did not speak and continued to charge forward. Swish! The person blocking the way was very fast. He instantly chopped off Xiong's head without any hesitation. The person blocking the way was actually not a human. He was the deputy saber general that Xian had taken out from the Devouring system when Xiong was not paying attention. The deputy saber general's strength was comparable to an expert who had sealed 30% of his body with Great Emperor will. With a quasi-supreme divine weapon in his hand, it was not a problem for him to kill Xiong. Xian had cultivated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. He had left a remnant consciousness in the deputy saber general's body to control him. Not only that, but the two gatekeepers of the Shangguan clan had also disappeared. After dealing with Xiong, the deputy saber general quickly left and returned to the general's tomb. Xian's clone was guarding the general's tomb. Since the devouring system of the main body and the clone were connected, the main body could still retrieve the deputy saber general after the clone put it away. Is he dead? Xian, who was following the Nether sect's envoy, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. At this moment, the Nether sect's envoy suddenly turned around and asked, "Kid, how old are you?" 22. Xian replied without thinking. The Nether sect's envoy paused for a moment and muttered, 22 years old, and you have sealed 20% of your body with Great Emperor will. Not bad. Upon hearing this, Xian felt helpless. However, compared to the true geniuses of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, his aptitude was indeed not worth mentioning. Lord Envoy, where are we going? Asked Xian. Back to the 6th Heaven prison, replied the Nether sect's envoy casually. This answer gave Xianxia a fright. The nether sex branch was in the sixth heaven prison, however, he felt that it was normal. There were many experts in the heaven prison. It was very suitable for collecting Great Emperor will. Unfortunately, even if he killed a half-step Supreme Being, he could only collect the peak Great Emperor will at most. Jiang Tianjin's physique seal 40%. He must have consumed a lot of peak will. Yi Xian shuddered inwardly. To create Jiang Tianjin, one would need to kill at least 10,000 peak Great Emperors and half-step Supremes. No wonder the Ghost Church was wanted by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. 2 days later, Yi Xian arrived at one of the entrances to Heaven Prison No. 6 with the Nether Cult's envoy. Entering the Heavenly Prison didn't require anything, but leaving the Heavenly Prison required green luck. However, the 6th Heaven's Prison was of a much higher level than the 10th Heaven's Prison that Yi Xian had been in before. The twin fruits that could only be exchanged for with purple providence were worthless here. After all, the main fighting force of the 6th Heaven Prison was a half-step supremacy. After Yi Xian followed the Ghost Cult's envoy into Sky Prison No. 6, he traveled for another 2 days and finally arrived at a mountain range. Lord Envoy, how strong is our branch leader? Before entering the mountain range, Yi Xian could not help but ask. Body seal 50%. The Ghost Cult's envoy replied casually. Body seal 50%, this was 2 realms higher than Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had always challenged those with higher realms, so he was not afraid at all. After many twists and turns, Yi Xian finally arrived at the Ghost Cult's branch. As soon as he entered, he felt several powerful auras. At least a half-step supremacy with Emperor will sealed 40%. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. At this time, a Ghost Cult's expert suddenly flew over. He's a genius I brought back from the hall. 22 years old, 20% physique seal. The Ghost Cult's envoy replied casually. 20% physique seal? Not bad. What's your name? The Ghost Cult's expert asked. Yi Xian. Yi Xian answered instinctively. This answer surprised the Ghost Cult's envoy. He asked, isn't your surname Shengguan? After being reminded by the Ghost Cult's envoy, Yi Xian realized that he had given himself away. However, since the Ghost Cult's branch was here, there was no need for him to hide anymore. He immediately took out the Wolf Fang sword. Swish! The Ghost Cult's expert's head flew into the air. It was an instant kill. You! The Ghost Cult's envoy who brought Yi Xian here was stunned. His companion who had also sealed 30% of his physique seal was killed by Yi Xian in an instant. It was only then that he realized that he had fallen into a trap and brought an expert here. It's over. Thank you. Yi Xian grinned. With a sweep of his sword, the Ghost Cult's envoy's head flew into the air. The 2 of them died silently. No one in the Ghost Cult's branch noticed it. However, since his aura had been exposed, someone might come over. Dragon-patterned golden armor, appear. Yi Xian took out the dragon-patterned golden armor. Although he was very strong, the dragon-patterned golden armor's defense was very high. It would greatly increase his chances of survival. At this moment, he was like an unkillable cockroach. How could the dragon-patterned golden armor, which could withstand the supreme tribulation, be destroyed by a mere 50% physique seal expert? Yi Xian immediately charged in. The people in the Ghost Cult's branch were not to be trifled with, so Yi Xian did not hold back. In an instant, a bloodbath broke out in the Ghost Cult's branch. Those people only saw a flash of golden light, but they could not see who it was. There were hundreds of people in the Ghost Cult's branch. They usually went out in groups to hunt others. At this moment, there were about 200 people in the branch. Yi Xian killed everyone he saw. His cultivation base was also continuously increasing. The asterisk starred, who's the impudent one? A deafening roar sounded. Yi Xian turned around and saw a 40% physique seal expert of the Ghost Cult rushing toward him. How dare a mere 40% physique seal expert shout in front of me? Yi Xian directly slashed his sword towards this expert of the Ghost Cult. Quasi-Supreme Martial Technique, Firmament Splitter. Rip. The Ghost Cult expert did not have time to react. Moreover, the weapon in his hand was not a quasi-supreme divine weapon, so he was cut in half. Swish. Another 40% body seal expert flew over. He directly slashed out with his sword and landed on Yi Xian's body. Clang! Yi Xian staggered, but he was unscathed. The dragon-patterned golden armor was not an ordinary item. It was probably tougher than Yi Xian's wolf fang sword. You're courting death. Firmament splitter. Yi Xian slashed his sword and cut his opponent in half. No one in the same realm could take a hit from him. Even the branch leader would not last more than 3 rounds. Who are you? Just as Yi Xian killed the second nether spirit cult expert, the branch leader finally appeared. Yi Xian turned around and looked at the branch leader. You're the branch leader? Yi Xian asked. That's right. The branch leader was stunned. When he saw the dragon-patterned golden armor on Yi Xian, he suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "The dragon-patterned golden armor? I didn't expect you to recognize it. I didn't expect you to recognize it." Yi Xian was rather shocked. The Nether sect was a force from 1,000 years ago. The Wolf Fang general had once suppressed them, so the Nether sect had some understanding of the Wolf Fang general. Back then, the Wolf Fang general had worn this dragon-patterned golden armor to kill the experts of the Nether sect. After hearing Yi Xian's confirmation, the branch leader revealed a greedy expression. If the Wolf Fang general hadn't had this dragon-patterned golden armor, he would have died at least 100 times. I can get the Wolf Fang general's dragon-patterned golden armor after killing you. The branch leader couldn't help but say. Oh? How do you want to kill me? Yi Xian was very curious. The dragon-patterned golden armor is indestructible. I can't kill you with a sword. The branch leader put away the quasi-supreme divine weapon in his hand and charged forward. Since the dragon-patterned golden armor was indestructible, he could only use his fist techniques to kill Yi Xian through the dragon-patterned golden armor. When the branch leader leaped down, he launched a barrage of punches at Yi Xian. His fists were like meteors crashing down on Yi Xian. Firmament splitter. Yi Xian also held the Wolf Fang sword in his hand and attacked continuously. The branch leader's fist techniques were passable, but compared to Yi Xian's, they were too weak. Round after round slashes struck the branch leader, forcing him to dodge. The Nether sect was able to rise again without being wiped out by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's imperial family. You must have a backer, right? Yi Xian asked as he attacked. If he wanted to, he could actually kill the branch leader in an instant. However, if he did so, his clues would be cut off. The Wolf Fang general's last wish was to destroy the entire Nether sect, not just a branch. Haha, kid, are you trying to find out about the background of the Nether sect? The branch leader laughed loudly. So what if I am? Yi Xian replied. Defeat me and I'll tell you. As soon as the branch leader finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Whoosh! Hiss! A circular chop cut off half of his body, but this chop was very accurate. The branch leader would not die for a while. What? The branch leader of the ghost cult was shocked. He could feel that Yi Xian's cultivation was 2 levels lower than his, but Yi Xian could easily kill him. Where did this person come from? I'll give you 3 seconds. Yi Xian arrived in front of the branch leader, his voice cold. Half of the branch leader's body had been chopped off. If he wasn't treated as soon as possible, he would most likely die. Faced with the powerful Yi Xian, he hesitated for a moment before he slowly said, "My ghost cult, swish." Suddenly, another piercing sound rang out. Half of the branch leader's head was cut off, and he died instantly. Who? Yi Xian was shocked. He turned his head to look and saw a man wearing silver-white battle armor and a white cloak standing in the air. Damn the Nether sect. The armored man said coldly. Yi Xian subconsciously put away the branch leader's interspatial ring, then asked, "You don't seem to be from the Nether sect." "That's right, I'm not." The armored man nodded, "I'm the Vice City Lord of Tianfeng City." "Then what do you want from killing my hostage?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. "So what if I killed him? What can you do to me?" The armored man sneered. Yi Xian paused for a moment, then asked, "You're the one behind the Nether sect, right?" Hee hee. The armored man laughed again and charged at Yi Xian. Just now, the Nether sect branch leader wanted to speak, but he was killed by the Vice City Lord of Tianfeng City. Therefore, the Vice City Lord of Tianfeng City must be hiding something. More importantly, why would he appear here so coincidentally? I already have a clue. I'll kill you first. Yi Xian ignored everything and immediately burned his true qi to attack the armored man. Firmament Fissure. Berserk Dragon Fist. Boom. The armored man's will had reached 60%, which was 20% higher than Yi Xian's. His attack power was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Yi Xian was no longer the same as before. Their full-strength attacks were about the same. However, Yi Xian had an additional quasi-supreme divine weapon. This was because the other party knew that he could only use martial arts like fists and palm techniques to injure him. Boom. 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 The two men's true qi was quickly consumed. Yi Xian ran wildly on the ground, while the armored man burned his true qi to move around in the air. For a moment, the two were evenly matched. Yi Xian, who was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, had an amazing defense. Coupled with the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he was an unkillable cockroach. Unless his opponent could shatter his heart or head with a single punch, he would never die. Unfortunately, his opponent was unable to do so. If I kill him, I'll probably break through again. Yi Xian thought of his opponent's identity. In the next moment, he burned half of his true qi. Wolf Fang General's ultimate skill, Wolf Fang Charge. Yi Xian held the Wolf Fang sword in his hand and fiercely stabbed at the armored man. A giant wolf head condensed from true energy flew towards the armored man. The wolf head opened its mouth wide and bit down on the armored man in an instant. The armored man was shocked. He had heard of this move before. It was an extremely difficult martial art to deal with. However, Yi Xian's realm was too far apart. He could still break free. Explode. The silver-white armor on the man's body suddenly exploded. Countless fragments shot out, bursting open the giant wolf's head. An ordinary person would have been bitten in half by the giant wolf head. However, the armored man was able to defeat it. He was indeed strong. However, when he reacted, he realized that Yi Xian had disappeared. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound pierced through the air. It turned out that Yi Xian had used the profound meaning of ground shrink to appear below the armored man. Then, he used the firmament splitter. The armored man's body was split in half by the firmament splitter. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me when you're only at 60% of your body seal? Yi Xian couldn't help but mock when he saw the two halves of the armored man's body falling from the sky. The trip to the general's tomb had greatly increased his strength. Even his confidence had increased by several folds. It was just a 4-level battle. It was easy. After the battle, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took his opponent's interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through. The current Great Emperor's body seal is at 45%. His realm had indeed increased. At the same time, Yi Xian also received a large amount of luck from his opponent. It was at least 200,000 points. The Sixth Heaven Prison, Tianfeng City, was one of the 3 main cities. Although the armored man was the Vice City Lord, it was unlikely that he was the sect leader of the Nether Spirit sect. Therefore, there must be someone behind him. Yes, he is indeed the Vice City Lord of Tianfeng City. He's even an earl. As expected, the Tianfeng City Lord is covering for the Nether Spirit sect and allowing them to do whatever they want in his territory. Before heading to Heavenly Opulence City, Yi Xian had to deal with the Nether sect members that he had missed. Then, he left the mountain range and rushed to Heavenly Opulence City. At this moment, Yi Xian had a rough idea of the background of the Nether sect. He guessed that it was a high-ranking official in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. In fact, he did not want to provoke the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, but in order to fulfill the Wolf Fang General's last wish, he had no choice but to do so. He rushed at full speed and spent 2 days to reach Heavenly Opulence City. At the same time, he heard that the Heavenly Opulence City Lord was an expert who had sealed 65% of his body with the Great Emperor's will. The Vice City Lord had sealed 60% of his body with the Great Emperor's will, but he was killed by him. The City Lord was only 1 realm higher than him, so Yi Xian could kill him now. After all, he had also made a breakthrough. Since he wanted to make a scene, he would make it bigger. He first went in to exchange all his luck for heavenly treasures, then he prepared to start a massacre. Golden Dragon Patterned Armor. Yi Xian summoned the Golden Dragon Patterned Armor in a secluded place. The armor had a visor, so he could see others, but others could not see his face. City Lord Mansion. Yi Xian, who was wearing the golden armor, looked majestic as he charged toward the City Lord Mansion. His appearance attracted many people, but when they knew that Yi Xian was going to the City Lord Mansion, they were all shocked. Heavenly Opulent City was one of the 3 main cities of the 6th Heaven Prison. Those who dared to make a move here were simply courting death. You Nether Sect members, come out and die. Yi Xian stood in front of the City Lord Mansion and shouted. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Wasn't the Nether Sect wanted by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty? Why would they be in the City Lord Mansion? Not long after, a group of City Lord Mansion guards rushed out. When the leader saw Yi Xian, who was holding the Wolf Fang sword, he shouted, "How dare you make a fuss outside the City Lord Mansion? Take him down." In an instant, 10 half-step supreme beings charged toward Yi Xian. The lot of you might not be related to the Netherworld cult at all, but you can only blame yourselves for following the wrong person. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he suddenly drew his sword. Rip! 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 In the blink of an eye, all the guards were killed. Their interspatial rings flew to Yi Xian. This person really dares to attack. Run! The surrounding crowd panicked. They had not expected Yi Xian to actually dare to make a move here. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with them. He directly threw out a corpse from his yin and yang ring. It was the corpse of the Heavenly Abundance City's Vice-City Lord. The onlookers who had fled to the distance were shocked. They recognized the Vice-City Lord and were immediately frightened. How dare you? How dare he kill an official of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty? He must be a spy of the Raging Flame Sacred Dynasty. Attack together. A group of experts rushed out from the City Lord Mansion. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty was adjacent to many other sacred dynasties. Each of the heavenly prisons had a different target. The 10th heavenly prison was against the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty, while the 6th heavenly prison was against the Raging Flame Sacred Dynasty. Yi Xian looked at the dozen experts and smiled disdainfully. Among the dozen of them, none of them had reached 60% of their Great Emperor will. This was simply a gift for him. Round Skyfisher. Die. Yi Xian turned into a god of slaughter. His methods were ruthless as he killed the experts one by one. This scene made the surrounding crowd feel as if the end of the world had arrived. Those powerful consecrators of the City Lord Mansion were actually unable to resist in front of this golden-armored man. Who was this person? Could it be that what the consecrator said was true? That Yi Xian was a spy of the Raging Flame Sacred Dynasty? Then, he used the Netherworld cult as an excuse to massacre the City Lord Mansion. However, none of the onlookers died. Therefore, they began to suspect that the City Lord Mansion was really colluding with the Netherworld cult. As for Yi Xian, he was an assassin sent by the Raging Flame Sacred Dynasty to clean them up. At this moment, a few figures flashed out of the City Lord Mansion. The one leading them was a fat middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. Brat, how dare you be so presumptuous in my place? The middle-aged man opened his eyes wide. It was hard to imagine that he was the City Lord of Tianfeng City. You colluded with the Netherworld cult. Today, I'm here to take your head. Yi Xian replied coldly. What a joke. I'm a count of the Raging Flame Sacred Dynasty. How could I have anything to do with the Netherworld cult? The middle-aged man's heart trembled as he hurriedly said. No matter what you say, you must die today. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he attacked the middle-aged man. How dare you? Kill him. The middle-aged man shouted. He took out a huge golden blade and shattered Yi Xian's round Skyfisher. Beside him, there were 6 experts with 50% to 60% of their Great Emperor will sealed. However, he did not recognize Yi Xian's dragon-patterned golden armor. Boom, shockwaves rolled out. At this moment, Yi Xian had already let go of his hand. However, he did not kill the City Lord of Tianfeng City for the time being. This was his next clue. The 6 peak consecrators of the City Lord Mansion attacked Yi Xian. They all had quasi-supreme divine weapons, but Yi Xian was too fast for them to catch up. Round Skyfisher. Wolf Fang Rush. Yi Xian showed no mercy. In less than 5 seconds, the 6 consecrators of the city lord mansion fell one after another. The middle-aged man was stunned. The 7 of them besieged Yi Xian, but they could only catch a glimpse of Yi Xian's afterimages. Even he could not catch up to Yi Xian. How were they going to fight? This person's movement technique is amazing. Let's go. The middle-aged man made a prompt decision and retreated into the city lord mansion. Yi Xian had already collected the 6 consecrators in interspatial rings and charged into the city lord mansion. City lord of Tianfeng City, if you don't have any life-saving methods, then please die. Yi Xian shouted and slashed his sword at the middle-aged man. Humph, you are too naive. Blessing of Fate. Suddenly, a golden token appeared in the city lord's left hand. In the next moment, his strength surged. What? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He realized that the purple fate above the city lord's head had dimmed a little. This fate could be used in this way. His eyes narrowed as he realized that the token in the city lord's hand was an Earl token. Boom! With the blessing of the city lord's fate, the city lord blocked the sword. What kind of technique is this? It seems to be very powerful. Yi Xian was a little envious. He felt that the city lord's current strength was comparable to an expert who had sealed 70% of his emperor's will. Brat, you forced me to consume my fate to kill you. This is your honor. The city lord of Tianfeng City shouted. Actually, he did not want to reveal this move. Furthermore, it was not easy to refine fate. Every bit that was consumed was still a bit. Therefore, this was his trump card. Is that so? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Facing the city lord's sword, he could only slash out a spatial rend. Pung! The Wolf Fang sword had only been nurtured for a short period of time. Therefore, Yi Xian's move was defeated by the city lord. The city lord's slash flew over and landed on Yi Xian's body. Gotcha! Although there was a crisp sound, Yi Xian's dragon-patterned golden armor wasn't damaged at all. Yi Xian was only injured from the impact and recovered in the blink of an eye. What? This is impossible? The celestial abundant city lord was shocked. His sword was so powerful, how could it not break through the opponent's armor? Quasi-paragon divine weapons were extremely tough, but the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty didn't have the technology to forge an armor that was as tough as a quasi-paragon divine weapon. After all, it was too big. The celestial abundance city lord stared at Yi Xian and looked at the patterns on Yi Xian's armor. He suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, dragon-patterned golden armor. It's actually the ancient Saint Dynasty's Wolf Fang general's dragon-patterned golden armor. At least you are knowledgeable. Humph, I would like to see how long your luck can last. Yi Xian coldly snorted, then charged over again. Damn it. Retreat. The celestial abundance city lord knew how tough the dragon-patterned golden armor was. It was known as the toughest item under the Supreme Being realm. Ordinary slashes wouldn't be able to shatter it. Furthermore, the celestial abundance city lord didn't know any fist-type martial arts and couldn't kill Yi Xian through the dragon-patterned golden armor. If this continued, he would definitely be the one to die. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Xian sprinted on the ground. His speed wasn't any slower than the celestial abundance city lord. Yi Xian, who had an almost unlimited amount of qi, attacked the figure in the sky crazily. Firmament Fissure. Firmament Fissure. Wolf Fang Rush. His attack speed was very fast and accurate. The celestial abundance city lord couldn't dodge and could only use his luck to defend. Purple, blue, cyan. In just a minute, the luck above the celestial abundance city lord's head fell to cyan, and it was about to be used up. His luck was no ordinary luck. It had been refined, and only refined luck could be used to support him in battle. Haha, you seem to have used up all your trump cards. Die. Yi Xian laughed. He estimated that the other party could at most block 3 more attacks before his luck was depleted. Damn it. Bastard, don't force me. The city lord of Heavenly Abundance City shouted. So what if I force you? Do you still have a trump card? Yi Xian sneered. Since you want to die, then don't blame me. The Heavenly Abundance City Lord roared loudly. In fact, he didn't want the dragon-patterned golden armor. Once he got it, he would have to hand it over to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. If he wanted to kill Xian, he would have to pay a heavy price. The blessing of Providence was not his true trump card. After making up his mind, he took out a white stone and activated it with his true chi. Not long after, an illusory figure appeared beside him. It was an elder. Tian Feng, why did you call me? The old man said. Grandfather, save me. The Heavenly Opulence City Lord hurriedly shouted. Xian paused in his steps. He did not understand how the old man had appeared. Did he run out from that stone? When the old man heard this, he turned his head to look at Xian and said in shock, dragon-patterned golden armor? Grandfather, this is the dragon-patterned golden armor. This guy wants to kill me with the defense of the dragon-patterned golden armor. My blessing of Providence has been depleted. The Heavenly Abundance City Lord hurriedly said. Dragon-patterned golden armor. The old man's eyes flickered with greed. At the same time, Xian looked at him with fear. He felt that the old man was not simple. The two of them looked at each other for a while and suddenly attacked. Firmament Fissure. Great Compassion Palm. Boom. Xian's Firmament Fissure was instantly shattered by the old man's true chi hand. The true chi hand was extremely fast and directly covered Xian's body. Pfft. Xian spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. The old man had severely injured him with a single palm strike. He couldn't fight against the old man. Although it's just an illusion, it's not something I can fight against. Let's go. Xian immediately used the profound meaning of ground shrink and escaped into the ground. However, the old man could sense his aura. Kid, leave your life here. The old man crazily attacked in a direction while Xian dodged in a very sorry state. Fortunately, the soil in the heavenly prison could cover most of the aura. The old man couldn't constantly detect Xian. He escaped far away. Chase. The old man pointed in a direction and shouted. The Heavenly Abundance City Lord immediately gave chase. The old man's projection couldn't be too far away from the white ball in his hand, so he had to follow. At this moment, underground. Xian spat out blood as he escaped. This old man is just a projection, but his strength is so strong. Fortunately, it's not his original body. Otherwise, I would be dead. He secretly rejoiced. At the same time, he understood that the projection had a time limit and couldn't last forever. As long as he hid for a while, the Heavenly Abundance City Lord would definitely be killed by him. Grandfather, how long can your projection last? While chasing after Xian, the Heavenly Abundance City Lord couldn't help but ask. This is the life-saving talisman I gave you. It can last for 3 minutes. The old man replied. Then, if that person doesn't die in 3 minutes. The Heavenly Abundance City Lord was shocked. I'm helping the 7th prince now and can't leave. However, I already have an expert on his way. The old man slowly said. Although the old man said so, the Heavenly Abundance City Lord was still anxious. Could the expert arrive in time? If he couldn't, then his City Lord's mansion would probably be destroyed. This kid killed the Vice City Lord and already knows about me. He definitely can't live. The Heavenly Abundance City Lord continued. The old man slightly froze and nodded. Don't worry, I will kill him in 3 minutes. The two of them chased after Xian while discussing. Xian would occasionally be hit by the old man, but his injuries were quickly healed by the Tree of Life. As long as he didn't get hit twice, he wouldn't be in big trouble. Time passed bit by bit. The old man's pursuit made Xian suffer. Xian's face was solemn as he calculated the time in his heart. It was fine at first, but as time passed, he felt that the old man's attacks were weakening. At this moment, 2 minutes had already passed. There's only 1 minute left. I don't think we can kill him. Let's go in that direction. The old man said in a low voice with a look of pity. If he got the dragon-patterned golden armor, he would give it to his master, the 7th prince. At that time, the 7th prince's chances of winning the crown prince's position would increase by at least 30%. The crown prince would be the next emperor of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Therefore, the princes of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty were fighting openly and secretly, forming many factions. Damn it! The Heavenly Abundance City Lord cursed and then flew in the direction the old man pointed. The old man followed while attacking the ground under his feet to see if Xian followed. The attacks are getting further and further away. Xian, who was hiding underground, suddenly raised his eyebrows. It seemed like the old man had given up on chasing after him. Since that was the case, he would kill his way back. Xian's plan was very simple. As long as the old man's projection disappeared, he would be able to kill the Celestial Abundance City Lord. The old man seemed to have noticed something and shouted, "I am Xianxia. Don't make a mistake." This sentence was obviously meant for Xian. Who is Xianxia? This was the first thought that came to Xian's mind when he heard this. However, from the sound of it, he seemed to have a strong background. It was a pity that Xian didn't fall for it. "Old man, what do you think will happen if the emperor finds out that you are colluding with another sect?" Xian suddenly left the underground and shouted. Boom! The old man quickly threw out a palm strike, but it didn't hit Xian. Just now, Xian was hit because he was careless. It wouldn't be so easy to hit him now. However, Xian's words made the old man's heart tremble. The Nether sect was a wanted force. If it was known that they were colluding with the Nether sect, they would be executed along with their entire family. "Brat, if you insist on courting death, then don't blame me." The old man's gaze turned colder. "Old man, if you have the guts, kill me." Xian wasn't afraid at all. Boom! 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 The old man attacked again. Huge palm imprints came crashing down, but they all missed. Xian had a quasi-supreme martial art movement technique. In addition to his various acceleration techniques, as long as he was careful, he would be able to dodge. Time slowly passed. "Grandfather, when will the helpers arrive?" The Celestial Abundance City Lord asked as he helped. "Soon, don't worry." The old man comforted, but his expression turned gloomier. If the helpers didn't arrive in time, then the one who would die would be his grandson. "Old man, take this." Xian felt that the old man's strength was getting weaker and weaker. After gathering his strength, he started to retaliate. However, the target of his attack was not the old man's projection, but the Heavenly Opulent City Lord. Looking at Xian's attack that was like a mad dog, the Heavenly Plentiful City Lord found it extremely difficult to resist. He regretted using the luck that he had painstakingly condensed to attack Xian instead of using it to block the attack. Otherwise, he would have been able to hold on a little longer. Boom! 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 The old man's attacks were getting weaker and weaker, but Xian was still at his peak. "Not good, my projection is about to disappear." The old man's face darkened. He calculated the time and realized that there were only 10 seconds left. If he wasn't able to kill Xian in the remaining time, and if his expert didn't come, then the Sky Plentiful City Lord would be in danger. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, for people like Xian, 1 second was actually very long. In 1 second, they could attack dozens of times and run tens of thousands of meters. However, Xian's speed was astonishing, and the old man's strength had been reduced to the point where he could not threaten Xian. This time, it was troublesome. "Grandfather!" The Sky Plentiful City Lord was about to cry. Coming, coming." The old man immediately comforted him. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, unfortunately, the old man's expert still hadn't arrived. "Bastard, if you dare to touch him, I, Xianxia, will skin you alive." The old man roared towards the sky. "I'm right here, come if you have the guts." Xian replied loudly. Before he could finish speaking, the old man's silhouette gradually faded and disappeared without a trace. "Grandfather!" When the Sky Plentiful City Lord saw the old man disappear, he almost cried. Where was the promised expert? Xian was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, and the martial arts he learned were of the saber type, so it was almost impossible to hurt Xian. In addition, Xian was faster than him, so he could only take a beating. "Sky Plentiful City Lord, now, you don't have any helpers, right?" Xian smiled coldly. The Sky Plentiful City Lord's face was gloomy as he turned around and ran. He couldn't do anything to Yixian, but Yixian shouldn't be able to kill him so easily, so he still had some time. Want to leave? No way. Yixian's eyes lit up. Firmament Fissure. Wolf Fang Rush. Wolf Fang Rush was the Wolf Fang General's ultimate skill after all. It was powerful and fast, but most importantly, it had restrictions. With a stab from Yixian, a giant wolf head bit towards the Sky Plentiful City Lord. Explode for me. The Sky Plentiful City Lord slashed out with his saber, and the saber light clashed with the giant wolf head. However, he didn't notice that behind the giant wolf head, there was another giant wolf head. The giant wolf head opened its mouth and bit onto the Sky Plentiful City Lord's waist, biting onto his lower body. Not good. The Sky Plentiful City Lord looked at his fat stomach that was pierced by the wolf's teeth, and his face turned pale. The Wolf Fang Rush had a strong bite force, and at the same time, it could restrict the opponent's movement. Yixian didn't think of using this move to kill the Sky Plentiful City Lord. He immediately used the chi that he just recovered to execute a few more Firmament Fissure. The Sky Plentiful City Lord's cultivation realm was higher than the Vice City Lord, but if they were at the same level, the armored man was much stronger than him. The Sky Plentiful City Lord wasn't able to defeat this Wolf Fang Rush in one strike. As such, it was even more impossible for him to dodge Yixian's killing move. Swish! A series of air-piercing sounds could be heard, as though a malicious spirit was locking onto his soul. The Sky Plentiful City Lord was already in despair, and the muscles on his chubby face were trembling. My grandfather will not let you off. The Sky Plentiful City Lord roared towards the sky. SSSS. A firmament fissure swept across his skull, slicing his brain open. Sky Plentiful City Lord, dead. How old are you? Still looking for your grandfather? Yixian was filled with disdain as he hurried over. Ding. Host broke through. The current Emperor's intent seal is at 50%. The system notified. However, before Yixian could carefully inspect the items in the Sky Plentiful City Lord's universe ring, an extremely strong aura rapidly approached. Not good, retreat. Yixian hurriedly kept the Sky Plentiful City Lord's corpse and burrowed into the ground. Not long later, a person rushed over. Smelling the surrounding blood stench, he said with a horrified expression, I'm still one step too late. After killing the Sky Plentiful City Lord, Yixian quickly left the scene. He didn't dare to go to the Sky Plentiful City because that old man, Xianxia, seemed to have a powerful background. Fortunately, Yixian wore the dragon-patterned golden armor before going to the City Lord Manor. He even changed his voice, so even if he saw Xianxia with his real face, the other party might not be able to recognize him. However, the Wolf Fang Sword, dragon-patterned golden armor, firmament fissure, and Wolf Fang Rush would all expose his identity. After leaving the battle site, Yixian kept the dragon-patterned golden armor and revealed his real body. He started to investigate the Sky Plentiful City Lord's universe ring. However, he didn't manage to find anything. Although the trail is broken, that Xianxia is the Sky Plentiful City Lord's grandfather. Furthermore, he must be related to the Nether sect. Yixian thought in his heart. Since the other party dared to announce his name and wanted to force him to retreat, then he must be someone with a powerful background. As long as he casually asked around, he would be able to find out. Immediately, Yixian returned to Heavenly Abundance City. At this moment, Heavenly Abundance City was in chaos because the City Lord had yet to return. The name Xianxia had also spread to Heavenly Abundance City. Therefore, Yixian wouldn't be suspected when he asked about this name. He wouldn't know if he didn't ask around. Xianxia was a favorite of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's 7th prince and helped him take care of many matters. Simply put, he was the 7th prince's butler. As for the 7th prince, he was one of the candidates for the position of crown prince in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. So his background is so big. Looks like things are getting tricky. Yixian squinted his eyes. The Heavenly Abundance City Lord colluded with the Nether sect and was responsible for handing over thousands of Nether lanterns to his grandfather every month. From the looks of it, it was likely that the 7th prince was behind the Nether Soul sect. Does the current emperor not know about it, or is he not going to expose it? Yixian couldn't figure it out. The Nether sect was so rampant that it was impossible for the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor to not know. However, the crown prince would be appointed soon. Therefore, it was normal for the princes to play some tricks. I will do my best to fulfill the Wolf-Fang general's wish. However, the other party's background is not small. I should break through first. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he flew towards the blazing Sacred Dynasty's territory. Although he had the dragon-patterned golden armor, he had killed the Heavenly Abundance City Lord. The dragon-patterned golden armor would definitely be exposed. Therefore, he wouldn't take it out unless he had no other choice. If he wanted to fulfill the Wolf-Fang general's wish, he would need to be powerful. At the very least, he had to be invincible in the half-step Supreme Being realm. Invincible in the Supreme Being realm was still too far away from him. However, the Heavenly Prison was a good place to train. He could even kill the Heavenly Prison's great leader. Who could stop him? After making the decision, Yi Xian flew into the blazing Sacred Dynasty's territory. This time, he was going to go all out. At the same time, in the distant Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's imperial capital, the 7th Prince's palace. Your Highness, I have something to report. Xianxia, who had almost slapped Yi Xian to death earlier, respectfully said from outside a palace. In the next moment, the palace door was opened. This palace was the palace of the 7th Prince of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. What is it? A calm voice came from the palace. Xianxia quickly walked in. The 7th Prince of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty was a young man about the same age as Yi Xian. He wore a long golden robe and wore a golden crown. He had the demeanor of a ruler. Beside him stood an enchanting woman in black. Your Highness, bad news. The ancient Saint Dynasty's Wolf-Fang general's dragon-patterned golden armor has appeared. Xianxia immediately reported. What? The 7th Prince's face stiffened. Before he could speak, the woman in black beside him exclaimed, Golden dragon-patterned armor? Xianxia glanced at the black-clothed woman and said with some resentment, Yes, my grandson was killed by this person wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor. What is that person's strength? The 7th Prince could not help but ask. The Great Emperor's will sealed 45% of his body and appeared in the 6th Heaven prison. At that time, my supreme projection wasn't able to kill him. Xianxia replied. Only 45% of his body? The 7th Prince and the black-clothed woman were shocked. This was a little unbelievable. After all, the Wolf-Fang general was a half-step Supreme Being when he was alive. When he disappeared, it was said that he failed his tribulation and was killed by the Supreme Being Tribulation. Why did he kill the Heavenly Abundance City Lord? The 7th Prince asked curiously. That person killed the Heavenly Abundance City Lord and found evidence of the Nether Soul cult. Therefore, he followed the clues. Xianxia said slowly. The 7th Prince's eyes widened and he said sternly, Does that mean he knows? Xianxia was scared half to death. He hurriedly said, Your Highness, please calm down. My grandson is very cautious. Normally, he wouldn't leave behind any evidence, what if there is? The 7th Prince's eyes widened. Xianxia was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. I will go and investigate now. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The 7th Prince looked at his back and muttered, The 6th Heaven prison is my territory. Could he be one of the 4th Prince's men? Your Highness, that person has only sealed 45% of his body with the Great Emperor's will. It's a waste to give him the dragon-patterned golden armor. He shouldn't be one of the 4th Prince's men. The black-robed woman reminded. That's true. However, father favors the 4th Prince. I'm afraid that the Crown Prince's trial this time. The 7th Prince was worried. Your Highness, please don't worry. With the Nether Soul cult's help, the Crown Prince position will definitely be yours. The black-robed woman comforted. The 7th Prince snorted, Humph, when will the Nether Soul guards you mentioned appear? Those who used secret techniques to increase their strength will have the Nether Soul tattoo. If it isn't removed, they will be hated by everyone. After a while, when the experts of my cult remove this side effect, the Nether Soul guards will be like ordinary people. Sunflame Holy Court, 6th Heaven Prison. At this time, 7 days had passed since Yi Xian killed the Heavenly Abundance City Lord. In these 7 days, Yi Xian had been killing in the blazing flame holy court. He had once again increased his strength, and his great emperor's will had sealed 55% of his body. At the same time, the providence above his head had also increased to purple. Purple providence seems to be able to exchange for a marquis title directly. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. A marquis title was not low, as even the heavenly abundance city lord was only a marquis. However, it was a pity that he did not obtain the providence secret technique that the heavenly abundance city lord had used. He immediately went to another main city in the 6th heaven prison. After exchanging his purple providence for a marquis title, he left the 6th heaven prison. He first returned to the general's tomb to increase the strength of his doppelganger before heading to the imperial capital again. This time, he was going to infiltrate the enemy's territory to investigate. The imperial capital of every empire was very complicated. Moreover, the Nether Soul cult was related to the 7th prince of the Sunflame Holy Court. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the imperial capital of the Sunflame Holy Court. The size of the imperial capital was the largest he had ever seen. It was said that there were already tens of millions of people living in the imperial capital of the Sunflame Holy Court. After all, it was the place where the emperor of the Sunflame Holy Court and the nobles lived. Those who could live in the imperial capital were either rich or noble. Yi Xian walked through the gate and sighed inwardly at the power of the imperial capital of the Sunflame Holy Court. The 2 groups of soldiers guarding the gate had both sealed 60% of their bodies with great emperor's will. 60%, what did that mean? It was the same cultivation level as the deputy city lord of the heavenly abundance city that Yi Xian had killed. The 6th heaven prison is said to be the 7th prince's territory. However, it is only a middle-grade heaven prison. The 7th prince has a 3rd heaven prison, which is filled with advanced half-step supremes. Yi Xian thought as he walked. The reason why the heavenly prison was so popular was because one could use their luck to buy an official position and a noble title. Yi Xian's marquis title allowed him to receive more than 10,000 supreme pills every month. Moreover, there were various unimaginable benefits. Man, Viscount, Count, Marquis, and Duke, these were the 5 noble ranks. Above Marquis was Duke. It was said that a Duke could receive 100,000 supreme pills every month. As long as one could obtain a Duke title, one would not have to worry about cultivation in the future. Those with these titles had to obey the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's orders when necessary. The Wolf-Fang general was a prince of the ancient Sacred Dynasty when he was alive. He had both an official position and a Duke title. However, why is the 3,000 Wolf-Fang cavalry so different from the legendary ones? I have to find ores and reforge them myself. Yi Xian was very puzzled. In the treasure pavilion, other than the natural treasures, there were also many mechanisms and other things. Among them, there was content to increase the strength of the 3,000 Wolf-Fang cavalry and the 10 deputy generals. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that the 3,000 Wolf-Fang cavalry were not the Wolf-Fang generals, but a sample. However, he had obtained the most precious item, the dragon-patterned golden armor. This set of dragon-patterned golden armor was more valuable than anything else. It was a priceless treasure. Yi Xian arrived at the office of the nobility. "Sir, what can I do for you?" As soon as he entered, an attendant came up to him. Yi Xian did not waste time and took out the marquis token and the official document. He guessed that the 6th heavenly prison had already sent the news. He just needed to confirm the marquis token and his appearance. Soon, the person in the office confirmed Yi Xian's identity. "Marquis Zhao Pan, your identity has been confirmed. This is your marquis token." The attendant handed some things to Yi Xian. Only earls could settle down in the imperial capital. Yi Xian's marquis had even gifted him a huge mansion. "Thank you." Yi Xian thanked the attendant and prepared to leave. However, at this moment. "Little brother, wait a moment." Suddenly, someone walked over and called out to Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned around and saw a white-haired elder. His cultivation level seemed to be higher than his. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Yi Xian said calmly. "I am Yang from the 6th Emperor's residence." "Little brother, are you interested in joining the 6th Emperor's residence?" "The 6th Emperor's residence?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. The 6th Emperor's residence was the 6th Prince's residence. In the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, all the princes who had reached the age of 18 had to move out of the palace and develop on their own. Only then could they compete for the position of crown prince. When Yixian was. The current emperor had more than 10 children, and the day of the crown prince was approaching, so the princes were eager to make a move and began to recruit soldiers. As for the 6th prince, he was the weakest of the 4. "Little brother, you're so young, but you've already sealed your body with the great emperor's will. You'll definitely become the 6th prince's right-hand man in the future," Xianxia said. However, this was a little exaggerated. Yixian's aptitude was not bad, but he felt that Yixian would need at least 10 years to grow. But the crown prince would probably have ascended the throne in 10 years. He was only following the 6th prince's instructions. He would not reject anyone he saw. Yixian naturally did not believe Xianxia's nonsense. However, he glanced around and saw that there were many people around. They were probably waiting here on behalf of the other imperial palaces. My actual combat strength is not that bad. However, they are recruiting based on cultivation level. Now that the day of the Crown Prince competition is approaching, they should be hoping to recruit someone with a higher cultivation level. That will be useful. Yixian hesitated for a moment. Since the other imperial palaces looked down on him and only the 6th emperor's residence sent him an invitation, he might as well accept it. Joining the imperial palaces would definitely be beneficial. He could also find out a lot of information. "I'll join." Yixian nodded. "Alright, please follow me." Xianxia did not feel happy about Yixian's agreement. He immediately led Yixian away. The other imperial palaces' representatives sighed inwardly. It seemed that the 6th emperor's residence was planning to withdraw from the crown prince competition. Otherwise, why would they accept someone with only 55% great emperor's will? One had to know that they only accepted dukes. Marquises were rare. Normally, a duke-level expert would have at least 70% great emperor's will sealed within their body. That was the requirement. Yixian glanced at the others and silently followed. He did not know if the 7th emperor's residence was among those who did not go forward. However, that was not important. "Senior Shi, are we going to see the 6th prince now?" Yixian could not help but ask along the way. No, the 6th prince is busy. I'll take you to see the steward now." Xianxia shook his head. The steward, that Xiaoyuni seemed to be the 7th prince's steward. Then what benefits do I get from joining the 6th emperor's residence? Yixian asked. "Every month, you can receive some cultivation resources and some cultivation rooms in the 6th emperor's residence." Xianxia replied. Yixian did not care about these things. After all, his cultivation realm was not high, so he probably did not receive many things. The Crown Prince competition is about to start. The 6th prince probably has no time to care about me. Yixian thought to himself. He joined the 6th emperor's residence on a whim. He wanted to find a background for himself so that it would be more convenient for him to investigate the ghost cult. Soon, Xianxia brought Yixian to the 6th emperor's residence and handed him over to the steward. The 6th emperor's steward's strength was unfathomable. He was probably not any weaker than Xiaoyuni. However, he did not have much interest in Yixian. He directly assigned a residence to Yixian. "Kid, in 3 days' time, the 6th prince will select the remaining 5 spots for the Crown Prince competition. You can come and take a look," the 6th emperor's steward said to Yixian. Yixian raised his brows after hearing this. He had a bit of an understanding of the Crown Prince's trial. Many princes would participate in the Crown Prince competition this time. The winner would become the Sunflame Holy Dynasty's Crown Prince. Among them, each prince could choose 10 members to assist the prince. Those 5 spots should have been decided internally. The remaining 5 spots will be obtained through battles. Yixian guessed. If that was the case, he could go and take a look. If it was possible, he would go and show his strength. After all, he was not weak. The 1st prince, the 4th prince, the 6th prince, and the 7th prince were the best of the best. They were the 4 most likely to become the crown prince. After making his decision, Yixian returned to his residence in the 6th emperor's residence. Currently, he was at 55% of the great emperor's will seal, which was relatively weak. However, as long as he broke through a few more times, he would be able to activate the second bloodline expansion window. The first bloodline expansion window was for the auxiliary bloodline, while the second was for the physique bloodline. Yi Xian had already chosen the second physique bloodline. It was a growth-type physique bloodline, which was very good. This physique bloodline was called the Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline. As long as he obtained a specific item, he would be able to activate the Heavenly Eye. The Eye of Insight, which had a photographic memory and could see through the essence of everything, the Eye of Illusion, which could cast illusions, the Eye of Control, which could control enemies, the Eye of Nirvana, which had an extremely strong offensive power, and the Eye of Eternity, which could turn vital points into eyes. As long as he obtained a specific item, he would be able to activate the Heavenly Eye. In addition, there was the Eye of Perception, Eye of Void, Eye of Glory, etc. The reason why Yi Xian did not choose the Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline directly was because the item required was too precious. Furthermore, the price of this bloodline was much higher than the Beast God bloodline. At this moment, Yi Xian had already formulated a plan in his heart. He would obtain a spot for the Crown Prince trial, activate the Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline, and help the sixth prince obtain the position of Crown Prince. 3 days passed quickly. When the fourth day arrived, Yi Xian left early because the sixth prince needed to select 5 people to participate in the Crown Prince trial with him. At this moment, hundreds of experts had already gathered in the martial arts field of the sixth emperor's residence. These people were all experts that the sixth prince had recruited. The weakest of them had at least 60% of the great emperor's will seal, while the stronger ones had already sealed 70 to 80%. Yi Xian went in and looked around. He saw that the sixth emperor's residence's general manager had already arrived, and beside him stood a young man wearing a golden dragon robe. This young man was quite handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and a slender figure. He faintly exuded the aura of a superior person. He must be the sixth prince. The martial arts field was noisy, and many people were discussing the others. This time, hundreds of people had come to compete for 5 spots. The competition was not ordinary. When the time came, the chief steward beside the sixth prince stepped forward. In an instant, the entire martial arts field fell silent. Everyone, the sixth prince is still short of 5 people. These 5 people will be chosen today. This time, the Crown Prince trial is of great importance. If we can assist the sixth prince to ascend to the position of Crown Prince, then everyone present will be heavily rewarded. The head steward of the sixth prince's palace said loudly. Everyone present listened attentively. They all knew the sixth prince's character, which was why they all came to seek refuge with him. However, if he wanted to win against more than 10 princes, there were still a few hurdles to cross. It was not that easy. This old man will not waste any more words. I have a list here, and there are 5 of the sixth prince's personal guards. As long as you can defeat one of them, you can get a spot. Of course, even if you are not strong enough, as long as you are chosen by the sixth prince, it is still possible. After all, this trial is for people who are both intelligent and courageous, not boorish. After the head steward of the sixth prince's palace said loudly, 5 burly men walked up to the martial arts field. These 5 burly men had strong backs and bare waists, and their faces were resolute. They were the sixth prince's personal guards, and their great emperor's will had reached 70%. After seeing these 5 people, most of the people present gave up on the idea. Those who had less than 70% of their great emperor's will sealed in the martial arts field were simply courting death. The 100 people were instantly reduced to a dozen. Everyone only has one chance to challenge. The head steward of the sixth prince's palace reminded them. Who will go first? Me. As soon as the head steward of the sixth prince's palace finished speaking, a person took out a huge blade and walked out of the crowd. Immediately, someone recognized him. This is the wild blade warrior, Cao Bao, who came to seek refuge with the sixth prince yesterday. He has reached 80% of his great emperor's will. Among those present, his realm is the highest. Wild blade warrior, Cao Bao. I heard that he is very famous in the third heaven prison. It won't be a problem for him to get one of the spots. Wild blade warrior Cao Bao walked out and pointed casually, "It's you." The personal guard who had been named walked out with a resolute expression on his face. The personal guards of the sixth prince were actually suicide soldiers. As long as the sixth prince gave the order, they would immediately commit suicide without any hesitation, let alone facing an opponent 2 realms higher than them. Let's begin. The head steward of the sixth prince's palace said. Although Qiao Bao's realm was high, they still had to go through the formalities. I don't need to use a blade to deal with you, Qiao Bao said as he put away the huge blade in his hand and threw out a punch. That personal guard also ignited his true qi and went up to meet the attack. Bang! Although there was a difference of 2 realms between them, the personal guard still managed to take Qiao Bao's punch. The personal guards of the sixth prince are indeed extraordinary. Qiao Bao's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, a burst of qi suddenly blasted out from his fist, directly sending his opponent flying. Everyone present was shocked. Qiao Bao clearly did not throw out a punch, so how could his opponent be sent flying? This move is a bit like my tiger wolf roar. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The tiger wolf roar had been outdated for a long time. Yi Xian was not even at the true darkness realm, but this kind of sinister fist technique was very useful. It was a pity that he did not have the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline and did not have the insightful eye. Otherwise, he could see the true qi in his opponent's body and copy this martial art into the engulfing system. Good, Qiao Bao will take 1 spot. The head steward of the sixth prince's palace nodded. Qiao Bao's realm was high, so it was not a problem for him to take 1 spot. Now, there were only 4 spots left. Among the consecrators present, other than Qiao Bao who had 80% of his strength, the highest was 75%. These people were restless. After Qiao Bao stepped down, someone immediately jumped up. 75% against 70%. Boom. 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 Soon, the martial arts field rumbled. The consecrator who had 75% of his strength actually fought to a draw with the personal guard who had 75% of his strength sealed by the great emperor's will. As expected of the personal guards of the sixth prince, they actually dared to challenge someone of a higher realm. Of course, how can they protect the sixth prince if they are not capable? Oh, it seems like he is going to lose. Everyone began to focus their attention. At this moment, one of the 2 people in the field was already at a disadvantage and looked like he was going to lose. However, what was surprising was that this person was not a member of the personal guard, but the challenger. Boom. With a muffled sound, the consecrator who had 75% of his strength sealed by the great emperor's will was sent out of the martial arts field. He succeeded in challenging someone of a higher realm. That consecrator's face was gloomy. He did not expect that he would not be able to get a spot despite suppressing his opponent. What a pity. At this moment, there were still 4 spots left. Next, more and more people went up to the arena. However, most of them were at 75% to 70%. After 8 rounds, only 3 people succeeded. Now, there was only 1 spot left. It's time to go up. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he jumped onto the arena. However, after he landed, another person landed. It was a middle-aged man. Kid, this is not a place for you to come up. Get out. This middle-aged man was very arrogant because he could feel that Yi Xian's aura was not strong. He estimated that it was not even 60%. How dare he challenge someone at such a level? He was courting death. Everything is first come, first served. Please wait for me to finish my challenge. Yi Xian smiled faintly and walked forward. What an arrogant kid. Sir, this kid is disrupting the order. I'll help you send him flying. The middle-aged man coldly snorted and directly charged towards Yi Xian. Facing the sneak attack, Yi Xian took out his spiritual sword and attacked as fast as lightning. Bang! The sword light hit the middle-aged man's chest and sent him flying. Hiss! Many of the people present sucked in a breath of cold air. They thought that Yi Xian would be sent flying with a single punch. Unexpectedly, that middle-aged man was a paper tiger and could not withstand a single blow. No, it was not that he could not withstand a single blow, but Yi Xian's strength was shocking. In the imperial capital, you can't judge a book by its cover. The other princes also have young powerhouses under their command, some people thought to themselves. This attack left a very deep impression on the surrounding people because if this sword had landed on them, it would have been enough to kill them instantly. Oh? The sixth prince, who had not said a word from the beginning, suddenly raised his eyebrows. Even he did not expect Xian to have such strength. It was really rare. Director Zhua, who is this person? The sixth prince could not help but ask. This? The chief steward of the sixth emperor's mansion glanced at Xian. He thought for a while and said, "It seems that Shi Yang brought him back 3 days ago. He is a talent that can be molded. I wonder if he can get the 10th spot." The sixth prince smiled. There were many opportunities in the crown prince trial. Not only did he want people who were both intelligent and courageous, he also wanted people with potential. For example, Xian was a genius who could challenge people 3 levels above him. If Xian were to obtain a fortuitous encounter in the crown prince trial, then his strength would advance by leaps and bounds, and he could become one of the most capable generals under his command. After the middle-aged man was sent flying by Xian, his expression turned ugly. He disappeared into the crowd, not daring to say another word. "Young man, this is the last spot. You must make good use of it," the chief steward of the sixth emperor's palace said. "I will." Xian nodded. There was only one target left on the training field, so Xian had no other choice. When the last guard saw Xian take out his weapon and send a middle-aged man of the same level flying, he did not dare to be careless. He also took out a quasi-supreme divine weapon. "The last spot is mine." Xian's eyes flashed, and he took the initiative to attack. Although his cultivation level was 3 levels lower, he had various bloodlines in his body. Most importantly, if he burst out at full speed, his opponent would not be able to keep up with his speed. Pa! 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 Xian's feet alternated rapidly on the training field. His speed was so fast that it shocked everyone present. So fast. This kid's future is limitless. The sixth prince was shocked. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. Even if Xian was defeated, he would give the last spot to Xian. However, Xian did not need it. Pung! The battle had only started for 2 seconds when a figure flew out of the arena. The one who was still standing on the arena was Xian. Xian, victory! Good, the 10th spot has been confirmed. The sixth prince's residence's manager reacted and shouted loudly. Xian's strength was enough to defeat an opponent 3 levels higher in 2 seconds. Moreover, the opponent was the sixth prince's personal guard. After defeating the opponent, Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Obtaining a spot to enter the crown prince trial was only the first step of his plan. "Alright, everyone disperse. 5 of you stay," the sixth prince's manager said. Hundreds of people left the training field helplessly. It was not that they did not want to help the sixth prince, but they did not have the strength. Soon, there were less than 10 people left in the training field. In 7 days, it will be the crown prince trial. I'm sure you all know how important it is. In the next 7 days, if you need anything, feel free to look for me. After the sixth prince's manager finished speaking, he took out a few interspatial rings and handed them to Xian and the other 4. The interspatial rings contain some information about the crown prince trial, as well as the draconic fate of the universe. You should have heard of the draconic fate of the universe. After mastering it, you can use the stored draconic fate to increase your battle strength. Xian took the interspatial rings. Previously, when he killed the celestial abundance city lord, he did not obtain the method to enhance his draconic fate. However, this draconic fate of the universe was obviously more powerful than the draconic fate of the universe. The Crown Prince trial is divided into 3 sections. The first section is the draconic fate battle. Every prince's 10 subordinates will hold the prince token and enter a secret realm. The final section will be ranked according to the total draconic fate. Xian gave a rough glance. In the first 2 sections of the Crown Prince trial, the princes would not participate in it personally. They would only participate in the final section. In the remaining 7 days, if your cultivation base improves, it will be of great help to the 6th prince. If you need anything, you can write it down for me now. As long as it's reasonable, I will try my best to satisfy you, said the manager of the 6th prince's residence. Cao Bao and the rest's eyes lit up. They immediately took out a pen and paper and wrote down what they needed for their cultivation. Xian did the same. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now that the second bloodline expansion slot is about to be exchanged, the Heavenly Eye clan's heaven and earth treasure that they need is not available in the sixth heaven prison. Xian did not waste any more time and started to write down what he needed. Qiao Bao was the first to finish writing and handed it in. Yes, I can get all the things you need, the manager of the sixth prince's residence nodded. The other three also demanded an exorbitant price. However, the things they needed were very precious to them, but to the sixth prince, it was just a drop in the ocean. In the end, when Xian handed the list to the manager of the sixth prince's residence, the latter could not help but raise his eyebrows. Young man, I've only heard of one of the things you wrote. The head steward of the sixth emperor's mansion was a bit surprised. With his experience, he actually only recognized one type. He even started to wonder if Xian had written it randomly. The sixth prince walked over and glanced at it. There are only 2 or 3 of these things in our national treasury. The sixth prince was shocked. He didn't know how Xian knew the names of these things. However, he did have one in his interspatial ring. Although I don't know why you want these things, I think you're very special. This cave spirit fruit is useless to me, so you can have it. In addition, Chief Steward Zhua, give him another 1,000,000 supreme pills. He must seal 60% of the great emperor's will before the crown prince trial. The sixth prince generously tossed Xian a sparkling and translucent fruit. The cave spirit fruit was a necessity for the Heavenly Eye clan to open a heavenly eye. This heavenly eye was called the Eye of Revelation. It allowed the host to have a photographic memory and see through the essence of everything. If combined with the devouring system, Xian could copy the opponent's martial arts and cultivate it. Thank you, Your Highness. Xian said gratefully. A duke could earn 100,000 supreme venerable pills a month, and 1,000,000 supreme venerable pills would take 10 months to earn. 1,000,000 supreme pills was enough for a person to reach 70% body seal. However, for Xian, he could only reach 60% body seal at most. Alright, you can go back first. I'll get someone to deliver the things to you one by one, the chief steward said. Then, Xian and the other 4 left. After they left, only the chief steward and the sixth prince were left in the martial arts arena. Chief Steward Zhua, what do you think? The sixth prince suddenly asked. The chief steward hesitated for a moment, then said, Qiao Bao's strength is close to the 5 chosen by Your Highness. However, Xian's talent is quite good. If he gets the inheritance, he might not be weaker than the others. I hope he can make a difference and be a great help to me in the future. However, the other 3 princes' teams are much stronger than mine. The sixth prince sighed helplessly. In fact, he was not confident either. After all, he was the weakest of the 4 princes. After leaving the training field, Xian returned to his own courtyard. Ding! The host has broken through. The current seal of the great emperor's will is at 60%. When Xian stepped into the courtyard, he swallowed the 1,000,000 supreme pills and broke through. I've finally broken through. Xian's eyes lit up. The royal family was indeed powerful. Although the princes had left the palace to develop on their own, they were still not comparable to ordinary people. Just now, when Xian was there, he discovered that the chief steward of the 6th imperial residence was probably not lower than that Qiao Bao. Xian understood that the 6th prince was probably the one who was hiding his strength. He was probably the strongest person present at that time. However, the most important part was yet to come. Ding! Host has successfully assimilated the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline. Ding! Eye of Revelation has been successfully activated. 2 notifications rang out. Xian opened the Eye of Revelation with the cave spirit fruit that the 6th prince had given him. The Eye of Revelation increases the range of vision and allows me to see through all illusions. Most importantly, when combined with the devouring system, I can directly copy the enemy's martial arts. Xian squinted his eyes. If he could defeat him with the enemy's martial arts, it would be a wonderful feeling. He took out a mirror and looked at it. He found that there was no change in his eyes. However, with a thought, the scene in front of him changed. At this moment, he had the ability to see through things. He could see through the house and see what was going on in the courtyard. In the courtyard next door, a consecrated was practicing martial arts. Yi Xian stared at him and saw the path of the vital energy in his body. Ding. Copy of the Absolute Void Palm successfully. Do you want to learn it? The system prompted. No. Yi Xian was shocked. As long as he stared at it once, he would be able to directly learn it. This skill was simply too amazing. Of course, he had to look at it completely. Using the Eye of Revelation requires eye power. It seems that the bloodline of the divine tree of life can't recover it quickly. This is a tragedy. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. If he couldn't recover his eye power quickly, it meant that he had to use it carefully. If he overused it, his eyes would be so tired that he couldn't open them. However, he couldn't care less because the bloodline had already been merged. He couldn't exchange for another bloodline. Ding. The host has learned the Heavenly Dragon Blessing. Yi Xian learned the Heavenly Dragon Blessing given by the 6th Prince's residence. This martial art could use the luck stored in some items. Previously, when the Tianfeng City Lord was in the Heaven's prison, he had the luck above his head. However, when he was outside, he had to store it in something. For example, the prince's token that one would obtain during the Crown Prince trial. Of course, the royal family could seal the dragon blessing in their body and use it when necessary. Then, Yi Xian began to understand the content of the Crown Prince trial. The first 2 stages of the Crown Prince trial are completed by the 10 subordinates. During the trial, they are allowed to kill and steal the dragon blessing. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. 7 days passed quickly. During these 7 days, Yi Xian took some time to visit the martial arts pavilion in the 6th Prince's residence. He copied all the martial arts in there into the Devouring system. This time, he couldn't use the Firmament Splitter, Wolf-Tooth Rush, Wolf-Tooth Sword, and Dragon-Marked Golden Armor. Otherwise, he would be recognized. The first 3 were fine, but once the dragon-marked golden armor was exposed, he would be in danger. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. The dragon-marked golden armor could withstand 20% of the lightning tribulation's power. Those half-supremes coveted it. Unless it was a critical moment, he wouldn't reveal it. 7 days later, the 6th prince sent someone to summon Yi Xian. Today, they had to go to the royal palace to participate in the Crown Prince trial. At the same time, Yi Xian also saw the 5 people that the 6th prince had selected. These 5 people were not ordinary people. Among the 5 people, there was Chief Steward Xue from the 6th prince's residence. The other 4 were Gu Jian, Poison Matriarch, and the 6th prince's personal guard, Xianxia. This was the first group. The second group was led by Chao Bao and Yi Xian's group. So strong. Their auras aren't any weaker than Chief Steward Xue's. When Yi Xian saw these 5 people, he was also extremely shocked. This was because his cultivation level was truly too lacking compared to these 5 people. When the 5 people saw Yi Xian's group, they only glanced at them. Among them, Gu Jian couldn't help but ask, Chief Steward Xue, why is there a 60% physique sealing expert? Haha, this kid's strength is not bad. He can challenge someone 3 levels higher. Chief Steward Xue said with a smile. At the same time, he thought that Yi Xian didn't disappoint. He broke through to 60% physique sealing expert in 7 days. Oh. Gu Jian glanced at Yi Xian before retracting his gaze. He had seen many geniuses like him, but many of them had died prematurely. Soon, the 6th prince arrived. At the same time, a golden-winged roc landed. Everyone, follow me into the palace. The 6th prince stood on the back of the golden-winged roc and said to the 10 people below. Yi Xian and the others flew up. The Crown Prince trial was finally about to begin. The 6th prince's residence was near the imperial city, so the golden-winged roc arrived quickly. When they arrived, there were already more than 100 people below. In addition, there was a group of officials from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty on the stairs, but the emperor was nowhere to be seen. There are so many experts. A man beside Yi Xian couldn't help but exclaim. With so many experts gathered together, the aura was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. These experts were actually not too bad. After all, there were true Supreme Being experts in the palace. Oh, the sixth prince is here. When the sixth prince landed with Xian and the others, a young man in golden clothes walked over. He was the fourth prince. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there were more than 3,000 beauties in the harem of the Sunflame sacred dynasty. Hence, it wasn't difficult to have more than 10 princes. Although the fourth prince was the sixth prince's brother, their mothers were not the same person. Fourth brother. The sixth prince hurriedly greeted. The fourth prince glanced at the 10 people behind the sixth prince and whispered, "Sixth brother, these people don't seem to be much. Why don't you lend me a hand?" Chief Steward Shua's group of 6 was alright, but Yi Xian's group of 4 wasn't enough. This was because the weakest person in the fourth prince's group was at physique seal 80%. Fourth brother, you really know how to joke, the sixth prince said with a smile. In other words, he was telling the sixth prince to stop dreaming. The eldest prince, the fourth prince, the sixth prince, and the seventh prince were the most likely to become the crown prince. Among them, the first prince was the most mysterious. The fourth prince and the seventh prince had a lot of conflicts in private. The sixth prince remained neutral, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't compete. Ha ha ha, fourth brother, the crown prince trial isn't just about strength, luck is also very important. A hearty laugh came from not far away. Everyone turned around and saw another young man walking over. Seventh brother, your fourth brother's luck is pretty good. The fourth prince said with a smile, but his eyes flashed a few times. That was because many of the experts under his command had been secretly dealt with by the seventh prince. At this moment, Yi Xian's gaze also fell on the seventh prince. The grandfather of the heavenly plentiful city's city lord, Xianxia, was the chief steward of the seventh emperor's residence. The memory of how Yi Xian was beaten to a pulp was still fresh in his mind. This grudge must be avenged. As expected, Yi Xian saw Xianxia through the seventh prince's silhouette, causing his heart to tremble. Although he had changed his voice because he wore the dragon-patterned golden armor, he was still afraid that the other party would recognize him. The 3 princes seemed to be chatting on the surface, but in fact, there was a surging undercurrent. They were all hiding daggers in their smiles. The fourth prince and the seventh prince were mocking each other, while the sixth prince was watching from the side with a smile. There were many princes around, but they weren't very powerful. Some of them were just here to join in the fun and steal some draconic luck, while others wanted to join in. If they were lucky, it wouldn't be a problem for them to become the crown prince. However, the mysterious first prince didn't appear. Not long after, everyone arrived one after another. There were a total of 17 princes, and all of them were present. 17 princes meant that there were a total of 170 people. However, it was difficult for a prince to recruit an 80% physique seal expert, so they could only rely on their luck and see if they could have a fortuitous encounter in the secret realm. Everyone waited for a while, then a person flew into the sky. Silence. A voice that sounded like a duck's throat entered everyone's ears, and everyone fell silent. It's father's favorite, Eunuch Wu. The princes recognized him at a glance. Eunuch Wu was the one who took care of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor when he was young. Many princes were not as important as Eunuch Wu in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor's heart. Princes, please keep your prince seals and prince badges. Eunuch Wu waved his hand, and 17 square prince seals and interspatial rings slowly flew into the prince's hands. The sixth prince caught the prince seal and glanced at it. There was a 6 written on it. Then, he sank his consciousness into the interspatial ring, took out 10 prince badges, and distributed them to the 10 princes of Yi Xian. Each prince seal is connected to the 10 prince badges. At this time, the 10 prince badges don't have any draconic luck, and the prince seal's draconic luck is equivalent to the sum of the 10 prince badges. Drip your blood to bind it to you immediately. If the prince badges are destroyed in the secret realm, you will be teleported out immediately. At that time, there will be experts who will treat your injuries. Eunuch Wu said. Everyone present understood this. The purpose of the Crown Prince trial was to obtain draconic luck and obtain a ranking in the end. Immediately, everyone bound their prince badges to them. Then, they realized that they couldn't keep their prince badges in their interspatial rings. They could only carry them with them. In the first stage of the Crown Prince trial, the battle of draconic luck, there will be a lot of inheritances and draconic luck. You can also snatch the prince badges of others. After Eunuch Wu finished speaking, he stepped aside. The door of the palace behind him slowly opened. The entrance to the secret realm appeared. This is the secret realm of the Sunflame Imperial family. There are many inheritances and opportunities inside. Once you enter, you will be teleported to various places. You must be careful. When necessary, you can use your draconic luck, the sixth prince said softly. The 10 princes of Yixian nodded silently. All the princes gave out their respective tasks. At this time, Eunuch Wu added, the battle of draconic luck this time will be semi-closed. Only the scene of the inheritance land will be seen. Also, no killing is allowed. Those who kill on purpose will be eliminated and their draconic luck will be cleared. Although only the scene of the inheritance land would be seen, this didn't mean anything. Since Eunuch Wu said that killing was not allowed, the imperial family must have a way to see what was happening inside the secret realm. Yixian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to show his skills in this stage. However, he caught a key point in Eunuch Wu's words. Those who killed on purpose would be eliminated. However, it was inevitable that there would be casualties in a battle between two people. Hence, the rule should be that torture was not allowed. The battle of draconic luck will last for 3 days. After 3 days, all of you will be teleported out. Alright, the first prince's team can enter now. Eunuch Wu suddenly turned his head and looked at the 11 people in the corner. The first prince was very cold. He was probably around 35 years old. He stood there and watched as his team of 10 entered the secret realm. Next was the second prince's team, followed by the third prince's team. Remember, it's important to stay alive. The sixth prince reminded Yixian and the others when they entered the secret realm. Although they were not allowed to kill, there might be dangers in the land of inheritance. Moreover, if they were seriously injured, their combat power would be greatly reduced. Yixian and the others entered the secret realm with all their might. In the next moment, Yixian found that the people who entered the secret realm in front of him had disappeared, and he appeared in a forest. Beside him was a stone tablet with 17 rankings on it. They were the 17 princes who were ranked according to order. At this moment, Yixian tried to control his chi to fly. Sure enough, as he'd expected, he couldn't use chi to fly, and he couldn't shrink the ground into an inch. However, this secret realm was still his home ground. Then, he used the Eye of Revelation to scan the surroundings. Although there were a lot of trees around, the Eye of Revelation could see through them directly. Coincidentally, Yixian saw a person. However, Yixian saw the environment in his body instead of his face, so Yixian did not know who this person was. He doesn't look strong. Yixian narrowed his eyes and directly flew over. Although the battle of Dragon Luck had just begun, it was better for him to reduce the number of people. The middle-aged man who was targeted did not notice Yixian and was about to move in a random direction, hoping to find an inheritance. However, at this moment, swoosh, the middle-aged man trembled when he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He turned around and saw a cold light coming toward him. Bang! The middle-aged man blocked with his long sword, but the powerful impact directly sent him flying. Then, a black shadow attacked and directly cut off his left arm. The interspatial ring instantly fell into the black shadow's hand. What? The middle-aged man just realized that the black shadow had crushed the prince's token. In the next moment, he and his severed arm were directly teleported out of the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, there were other princes' teams entering the secret realm one by one. However, at this moment, a person suddenly teleported out, which gave them a shock. What? Someone was teleported out so quickly? Everyone was shocked. Not all of the 17 princes had entered, but someone had already been eliminated. This speed was too fast. At this time, the fifth prince rushed over and asked in shock, Wu Tongfeng, who did this? The middle-aged man resisted the pain and shook his head. I didn't see clearly. He was very fast, but he was only at 60% body seal. How was it possible to send a person with 70% body seal out of the mystic realm in an instant? When the sixth prince heard this, his expression also changed. Wasn't Yixian and his team at physique seal 60%? Among all the princes present, he was probably the only one who had reached 60% body seal. Therefore, the sixth prince guessed that the person who had sent this middle-aged man out was Xian. Good boy, swift and decisive, one less opponent. The sixth prince's face was full of smiles. However, the seventh prince and the fourth prince were also shocked. This was because they also knew that the sixth prince had a 60% body seal kit in his team. I thought the sixth prince was crazy, but it turns out that he was hiding his strength. The fourth prince thought to himself. In the secret realm. After Xian crushed the other party's prince's token, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. He didn't expect to gain so much from the battle of draconic luck. There were quite a lot of things in this ring. The Eye of Revelation is really good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find him. Xian was very satisfied. He didn't know if he would be able to find the necessary items to open the Eye of Heaven in this secret realm. He randomly chose a direction and moved forward. From time to time, he would scan the surroundings with the Eye of Revelation to see if there were any places of inheritance. Roar. A few minutes after Xian advanced, a loud roar suddenly entered his ears. He immediately used his Eye of Insight to scan the area and discovered a huge figure. It's not a human. It seems to be a quasi-supreme saint beast. Xian squinted his eyes. The corpse of a quasi-supreme saint beast was quite precious. Hence, he immediately rushed over. When he arrived, he realized that the quasi-supreme saint beast was a golden bear. With Xian's current realm, he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced an 80% body seal expert, let alone a quasi-supreme saint beast. He held the spiritual rhino sword in his hand and slashed out, directly killing this quasi-supreme sacred beast. However, when he was about to devour the corpse, he realized that there was a wave of energy spreading out from the corpse. This is draconic luck? Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed. He quickly took out the prince token. As expected, the strange energy was draconic luck. Xian used the prince token to absorb all the draconic luck. So, killing monsters also gives me draconic luck. Xian was very satisfied. After all, he had learned the draconic luck and could use the draconic luck to increase his combat strength. When Xian finished absorbing the draconic luck, the ranking of the 17 princes changed. The sixth prince was currently in first place. At this time, outside the secret realm, the 17 princes had already entered a palace. Together with them were the civil and military officials of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. The sixth prince's subordinate is the first to break the ranking. He's in first place. Impressive, impressive. I reckon that one of his subordinates must have killed a quasi-supreme holy beast. Everyone's perception is lowered in the secret realm. Moreover, the secret realm is terrifyingly big. It's not easy to kill a quasi-supreme saint beast. He's only in first place temporarily. We still have to see how he performs later. Indeed, the ranking at the beginning was useless. One might not be able to laugh all the way to the end. At this time, the 17 princes' subordinates had all entered the secret realm. There were a total of 170 people. No, there were only 169 people left. One of them was unlucky. Xian teleported near him. Then, Xian kicked him out of the secret realm. In the secret realm, Xian had been running for more than 10 minutes. Along the way, he didn't encounter anything special. However, at the 13th minute after he entered the secret realm, it's so hot. Xian's footsteps suddenly stopped. He felt the problem around him suddenly increase. He immediately used his Eye of Insight and discovered that there was something strange in front of him. My perception is much weaker in this secret realm. Fortunately, I have the Eye of Revelation, Xian sighed in his heart. At the same time, he guessed that the strange thing in front of him might be a land of inheritance. He quickly rushed over. When he arrived, he found that the strange thing was the so-called Dragon Luck Pillar. The Dragon Luck Pillar contained a large amount of draconic luck. However, what caught Xian's attention wasn't the Dragon Luck Pillar, but the thing in the large pool beside it. Xian used the Eye of Insight to look again and discovered that there was a universe ring at the bottom of the blazing magma. He didn't care too much and took out the prince token to absorb the draconic luck on the Dragon Luck Pillar. Then, he walked to the side of the boiling pool and put his hand in. Hot, that was Xian's first reaction. When he pulled his hand out, he found that his skin was red. If he soaked in the lava for a while longer, his skin and flesh would melt. Perhaps not even his bones would be left. Such a high temperature. My realm is not high enough, so I'm afraid I can't withstand it. If it's the dragon-patterned golden armor, I can, Xian thought to himself. However, this was the secret realm of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. If the dragon-patterned golden armor appeared, he would be in trouble if someone saw it. Therefore, to be safe, Xian decided to give up. However, he only gave up half of it. There might be other people around. I'll let them come and take it while I reap the benefits. Xian thought to himself. Then, he scanned the surroundings with his eye of revelation. Indeed, there was no one around, but he could make some noise. Boom! 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 Xian began to attack the ground frantically. The bigger the commotion, the farther the sound would spread. As long as someone was near, they would be able to find him by following the temperature. After a while, Xian hid in a dark corner and concealed his aura, waiting for someone to find him. Sure enough, as he expected, there was already a figure flying over in his line of sight. He's not fast. I think he's at most 75% of the body seal. Xian watched as the figure flew to the side of the scorching pool. After seeing that the draconic luck pillar had been taken away, he guessed that there had been a great battle here. He was still cautious and checked the surroundings. However, the perception in the secret realm was probably only 1/5 of the perception outside. Moreover, Xian had concealed his aura, so he couldn't find Xian. He walked to the side of the pool, probed it, and found that he could withstand it. He immediately jumped into the pool and retrieved the interspatial ring at the bottom of the pool. You took it out? Xian, who was using the Eye of Revelation to check the situation, immediately charged out. Swish! A cold light flashed, followed by a crisp sound. The expert with 75% body seal reacted quickly and blocked the attack with his long sword. However, Xian had already circled around the forest and swept out. Absolute annihilation. Xian slashed out again. Although the power of this move wasn't as strong as Firmament Splitter, it was still better to use it sparingly. After all, he had used this move to kill the Heavenly Abundance City Lord. The expert with 75% of his body was able to block the sword, but he was unable to block the sword and had one of his arms cut off. When the arm that held the sword flew up, Xian had already arrived in front of him. Hiss! Another crisp sound rang out. His opponent's wrist was cut off, and his universe ring fell into Xian's hand. The expert was in despair. His right arm was cut off, and his left wrist was also cut off. What else could he use to fight? By the time he reacted, Xian had already torn his clothes and took out the prince token that was hidden in his chest. Thank you for your dragon luck. You can leave now. Xian absorbed a small amount of dragon luck from the prince token and crushed it. In the next moment, the expert turned into a ray of white light and disappeared in front of Xian. He was teleported out of the secret realm. Xian remembered that this person was one of the 13th prince's subordinates. It was a pity that he ran into him. Although there isn't much dragon luck, it's better than nothing. Let me see what's in these two interspatial rings. Xian muttered to himself. He first looked at the opponent's interspatial ring, but there wasn't much in it. However, the interspatial ring that the opponent took out from the scorching pool contained a lot of good stuff. The inheritance of the Blazing Hell sect from 100 years ago. Xian raised his eyebrows. Most of the things in the interspatial ring were martial arts techniques. There were also a few rare treasures, all of which were of the fire attribute. He didn't hold back and directly copied the martial arts techniques into the devouring system. As for the rare treasures, he devoured them all. Xian used a special devouring system for some of the items because many of them could strengthen one's physique. Half-step supreme being was to seal one's body with the Great Emperor's will to forcefully strengthen one's physique. However, this didn't count as one's physique. In the future, after sealing one's physique to 100%, one would have to undergo the supremacy tribulation. Everyone's emperor's will was sealed to the same degree. If one wanted to become a supreme being, one had to rely on one's physique and other abilities. It's a pity that I gained more experience every time I leveled up. I couldn't break through. Yi Xian sighed and shook his head, then left the place. His luck was pretty good. After eliminating both of them, he even obtained an inheritance and a large amount of dragon luck. At the same time, he also understood that the Blazing Hell Sex inheritance was an inferior inheritance. There were also middle and superior inheritances. Even princes would be tempted by superior inheritances. Every inheritance is dangerous. I can't even obtain an inferior inheritance. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. He was only at 60% physique ceiling, while the others were at 70% physique ceiling. Although his combat strength was strong, his vital energy had always been his weakness. Moreover, he couldn't use the dragon-patterned golden armor casually here. Therefore, if he found an inheritance land, he would have to obtain dragon luck first. However, with his strength, he could fight against an 80% physique ceiling expert. He could definitely guard the inheritance land. He continued to wander in the forest. With the Eye of Revelation, his insight was probably unmatched. After more than half an hour, he encountered another inheritance land. This time, there were a few strange trees guarding the dragon luck pillar. Demon trees, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Even without the Eye of Revelation, he could see that these trees were extraordinary. After all, the internal environment of these trees was different from ordinary trees. Moreover, their branches were constantly twisting, which seemed very dangerous. There's an interspatial ring beside the dragon luck pillar. Yi Xian's eyes focused on the interspatial ring beside the dragon luck pillar. At this moment, he checked the surroundings and didn't find anyone else, so he suddenly attacked. Absolute annihilation. Rays of cold light pierced through the air. Yi Xian directly attacked the demon trees through countless trees. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to discover the demon trees at all. After all, they didn't have the ability to see through things, let alone attack through so many trees. Rip. 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 Yi Xian's sword directly cut through hundreds of trees and hit a demon tree. The demon tree was severely injured, but it didn't notice Yi Xian. It could only silently take the attack. Universal annihilation. Slashes flew through the air and killed a devil tree in just a few rounds. In less than half a minute, all the devil trees were dead. Then, Yi Xian quickly flew over and absorbed the draconic luck on the dragon luck pillar. He then took the interspatial ring. The inheritance of the Xianxia sect from 200 years ago. Yi Xian's eyes lit up because there were a lot of treasures in the interspatial ring. I'm so close to breaking through. He sensed that he only needed one more inheritance to break through to 65% of the physique seal realm. At that time, his combat power would be able to squeeze into the top tier among the 100 people. Of course, others could also suddenly break through after obtaining the inheritance. Although I only obtained 2 low-grade inheritances, I'll be able to break through after obtaining one more. It's not too bad. Yi Xian left his original spot. He had a huge advantage with the Eye of Revelation, so he had to make the best use of his time. Half an hour later, he found another inheritance, but this time, someone else seemed to have gotten it before him. Rumble. A series of loud noises came from the front. Yi Xian scanned with the Eye of Revelation and found 2 people fighting. They're not weak. They're probably at 80% of the Great Emperor Seal realm. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He was wondering if he should go over and interfere. I'll hide first. I'll go out when they're almost done fighting. Yi Xian planned in his heart. Yi Xian liked to be the fisherman when the sandpiper and the clam fought. Through the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian could see that the 2 people were fighting at the entrance of the cave. There was also a dragon luck pillar outside the cave. It was obviously the place of inheritance. Another advantage of the Eye of Revelation was that it could see through ordinary things and see the inside of the 2 people. However, it couldn't see through the interspatial ring. Therefore, his attention was always on the extra interspatial ring. Oh? The one with the interspatial ring seems to be stronger. Yi Xian observed as he approached. In any case, the perception in the secret realm was lower, so the other party would not be able to detect him. When Yi Xian was only 3,000 meters away from them, one of them had his prince's medallion shattered. Then, he turned into a beam of white light and was sent out of the secret realm. When Yixian saw the other person disappear in an instant, he understood that it was time to make a move. Absolute annihilation. A slash tore through the air. The person who had just obtained the universe ring had just relaxed when he was frightened by this sneak attack. Clang, he hurriedly used his weapon to block it, but was knocked into the stone wall by the impact. At the same time, Yixian rushed out of the forest and attacked madly. At the same time, Yixian saw his face clearly. He was actually one of the 7th prince's subordinates. "Brat, you're courting death," the gray-robed elder shouted angrily. He put away the interspatial ring and started to fight back. "Haha, members of the 7th prince's faction, get out." Yixian laughed loudly in his heart. Xiaoyuni, who had beaten him up like a dog in the water, was a member of the 7th prince's faction. Although this elder was not Xiaoyuni, Yixian treated him as Xiaoyuni and beat him up. However, it was not easy to challenge someone 4 levels higher. Bam! 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 The two sword chis began to clash. In terms of combat strength, Yixian was not afraid at all. "Brat, I recognize you. You're a member of the 6th prince's faction." The gray-robed elder recognized Yixian. "And then?" Yixian squinted his eyes. "Nothing. I just want to invite you out of the secret realm." The gray-robed elder sneered. "Then let's see who invites who out." Yixian's eyes widened. From before until now, he'd already exchanged more than 10 blows with his opponent. If that was the case, then it would be very difficult for him to defeat his opponent. "I don't care so much. Dragon blessing the universe." He made up his mind. At this moment, strength was more important. Not many people would recognize these 2 martial arts techniques. Wolf Tooth Rush. A giant wolf head rushed towards the gray-robed elder. The gray-robed elder slashed with his sword but was unable to disperse it. As a result, he was bitten by the giant wolf head. After the wolf tooth rush, it was the powerful firmament splitter. Swish! Yixian's sudden burst of strength caught his opponent off guard. Half of the gray-robed elder's shoulder was cut off and blood splattered everywhere. "Damn it!" The gray-robed elder cursed angrily as he watched the other giant wolf head bite him. The gray-robed elder was immediately immobilized by the 2 giant wolf heads with sharp teeth. Absolute void palm. Yixian quickly rushed over. His palm passed through the giant wolf heads and landed on the gray-robed elder. In the next moment, the gray-robed elder was sent flying. At the same time, Yixian seized the Qiankuan inheritance ring and the prince's token. "Oh no!" The gray-robed elder's expression changed. It was fine if the Qiankuan ring was taken away, but if the prince's token was taken away, it would be over. Although he had only encountered the first inheritance land and did not obtain much dragon luck, he was afraid that he would be eliminated if the prince's token fell into Yixian's hands. Gotcha! After a crisp sound, the gray-robed elder's prince's token was crushed by Yixian. He then turned into a ray of white light and flew out of the secret realm. Phew! Yixian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his opponent did not use the dragon blessing in time. Otherwise, he would have wasted a lot of dragon luck. It's still a low-grade inheritance, but it's not bad. Yixian's eyes lit up as he heard a notification in his mind. Breakthrough, now, his body sealing degree had reached 65%. He began to check the inheritance ring and was pleasantly surprised. It's all ores. It seems to be a sect that specializes in forging. Not bad, not bad. It seems that the 3,000 wolf-tooth cavalry can be upgraded. Yixian's lips curled up slightly. He had the blueprint to upgrade the 3,000 wolf-tooth cavalry. As long as he had the materials, he could use the Devouring system to upgrade them. Ding! Wolf-tooth cavalry upgrade successful. Ding! Deputy long saber upgrade successful. Yixian used the forging materials to upgrade the 3,000 wolf-tooth cavalry and Deputy long saber. Deputy long saber's strength has reached 60% of the Emperor's will and 40% of the 3,000 wolf-tooth cavalry. Yixian was quite satisfied with this result. After all, this was only a low-grade inheritance. If he could obtain a mid-grade inheritance or even a high-grade inheritance, he would be able to upgrade even more. I've only been here for 2 hours and I've already obtained 3 low-grade inheritances dragon luck. The others probably only obtained one at most, right? Yi Xian's confidence suddenly skyrocketed. Although his eye power could not be recovered quickly, the Eye of Revelation did not consume much of his eye power. It would not be a problem to use it again after a period of time. He began to search for more inheritances. He had obtained 3 low-grade inheritances in 2 hours, but the Battle of Dragon Luck would last for 3 days. Perhaps he would find a high-grade inheritance. An hour later. Boom. They're quite far away. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and followed the sound. Soon, he saw 3 figures fighting. Then, he realized that one of the figures was familiar. It seemed to be Qiao Bao, the mad swordsman. The mad swordsman Qiao Bao had 80% Emperor's will sealed. Like Yi Xian, he was a subordinate of the 6th prince. Yi Xian naturally had to help his teammate when he was in trouble. Yi Xian immediately charged over. Of the 2 attacking Qiao Bao, one was 80% Emperor's will sealed, while the other was 75%. If it was only one person, Qiao Bao could handle it. However, there were 2 of them, which was a little difficult. I have no choice. Draconic Fortune. Qiao Bao, who was holding a broadsword, directly used his trump card. The Draconic Luck in the Prince token in his arms was immediately activated. In an instant, Qiao Bao's strength skyrocketed, and his attacks were very fierce. We'll use it too. The warrior with 80% Emperor's will sealed shouted. Just now, they were evenly matched with Qiao Bao without the Draconic Luck. Now that they used the Draconic Luck, they were still in a stalemate. Now, it was time to see who had more Draconic Luck. However, what they did not expect was that a figure suddenly appeared from the side. Wolf Fang Charge. Yi Xian used his trump card. The giant wolf head directly bit the warrior with 75% Emperor's will sealed. Then, he used an extremely powerful firmament splitter. In order to make his opponent unable to block it, Yi Xian also added Draconic Luck, which increased his attack power to another level. Swish! The warrior's arm was instantly chopped off. In this situation, it was difficult to get the prince token, so Yi Xian did not care too much and directly threw a punch. Gotcha! The punch landed on the opponent's prince token. The token shattered, and the opponent was instantly eliminated. Although the prince token shattered, the Draconic Luck inside would not be deducted. After the Draconic Luck battle, they could still get a new prince token, but there was no Draconic Luck inside. Yi Xian did not care about this bit of dragon luck. After sending the other party out of the mystic realm, Yi Xian obtained the other party's Yin and Yang ring. The other party had also obtained a low-grade legacy, so Yi Xian had benefited from it. It's you? When Qiao Bao saw Yi Xian, his eyes couldn't help but emit a bright light. Yi Xian was on the same side as him. This person seems to be a subordinate of the 4th prince. Yi Xian recognized him, as did the person he had just sent out. They were both subordinates of the 4th prince. However, none of this mattered anymore. Brat, let's send him out together. Qiao Bao the Wild Blade shouted. All right. Yi Xian immediately agreed. However, his opponent reacted very quickly. When Yi Xian rushed towards him, he actually punched himself in the chest, shattering the prince's token. The next moment, he was sent out of the mystic realm. He had only lost the qualification to enter the first round by shattering the prince's token, but his dragon luck was still there. If he was captured by Yi Xian, his dragon luck would be taken away. You ran fast enough. Yi Xian snorted. Brat, thank you so much. Qiao Bao cupped his fists and thanked him. What about the legacy Yin and Yang ring? Yi Xian asked. When I came here, the legacy was already gone. Those 2 thought I was the one who took it, so they surrounded me. Qiao Bao shook his head. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He scanned Qiao Bao with his Eye of Revelation. Indeed, Qiao Bao only had 1 Yin and Yang ring. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian cupped his fists at Qiao Bao and left immediately. Qiao Bao originally wanted to team up with Yi Xian, but he decided against it. After all, there were many legacies here. Although it would be safer to travel together, they would have to share half of the meat with each other. It was better to travel alone. The size of the mystic realm also exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. He had been moving in one direction, but after running for a few hours, he still could not see the end. It was still a forest. Yi Xian was a little helpless. However, he had only been in the mystic realm for less than half a day. Even if he was helpless, he could only continue. As he walked, the sky gradually darkened. The forest at night was filled with the constant chirping of insects. Those dangerous quasi-supreme sacred beasts had also come out to look for food. However, with his eye of revelation, Yi Xian could instantly spot these dangers. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a few slashes suddenly rose into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and frowned. This seemed to be a signal. Of course, it could also be deliberately sent by someone to lure people over so that they could snatch the draconic luck and universe rings. With my current strength, I can squeeze into the front line. With the eye of revelation, I can find whoever is hiding. Yi Xian decided to take a look. Night was more suitable for him, who had the shadow leopard bloodline, to conceal himself. His advantage was much greater than during the day. However, when he approached, he realized that it was not what he expected. There were more than 10 people gathered beside a draconic luck pillar. They were not fighting and seemed to be waiting for someone. Could it be that they encountered a middle-grade inheritance and felt that they did not have enough manpower? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. Otherwise, how could there be so many people gathered here? One had to know that when they entered, they were scattered by the teleportation array. Therefore, there must be many people from different camps. Whoosh! 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 They were still sending signals upwards, trying to attract people over. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked and found a familiar figure among these people. Before entering, Yi Xian had memorized the internal environment of the 9 people on his side. Therefore, he could recognize her. It seems to be the Poison Witch. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. The Poison Witch was an expert recruited by the 6th prince. She was skilled in using poison and had already sealed 80% of her body. However, if not for the 6th prince's reminder, the others would have thought that she was an ordinary martial artist. It seems that they have indeed encountered a middle-grade inheritance. Now, Yi Xian could be sure that they were gathering because they could not find a middle-grade inheritance. At that moment, he walked out of the room. Oh, another person is here. A martial artist said. Yi Xian walked out of the forest and glanced over. Young man, come here. The Poison Witch's eyes lit up as she shouted at Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian did not trust the others, he could only trust the Poison Witch in this mystic realm. After all, they belonged to the same camp. Yi Xian quickly walked over and asked, "Is this a middle-grade inheritance?" "I'm not very sure." Previously, a martial artist with 75% of his body sealed entered, but he died. The Poison Witch shook her head. He died? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He died. He was struck to death by the strange black shadow in this poison cave. Although the wound was not fatal, he was poisoned to death, the Poison Witch said. Poison Cave. End of chapter 771. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.